This guy is sweating and saying with despair, hell, going to school really is hell on earth. Seongwu thought carefully. He had to rent a place or drop out and go back to his hometown. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Senior Seongwu, a decorated sergeant from a special forces unit speaking so weakly, is surprising. The boy's face still full of energy, and even Seongwu, who has undergone intense training, can't believe he can't handle just 2 hours in a classroom. Seongwu doesn't care about what this young punk says. Hanho, you should join the army first and then talk to me to see how much you can endure. Hanho looked guilty, seeming to avoid enlisting by skipping school, but Seongwu was still determined to believe that the resistance would succeed. He dismissed Hanho's excuses, hearing that he was delayed because of vanity. You told him last year during freshman orientation to do anything but not be a coward. Hanho followed Seongwu into the lecture hall, seeing that he wasn't anxious anymore, so he stopped and asked cautiously, Hanho, are you crying? No, senior, look up at the sky. Hanho's frantic exclamation was heightened by a circle, with 99% appearing in the sky, causing him panic. But because it was too faint, Seongwu hadn't noticed it yet and turned to tease Hanho. You're driving me crazy with your memories, huh? Hanho insisted that he saw the monster's message loading, and as soon as he selected 100%, it disappeared. It's right above that library building over there, senior. Strange, but now the sky has returned to normal, and there's nothing like Hanho said above it. Seongwu feels like he's been prankly squeezing his own neck with his butt muscles. What monster, this guy can't tell anymore what's game and what's reality. Hanho didn't think he saw it wrong, but it seems he's been drinking a bit too much lately, and is experiencing hallucinations. He slaps his face hard to stay alert and invites Seongwu for a coffee. Seongwu immediately refused as his professor had already delivered the assignment to his class. Suddenly his body emitted a blue glow, feeling incredibly strange. But Hanho kept chatting away, so Seongwu didn't pay attention to the oddity in that moment, and simply said goodbye to Hanho before heading to class. The classroom was completely dark, only the light from the window and the projector illuminated the room. Seongwu nods again like a chicken scratching the ground, regretting not having a cup of coffee with Hanho before class, as his eyes slowly close, and it seems today's lesson will be empty again. Suddenly, a strange glowing square appeared that startled Seongwu, with large text written on it. What is the best profession to survive? In a world devastated by plagues, please choose now. Seongwu blinked a few times, thinking he was seeing a hallucination. At this moment, the light from the projector flickered and then went out completely. Even the bright outside vanished, plunging everything into pitch darkness. As the spring classroom was filled with panic in the midday sun that seemed to melt their brains, everything was swallowed in utter blackness. This is really strange, and even more weird is that none of their phones are working, causing a girl to speak up in confusion. Oh, but what is that where only I can see it? Turns out everyone has an identical board like Seongwu's. It's like a projection app. But he knew this was definitely not an ordinary projection app. Another window suddenly appeared, counting down 15 seconds. A blinding light flashes as the playing cards scatter through the air, resembling tarot cards, but without names, only strange red stars. Everyone saw those cards and Elder signaled everyone not to touch them casually, or they would face unknown dangers. But Seongwu didn't think so. If they didn't do anything, what would happen after the 15-second countdown? Do they really have to pick one of these cards like a game of chance? There are only 15 seconds now, 10 seconds left, so I know what decision I need to make. Time keeps counting down as a young man touches a card and suddenly a sword falls right where he is. Seongwu notices he just touched a card and a set of gear drops to the ground. It shows that now he needs to choose the best item to survive in this dying world. Seongwu carefully observes and notices that the number of stars below the cards also varies. Since he didn't understand anything, he decided to choose the one with the most stars. The result was, in Seongwu's chosen profession, was Death Spirit Mage, with 5 stars. The career selection is over, and the announcement states that those who failed will have another chance next time. Mr. Sang returns to the room as if they have just traveled to another dimension. Antrang, having chosen the Rui Shi card, finally had the chance to look at the sword in his hand, while the sudden events and the mysterious object falling from nowhere left them all confused. Is this really a sword? It's like rain falling down. Trang Four Eyes truly chose the Ru Xi card and became one wielding the sword. But Seongwu had become a Death Spirit Mage, yet nothing fell out for him. Suddenly a loud noise rang out as the door was smashed open. A young man rushes forward in pain with something behind him stabbing a knife into his neck. Please, someone help me. He collapsed to the ground as the strange thing on his back kept stabbing through his body, making him scream out loud and trying to reach out to them. Please help me. And that was his final denial before he died. The thing on his back slowly rose its large yellow eyes and terrifying fangs leading the way. Everyone else rushes in fear from the fierce little creature. Only Seongwu remains face to face with the monster. He silently cursed always the one falling behind. No wonder this monster noticed him. His body was trembling with fear and unable to move. Everyone hurriedly urged the four-eyed young man forward. Minsu quickly used that sword to attack it. Minsu, trembling, is pushed closer to Seongwu. Seongwu looked at him as a savior before losing consciousness. Minsu, do you remember me? Minsu gets angry and yells, why the hell do you keep looking at me and telling me to do this and that? Seongwu's last hope vanishes as the monster rushes up with a knife in hand, screeching and chattering like a monkey. Seongwu instinctively turned his back and ran, but he suddenly remembered that if he turned now, he might end up like that young man, getting hit straight away. So he summoned all his strength, spun around and kicked it hard. The monster was thrown far away, growling in anger. Seongwu regained his composure. It's only a 15-pound animal. He grabbed a nearby chair as a weapon, but the chairs got tangled together and got stuck. The monster sensed something was off and seized the opportunity to attack. Seongwu faced death and fear, summoning all his strength to pull back the chair and strike it with all his might. The monster collapsed onto the floor, blood pooling around it. Seongwu and everyone else froze for a few seconds after the nightmare. Then suddenly an information window appeared, saying Seongwu had captured a demon and earned 10 gold. Seongwu looked at it with confusion. Understanding the meaning of the messages now becomes extremely important. The name and reward seem like a game setup. Another window then appeared to inform me. Your power is to turn those you have killed into your subordinates. The information about the original bin appears. Now that it has become a subordinate of Seongwu, it will be a skeleton level 1. Seongwu curiously presses it and a blue flame escapes from the demon, making everyone there gasp. Oh, over there. Seongwu also turns to look. From the demon's fingertips, dense blue flames gather and take shape. It finally transforms into Bokbin, in a skeletal form, kneeling before him in obedience with its eye sockets glowing with blue flames. Seongwu remembered that his profession could summon these undead as subordinates. That was the power of death spirit magic. The door suddenly swung open by 2 other demons. They may be small, but are eager for battle, ready to slaughter opponents 5 times their size. The people in the classroom started panicking and wanted to run away, and at that moment Seongwu was the closest to them. The notification board reminds the orc squad waiting for orders. Seongwu doesn't know how to command them, but at this moment all he can think about is one thing: fight properly and kill them. The goblin demon immediately stood up and approached the 2 goblins who were panicking, unsure of what their comrades were doing. The goblin decisively stabs one of them deeply, but can't finish it off immediately, while the other rushes to attack, slashing off its arm. 1 head, 2 no mice either. Seongwu saw that the situation was not good. If he just stood watching, soon he would have to fight them again. These little demons are not dangerous, but with a bigger weapon it would be easier. Suddenly he remembered that Minsu had a sword, so he told him to throw it back to him. Minsu clung tightly to the sword and refused to give it up. This is mine. I chose it first. Seongwu said helplessly. Well then, you handle them. Seeing the 2 savage gnome-like creatures growling fiercely, Minsu was so scared he almost wet his pants, let alone deal with them. Seongwu sighed, pulled out the chair, and had to use the old method. He signaled to the cot bin, and when he draped the chair over it, it immediately sat down the chair, hitting the 2 gokbin. Taking the opportunity, it rushed forward to finish off the 2 monsters. Each time it defeated a demon, Seongwu earned 10 gold, and this time he got an extra 20 gold. But his core bin was badly damaged now, a defective core bin. It slowly, heavily shuffled toward him, the sparks in its eyes flickering like twin gleaming eyes waiting to be praised by its owner. But Seongwu looked at him for a while, then said, I'm sorry, but your face looks a little scary. Can you look away from me? The damaged core body lowered its face in disappointment. If I become a core body, how could I have a handsome face? Because of the influence of the death spirit, the soul soldier will always obey him. The 2 fallen soul soldiers who were just slaughtered also become Seongwu's soul soldiers, but this is also the maximum number of soul soldiers that can be revived. The professor stammered as he approached to ask Seongwu what was happening. Just as he was about to explain, a nearby scream of someone calling for help suddenly rang out. A girl is panicked because she can't reach the police. Seongwu guesses that this is happening all over the school. Then he moved to draw back the curtain, and the room was flooded with a blazing red light, but it was not the sunset's glow, it was the flames from the explosions raging violently. From Seongwu's perspective, it seems likely this is happening all over the world. A moment later, someone shows up, urging them to leave quickly, as the entire school is on the verge of being engulfed in flames. The young blonde man happily holds up his car key, while his car is parked at the lot, but as he reaches the end of the hall, 2 demons are lurking behind to devour them after finishing off a man. Seeing them rush forward, everyone turned away and ran. A quick-sensing demoness nearly touched a girl. Just then, Seongwu's core instincts kicked in, and he quickly subdued the monsters on the ground. He shouted for them to go ahead, saying he would stay behind to handle it, but then he hesitated and corrected himself. To be precise, it's them. Everyone just ran off in different directions, and Seongwu felt helpless, wanting to call after them. But he also lets go of their hands. Everyone fights to survive on their own, and he's not responsible for their deaths. Up to this moment, although he's not entirely clear, he is sure that this game has rules, and they are forced to follow them. First fate is dealt out, and the initial monsters are relatively easy to hunt and kill. Seongwu doesn't know if he's right or wrong, but it seems his chances of survival are higher if he fights them. At least I still have teammates ready to support me in battle, even if they don't have flesh and blood, they seem weaker. The 2 goblins coordinated their attack on Seongwu's skeleton, ending with its skull shattered and rolling to his feet. When it was destroyed, it returned to the void and could not be reborn. Seongwu clenched his teeth and watched his children defeat them. Now it's 2v2 with the skeleton fighting desperately against the monsters. Finally, Seongwu has 20 gold in his pocket. He scratches his head and lets out a sigh of relief. Well done. At this moment, Seongwu was notified that he had reached level 2. He only now notices these tables carefully. He tries to call out the status table. As expected, all his information appears there from his name to the stats and money. Seongwu was confused, because usually in games, when leveling up, players get points to allocate to existing stats, but at this moment the system gave him 5 upgrade cards to choose from for reaching level 2. Seongwu's eyes darkened with despair, so this game was just a hidden version of Baccarat after all, and since this is an important element of the game, Seongwu was extremely cautious. He randomly selects a skill card. The card reveals that his maximum number of summoned skeletons has increased by 1. So Seongwu didn't manage to summon a spirit from the 2, just defeated, and now his mana has dropped to only 3 out of 30. Seongwu didn't expect these skeleton soldiers to be so cost-effective. After hearing that all 4 of them looked at him with sparkling eyes, Seongwu waved dismissively, feeling chills from the skeletal figures staring at him, then stiffened his resolve. Right now, he was okay, but the future was uncertain. He needs to survive now to escape from this place. Seongwu looked through the window at the bloody and tragic scene on the schoolyard. I punched the door hard. Damn it, I guess this place has to be better. If I go to the yard right now, I'm screwed. Everywhere is dangerous, but staying still won't get us anywhere, so Seongwu decided to take 4 of his brothers downstairs, just as they met a young man running up with a spear in hand. And that young man just happened to be Han-ho. Their eyes met and Han-ho, frightened, screamed loudly. He shouted and stabbed his spear into the skeletal creature's head, startling it. Seongwu recognized Han-ho, who glared at him fiercely, then pointed at the circletons holding their heads. Who are these guys? Seongwu told you to relax because they are all your brothers now. The circletons are taking care of the cracked head of the kid leading while Seongwu is talking with Han-ho. The little boy somehow chose the thief profession, making Seongwu no longer want to recognize him. I didn't expect Han-ho to choose it, because it's a star, and it even shines like a constellation. It's okay, right, senior? Fine, let's just go along with it and not ruin his nice dream. Go find a safe place first, just follow behind these bone piles less than 1.5 meters away, and you'll be safe. Suddenly a status window appeared, showing a synthesis skill notification. As long as you have 5 of the enemy's mixed blades, your critical hit chance will increase, and you'll gain an extra 10% gold. Han-ho suddenly pointed at the window and asked Seongwu again. Hey, you can see it too, right, Seongwu? Seongwu nodded. If they share the same type of gear, they'll get dirty ink, and if their combination is decent, they'll gain more benefits. Not only for players, but your skeleton minions are also contagious. Although you're not sure, the skills of these bones are quite formidable. Even if you play solo, just the bone soldiers alone will help you get the ink from their team. Suddenly, the 3 leading bone soldiers stop. In front of them was a small squad of elves led by a much larger boss and accompanied by a few Lolas. Thanks to the effect, when 4 or more skeleton warriors are in Seongwu's team, enemy strength is reduced by 30% under the influence of the air spell. The elves realized something was wrong and retreated in fear. Seongwu sneered, appearing to think they were in luck this time. His 4 core soldiers quickly overwhelmed the goblins, taking down several in no time. Han-ho watched excitedly, jumping up and down. But before 3 seconds of joy passed, the captain demon attacked, revealing a strange formation from his wrist. It turns out it had activated the Wild Frenzy skill, boosting the power of its demons, but he tries to analyze the current situation first. The group of elves is following their leader's command, so I need to eliminate the root cause. Seongwu's eyes focused on the strange formation on the leader's hand, ordering a bone soldier. A skeleton immediately swooped down to attack the squad leader from above, severing the arm that was channeling the skill, making it roar in anger. The goblin leader kicks the skeleton soldier away, but the mission is complete. The remaining monsters have lost their strength and are defeated by the skeleton soldiers. The gorilla sound kept ringing out as the skeleton defeated the elf captain who was attacking with his weapon. The remaining 3 successfully teamed up to send it flying. Defeating the core soldier leader earned 50 gold plus an additional 10% from his team effect. Han-ho gaspingly breathes in front of the intense situation that just unfolded. He goes down and the equipment of the elf captain falls out. A low-level boar charge with no special effects and normal rarity, but that wild bracelet has high rarity and grants a 20% power boost to small monsters when fighting elf-type enemies. For the skeleton soldiers, their speed is increased by 20%, and they gain the book skill when assembled into a full skeleton team. Finally, there's the Savage Wild Rampage skill used by the Goblin Captain. It's a level D skill that boosts 10% damage and 20% speed for 10 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Both Seongwu and Han-ho shivered and kept their distance from it. It was a truly chilling feeling. They continued walking, and unexpectedly found a place crowded with many people. Seongwu signaled the core soldiers hiding in another room to hide, as everyone would panic if they saw them. In the crowd, a guy with a sketchy face is desperately trying to rally people. We are trying to contact the police, and the student union is investigating what's happening on campus. A girl angrily tries to break down the door in front of her because she doesn't believe the police will come to rescue them. The guy shakes his head and says he's tried everything but can't. Huh, why can't it break? Seeing how agitated she was, Han had no choice but to tell her to stay calm and follow his instructions. Seongwu realizes he is senior Lee Jin-se, who is obsessed with hierarchy and notorious for harassing female students, and it seems he's ambitions about securing a position in the student council and is trying to show off. Seongwu calmly walks over to open the door, but is shouted at by him. Get away from that door now. Do I look like I have a problem? Seongwu turned to look at him with suspicion. Jinseo took a deep breath to steady himself and then regained his calm, composed expression. Oh, sorry, I was just stressed out today and snapped. Maybe you two just arrived, so you don't know, but I just want to protect everyone. Seongwu sensed a superiority in him and felt uneasy. Jinseo recognizes him, and Seongwu introduces him to him. He scratches his head as if he's lying. Yeah, I think I've met this kid before. I don't usually come to school. Seongwu was speechless, no idea why today that crazy guy suddenly decided to go to school. Jinseo saw that both of them had weapons, and immediately asked them to join him on a protection mission, and Seongwu didn't refuse. Suddenly Jinseo asked about their professions. He looked at the spear in Seongwu's hand and guessed he was a defensive warrior, then said mockingly, Do you think you can help us? He proudly patted his shield to show off. I once killed a blue monster. It was a gokbin, as you know. Even with a weapon in hand, it's not easy to kill them. I chose the 2-star card with the tank warrior class, so if anything happens, just hide behind me. Seongwu twitching his lips slightly while Hanho giggled from behind him just as Minsu hurriedly ran over. Sir, I think I hear a blue slime upstairs. Jinseo ordered them to stay quiet and hide in the cafe while he stood guard at the door. Seongwu signaled Hanho to follow him for a private conversation. The two approached the door and noticed a lock on it. The door has been sealed with powerful magic. To open it, they must defeat the final boss and release the magic. Failing to attack the monsters within the time limit will make them stronger, and there are only just over 2 hours remaining. Seongwu tried, but couldn't open the door as Jinseo said. Hanho guessed that the 2 hours were their time limit, and if they didn't defeat the final boss within that time, everyone might die. Seongwu immediately set out to find and destroy the final boss. They couldn't rely on anyone to save them. Anyone not alert enough at this moment would be the first to get slaughtered. Suddenly Jinseo brought Minsu to meet Seongwu. Hey, you and Minsu know each other, right? They both have the same key. Minsu ignored him and looked away reluctantly, saying they knew each other. So Jinseo assigned them to the same team and even let them become close disciples of his. Seongwu immediately objected. Didn't you read the notice on the door? Jinseo scratched his head and said he did. They couldn't leave and could only wait for rescue. Seongwu angrily argued how could he be so naive to think the police would come here if this happened worldwide, who would be left to save them? Suddenly, Jinseo asked a completely unrelated question. Hey, you've served in the military before, right? Seongwu nodded, and then he confidently responded with a strong belief. So, how can you doubt them? Our country's army is very strong. They will definitely get involved and everything will be fine. Seongwu thought that the army isn't some kind of fairy that can save everyone instantly, but now that the situation is tense, he didn't want to provoke them. Seongwu sighed and walked away, causing Jinseo to startle. Seeing the two heading towards the door, he shouted loudly to threaten them. You two stay away from that door if you want to live. Listen to me, and hide inside the cafe. Suddenly, Minsu shouted that the goblin gang appeared, and he was so scared, he peed his pants. 5 adorable ghostly beings descend the stairs one after another, and those hiding in the cafe recognize them, their faces filled with horror. Jinseo regains his composure and raises his shield. Everyone equip your weapons. We need to block them and prevent them from entering the safe zone. Minsu pointed elsewhere again. Hey, over there, they're in the hallway now. But this time it's Seongwu's adorable goblin kids. Seeing how cute they are, Jinseo still shouts. Damn it, what the hell is that? Seongwu steps in to clear the way for his adorable friends, saying they are not goblins. Then he calmly brandished his spear and walked away. I understand that rights come with responsibilities, but we need to stay alert. If a crazy person leads, we're definitely doomed. Jinsei was beaten up and bitter, but he asked him anyway. Huh, it's like you've gained great power. Maybe so. Seongwu glared at him with a deadly look. The Death Aura Level 1 activated, reducing the monster's strength by 30%. They saw the goblin army's power surging and were terrified, ready to run away. But it wasn't that easy now with Seongwu. The real hunt was just beginning. Your brother Sang's aura shines brightly, making everyone in the cafe curious. Even more strange is the scene of goblins fighting each other right before their eyes. Seongwu's goblins easily dominate the situation. One of the goblin demons, dizzy and disoriented, was already pierced through the body by Seongwu's spear. The next two, under Kotbin's control, immediately held up their hands in surrender as Seongwu's spear power overwhelmed them. Jin Sok and Dae stepped back with Minsu. He planned his escape route, but Seongwu charged in to take down each one. 3 have been killed, and the remaining 2 fled hand in hand. Seongwu immediately ordered the skeleton to block their escape route, holding them back for him. This time, Seongwu deliberately gave the command aloud, so everyone could see how he fought, showing that he was in control of the situation. And they will be able to easily fight the swarm. Winning together is still easier than Gon fighting alone. Seongwu activates the thief's spear-throwing skill for the little Kotbin. He always uses the wild bracelet to increase his resistance. With the bracelet and the dirty pen skill, those demons are nothing, but in this game there will definitely be more powerful monsters than goblins. Jin Seo's underlings watching Seongwu fight immediately realized he has a different controlling ability. The people in the cafe also seem to see a glimmer of hope from Seongwu. At the same time, a sneaky demon tries to squeeze past the two corpses and Bin wants to run away. Seongwu gets a running start and throws a spear piercing through its body. He let out a relieved sigh, glad he got lucky, or else he'd be just an ordinary guy. Just as the battle ended, everyone rushed out shouting. Seongwu's overwhelming strength makes them admire him, but also wonder why he studied literature. He circles around but finds nothing. It seems these monsters don't drop any gear. But luckily he got the lucky ticket after hunting 20 monsters, and he was also the 34th person out of 100 to achieve this. Seongwu received it but didn't see it in his bag, so he doesn't know how to use it. At this moment, the 4 fiery skeletons are all waiting to return. Praised by Seongwu, the 4 of them cheer happily. Then he led his army back to face Jin Seo cowering below. So how is it, big brother? Am I useful or not? Jin Seo looks extremely unhappy, his face grim and angry. Soon after, everyone gathers at a coffee shop where he announces to the ordinary people that they are being held captive by a powerful magic. The only way out is to eliminate the worm hiding somewhere in this building. Hearing this, everyone held their breath. Even a goblin makes them turn pale with fear, so how could they possibly kill the worm? Seongwu continued, telling them they only have 2 hours to act. After 2 hours, who knows what will happen, but it certainly won't be anything good. Because it's the boss, they can't fight it alone. A young man at the back nervously raised his hand, saying he saw it fleeing to the rooftop, a huge monster that smashed the professor's head. Seongwu was about to leave and he asked if anyone wanted to follow him. Sure enough, they stood still like scarecrows, not daring to look him in the eye. Seongwu also guessed the outcome, but he whispered into his ear, "Senior, maybe I should stay here." Seongwu smiled softly and patted his shoulder. "No, you have to stay here to support the skeletal soldiers." He hesitated and was willing to offer the dagger so he could stay, but of course Seongwu said no. Suddenly, a girl approached and started a conversation with him. "Even if everyone fights, I don't think the outcome will be good. Those newbies are already panicking just by facing some small monsters. It's really annoying." She's Jun Ji Sort, a tiger hunter. With Ji Sort, Seongwu's core soldiers are even more effective than those useless ones. Her fiery gaze made everyone shrink back and dare not open their eyes. Seongwu wasn't sure about this battle either. No one knew how strong that swarm was, or what its abilities were. He turned to ask Jun Jae-uk for his opinion. Jun Jae-uk shamelessly said he would stay behind to protect the students while everyone else looked at him with disdain. Seongwu also didn't insist, telling him to stay there and defend himself while enjoying his role as the leader. So a team consisting of Seongwu, Ji-Sort, and Han-ho was formed, though Han-ho wasn't quite satisfied. Ji-Sort saw 2 demons charging up from below, while a group ahead was also blocking their path. Seongwu immediately signaled, "I'll handle everything behind us." "You didn't need to tell him." Ji-Sort confidently swung his sword and decapitated a demon. The one with it didn't even understand what was happening, and was immediately stabbed straight through the stomach. They finished them off smoothly. Ji-Sort took a deep breath with his sword. Han-ho could only stand and watch, still not realizing the situation, while she had already taken care of everything. You happily tell Seongwu that this girl is top of chot. What Seongwu has also taken care of the 5 demons up here. Han-ho forced a laugh, feeling like the weakest one. "It's okay, I was wrong." It turns out it was Quan Lai than Thuan. As they continued walking up, they saw Professor Hoang sitting against the corridor covered in wounds. He was crying in pain. "My students, all the kids are gone. It's all because of the teacher." Seongwu comforted Professor Hoang to tell him everything. After leaving Seongwu behind, they safely arrived at the research room. The professor felt staying in one place was not good, so he decided to go up to the roof. He was just following the survival guide. Turns out, as soon as they went up, they encountered a terrible monster, and all the students who trusted and followed the professor have died. In the end, Professor Hoang left Seongwu with a final warning. "Never go to the rooftop, don't go there, you must survive." After saying that, Professor Hoang also passed away. Seongwu's face darkened as he clenched his jaw in concealment. At that moment, a side mission was assigned to him, revenge for the professor, with the target being the spider's offspring. However, his choice could influence his fate later on. Seongwu kept pondering over those 2 words, feeling helpless as he told himself, "Damn it, why do we have to suffer this terrible fate?" So Seongwu calmly walks up to the rooftop, calling out loudly. Does he really have to fight the boss? Even the skeletons are stopping to watch Seongwu's reaction. His determined gaze directly opened the door and entered the final chamber, where on the rooftop blood and chaos reigned and monsters were gathering the scattered bodies of the fallen. This scene makes Seongwu grimace and unable to hold back his curse. "Oh my god, damn it." Han Shaolin's cold, dazed eyes point to the distance where a succubus is dragging the corpse of a young man to the grave. "He is your friend." Ji-Sword tightly grips his sword, ready to charge and kill them right away. Seongwu immediately signals to stop needing to assess the situation first, because they are not strong enough to face these enemies. But this is also a test to train them. Seongwu then signaled everyone to move forward. A demon nymph saw the stranger appear, and quickly informed her friends. Soon the demon nymphs gathered before them, weapons in hand. They're not even a meter tall, but their presence is enough to scare Hanho to hide. Hey, maybe we should run away. But in Seongwu's dictionary, there are no words like giving up. He must face them to become stronger. Seongwu activates the wild bracelet, making all his skeleton soldiers take 10% more damage and attack 20% faster. The two sides erupted into a chaos battle, a demoness wielding a knife, but stabbing it into the gap between the bone soldier's arm bones. In a moment of confusion, she was cut into many pieces. Seongwu also quickly joined in using the corpses as shields to strike. G-swords as expected sliced through each enemy like chopping firewood. Only Hanho is left standing in a corner holding a knife. He thought his body would be very useful, but it turned out to be useless. As he frantically grabbed a dagger and threw it at them, an unlucky demoness was pierced through the head and died instantly. Hanho only now remembered that this was his specialty, so he threw another dagger, but they all missed. He looked at his hand's determination in his eyes, and realized this was his true fighting style. Back in the battle, the corner bins were affected by death energy, reducing their intelligence by 30. Realizing they were overwhelmed, they all fled. Suddenly a loud noise sounded from the corner shelves. A Judai beast with a monster face and a lion-like mane wielding an enormous rice spoon while small demon girls throw knives and kneel before it. With this appearance and scene, it's clear that this is the giant worm boss they need to eliminate. Once protected, the small demons regain their fierce fighting spirit and launch a dark, furious attack. Seongwu knew this battle would last longer, so he started fighting even harder. Kill them all for the boat. A nearby core soldier rushes to the front of the demon lover target, and 1 second later it is shattered by the chief dissolving into nothingness. Seongwu immediately summoned another core soldier to fight it. The corner commander aimed at another nearby core soldier, and another little one was gone. Seongwu's mana has already used up 2/3, and there are many more spirits nearby for him to use. Suddenly, some of the piercing missiles flew in and stabbed into the captain's arm. Hanho jeers, confidently speaking provocatively. The pain is unrelenting. The commander clenched his fist, causing the spears to fall out, appearing to lose his temper from Hanho's provocation. He chased after him while swinging the baseball bat in his hand. Hanho runs towards the cot bin, relieved to be saved, but the leader wipes out the entire group with a single spin. A core bin was sent soaring into the sky, seizing the opportunity to rush down and stab the guard with the spike. The corner commander roared and kicked the core bin away forcefully, a kick that completely shattered it. Before the end, G-Sort seizes the chance to circle around and delivers a deep slash into its back, forcing it to pause for a moment to endure the pain. G-Sort casually brushes blood off his sword. This is the first time I had to go all out, you son of a bitch. Seongwu has to admire her swordsmanship skills. Her movements are very quick. Without G-Sort, I'm afraid I would have been dead here a long time ago. Seongwu gathers his resolve, recalculates his strategy, summons another spirit soldier, and together with G-Sort encircles the chief. First attack from behind. Of course, you can't wound the leader, but you can make it lose sight. Seongwu takes the chance as it turns its back and shoots the sonic blast in his hand. The projectile pierced through the disheveled hair of the boss, leaving a deep wound on its face that made it roar in pain and lash out at a nearby skeleton. Seongwu had to summon another skeleton, but his mana was nearly drained. Suddenly, the leader points at each of the skeleton soldiers as if laughing in a strange way. Seongwu doesn't pay much attention, worried whether they will win or not. Suddenly, the boss let out a roar, his strength doubling in that moment. Seongwu was pushed back, and if this continued, they would all surely die. He had to find a way to deliver a final blow to that boss. Then Seongwu's eyes fell on the two swords nearby. The Tutrung looked as if he was bursting with rage, one hand grabbing the head of a cot bin, the other holding a burning rice bag to block G-Sort's sword. But at this moment, Seongwu had returned, and was more formidable than 5 seconds before. With both hands, he wielded the two newly acquired swords, and signaled the two guys to block the way to the giant. Before they could do anything, the two core soldiers nearly got shredded. Suddenly, something sped past the boss's head. Turns out it was a sword. A skeleton with one leg and one hand seizes the sword, using the falling weight to attack the commander. They coordinated, but unfortunately he was still able to defeat them in a single move. Suddenly, a notification appeared, indicating that the combination effect was unlocked based on the team composition. The level 1 warrior effect was activated when the team was equipped with 3 swords, increasing attack speed by 10% and halving the weight of weapons. And that skeleton just became a deadly warrior, a unique individual wielding a sword in one hand, and the leader seems confused by this overwhelming power. Seongwu, indifferent, as always, might even win if he just combined the weapons. Seongwu threw a chair at the chieftain. G-Sort and the deadly soldier both charge at the same time. The attack from 3 directions leaves the chieftain unsure of where to defend. Lostin thought it got hit in the face with a chair, followed by G-Sort's painfully light hits. Finally, the deadly warrior was up next, but it didn't seem much faster and was still struck on the head by the tribe leader. Suddenly, a spear pierced into the tribe leader's arm, holding the weapon, catching him off guard. Hanho, hiding behind the ruins all this time, finally steps out, and the chieftain struggles to help the spear embedded in him. Seongwu recognizes the opportunity and immediately signals the deadly warrior. As it charged, Seongwu said his final words, "Goodbye, thank you for following me this far." It is the toughest among his bone soldiers from school to now he will never forget its noble sacrifice. Seongwu shouted loudly, ready to charge and deliver the final blow. However, the deadly bone soldier managed to avoid the boss's attack, leaving him stunned. Moments later, the boss's head flew through the air after the deadly bone soldier's strike. The system explains that the deadly bone soldier can deal 88% of the damage from the boss's first attack. And so they successfully defeated the Bone Chieftain. Seongwu received 225 VR points and leveled up to level 3. Hwanho looked confused and asked Seongwu, who was also fixing himself up, where he got that bone soldier from. It seems like the first one you killed was with a chair from the Kwayen T clan. The skeleton soldier suddenly glows, then transforms into a new outfit with a badge on its forehead. It has been upgraded after absorbing the boss skeleton's magical power, gaining increased defense and an additional leadership attribute. What is this? Why did you do this without asking me first, playing such a big trick? Check your troop statistics again. Based on their leadership traits, you'll gain additional combined strength. It sounds like it will gradually grow from squad to flight, and then to an army, so Seongwu will need to find more subordinates. Han Ho and G-Sword have also leveled up. G-Sword is now at level 3, just like Seongwu. She still doesn't know what to choose for her level 2 upgrade, so she asked for his opinion, but since everything is random, she now just hopes for her ancestors' protection. Han Ho was surprised to see that Seongwu also noticed his cards. When he reached level 2, he chose a random skill that increased the number of minions he could summon. This time, Seongwu received the basic level, Fog Weapon Crafting skill. He can create weapons from Fog of the Dead, but only one of 4 types: sword, hammer, spear, or bow. The quality of weapons depends on the quality of materials, and as your skills level up, you'll be able to craft more types of weapons. Additionally, there's a main side quest to avenge the professor. Seongwu has completed it, so he will gain a random skill, and his fate will change. The random skill is an additional summon of a skeleton soldier. Now he can summon a total of 5 followers, but Seongwu keeps thinking about how his fate has changed, and it seems he will have to choose his missions more carefully in the future. Suddenly, a ragged shirt fell from the sky onto Han Ho. Wearing this thuggish shirt increases the chance to hide from monsters by 50%. He immediately put it on, having found his fighting style hide low, and throw a knife at the opportunity, while G-Sort received a red stone called Fire Starting Crystal. Han Ho thought it was a fire starting stone, but it doesn't seem to be. If you sharpen a weapon with this stone, it will have a chance to ignite when fighting monsters. Seongwu called them back to return together. The door must be open now. Inside the cafe, Minsu turned to ask Jin Se-ok. "Hey Jin Se-ok, are we going to be stuck like this forever?" Everyone is muttering about how they didn't go to hunt the boss monster, and regret not following Seongwu. Minsu was about to say more, but was grabbed by the collar and scolded. "Everyone daring to gossip behind my back while I'm trying to protect you. If you want, say it to my face." Then he walked straight toward them, pretending to be indignant and yelling. "You guys want to talk behind others' backs? Then don't expect me to protect you anymore. Get out, all of you." Everyone was confused by his attitude. Where else could they go if they just left? Jin Se-ok angrily told them to go up to the rooftop and die like Seongwu. His teacher said a few words about me protecting them, and everyone thought it was funny. "Hey, don't joke around. What can you do? It's actually the person upstairs who's been protecting us. Everyone, don't make me angry, you bastard." Then both sides engaged in a fierce fight, and even before spring the drizzle had begun. Jin Se-ok pointed upward confidently, asserting that Seongwu had been stretching for a long time. Suddenly everyone fell silent, making him feel even more proud. "Keep barking, dogs. Why are you silent now? Who was killed, brother?" The familiar voice makes Jin Se-ok's face go pale. He turns around to see the skeletons repairing swords against him, then jumps up in surprise. Seongwu feels helpless with this guy wasting time killing the cluster while he's at his uncle's house. He approaches and throws open the door, Jin Se-ok's face looking extremely grim, his voice hoarse. "No, it can't be true." Jin Se-ok stood up hesitating, and Seongwu saw that he seemed to want to say something to him. Jin Se-ok scratching his head nervously, he wanted to speak, but everyone blocked his way, everyone looking at him with judgmental eyes. "What's going on here? This guy always said he's strong now, he acts like a coward." Seongwu and the battalion of skeletons move outside. Everything is eerily peaceful, not even a single monster's shadow in sight. Seongwu checks the situation, signals everyone to keep order, and then heads out. Everywhere you go, there are dead bodies and piled up monsters. Seongwu worries that the Got Bin might be hiding somewhere because they often attack in groups. Suddenly, he noticed a group of people standing not far from them, among whom was a young man in a white shirt waving a sword to signal to them. Seongwu looked at the bloodied weapons in their hands, realizing they are the survivors after the fight with the Gotsbin here. Jin-sok immediately recognized the leader and rejoiced. The leader looks gentle when he sees that he is still alive. Jin-suk fawns and approaches to flatter the leader. "I also believe the leader can easily eliminate the Gutbins. It's great to meet you here." Then he whispers something to the leader, glancing towards Seongwu. This guy doesn't even bother to talk behind anyone's back anymore and just says it to their face now. The chairman put on a friendly face as if welcoming someone approaching to introduce himself. I am Park Dae-sung, the president of the student union. I suppose you have gone through terrible experiences, just like us trying to eliminate those monsters. It seems everyone trusts Dae-sung's promise to protect them more than that Jinsook guy. He pointed at Seongwu's ghouls with a displeased look. Seongwu explained that this is the ability of the feedback skill he received, but he then asked back with a smirk, do you accept creatures that have killed people? Seongwu realizes that Dae-sung wants to turn him into a threat. He must eliminate the gourd bins if he wants to follow him. Seongwu naturally couldn't do that, and besides, who said he would serve him? Dae-sung continued to manipulate his mind. You want to keep those filthy, mysterious monsters beside us. Hanho frowned at his words. Though they looked a bit gross, if you look closely they're actually cute, just open your heart to them. Seongwu signaled his younger brother and his followers to stop their antics, standing very seriously, and affirming he would never abandon them because doing so would be like throwing away his weapons, and how could he survive in this world empty-handed? Dae-sung's face softened, but if we protect you, you won't need them anymore. This is your last chance. If you want to join us, you have to destroy those creatures yourself. Hey, are you really deciding our fate? When did we say we wanted to join your gang? Can the student council decide everything? That's really ridiculous? Big sister Ji-sort didn't hesitate and drew her sword to rescue them. Dae-sung realized she was the president of the Department of Education pledged to integrity. But since her school has been destroyed, that title no longer means anything. Dae-sung lowers his voice and tells Ji-sort to stay calm and follow them, or she will regret it. But Ji-sort obviously doesn't care. This guy pretends to be good for the school and class, but he's embezzling hundreds of millions from the Wall Festival. I am the one who posted on the school's page. Hearing this, Dae-sung's face changed. Knowing he was caught, he no longer forced them and warned that they would die at the hands of the monsters. Seeing they really leave, Dae-sung deliberately shouted as if to hold them back. You guys will regret it. If you don't join a team, you won't get the combo bonus, and then you'll suffer a painful death, you idiots. After they left, Seongwu wondered why Ji-sort hated the student council so much. It's simply because she sees him as just a pile of mutants. Every day he roams around the school teasing female students. Some members of the faculty have reported it to her. He might have a high position, but he's still just a lowly creature. Seongwu nodded while glancing around. First they need to avoid those buildings and escape from here. But with Ji-sort she will avoid crowded places when fleeing because monsters love attacking busy areas. Seongwu pondered again and suggested they take the hill road at the back, which led straight to the main gate, a quiet area as well. As expected, the complete silence around gave Hanho a bad feeling. Suddenly, Seongwu signaled everyone to stop and stay quiet, making Hanho's heart skip a beat. At the bottom of the stairs, a figure was slowly rising. The blood-stained sickle glides past the sharp claws of Gotbin. The enormous monster with a face resembling the eight hells and blazing red skin, just one look into its eyes is enough to terrify. This creature is even bigger than Chief Gotbin, making Hanho want to run away. Based on Seongwu's experience with story reading, the creatures that appear after the Gotbin group are usually those red-eyed beings. The red demon shrieks and jumps toward them. Seongwu no longer has legs, but instead is very excited because he will recruit another disciple and expand his collection. Get ready to fight, but when the vicious face of the creature neared, Seongwu sensed something was wrong and signaled everyone to retreat quickly. On the eagle's trajectory, it streaked like an arrow, forcing them to be pushed apart. Hanho luckily fell into nearby bushes and shouted, "Wow, how can such a monster still exist?" The owl immediately turned around and looked for a target as soon as it touched the ground. Jisoo, who was closest, was immediately targeted by it. She struggled to block one of its attacks with her sword. By the second attack, Jisoo couldn't react in time. A core soldier rushed forward, pushed her aside, and took the full blow from the red beast's slash. Its small body is not even up to the height of the red bird's hips. The bird throws another strike, but luckily it has an 88% damage reduction effect from the first hit of the bird, so it managed to dodge just in time. Then the assassin warrior leapt up and sliced down along the wing of the beast, causing it to fall to the ground. Seongwu signaled Jisoo to move up with him as fighting below would put them at a disadvantage. Jisoo grits her teeth and runs up, feeling her arm go numb after just avoiding an attack. Only after reaching the top does Seongwu discuss the tactics. They can't engage the owl directly, but must use a strategy similar to their fight against Captain Gotbin. Soon, the owl had climbed up and Seongwu's group hid behind the bushes. When the owl saw them, it immediately roared and lunged forward. Seongwu's plan was to let Gotbin sacrifice themselves first. Despite the surrounding threats, he had to manage his mana carefully. The owl body hit several trees as he predicted, and with its shape, it would have trouble moving through the forest. Konok realizes it's surrounded by trees and Gotbin. Hanho jumps out from the bushes and throws a spear as a signal. The Gotbin also launched their spears at the owl in sync with him. The owl swung its arms, but only managed to block a few. Just when it was about to be destroyed, two Gotbin jumped in front of it. The owl smashed one skull, but the other clung tightly to its arm. Another one appears, causing the arms of the eagle to lock up. Seizing the opportunity, Seongwu and Jisoo strike together. But one Gotbin isn't enough to fully pin down the oaf's legs. It can still swing its axe to defend itself. G-Sort skillfully slides down through its legs, daring a deep cut into its calf. The brain squid crouched down, and Seongwu immediately sliced off its axe-wielding arm. Finally, it pierced the Gotbin's skull and jumped up to deliver the finishing blow. So Seongwu gained another 100 million won after killing the brain commander. He didn't expect he would face a leader among the brains, which seems to be only a rank below the Gotbin chieftain. Thanks to the owl, they gained experience to fight new types of monsters. Seongwu wanted to recall the owl commander, but his level was too low to recall medium-sized monsters. His face looked disappointed because he still couldn't recruit the new follower. Seongwu remembered he hadn't asked G-Sort about their class. She said she chose the 3-star Master Hunter badge in her favorite color. Han smirked, realizing only he was the unlucky one with a 1-star badge. Seongwu has finished recharging his mana, and now wants to try his new skill, creating weapons from fog. Let's see what kind of weapons this owl corpse can craft. The information screen shows that the brain can craft 6 swords, 5 hammer-type weapons, 2 spears, or 4 combined. Since the hammer weapons are higher level, Seongwu immediately chooses them. From the remains of the crow's body, ghostly weapons shaped like hammers appear. Although they are a bit smaller than Seongwu expected, they seem usable for now. Seongwu threw the new weapons to the skeletons. All 5 of them had hammers, so they gained the mind transfer effect, increasing damage by 30% when injured. Additionally, there's an effect that triggers a quick attack to help interrupt the enemy, increasing the chance to stun by 5% and boosting damage against medium-sized monsters by 10%. Seeing the skeletal leader wielding a hammer, Seongwu throws his katana to Hanho. The kid was still celebrating when he got a harsh reality check from him. Just keep it for safekeeping until he says to return it. Aren't you seeing the effect of the poison sword warrior? Or do you want to cut off one hand to replace it? Look man, why are there so many cars over there? In front of them is the school's main gate blocked by many cars, but more importantly, the gate has been sealed and they must eliminate the final cluster within the remaining 8 minutes. At this moment, a report about the hunting brain squadron appears. They track the target better with stronger scent. The stronger the scent, the more warriors are dispatched. Hanho was alarmed when reading the notice, feeling the sense of being hunted. G-Sort noticed that the stronger the scent, the more zombies they attract, so going in larger groups is actually disadvantageous. As expected at that moment, a horde of crazed minds was chasing after Di-sung. A loud, fierce noise echoed towards Seongwu. Hanho shivered all over. If they had been with the student council, then they would have been slaughtered by now. Seongwu has another option. It seems sticking with a big group isn't always an advantage. The important thing is to find the right combination effect to fight each type of monster. Luckily, he chose the Death Spirit Master. The game announced that the first wave of attacks with 5 brains is about to begin. Hanho thought there would be fewer monsters from the student group, but even with 5, he's starting to get scared. At that moment, the growling of the pigs made Hanho freeze in fear. A bunch of pig faces carrying axes was searching for something, probably looking for them. Seongwu looked around for a while, then chuckled with satisfaction, having just come up with a good plan. Hanho put on his hat, preparing to escape with this chosen outfit. But Seongwu's plan was not to escape, but to use the terrain and his soldiers as bait to trap the brainless pigs. As they stepped forward, they saw the scattered bones of his soldiers on the ground, clearly not fake. They looked at each other in total confusion. Suddenly a voice echoed from someone standing on top of a car roof. That's right, no one else but Hanho, who fears neither the heavens nor the earth, only fears death. He shouted loudly at the fools. Hey you fat pigs, get lost, I'm so angry I could explode. They immediately roar and rush forward to grab Hanho by the neck. Suddenly the 2 car doors open, causing them to hit their faces and fall to the ground. Seongwu and G-Sot jump out of the car, as the bone soldiers also spring to their feet from the roof of the vehicle, rushing to attack, using weapons made from bone marrow to fight the normal brains. That's why they were so overwhelmed when outnumbered. After clearing out the hunter brains, the reward notifications kept ringing out. The important thing is that Seongwu has reached level 4. The limited number of summons has been increased by 2, so now there are 7 little brothers, but the problem is, my mana supply is still only at 50. Oh yeah, I also got this new skill. Hanho smugly holding a larger dagger than before. Your skill is some kind of ultrasonic slash that unleashes multiple knife strikes at once, and G-Sort has been boosted by 2 strength points. Her whole body brimming with energy, she seemed to be fueled by renewed strength. Now she could even go one-on-one with a skilled hunter. Seongwu signaled Hanho to return the katana to the bone soldier leader. If he wants to use his skills, he can only carry his own dagger. Hanho, suppressing his sadness, returned the sword to the boss. From now on, he's done pretending to be tough. A while later, they were wandering around the school again, and Seongwu signaled for them to stop immediately. In front of them were 7 brain hunters destroying a bus. Seongwu guessed that a team was fighting there. A spear shot out but failed to kill any of the ox. Seongwu guessed that if they kept going, the people inside would die. G-Sort wants to help those inside. If they can create a narrow point, it will be easier to take down the brain creatures. They approach from one side while the injured person in the vehicle stays on the other. The idea is good, but Seongwu doesn't know if the people in the car understand their intentions or share his thoughts. In fact, his group might be deceived if they run away instead of fighting. Seongwu immediately came up with a different plan showing the zombies the power of human civilization. Meanwhile, the young men in the car were panicking, and the blonde-haired youth was shouting loudly, "Attack them, you don't know how to use a spear, you idiot." Ligi Mr. Su is holding a spear, feeling both annoyed and scared. "If you're all bark no bite, then go fight yourself. Do you even have a shield and a sword?" The others just huddled together, sitting on the ground crying. At this moment, Kotbin's love for all vehicle rushed in and crashed into the crowd, pushing them away. The blonde-haired, dark-haired guy was relieved to see Mr. Su stand up, but everyone was stunned for a few seconds by the scene. The little Kotbin are fighting fiercely against the brains, while those on the bus are watching in confusion. Who are they? Why does it seem like terrifying things keep appearing one after another? After a while, everything outside becomes strangely quiet. Then suddenly a Kotbin pokes its head down and waves hello, making Mr. Su jump in surprise. Get out of here quickly. Hanho is banging on the door, telling them to open up. He just saved them, and now he's chasing them away. The people on the bus were still holding each other and crying, unable to believe they had been saved. Hanho swung his sledgehammer at the vending machine nearby. "You have no small change, so this is the only way, but unfortunately I can't break it. I'll buy it for you." The kind blonde guy tried to fix the machine, but Hanho broke it and Seongwu decided to move on. However, he suddenly remembered that Mr. Su had mentioned something that would drop an item. He tried, but didn't get much gold, so he only had one chance. If they follow the instructions, they'll get the item. Hanho finally managed to break a vending machine and handed Seongwu a can of Coke. An E-grade automatic store display panel appeared. Seongwu curiously presses it, unexpected that this is the next game of chance. The lucky wheel is divided into 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and the highest gold. Hanho, drinking his can of coca, was curious about what that tiny machine in front of him might produce. But if a knife can fall from the sky, then anything is possible. If you want to know, you have to try. Hanho only has 360 gold, G-Sorts has 584, and Seongwu humbly says he only has 1,552 gold. Seongwu remembers that last time he received an unlimited level spin ticket, so he used this one right away. He immediately chose the gold level, and the spinning wheel spun, along with the music, making everyone tense with anticipation. "Wow, that's awesome." Hanho happily cheered as the spin stopped at the longest one, proving that luck is the most important thing to survive in this world. Seongwu received a tier magic orb from the legendary Sea Spirit, increasing his maximum mana by 300 and mana recovery speed by 200%. Hanho persuaded Seongwu to spin the silver wheel again while he still had coins, but he said life is about being frugal. So Seongwu only played the coin spin, yet he got the second place Divine Shield. G-Sorts also earned a second place long sword, but Hanho didn't know what prize he got, only a bag of C-grade potions with colorful bottles that disappointed him. Seongwu told him to stop complaining in case there's a good healing potion inside. "What do you think?" G-Sorts guessed that the other side seemed to be getting pretty wild. Should we help them or not? Hanho guessed he would use that fancy car again, but Seongwu smiled slyly. "No, this time we're going bigger." D-Sung and his brain hunters are fighting fiercely, and he is instructing them to hold the formation while he leads the charge ahead. "Hey, some people are stuck behind now." Hearing the report from his subordinates, D-Sung thought to himself, "Forget it, do you think we are capable enough to handle all of them?" Han orders Jin and Hyungmin to lead the charge. Just then, a bus barrels toward them at full speed. After crashing into the bulldozer's cover, the car expertly swerved to hit the bulldozer again. On the car it said Mr. Su Insane, spinning the steering wheel. "Haha, money in that damn bag." They are aiming at the fleeing person, and Seongwu sticks his head out shouting at them to get on the car. The initial group at the cafe recognized Seongwu, and for the second time they regretted not following him from the start. A madly charging beetle G-Sot leapt down fiercely to fight. "Those bugs, this time I won't lose anymore." The bug strikes down hard, but it's no match for G-Sot's sword. She smiled triumphantly. This time she was able to hold her ground without feeling scared. The weapon's flames made the turtle burn hot. G-Sot seizes this opportunity to end it. She happily turns around to share her success, but Seongwu is equally strong on the other side. The soldiers kept shooting spears into the octopus until it bled out, then pulled them out and repeated the process with another octopus. Everything unfolds exactly as Seongwu planned. His strategy is to keep moving, maintain distance, and keep attacking his target constantly. Then he assigned the disciples to proper positions so that none of the prey could escape. G-Sot gripped his sword hilt tightly. She is someone who worships strength but lost to the insects from the very first time, feeling like she's just meat, while Seongwu is truly talented. Now the Seung gang, exhausted, gathers in front of Seongwu, who deliberately asks back, "Come on, isn't it because you don't want to stay with these monsters?" Seung lowered his voice as Seongwu had the upper hand. "Come on, don't be upset for so long. You've come back after all. You're not a cruel-hearted person, right?" "That's right, Seongwu isn't a cold-blooded person, especially when he saw him fleeing and leaving others behind." Seung tried to justify himself, saying he was just trying to execute a retreat strategy. "I hope everyone on the bus thinks like you." Seongwu's words and the gaze of those on the bus made Seung fall silent. But it's not over yet. The boss of the turtles is furious over the failed raid. Can they feel the strong breath of the tribe leader nearby? Seongwu immediately gets on the bus. If the Sung group obeys, I'll let them in. Sinse ohoy de Sung bi at hoy. Ai bai jio hanchang kon luacho nauhak. Nyung Seongwu chung hong fai thang yan ang noiten de Sung duacho ming chiek au jiap chuahan. Sure enough, he veered sharply. Why should I give you my armor? Don't I have the right to protect myself? Seongwu winks at the responder. Of course I will protect everyone, but everything has its price. Of course, we don't do free work like someone else. System notification: you have reached level 5, now able to revive medium-sized monsters and your army. Seongwu, happily so. A medium size it is. Does that mean I can revive the brain monsters now? Keep thinking just as I thought, using physical skills is still the best. Now I can revive up to 9 of my followers. The system notification says the maximum number of monsters you can revive has doubled. Suddenly a foot quickly approached him, and Seongwu turned in surprise to see who it was. Oh, so that's Rai. You look at it and ask, what's wrong? Aren't you happy with its expression? I'm introducing this as the core soldier I trust the most. That's why I've given it almost all the best gear. And they even named it because it only has its right arm left, so they call it Rai. He sighed as he looked at it. If it's uncomfortable, just take it off. As they hesitated to help Rai remove his jacket, Hanho approached and interrupted their actions. Hey there. Then Hanho pointed to the crowd of people gathered and asked if we would get another vehicle. Seongwu told everyone that as the mission table indicated, this was unavoidable because only by killing the chum could we leave the school. Then you step forward to look at the people on the bus to assess the situation. Seongwu loudly says, everyone from now on we will have to fight the chum. The system announced that the Ok faction has decided to declare war directly with all Ok facing the survivors, aiming to wipe out everyone. Seongwu told everyone as the mission briefing indicated this is unavoidable because only by killing the chum can we leave the school. A man among them spoke up, hey you, when I was at the gym I saw everything that happened there, and the number of Ok monsters was even larger than before. At least 100 of them. His words caused everyone on the bus to panic temporarily. The system quickly announced that due to the deadline for the mission, the debug mode will be activated, and a series of punishments will be imposed on those who do not participate with penalties, including reduced movement speed and attacking speed depending on the severity and the target. Everyone was worried about how we could fight them. How are we supposed to battle with at least 100 Ok? Like this, Seongwu sighed and thought to himself, I already know how to fight the Ok effectively, so even if there are 102 of them, it doesn't matter. This time I will definitely win. Then he loudly announced to everyone that he would fight alone. Seongwu thought that having many weapons didn't necessarily mean they were all effective. Seongwu repeats confidently, I will fight the Ok alone. Everyone murmurs in disbelief. Did I hear that right? Is he crazy? He's the only one we can trust. So Sung sat in the last row listening to that and chuckled uncontrollably. Fool Seongwu Jinsei. Okay, sneered with that arrogant attitude. He just dug his own grave. So all along he was just relying on luck. It would be better if that fool died. He continued in a theatrical tone, calling him just a failure, and surely he will lose his life because of that stupid remark earlier. Jisoo shouted angrily. Seongwu, are you okay? Do you hear me? Even if we team up, how can we fight that monster? He seriously said, that's also what you said before we fought the chun on the rooftop, right? Jisoo was momentarily stunned. He continued, that makes me think fighting together wouldn't be effective. In other words, human teammates' fighting ability can't compare to that of the cot bin. Seongwu said, you were right. I didn't mean anything bad and you've supported me very well. Then he stepped forward, ruffled her hair, and continued, but I feel this battle will be very dangerous. I've thought carefully before making this decision. Jisoo thinks to herself that although she knows Seongwu usually plans his tactics before battles, this time, there's no way to retreat. The school is quiet, as the evening haze falls and the surroundings become eerily silent. Seongwu's core soldiers quickly equipped themselves and lined up on both sides while he walked in the middle like a commander. He was unafraid, supported by many of Seongwu's prepared troops because he couldn't fight alone. Up on the upper floor of the school, eyes were constantly watching him, some even afraid to breathe heavily. One of them finally spoke, exasperated. Is he serious about fighting alone? Everyone's mysterious car stopped not far away, and Seongwu, fully armored, was already standing ready. People on this side were also stunned, stammering and looking pale, saying Seongwu has gone crazy. Jisoo responded. If things get worse, we'll step in the driver, said nervously. I'm ready to hit the gas too. From afar the Oaks are approaching him, and Seongwu stands alone facing them. They keep making unpleasant noises as they approach the entrance, and the zombie horde seems to think Seongwu is actually challenging them with a futile attempt. The leading zombie charges at him, roaring loudly with sharp fangs bared. Just by looking, Seongwu immediately guessed to himself that Red One is the leader, huh? But why doesn't the notification appear? Maybe he's just a secondary boss. As you suspected, it's the commander. The red-beaked one roars loudly, then rushes toward you, followed closely by the others on command. Over here, Seongwu checks on his skeletons before saying, let's move. I'll place my shield down and hold the ground. Seongwu says to Rai, we'll wait here. It's been by your side the whole time, never leaving your side. Seongwu silently observed and calculated in his mind, there's no need to worry about the terrain anymore. This staircase isn't much different from the path behind it. As soon as he saw the skeletons descending from the stairs, the ox quickly charged forward like bloodthirsty beasts. A message appears activating Wild Frenzy. The goblin army gains 10% more damage and 20% attack speed for 10 minutes. A loud shout echoes attack. Now dozens of knives are thrown piercing into the heads of the monsters, causing them to panic. It seems that Seongwu's skeleton soldiers are really effective. Almost all the ogres have been killed, and no troops were lost on this side. Seeing his subordinates fall, the red boss roared fiercely. Then it angrily charged at the bone soldier, but strangely the thrown knives didn't hurt it at all. Seongwu was taken aback by what he saw. His attack was blocked, so it's just hand-to-hand combat. It seemed as if the undead could hear his thoughts, and they all suddenly surged forward, weapons flashing fiercely, as Seongwu prepared a deadly strike from above, but suddenly the red boss caught the attack with his bare hands. It fiercely extended its two long fangs, staring like a living corpse at the skeletons, then roared loudly. Quickly, most of the skeleton soldiers you sent out were thrown down forcefully, their limbs torn apart. Rai watched its comrades being slaughtered so brutally, and it couldn't stand it anymore, filled with rage to fight back. Wait, not yet, your turn to burn. The largest one grins mockingly at Seongwu and reaches out to do something, but in a moment its head is sliced in half by something sharp, spraying fresh blood everywhere. They all fell to the ground in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The cause of this death was one of the bone spirits, but it was surrounded by a green light. Seongwu whispered to himself that it was time for the mindless skeleton to hit the arena floor, and as he finished his thought, another skeleton fell. The system notification announced that death obeys your command, and Seongwu's entire body emitted a blue light from the skeleton-like creature. The notification panel appeared, and the combo effect was activated. Manji Level 1 Warrior. The brains were quickly surrounded by these Manji skeletons, leaving them no way to defend. Anger and murderous thoughts filled his mind. Slaughter them all as the bone soldiers surged with unstoppable strength. Seongwu secretly resolved that even if he charged to the front line or sacrificed many lives, he would not falter. That army never fears death, and now their minds and strength are quickly draining away. Seongwu watched the fierce battle of the girls with blue flames, and thought to himself with satisfaction, keep going because they are born from death. As the ant army thought, Seongwu smiled cruelly like Tula from hell, demanding a life. He stood among his undead soldiers like a death god from hell, and whispered, "This is the fighting style of the death spirit technique." Up above the window was quickly opened, and the scene below made everyone up here gasp in surprise. One person exclaimed in shock that it seemed everything was already settled as the crowd up here buzzed and pushed to get a better look. Everyone is shocked. Who or what is he? Has he really received a cursed profession? Those inside the carriage see everything more clearly and are all surprised by what is happening. Han ho cheo leo noi lon, wow, Seongwu chak chan, an I lai dang lu yen, the kinang roi fai noi truok cho thangam du lo chu. Jisulap loang noi moi thudung nu ting toan chua Seongwu, that kongi tham chao I handa fai kanyak gan nu moi ha, nang moi ko the chien thang nu fai. The notification immediately appeared, and Seongwu happily calculated that his mana bar had nearly returned to its previous level. Not only that, he received the Water Spirit Tears item, a legendary level artifact. For the spellcasting class, the effect increases maximum mana and boosts mana regeneration speed. He thought this is the level of a legendary item. Seongwu quickly grabbed a blue gem. After completing the quest, the skeleton soldiers also smiled happily, as if they felt proud. The notification reappeared, stating that the Ak team had been weakened with a 30% reduction in level 1 stats, and this message left them stunned and furious. The notification is still not over, but thanks to the leadership of the Ak leader, the disadvantageous stats were halved. This infuriated the Ak, and the boss, along with its allies, viciously charged towards the skeleton soldiers. But the skeleton soldiers refused to back down, and another fierce battle broke out. At this point, Rai could no longer stand idly by, and leaped into the fight. It seems like you communicated with the skeleton soldiers telepathically, and upon hearing your command, Rai charged forward more eagerly. It pushed into the midst of the Ak group, before quickly descending. As expected, Seongwu's favorite Rai acts very quickly, drawing his sword and slashing without hesitation. Having seen these Ak killing his comrades, Rai has long been itching and impatient. Wherever it went, the Ak were terrified. Bright streaks shot out, covering a corner of the yard. The boss, furious, roared and spun around, but couldn't catch up with Rai's speed, roaring in rage. Rai, with a small figure but standing among a group of Manji skeleton soldiers, has the bearing of a leader. Seongwu watches the fight fiercely and issues commands, clear the rest out. As soon as he received the order, all his Manji soldiers moved forward to encircle the Ak. They were helpless and howled loudly. Finally done, Seongwu tiredly sat down, and as the system appeared, he wondered another reward. The system says, your reward this time is a lucky spin ticket sent to you. As a reward for killing 100 monsters, you are the 21st person in the history to receive a reward for this limited mission. Only the first 100 people qualify. Seongwu was surprised. Number 21, huh? So this ranking is for the entire world. Then where are the other 20 people now? While lost in thought, a loud noise suddenly sounded, startling Seongwu. He looked over to the other side. That's the bit car who's driving it. He couldn't help but wonder why the bike sped out so fast, recklessly crashing into parked cars on the street. Seongwu angrily stood up. Aren't they trying to escape without facing the boss, you fools? But then he quickly realized it was the student council. Seongwu wondered even more if those people were caught as one of them cried out desperately, "Save me." Seongwu clenched his teeth in frustration and said, "Just sitting still, so what if I like to do everything my way? Even though it's not my problem, I still decide to go save those trapped inside." Seeing that the crowd also becomes passionate and shouts loudly, "I will fight too, I won't hold you back, at least I can defend myself." Seongwu looked at them again and thought he preferred to handle things himself, but he reluctantly said, "Just don't mistake my skeleton warriors for anything else." The door was quickly opened, revealing a very dark interior with him standing in the middle and two huge skeleton warriors flanking him. Inside, there is a terrifying scene with a deadly figure floating ominously in the middle, causing horror to fill the area. In the distance, a dark shadow with an unknown face is sitting there emitting a powerful aura. Seongwu looked for a while but still couldn't recognize what it was, wondering to himself if that was the boss, and those people had been quickly beaten to a pulp while the intelligent ox were eagerly preparing to deal with them. Seongwu shouted loudly, "Everyone get ready, we're about to fight the Brain Lord." The captives have already been battered into submission by its attacks, now they can only tremble and scream. Seongwu quietly thought to himself, despite not seeing the corpses of the student union members earlier, those clever brains must have kept them as hostages, and now Seongwu, feeling terrified and crying out loudly, is begging for rescue. That pervert Jin Seok who was just laughing at you now is desperate. "Please don't do this, I don't want to die yet." I don't know why, but at this moment they still believe you can save them. A guy with a distorted face, crying and trembling uncontrollably. "You're going to save me, right? Save me," Seongwu shouted loudly. Unable to bear these noisy sounds, "Shut your mouth. You speak plainly, all you care about is yourselves and abandoning others now. It's time for you to pay for that selfish stupidity. Wake up to yourselves. You're dealing with monsters who won't compromise." Then he loudly shouted everything, and charged forward, thinking that it would be very dangerous if they became the group's weakness. "So it's best to attack the Ox surprise attack first, and I will try to save as many students as possible." Hearing you say that, Seongyo believed it was true, but he cried out in despair, shouting loudly, "Wait a moment." Before he could say anything, the Ox coldly cut across to Sung's throat with a knife, leaving only a pitiful scream. Everyone here was terrified by the horrifying scene, some even vomited on the spot. Jisoo clenched her teeth in anger, "You bastards." Then they all charged together against your skeleton troops. Seongyu looked at the Ox monsters in front of him, unable to understand their actions, thoughts constantly looping in his mind. What are they planning to do here? Those sharp fangs of the Ox look so disgusting, as if it wants to bite and swallow. Everyone here. A stream of purple light appeared, illuminating everyone around, and the crowd screamed, "What is this? It's power. This is really too dangerous." Everyone quickly fell to the ground, gasping for breath, and Jisoo also struggled to hold on. A notification appears due to the influence of the hellish breath. You are in a state of unease, weakness, dizziness, and your mana is being burned. The final confrontation with the Demon Lord Ock begins, and finally the boss has risen to act. Hanho also didn't hesitate, quickly grabbing a glass bottle with Junjun and opening it with all his strength. Then he drank it all in one gulp, fiercely wiped the water from his lips, and let out a tired cry. Seongwu used this potion first, but the scene in front of you surprises you. Seongwu's body emits a powerful blue aura, as if this purple light doesn't affect his spirit like everyone else. He didn't turn back and just said to take care of Jisoo for him. I don't know why, I suddenly smirked and thought to myself, what is this smoke? It really feels wonderful to love so much. The system reports that your mana bar has increased significantly thanks to the hellish breath. Seongwu laughs happily, no wonder he feels so refreshed. The system explains that the breath of hell has helped strengthen your body, enabling you to easily reach an excited state. All your stats have increased significantly, including a considerable boost to your maximum health points. Seongwu, now full of confidence, said, I don't care what you've done to me, but I want to find out the secret behind all this. The Demon Lord growled in panic, and he asked it, You've never seen a situation like this before, have you? The troops on this side are also excited. It seems we have the advantage, like we did on the rooftop, so let's fight together. Seongwu and Jisoo also draw their swords and step forward. I will join in too. But Seongwu smiled cruelly, and told them this time it would be very different from that last battle. The system quickly announced that the Death Corps was waiting for your orders, and has become your subordinate. Hanho looked up in surprise, silently pondering that all of them are the ones holding this power, without letting him catch his thoughts. The system continues to notify that the combo effects are gradually activating for your team. Everyone will be equipped with at least 3 javelins, increasing attack speed by 20%, with weapon weight reduced by 50%. Hanho seemed about to scream, how could there be so many enemies? The system then announced a special warrior skill, a unique warrior privilege that results in 88% damage on the first attack. Level 3 warrior equipped with at least 30 battle flags increases damage by 15% and attack speed by 20% during the first 20 seconds of the battle. Level 2, Orc Hunter with more than 30 orcs in the team enhances surrounding awareness by 20% and deals 10% more damage in combat. Rebirth Stage 2 requires owning a battalion with more than 30 undead, with a chaotic recovery effect for male creatures, and an attack speed increase of 20% when chasing living beings. Hidden team structure requires a Stage 1 commander, controlling a team of over 11 members with a 5% damage increase and 5% defense boost. All strength concentrates on Seongwu, as he ferociously thinks, "I will show your family the true power of death." Under his fierce attacks, the orc now roars wildly, howling as the surrounding rocks explode. The fierce skeleton rushed forward, grabbing its weapon, and only the boss was surrounded, momentarily unable to react. Soon after, a dramatic clash erupted between the orc and Seongyu's skeleton. The system continues to alert that Orc's core has awakened, and with each kill, another rises. Orc cannot fight back, only able to roar loudly. The system keeps announcing that Orc's core has awakened, and now face to face with it is an evolved Seongwu. How do you see this? This is your current situation. No matter how strong you are, there is one thing you can't escape from. That's death itself. As he finished speaking, his face grew more fierce than ever, and Seongwu now looked like a death god from hell. Order C has never seen such a scene before, its face showing a look of fear, too scared to even shout loudly. Then it risked everything to run towards the attacking boy, but at this point it could no longer escape. It just rushes past you, successfully dodging your usual swat, as your bone warriors quickly swarm the boss like hungry tigers. It feels like it can't win, so it decides to run away, but Seongwu instantly realizes your loud attempt to escape and knows you can't get away. The orc roared loudly, ready to fight a life-and-death battle with Seongwu, its eyes white and wild like a beast. But before it could react, Seongyu's army of orc skeletons swiftly charged forward to attack the boss simultaneously. Finally exhausted from the attacks of the goblin minions, it nervously reached out its hand toward you. Then, seeing the enemy was tired, Seongwu immediately ordered Rai, and as you shouted, he shot you up. But of course Rai wouldn't let such a wicked monster go either. It charged forward, and Seongwu also gave a command, "Keep it alive." At the same time, a notification appeared, indicating you received 1055 gold from defeating the final bug for the patch, allowing the goblin soldier to level up by absorbing the dark magic of the guardian bug boss, greatly increasing its leadership attributes. Seongwu whispered to himself just as he guessed Rai could level up by destroying the classified bugs listed on the rank list. Hanho stepped forward, surprised, and asked, "Hey, what's inside that bug's mouth? Is it a new item?" Seongwu quietly thought to himself, "Are demons, and their powers really not much different from a magician." He approached, took the gem in his hand to examine it, then systemically announced that the demon attribute had been added: blood. Demon Crystal, legendary rarity. The spell class activates the devil attribute effect for the owner. When an opponent's mana is drained, it shifts to absorb the enemy's power. Since the hellish breath has been fully absorbed, the stimulation state is also J-true. At school, the morning light has now shone through, the boss has been defeated, and everyone cheerfully exclaims that we have taken down the final boss. Someone cheerfully said, "Although I don't want to cause more trouble for you, I will definitely be useful in the future," and the others replied that he truly has the qualities of a hero. Seongwu thought to himself, "I don't need more people in my team, and I don't even know what the outside world is like anymore. Following a small group remains the best survival strategy," that's what Seongwu thought. After killing the final boss, the barrier preventing everyone from leaving vanished. The remaining people inside also felt relieved. "Finally, it has let us go," the person next to him added. "I think staying here is still safer." In the deserted school scene, suddenly a pair of slender legs quietly approached, observing everything. Everyone quickly evacuated to the street, and now the road has become a bit more lively. They saw him leave and talked among themselves. "Where do you think Tai is going?" the person across asked. "I don't know, but I feel safest following him." Han-ho picked up his phone, confused, and muttered, "Damn it, the situation in the world isn't much different from ours. Are my parents okay?" Hearing this, Seongyu's face briefly showed sadness, and he sighed quietly, really missing his parents. Then Seongwu turned to look at his squad one more time as a convoy vehicle approached their location. Mr. Su stuck his head out the window and said with a smile, "Get on the vehicle. Even though the road here is a bit rough, I think traveling in a convoy is much safer, isn't it? As a special military driver, I know there's a large military zone nearby. Let's go there together." But Seongwu quickly refused. "It's okay, I want to go to this place first." Mr. Su didn't press him to talk, "So you should stop by that place behind the house." It was obvious Seongwu was lying. Then he loudly said, "Everyone get on the car now. We'll reach the safe zone soon, and there's another armored vehicle that will fit everyone." Then he happily looked at Seongwu and Han-ho and said, "Good luck." Seongwu also happily waved and said, "Thank you. Good luck, mister." Su and then Seongyu's group watched the blacked-out vehicle disappear into the distance. Han-ho glanced at Gisu and asked nervously, "So where are we going now?" "Oh, Gisu, where does your sister live?" She forced a nervous smile. "I currently live in the school dormitory because my family is in Jeju." Han-ho sighed helplessly. Jisoo looked at Seongwu and continued, "Can I go with you, Seongwu? I'm not sure what I can do to help, but..." She smiled happily and answered, "Of course you can." Han-ho, standing beside her, grinned slyly. "Big brother, there's no need to say anything about this little brother anymore, right?" Then pretending to look at him over the pond, he said, "Or maybe you should cut down your hand and become a one-armed warrior. He wants a new teammate to use that powerful combo effect." Suddenly Gisu shouted, "Lie down," then threw himself forward to push the two people over unexpectedly. It was something very large, and on its surface it looked like a giant mutated crocodile. Hanho, scared, asked what it was, all three biting their nails in fear as they looked at the creature. On Jisu's side, the vehicle suddenly slammed on the brakes while driving down the road. Everyone on the bus was panicking, and one person shouted, "Why did you stop? You should keep going." Jisoo bit his teeth and replied, "No, if we just start the engine, everyone would die immediately." "You're very clever. You can instantly guess that those monsters are attracted by the engine noise." Seongwu nervously stares with a blank look at something, calling to himself, "This is the flow of the stars." The system immediately displayed a notification: the wyvern leader has appeared, and the problem here is that they can fly, and there is not just one but a whole flock. Seongwu silently lamented inside, watching them continuously destroy everything in the city, and thinking to himself that he still didn't have enough power. But this is an opportunity for me to become stronger. I've thought it through and grit my teeth as I look at the monsters. Then Seongwu stands up and says, "Jisoo, we won't hide from them. On the contrary, we will hunt those monsters," and suddenly saying this surprises her a little. Seongwu continued, "We must always adapt to new environments, which is why we need to hunt powerful monsters instead of easy ones." A firm determination flashed in his mind. Humanity will still dominate the earth, and Jisoo and Hanho are also mentally prepared. Seongwu clenched his fist and continued to think, which is why we must find a way to control them. Then the three of us, one leading and two following, boldly moved towards the monsters. Seongyu's bone soldiers also quickly activated the notification system, indicating the players had completed the tutorial. In another scene down the alley, the ancient street scene on Thwainwan Road now looked just like a city from a different time. It seems like something is trying to rush forward quickly, constantly making strange noises. It turns out to be a goblin, and for some unknown reason, it's terrified, appearing to be in a panic. From the shadows, countless yellow eyes and sharp fangs are fiercely watching it, while behind are the bone soldiers relentlessly pursuing with spears and swords, leaving the goblin quickly overwhelmed. It seems those yellow eyes are its kind, but somehow it's so afraid, while the skeleton soldiers are fiercely staring at the little creatures. Suddenly they rush to open the door, but the goblin, terrified, flees. Suddenly, from behind, someone grabbed its shirt and yanked it back, causing the goblin to panic and cry out. The system announced, "You have received 10 gold for defeating the goblin." Seongwu looked at it and said, "I knew it." It turns out those goblins weren't chasing it, but were running away from Seongwu, who was chasing them. Quickly, the goblins were gradually defeated by the skeleton soldiers, and the system kept notifying that you earned more gold from killing them. Then Seongwu quickly leveled up to level 6. A loud voice rang out, "Truly." He sighed tiredly and responded, "How many are there really?" But it seems Seongwu is still not satisfied. He makes Thorn keep talking. Hunting these goblins isn't really worth it. The system continues to notify, "Please select an upgrade category," and Seongwu immediately chooses the strength option. He happily told himself, if he was destined to get an extra 3 points of strength, why not take it? After choosing, he immediately felt his body filled with renewed energy, and the system quickly updated his stats. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling a different and astonishing sensation. The system continued to notify that you earned 10 gold by defeating goblins, then an additional 8 gold, and then another 10 gold, as the three of them gradually eliminated all the goblins. Gisu saw you pass by, and happily turned to ask, "Have you finished defeating them over there?" "Only 9 left here. We've taken care of all of them," Gisu said, while wiping his sword and reporting the situation. Seongwu nodded satisfactorily, and told Hanho, "Good job, Hanho. Go ahead and gather some more Raogam." "Alright, from now on we'll skip the goblins," Hanho asked, puzzled why. Gisu immediately asked back, "So we're gonna hunt bigger ones, right?" Seongwu quickly clarified everyone's doubt. "That's right. If you look at the reward list, the highest paying goblin is only worth 10 gold, while the boss has a price of 80 gold. Therefore, the bigger monsters certainly yield higher rewards." Then the three of them and the core soldiers moved forward together, with no one else in sight on the street, only themselves. Hanho said, although he didn't want to admit it, "We seem like a living undead army." Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance and shouted, "Hey, is that a convoy of soldiers over there?" Just as you guessed, in front of the parked convoy, their backpacks sleep sprawled on the ground. Seongwu looked at the mess ahead and asked, "Has this place ever been a battlefield?" Suddenly, a shadow of someone peeking out from behind the car surprised Seongwu. A soldier armed with a weapon stepped out cautiously and asked, "Are you humans behind you?" Seeing him look so scared, Seongwu smiled and reassured him, "We are humans and mean no harm." Then he happily shouted to the people inside, "Kim, the sergeant is our fellow countryman. You can tell from the voice that's coming out, so do you really think they're goblins?" "I'm sorry, but my leg is like this now, so I can't walk anymore," Sergeant Kim explained politely. "You guessed right, Seongwu, it seems you were attacked by their spears." Sergeant Kim confirmed it without denying. "They're like children who know how to kill gradually, trying to ambush our squad. And even though we killed the goblins," hearing this, Seongwu looked terrified and interrupted, "Killed them? Then where are your guns?" Sergeant Kim quickly answered your question. The guns couldn't be used. Although they weren't damaged, no one knew why they wouldn't fire, so our soldiers used swords and knives to kill them. Suddenly, Hanho hesitantly called out to you, and from his pocket took out a red potion. Seongwu interrupted, "I'm sorry, but you know in this situation no one gives anything for free. Sergeant Kim, facing difficulties, asked cautiously, "So what about buying and selling information?" Seongwu wondered about the information. Sergeant Kim explained, "I will tell you everything I hear or see." Seongwu silently agreed, "Just go ahead and tell your story." The sergeant began his account describing a pack of giant wolves as big as a cow which they couldn't catch, and had wiped out their entire platoon. He continued, "And Quitherquad, have you ever seen a green Quitherquad code before hearing this?" Hanho and Jisoo looked at each other at the same time, both extremely curious. He said he saw it over there. "You can find it at the parking lot along this road and the subway station transfer point. Scan it with your phones and then install this app," he said, as he held out his phone. Sergeant explained further, "This is the only way to communicate now, a virtual social network." Seongwu silently thought this might be an app for survivors. Then he also handed him some medicine. Sergeant Kim then asked, "Where do you plan to go next?" "We will leave this place and go back to the base." Seongwu looked at the dead soldiers in front of him and asked, frankly, "Do you think it's safer at the base?" Corporal Kim continued, "Ever since the players appeared, the high-ranking leaders took all the good weapons, forcing them to fight with melee weapons, but for him, that's no big deal." Seongwu smiled lightly, "We still have some places to go, and the corporal isn't planning to keep you, so I wish you all safety." "You're kind to say that, but everyone keep an eye on the sky." "Okay," the sergeant asked suspiciously, "the sky?" Seongwu replied casually, "Well, there are those flying godlike creatures popping up there." The sergeant and his team paled thank you for the tip. Then the two of them quickly drove away. Seongyu's group watched them for a while before continuing on their journey. The three of them joined a pack of bone soldiers wandering the streets. Quickly, Seongyu's group arrived at the location pointed out by Sergeant Kim, where there was a green QR code. He turned to tell everyone, "Here is the QR code," then took out his phone to download the app. Hanho hesitated and asked, "Hey, are you sure it doesn't contain a virus?" Seongyu sighed at the question, "So what, we don't really need phones right now anyway." Everyone quickly followed and uploaded where a series of instructions appeared before using the app. Everyone promptly clicked and followed the steps there. Just as Seongyu guessed this app is for survivors, and he muttered angrily, which bastard came up with this idea? If they wanted to communicate, they would have to post publicly here, which annoyed Seongyu. Jisoo also carefully read the instructions before speaking, mentioning that each post costs 1,000 gold. Hanho was shocked, meaning each time they post, they kill 100 goblins. Everyone quickly checked to see if anyone had posted any information there yet. The first post was from a level 8 group, specifically looking for survivors around the safe zone they were staying in. "We will meet at the nearby apartment complex because each post costs a lot of gold, so they can't reply to many messages." Hanho immediately recognized that place because the theater building is near his house, and Seongyu turned to ask if they should go there. He silently wondered if they could easily use 1,000 gold. "I just reached level 6, but they're already at level 8. Seongyu was suspicious. Something was real, but I still wanted to meet the high-level group. So Seongyu's group quickly moved toward that group's base, but a very mysterious thing they didn't know was that those comments had been deleted by the person who posted them shortly after. Someone up there is also wondering, "I can't read the comments above why they were deleted. Does the reply contain important information? I deleted it, so don't worry, just come here." In a dark corner, the author of that comment with a suspicious expression is monitoring the information. He smiles contentedly, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and just a glance is enough to tell he's not a very good person. On the high buildings, Sang Choi's glowing figure reappears, and another goblin wielding a spear rushes forward, but it is quickly killed with a single strike before it can bite its target. The frightened man wildly swings a stick and keeps shouting, "Get away," as the hungry goblins stare at their target. He panics, yelling for help as the little girl behind him fears and cries. People on the building looked down and he saw them too. A flash of hope appeared. Could someone at least save the child? Yet the indifferent crowd simply pulled the curtains, pretending not to see. A pack of hungry goblins with spears charged toward the two of them. Suddenly, a spear flew in from somewhere and lodged straight into the head of a goblin in the crowd, causing the others to fearfully retreat. It's a soldier's weapon, thankfully just in time for Seongyu's group to pass by. The goblins were quickly taken care of, and the wary man held the girl close to his chest. Seongyu approached him softly and said, "It's all right now. May I take you home now?" In the face of the coldness of people's hearts, Seongyu suddenly brings them a sense of warmth. The weak uncle spoke softly, "My house is in that direction. We're also running out of food, so we have to go." But before he finished speaking, Seongyu cut him off. "That probably isn't a big deal. But just hold on to it for now. Over here, Hanho and Jisoo are still busy taking out the remaining goblins. Before the situation of your group, they quickly fled in fear to save their lives. But how could these two let them run away like that?" Hanho happily looked at those fools. Jisoo also added, "They're the ones who have walked into a dead end themselves." Hanho wondered, "Is this sign a cellar? Should we go in and clean it up right now?" But the uncle panically ran over to stop him. "Wait, you shouldn't go in there." He sadly recalled that it used to be my close friend's coffee shop. "I heard there are creatures even worse than those green goblins from earlier." Seongyu laughed when he heard that. "Worse creatures. Thanks for the advice, sir. The system quickly alerts you that you have entered a sacred underground area of Elder's Mind." Seongyu quickly shouts, "Run now." In this situation, Hanho still manages to joke around, "Thank you for the advice to run now." Seongwu angrily closed his mouth and ran unless you don't want to bite your tongue. After running for a while, Hanho suddenly shouted again up front. Seongwu calmed himself, saying these were just small goblins, and seeing the short people lying scattered on the ground, everyone felt a bit scared. The bone soldier quickly moved forward and killed them all. The system then announced that additional rewards had been received. Hanho sneered, if it's roasted that much, even steel would melt away, so it won't take more than 3 seconds to turn you into flesh. Seongwu chuckled. Luckily these things don't affect the fog, so the Guardian can still handle them. Kotbin quickly moved forward to sweep away the remaining goblins, a viscous liquid quickly spurting out from their bodies. Hanho's face paled as he nervously looked behind him. Seongwu, can you handle that thing? As he finished speaking, the system also announced that the Elder Smile boss had appeared. Your bone soldier quickly returned to the Eternal Realm. It seems this one not only has a terrifying size, but is also much stronger than those little goblins. Seeing his skeletons turn into a pile of misty fragments, Seongwu thought that if they couldn't absorb it, they would try to shred and destroy her bones. As long as they remain slimy like this, the skeleton's attacks won't be very effective, but there's still a way to fight without directly touching them. The system speaks creating basic headgear. It's unclear what Seongwu plans to do next. He thinks about mixing fog into the core of his puppet by crafting headgear, even if it takes some time since it won't decay, and is the most effective combat method. Jisoo here is desperately fighting against that giant sticky creature, looking quite distressed. Then she quickly throws a batch of white mist in your direction and shouts loudly, and Seongwu catches it. Then he quickly crafted basic soul energy with Seongwu now resembling a true master craftsman. But of course the goblins wouldn't let him have his way. They charged at Seongwu at incredible speed, releasing their slime to strike Hanho and him simultaneously. Once again, your bone soldier sacrificed itself to protect you. That creature swallowed the bone soldier and tried to digest it, and the system announced that your bone soldier has returned to eternal rest. Seongwu smiled contentedly, realizing he had made a huge mistake. What it tried to swallow was no different from a ticking time bomb. As Seongwu predicted, the giant goblin exploded in less than 10 minutes. Seeing the opportunity, Seongwu ordered his skeleton soldiers to attack, crush it into pieces until it could no longer regenerate. The viscous fluid is dripping out from its body, seeming to be its blood. The system instructs Seongwu to fill empty bottles with this fluid. Then he ordered his bone soldiers to follow suit, and they quickly gathered a considerable amount. Seongwu silently thought this viscous substance was no different from a strong acid, and would definitely be useful later. Suddenly, he notices something on the ground that has come from the goblin's body. This is a rare type containing a large amount of extremely strong acid, capable of melting most things. Seongwu was busy observing when Hanho, after looking at something on his phone, suddenly said, "Hey, look at this." "You're right, most comments have been deleted, there must be something hidden here." Seongwu picked up his phone to examine it carefully. Hanho continued, "Did you find it strange?" Seongwu thought to himself who would willingly help someone else, and then just throw away 1,000 gold without hesitation. But what's suspicious is why are there so many malicious comments with 1,000 gold, and then getting deleted like that? Seongyu's head becomes a mess, and he feels frustrated, blaming himself, wondering why he can't figure it out no matter how long he thinks about it. Night falls, the moon lights up the sky, and in a dark corner of the tunnel someone is gossiping. One of them speaks up, "I don't understand why they want to catch monsters." He continued, "If they kill one person, they give us 5,000 gold, and an extra 1,000 gold for each level of the person above the guy." Beside also chuckled, "It's much easier to catch people." The remaining one with a cunning look on his face also smiled and added in, "And it feels more satisfying too." He took a long drag on his cigarette, and then another guy drove past at the same time. The person in the car asked, "So who is really our boss then?" The guy sitting next to him looks incredibly disturbed, clutching his head and sneering fiercely. The younger brother exclaimed in panic. The boss whispered softly. Professor Rhett, the guy beside him, said, "Could he be the serial killer?" The boss grew even more terrified, recalling that sinister voice, "So you're lucky this time." In his memory, bodies piled like a mountain and a bloody sharp hand reaching out from a misty shroud. At that moment, the boss was also wounded, blood constantly dripping from him, and he nervously stepped back, staring at the person before him, without daring to speak another word. His mind was tense, his nerves stretched to the limit, and he quietly muttered the word monster. The professor shivered and said, "This must be the apocalypse now," as he slowly approached the boss. Before him was something neither human nor monster, just something evil. "I'm short on food right now." Cut back to Seongwoo's place. He calls out to Hanho, who quickly turns around and answers, "Yes, what's up?" Seongwoo, with a serious look, asks, "Are you ready to kill someone?" I don't know what Seongwoo is planning in his mind. At a convenience store, there are many bloodstains and fingerprints on the glass door, indicating something bad has happened inside. The system has notified that they have joined the Vampire Road team, and your occupation has been changed to low-level vampire. The monster thought, "Why did everything turn out like this?" Trembling softly. "Hey kid, why did you become like this?" Han thought he just came to the convenience store to mix some stuff, and the street punks before he could think further. "Person had already been injected with the vaccine, please forgive me." But Han felt he still hadn't had enough blood and flesh, and soon the only sounds around were screams and desperate cries as that Macadong-like figure quickly pinned the man down and crazily sucked his blood. The leader of Macadong smiled with satisfaction as he walked out. Well done, truly a son of America. That guy feels the blood is delicious. He hasn't completely lost his reason but cannot resist the thirst for blood. The Macadong leader proudly said, keep growing stronger, son, over here. That guy still can't get enough of his meal. It seems like someone is trying to call from deep within his consciousness, brother leader. It turns out it was just a dream, the younger brother asked nervously. Hey boss, is something wrong? He stammered, nothing's wrong, what's going on? He continued, this idiot 157, according to the comments their group has 3 people, they are already outside the park. The boss happily pressed the gas pedal and sped off. Good, let's move on. Let's prepare to harvest the 17th blood bag, as he says, wiping quickly on the road. It seems he has been very eager. Macandong has already taken a break in the apartment complex, which is quite large but also makes it easier to chase after the target. And the people in the apartments will look the other way, as if it's none of their business, it seems. He already knows the situation here. He thought that those guys still don't realize he's the next sacrificial offering, since all the other targets have already been taken out. From afar, the subordinate happily said, boss, our target has arrived. It seems they are here. It looks like these are the Dongyu people, all 3 dressed in black cloaks, walking down the street. Just seeing the person from afar, the demon dragon suddenly couldn't stand it, and kept thinking to himself, this really smells like fresh blood. Then he ordered his subordinates to press the accelerator to the limit. The subordinate quickly obeyed the command, and sped up to crash into the 3 people in black shirts, but, strangely, so that was Seongu's soul soldier. You anticipated the danger, and hid somewhere behind to observe these ruthless men not understanding what was happening. The demon dragon immediately recognized it as a soul soldier, and explained to his subordinates. The system announces the construction of basic national weapons, as mist patterns continuously emit from the light, causing the Ma Karong's car to be swiftly pushed far away, resulting in a violent impact on those inside. The demon dragon felt the pain, gritted his teeth, and cursed out loud, then growled. Suddenly, a strong hand slammed against the car window from outside, frightening the demon dragon. Before he could react, that hand grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him forcefully outside. Suddenly, he was thrown to the ground, biting his teeth and swearing a vow, not understanding what was happening. That person spoke out loud, reading the symbols on his message, causing the dragon demon to startle. It was Dongyu's group. You cut the sword in half and asked if it was them, you bastards. Maka Dragon stared blankly at the sword, pointed at his forehead, unsure what to say. Seongwu secretly thought, I suspected from the start, who would spend 1,000 gold on nonsense comments? Could this be some evil plan? I just casually threw in some taunts without overthinking it, looking at you guys. I already know everything, Hanho whispers, so these worthless scum really exist. This world is so terrifying. Seongwu continued. I used a bait tactic, and didn't expect you to use a car to try to run us over. Macadong has never been humiliated like this before. He's furious. You little dog, do you know who my father is? Before he could finish speaking, Seongwu swiftly delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending Macadong's face flying up into the air. The henchmen hurriedly shouted for the boss, but they were held back by the iron barrel so they couldn't get through. Seong, with a deathly serious look, asked, how many of you are there? Answer honestly, or your head won't stay on your shoulders. Suddenly, he heard him let out a bizarre smile. My head. As soon as he finished speaking, he madly charged at the kid. Have you ever killed anyone like you? Don't you dare to speak up. Before he could react, Rai angrily charged with the axe, swinging fiercely, causing Macadong's hand to be severed instantly, and blood to spurt out. He seemed to go mad, screaming non-stop, and the younger brother seeing this was terrified. It was as if he was about to cry, and it seemed like we all had realized how frightening Macadong truly was. Seongwu said, well done, Rai. In this world, I'm not cruel enough to kill people, but my brothers are different. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers raised their spears and prepared to fight, but Macadong didn't react at all. He only bowed his head and screamed in agony. Seongwu observed his unusual behavior, and thought to himself he must be in so much pain that he's lost his mind. Then he turned to another subordinate and asked, and what about you? That guy trembling with tears. I'll go easy on your hand, or do you prefer your foot? I said there are a total of 8 guys, and as soon as I finished, that guy's fresh blood sprayed onto him before he could react. Turns out it was Macadong who quickly ran over and delivered a fatal blow to his teammate. Jishu was surprised. He killed even his own teammate, huh? Hanho couldn't stand to watch this and felt nauseous. How disgusting. That severed hand was now like a sharp blade, Macadong snarling fiercely. He looked at his just-dead teammate and then lunged to bite and suck his blood like a starving corpse. Macadong laughed with satisfaction. This is it. This is truly awesome. Seongwu felt he couldn't bear to watch this anymore, so he bit him all over. Crazy bastard. The system notification, your stamina has recovered thanks to blood absorption, and your experience and strength have also increased. He continued, my original profession was ninja, but since I was bitten by the boss, it changed into a low-level vampire. He raised his hand, letting fresh blood drip down, and looked at it with pleasure. When you become a vampire, your level will be locked at level 1, and you can't level up normally, but these limitations aren't absolute. If you kill and drink human blood instead of monsters, you'll gain experience, and after drinking blood, Makadong began to reveal his true form. The system announced his strength, agility, and stamina continued to increase, entering a feral state with a 20% boost for 10 hours. After that, he would be penalized by losing 50% of his current stats. Seongwu, after hearing Makadong's analysis, was surprised and said, "All of you get ready. If we hesitate, we'll lose our lives. Let's go." Then Seongyu's eyes flashed with a murderous light, his voice ominous like a demon attack. Immediately obeying his master's order, the skulls under Rai's command went berserk, charging fiercely at Makadong, but he suddenly darted forward like a fast and deadly axe, striking down everything in his path, severing each skeleton he swept through. Seongwu watched in panic, thinking to himself how fast he was, whether he was aiming for the shield, as Makadong's sharp clawed hand fiercely clawed the skeleton's face. He continued to wildly sweep one by one Seongyu's skeleton soldiers, gradually falling beneath Makadong's hand, seemingly targeting humans rather than these white spirits. As soon as he saw Seongwu, Makadong grinned happily. "You're here," and Seongwu froze in panic, unable to react in time, but luckily Rai had commanded the remaining skeletons to team up and attack him. "Over here," Makadong quickly brought the sharp blade in his hand toward you, knowing that Seongwu is the leader. Before Makadong's attack, Seongwu could only block the shield in front of him and then heal. Suddenly someone struck from behind his head to protect him. It was Jisoo. She quickly swung her sword straight at Makadong, but it seemed to have no effect. But this slight touch made Makadong notice her. He turned around with an evil smile, thinking you were a kitten, but turns out you're a lioness. "Besides, I need to taste your blood first," he said, as he swiftly turned and viciously swung his hand toward Jisoo's sword. From behind him, a fierce aura also charged forward, catching Makadong off guard. He turned his head to avoid it, and at this moment both his front and back were surrounded by enemies. Hanho also sneered and shouted, "Don't forget about me then." Then he threw a bunch of knives to distract Makadong, and it seemed to be quite effective. Hanho successfully provoked him. Makadong shouted loudly. Then he went berserk and charged madly towards Hanho at a terrifying speed. He hurriedly swears under his breath, "Damn it, you're so fast." Seeing everyone struggling like that, Rai quickly races up, putting all his strength into pushing back Makadong. It seems this sword still beats him slightly. It quickly slips behind and fiercely swings a strike down on Makadong's shoulder. At this moment, Seongwu also charges forward with his shield, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Take this." Makadong quickly rushed to attack the notification system. "Your equipment was destroyed." Seongwu yelled in frustration, cursing and scolding. Then he challenged him, calling him slow as a turtle, and then quickly darted past. Makadong was truly furious, now roaring at him, "Watch and learn my move, you weak opponent." While he's busy attacking Seongwu, Jisoo also fiercely strikes from behind with her sword. But he easily dodged it smoothly, as if Jisoo had put quite a lot of force into that attack. If they had hit, it might have been a fatal blow. He chuckled smugly, too predictable, then turned around to attack Jisoo again. At the same time, Vlae quickly charged forward to support his teammate, viciously slashing at his sharp arm. Seongwu quickly signaled everyone to attack together, and they all rushed toward him at once. From afar, Makadong's gang swiftly closed in at high speed. "Big brother, we're here." He looked at his men and laughed loudly in satisfaction. "Well done, he no longer looks like a human." The henchmen who just arrived were shocked to see his current condition, bro's arm. Caught off guard, someone suddenly ambushed his wounded arm, causing a gush of fresh blood to pour out, but Jisoo was just waiting for the right moment to strike, since she knew she wasn't his match. She just drew her sword when Rai also quickly lunged to attack him, seeming to be coordinating with everyone in a subtle way. Suddenly, he spitted out a mouthful of fresh blood, indicating this attack dealt a considerable amount of damage. Seongwu stood rigidly, shouting coldly, "If you're so confident in the monster's recovery ability, then heal your own head for me to see," and with that, he sharply swung his sword. The system displays a warning: you have killed a level 1 player, and received 10000 gold. A thought crossed his mind, gold from a player, and at this moment, Seongwu seemed to understand the issue. Seongwu thundered in anger, "You bastards are making gold like this, huh?" For a moment they didn't know what to say, but silence was an admission. "You guys are the level 8 group, right?" Although it was almost certain, he still wanted to confirm once more. When they admitted, he slowly relaxed, lowering his weapons, or he'd make them wait and see. Before they could react, everyone's weapons dropped to the ground instantly. Our vehicle was quickly destroyed by the skeletal soldiers to prevent an escape. From what one of his subordinates said, I learned that they work for the boss. He's got no blood, we don't know who he is, we only get orders through the eldest, and I didn't expect the eldest would become a family man. Seongwu silently wondered if the boss was the one who turned that person into a family like this, and whether he was human and what his profession was. He guessed that guy's strength was about level 5, and anyway, he now knew there was someone incredibly powerful wandering around the city. Then Seongwu asked them, "How many people have you killed?" The guy honestly answered, "About 20 or more." Hearing this, Seongyu's eyes darkened with fury as he stared at the murderers. The skeleton soldiers quickly understood the message and rushed to kill them all, terrified, pleading for mercy, claiming they only followed orders. "How can you forgive murderers like that?" Bin quickly strikes, and the system reports that Seongwu has gained a lot of gold from killing people. Jisoo and Hanho see your decisive actions and scream in panic. Hey, Seongwu, what are you doing? Seongwu didn't turn around radiating anger. If I don't kill them now, they'll keep killing others. It's a deep-seated obsession. Jisoo sighed deeply. That's really true. I have no more objections. At dinner, everything once again fell into silence inside the brightly lit military headquarters. People passed around comments from the previous victims before the Dragon Maka erased them. Someone nearby had witnessed the incident and reported it. A soldier frowning with frustration. Surviving in this world is incredibly difficult even after joining the army. I'm speechless with this world anymore. Another comment talks about Seongwu. That person wants to meet him and those skeleton soldiers. The soldier wonders, skeleton soldiers. So this is Corporal Kim. He quietly smiles to himself, so it must be that group just as he thought. They are really top-notch. A hot-headed teammate rushes in to urge him. Corporal Kim quickly gathers himself, but he is still mesmerized, reading comments about Seongwu's group. He quickly leaves a comment praising you, along with other fortunate victims saved by Seongwu, and says to his teammate that inside someone is quietly thinking what an interesting piece of news. He quickly stood up, put away his phone, and whispered to himself that he didn't expect there to be someone so good out there like him. So let's get started, he thought, as the gate suddenly swung open, and Sangchoi's bright light shone in. In the city below, the roads are extremely deserted, cars are parked everywhere, and this scene looks no different from a ghost town. Hanho is in charge of holding the phone and watching the comments on the page, surprised to see that Seongwu has a new post. The post by prosecutor Y Dang Po states that everyone can freely comment here for free, with each comment limited to about 200 characters, and if you want to change your nickname, it costs 100 gold. Hanho continued, it's hard to believe that this person really posted for free comments with 10000 gold. Gisu quickly grabbed his phone. Most of the comments are just looking for members for the club. Seongwu glanced and realized he already had most of this information, but it was still good to check regularly for any updates. Hanho looked at him skeptically, as many praised him for what he did a few days ago in that prosecutor's post, and Seongwu casually replied, I care about this. As the sunset gradually descends and evening quickly approaches, everyone moves towards a tall building and begins to speak. The journey is finally over. Seongwu points ahead and says to me, Uncle's house has finally arrived. But Hanho is afraid of Junsei. Are his parents okay? Hanho seems very eager to see his family. He points up and says, over there is my house. Seongwu warns him to stay calm. We don't know what's inside yet. Hearing this, Hanho was worried, hoping nothing bad had happened. Jisoo looked around nervously, sensing many ominous vibes here. Hanho kept praying silently again, playing the Buddha's blessing. Please, I've made it here. Hanho quickly saw a long, smooth slash right in the middle of the door. He shouted loudly, Mom, Dad, open the door, it's Hanho, your son. Suddenly, after hearing his voice, the door swung open quickly, and his parents staggered out, blood rushing to their faces. Hanho, is that really you? Both of them were so happy, they couldn't believe their eyes. In the evening at Hanho's family's junkyard apartment complex, the interior is in complete disarray. As he picks up a piece of food that he hasn't even put in his mouth yet, he loudly exclaims, Dad never chose any professional role, huh? I keep talking, but no matter what your mother says about Dad, why does he never want to draw more in blackjack? Your dad pouts, saying he just doesn't think it's a good bet. You get furious, so he's always broke and loses everything. Seongwu asked curiously, so how did you and your parents fight back against those guys? Hanho remembered, and was about to ask, then continued, those guys almost cleared out the other houses too. What did your parents do to stop them? Your dad told me that we used nasal spray to make the gang of zombies sing. Your mother then said that your father used the spray to attack them while they fled, his face full of pride. Thank you both for bringing the supplies here. I'm sorry, but now there's not much left in the house, just enough for about a dozen of you to have some tea. Gisu hurriedly said, it's okay. Seongwu quickly stepped forward to take the tray of tea. Thank you. Hanho whispered confidently, Mom, I'm strong too. I can also use scorpion weed to kill those monsters. Hearing her son's words, she frowned and went silent for now. His mother advised that the building's heating system was broken, so it would be cold at night, but the water supply would still be available, so they could shower freely. As night fell in this chaotic world, the scariest thing was when darkness descended, and someone was watching from below. I don't know who they are, but they smirked menacingly as they looked at Hanho's lit-up room. Inside, Gisu finally finished her shower. She dried her hair and stepped out. I've finished my bath. Thank you for lending me these pajamas after days of wandering outside today. I finally feel clean again. Gisu looks like a different person. Hanho's mother sighs and says, that's right, she must have trained very hard. I reply, no. Wonder Gisu is 30 times stronger than her. After she finished her bath, it was Seongyu's turn. As there was only one bathroom, they decided to let the girl go first. He gracefully enjoyed the shower, feeling like it had been a long time since he was able to bathe so comfortably. The most important thing is that Hanho's family remains unharmed. Honestly, besides Hanho, I was also very worried on the way here. Seongyu secretly rejoiced. Luckily, our senses aren't that bad. If only they hadn't brought the spray, the worst-case scenarios in my mind would come to life if things took a turn for the worse. For me, having a place to return to in this crazy world is a small bit of happiness. I just thought this and turned to see Hanho and Rai peacefully arguing with each other. After washing up and quickly changing clothes, everyone hurried to clean their weapons, each busy with their own tasks. Suddenly, Hanho spoke up, asking if he was only planning to stay here forever, which wouldn't be good. Seongwu replied that he would continue his journey. He added that those brains out there are just scouts, and that there must be a large tribe of brains living in this area. Then Seongwu pondered. The problem was that he still didn't know where to head next. At least he needed to choose a location. Suddenly Hanho shouted loudly, "Look at this!" Seongwu, someone helplessly sighed, who was wasting time on social media over there. Hanho continued, "No, forget about the nonsense. Prosecutor Mr. Dangpo already commented. This person just made a new post. Look, he has created a new safe haven for everyone. But they need to find a new leader, gather more gold and supplies, and there will be a test for those who want to join." Jisoo also checked it out. Can she be trusted this time? Hanho expresses his opinion. "I think they are also good people, but Seongwu promised a command, so this must be the reason they posted yesterday." Suddenly the space quieted down because of his question, and everyone replied in unison, yes. Seongwu deduced that the place the prosecutor created was probably real. The current world is like a game where powerful skills and professions exist. You said that yesterday, 1000 gold was spent to create a comment thread for the survivors, so it's hard to believe it's unconditional kindness. Then you urged everyone to pay attention to the other comments, and they quickly picked up their phones to read through them. There are many comments below praising and thanking this prosecutor, but some also doubt that he is as good as he seems. Jisoo and Hanho also noticed many compliments and expressions of gratitude in the post. Seongwu says they are trying to build initial trust by presenting a good leader, so everyone will gather together, and that hidden place will start collecting gold. That's how a new authority is formed. He guesses these people are secretly gathering gold and medicines. Hanho was surprised, opening his mouth wide. Wow, it really isn't free kindness. Seongwu was carefully considering. After all, this is just his personal opinion. Hanho's parents are also here, and they are quite far from that place, so we shouldn't go there. Hanho spoke up about this place, but he read again the old man's post, wanting to find girls in his love castle below, only to find comments criticizing him. He looked grim. Oh, forget it. He quickly lifted his phone to ask if this place was okay. The commentator, the head of the Gu department, said, "There is a fairly safe place in Sugwon, and since I am a 2-star priest, if they want to stay here, they have to pay a fee. You asked Hanho Sugwon via the bus isn't very far, right?" Hanho quickly responded, "If it's by bus, I think it will take about 20 minutes. Seongwu raised the phone, "So the next stop will be here, right?" Hanho happily said, "Yes, I'll ask my parents right away." Then everyone quickly packed up and got ready to leave. Hanho's family also finished their preparations. Seongwu politely looked at the two. "Sorry for making you travel like this." Hanho's father smiled brightly. "No problem at all. Continuing on, since you've already brought Hanho home safely, we can trust you." Hanho's mother also added that it's not safe here either, not only because of monsters but also because of the gang of bullies. Seongwu was surprised to hear about this gang of thugs. The police officer continued, guessing they were local school kids roaming around to bully and steal from others. Seongwu scratched his head, surprised to see some Raptor Teeth gang members lurking around with their shirts on. As he finished speaking, those guys immediately sped towards them on motorcycles and charged at Seongyu's group. The girl sitting behind Seong sarcastically glanced at him with a mischievous grin. "Hey, uncle." Hearing this, Hanho froze, and Jinsu, trying not to laugh, trembled all over. "Uncle. Ion, get your act together. This tree was planted by us, this road was built by us. If you have any good stuff, just throw it out here to cover our road faster. Or do you want to cry and hand over your stuff?" Seongyu murmured. Well. Behind you the soldiers are staring down that gang of toothy bastards with glowing blue eyes like death gods waiting to claim their victims. Yujin hadn't finished speaking when Seong-sich suddenly yelled out over there, and everyone was panic-stricken when they saw those green eyes. They all spun their bikes, quickly rushing away. "Hurry up, you bastards." The Rangho seemed to be dragged away by ghosts running for their lives without daring to look back. Jisoo and Hanho see that and are surprised. What's wrong with them? Seongyu also quickly turned back. A voice echoed, "Be careful, something is heading this way from afar, 2 feet like a dog's, but with sharp claws approached." All the cars on the street were thrown aside. It seemed they had encountered something enormous. Seongwu clenched his teeth in vigilance. What they were, although still unclear, everyone quickly drew their weapons. They are giant wolves watching Seongyu's group, as if they see a tasty treat, slowly approaching. He quietly observes they haven't attacked yet. Could it be that they also have the behavior of normal wolves? Seonggo guessed that, so he told everyone to fall back. He knew close combat with them would be very dangerous. With those sharp teeth and claws, they would wipe out the team immediately. Their bodies are oriented horizontally, while humans are upright vertically. If we fall down, there's no way to get back up, and at that point our lives will definitely be in their hands. Seongyu quietly calculates his moves. "Han-ho hot hong brother, is it safe to hold our positions here?" Seongyu replied honestly, "No." He said if you were one of them, you would definitely flatten this place. Han hong hot vei chung ta fai lam jide. Suddenly, as they finished speaking, a giant wolf couldn't hold back and let out a roar before rushing forward. Sure enough, the giant wolf is different. Its strength far exceeds that of normal wolves, and it charges wildly at the door with great force. Suddenly a glass bottle flies in and hits the wolf's head, shattering violently, and the blue liquid inside drips out. Hanho panically asked, "Using that, huh?" Seongwu muttered quietly. He explained that this is the slime from those slims. It exploded upon hitting the wolf, which now is panicked and howling. Then Seongwu looked at his bone soldiers and ordered, "Your turn, throw everything." The skeletal warriors quickly obeyed the orders, launching dozens of sharp, precise projectiles toward the pack of wolves. He thought to himself, to defeat the four-legged enemies, this tactic of long-range attack remains the best. At this point, only one remains, probably the alpha still alive, watching his team being defeated. One by you, he goes berserk. Meanwhile, Seongwu quickly orders his bone soldiers to advance. You just gave the order, and the skeleton soldiers quickly shot past the big wolf, while at the same time, the wolf, fierce and biting, tore off the skeleton soldier's hand with a vicious snap. Suddenly, its entire body oozed a slimy substance, and as it touched the object, it quickly activated, causing the wolf to become confused. Seongwu smiled smugly. "I guess you haven't been taught not to eat food given by strangers, right? I secretly slipped some slimy fluid into the sword's hand and gave it to you." Its mouth was boiling, as if scalded. Rai didn't give it a chance to recover and swiftly lunged at the wolf with his sword, stabbing fiercely into its head. The system announced you earned 240 points for killing the wild wolf. Then Rai quickly retreated, and another fox was swiftly taken down. The skeleton soldiers here were also busy fighting the last fox, and upon seeing what had just happened, they became more cautious. But soon, thousands of sharp daggers pierced through its belly. The system continued to notify that Seongwu had gained another 240 coins for defeating the wolf and leveled up to level 7. Continuing like that, one by one, the wolves fell, and Seongwu kept gaining more points from this accidental wolf hunt. Jisoo, seeing that he alone had taken down all the wolves, felt sad. "I still can't pull Jisoo out." Seongwu comforted her internally. No, this time it's just that the tactics weren't suitable for her. He thought to himself, for Jisoo's profession this is nothing but shame, but it's better to let her develop her physical strength, since she's better at that anyway. Just after fighting off the wolves and not having time to recover, Seongwu turned to look at Hanho. He was happily introducing the skeleton soldiers and Rai to his parents, and Seongwu silently thought this kid so carefree. The system notification says, Sa-chet won't accept your revival because your level is too low for reviving large monsters. Seongwu regrets still unable to revive yet. He then tells everyone that we should leave quickly. Surely there are still many more around here. Meanwhile, sharp-toothed dragons open their mouths wide and roar as they chase a helicopter at incredible speed. People on the helicopter are panicking and shouting, "Hurry up, can you go faster? At this rate we'll be caught alive." The pilot is helpless. This is the maximum speed already, damn it. In this situation, he's even crazier than the sky itself. "Private Kim, you bastard, with creatures like these they should have reported beforehand." The pilot secretly thought, wait, isn't it because he refused to accept the report from the private earlier? It seems he is opposing Wai Dangbo's side, wanting the army to take leadership first, but the biggest obstacle is these monsters. The system quickly reports the leader of Wyvan has appeared, and that dragon is closing in on them fast. It rammed its claws into the side of the helicopter, not knowing if the people inside survived it. Against such a fierce monster, the helicopter couldn't hold up, and parts of it started falling apart. Then the helicopter quickly exploded in midair, producing a deafening shockwave. The dragons flying in the sky had now become the dominant rulers here. They quickly entered the city, seemingly accompanied by variously shaped creatures that relentlessly wrecked everything. Seongwu and everyone inside the building watched everything unfold. You panicked thinking about the army's planes. Hanho also woke up. I could somewhat expect this, but I didn't expect the Wyvan creatures to be so cruel. Up on the tall building where they are staying, the dragons are peacefully sleeping. Hanho's father said he had seen them sleeping here before, and his mother added, "We should do something because the safe zone is right in front of us." Seongwu turned back and said, "We can't take any risks. It's best to wait for them to leave and temporarily stay here." And as night fell, the dragons were still sleeping soundly on the rooftops, showing no sign of leaving. Inside, Hanho's parents were also sleeping peacefully, but no one here could close their eyes. Suddenly, Seongwu sensed something and was startled in panic. The system prompted, "Which profession will help you survive in this apocalyptic world? Please choose." Hanho loudly advised his parents to choose cards with as many stars as possible. His father said he had been playing cards for nearly 20 years and couldn't make such a mistake. The system notification said, "Please select a profession-linked card with your current profession," which surprised Seongwu. In seconds, the system alert says, they only have 15 seconds left to choose a card. Seongwu silently considers, does the linked card mean it will relate to his profession? As soon as he thought of that, the card in front of him suddenly disappeared and Seongwu was surprised. He thought to himself that someone else must have taken the card first, so in a set like this, the cards are shared with others as well. He realized that it's basically a quick draw contest. Hanho muttered casually, "The more stars the better." He comforted himself, staying calm. If it's a link, then the more stars we connect, the better. He thought, I need to choose a card that best supports my class, the Death Spirit Mage, and just as he finished thinking, his hand quickly grabbed a card in front of him. This one. System notification. You have chosen the Sorcerer Link card, which is now merging with your current profession. A new skill is being set up serving as a buff for allies and a debuff for enemies. Seongwu muttered to himself that the undead glow is a type of buff for allies and a debuff for enemies. Not bad at all. Hanho on the other side gritted his teeth, damn it. You sigh with tears in your eyes. The 4-star card you wanted to choose has already been taken and I could only get the 1-star priest card. Seongwu silently curses damn fate. Hanho is still struggling, and my skill is to create a shield that lasts for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. So, I'm a ranged damage dealer. Your father quickly approaches and asks Han, "Ho, is this card of yours okay?" Hanho's eyes are filled with tears, but he also looks over. "Yes, that's right, my son, I am dying inside. Your father's card is a support role that creates a safe zone, the engineer." Hearing this, Seongwu happily cheered up, unable to contain his joy, and exclaimed, "In that case, we don't have to move to Sugun or Gwaseong anymore. It's almost dawn, and the area where they decided to stop for a rest is extremely empty, probably the safest place for now." Hanho's father is still vigorously practicing his new techniques happily. "You've seen some of these moves already, haven't you? Son, do you see I should have learned these things earlier so that neither of you would have died at my hands?" Hanho asked his mother, "Which card did you take?" She replied, "I'm a cook. You were surprised. Mother should have chosen something to help her fight instead. Suddenly your parents cried and hugged each other, and you asked if they were going to weakly rush into battle. My goodness, look at what my son has been taught after 20 years. Seongwu turned and asked, "What card did you choose?" Jisoo said, "I choose the 3-star assassin profession, and my skill is the voluntary sensory, an inactive skill that compensates for all senses in dangerous situations." Seongwu stroked his chin, thinking that the sensory awareness skill was very useful, and Jisoo's calculation ability in her head was very strong. He has the ability to effectively utilize others and assess situations clearly, which is essential for survival. No matter how hard I try, I can't become someone like him. It turns out Jisoo has always wanted to catch up to Seongwu. She also wants to grow stronger. If she can't be like him, then I will find my own path both physically and mentally. I need to become stronger. Seongwu continued, "Uncle, can you explain the skills of the Pioneer?" Hanho's father replied, "Sure, wait a moment, I will tell you the details." The Pioneer skill can create a safe zone to avoid monster attacks. It is effective within a 200 square meter area and 10 meters high, providing a defensible shield. However, it can still be destroyed by a massive attack. Seongwu calculated that it is now too difficult to create and maintain a safe zone, and gathering everyone into a large group to collect gold is not a wise choice. After resting, he said that we would only use that skill when it's really necessary because we still need to find a place to create a safe zone first. Hanho's father asked back, "Really?" Hanho was surprised and asked Senior, "So we're not going to the safe zone in Suguan Waseong anymore?" He turned his face away. "No need." Seongwu looked up at the sky and thought that aside from that, any group has to follow their leader, so meeting them would be exhausting. He watched the dragon up there. It's moving, probably has been asleep for too long and wants to restart. The dragon above the upper floor has fully awakened and is starting to take off. Seongwu turned to give instructions, while Hanho looked around to see if any shops were still open, quickly agreeing and searching on his phone. Seongwu thought to himself that he needed to use the gold to level up, as we don't know when we'll encounter another creature like the wyvern. Hanho, scratching his head in confusion, replied that he couldn't find anything nearby. Suddenly, the silent surrounding space trembles like an earthquake. Outside, a crowd rushes shouting, "The wyvern has disappeared, everyone's in a panic." Hanho immediately recognized them and exclaimed, "Are those the kids from yesterday? Ask them." Seongwu then had an idea. Maybe they stole gold from others, so they probably know where the store is to spend the stolen gold. There is indeed a large supermarket nearby, but it seems Seongwu's group didn't notice it. Tae-sung gritted his teeth, "Damn it, thanks to that wyvern we had a tough night." "How long have we been in that meat shop, Eon?" Eon chuckled happily, "But it's also thanks to that we got to eat some meat." Eon asked Tae-sung, "Can you spin the roulette card this time?" He answered lazily, "Just gathering a little more first." Tae-sung continued, "Last time we got a terrifyingly powerful curse package, so I hope we find something useful this time." Then he loudly shouted, "Hey guys, we're back. Don't think we're dead, right?" But inside there was no response. He was surprised why so quiet. One of them, terrified, stammered Han's name, but Tae-sung quickly became alert and stayed silent. The group began to move quietly and cautiously. After all, in this chaotic world, they instinctively knew what to do in moments like this. He runs down, gradually reaches out to push the door open, trying to see what's really inside. Then everyone outside is surprised. What the hell is that everyone's gathered here? Tae-sung felt bewildered inside, but forced a smile, wondering what was going on. Where was Zujin? As Mingsik frantically recounted that he had arrived and told them they hadn't collected enough money. "So what about Zujin?" Tae-sung quickly ran up to them. "Damn it, what happened to Zujin?" Nearby, the man named Zujin shouted loudly, "Shut up, are you okay?" As soon as that person removed her mask, Tae-sung was taken aback and shouted, "What's wrong with you? It seems she has been transformed into a demon dragon." "Quiet, don't say anything, I can smell human bloodlust, and every time I do I become craving." Someone is sitting cross-legged on the table. He looks at the two people and yells angrily, "You little punk. Turns out you also have a vulnerable side for us to bully leader Gu Zi Ok of your gang." He remembered how he had killed that person, and then he laughed loudly, asking about the dying face in front of him. "Why did they die like that, you bastard?" Taesung was also furious. "Tay kid, how dare it attack us?" The person sitting at the table added, "Then this time it'll be Sui Trin's turn on the chopping block." He slowly stands up and says, "I told you if you can control your bloodlust, only you will suffer. You need to drink a certain amount of blood to stay alert. Don't you kids understand what I'm saying?" Taesung shouted. "A certain amount, do you know? How many people Gu Zi Ok has already killed?" The mysterious masked man laughed loudly and sneered. "Do you dare to talk back to me?" He mocked with a devilish grin. "The leader is watching you. How long do you think you'll survive if you don't obey us?" Taesung looked at Dujin with fear. "So let us be, and we will find enough." But that guy quickly stood up and approached Taesung. "Wrong, you're doomed to die." He aggressively shoved his face close to yours, saying, "If you don't obey, I will kill you, all of you." Anyway, Taesung is just a kid, and when faced with a warning from such a terrifying dragon Makara, his legs couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Rod continued, "Gather 10000 gold coins in 2 days or your neck will be next. You can't run, you know that, right?" Suddenly, a loud scream outside caught Rod's curiosity, and he turned back. Then the voice called out again, "Who are you? Let me out. Aren't you the ones who said you treat us like VIPs but this store is losing out?" "Yeah," he asked back in surprise. "A customer. All right, my customer, what do you want? Give me everything you have, and tell me again clearly you're not afraid to lose against us, right?" The demon's sly grin made it clear. "You're not a customer at all, you're just a crazy one," Sung thought. Disaster will probably lead to bloodshed soon. Seeing his teeth flash with that familiar sharpness, Sung immediately recognized those quick, cunning fangs. You ask him, "Are you the leader of the gang in the karaoke building?" Suddenly recognized that he feels a bit guilty, so Rod uses his internal strength on his sharp claws to prepare to strike. He charged aggressively towards Sungyu, and those guys you helped them, but before he could lay a finger on Sungyu, Rod was swiftly restrained by his army of skeleton soldiers. That hand, covered with claws, was quickly seized by a skeletal hand unable to move. Rod was utterly astonished. What are these things? Taesung on the ground, also panic-stricken, asked Makadong again, "Did you cause this?" He didn't answer her, feeling extremely furious. That bastard then gritted his teeth. But before he could react, a stream of fresh blood sprayed onto Taesung's face, and all he could hear was Makadong's screams. Sung-woo aggressively stabbed towards Rod, fueling my dry little kids. Rod was quickly lifted into the air by the coffin blood continuously drip down, making him unable to endure and scream out loud. Sung-yu aggressively slashed the sword again, causing Makadong to scream in pain. I warned him sternly, "Don't move or I'll cut off your head," and the cage tightened its grip, making him suffer even more as he wailed endlessly. Sung-yu aggressively asked one more time. Luckily, Makadong Rod. Even though his sword had pierced his neck, he stubbornly refused to reveal anything, only smiling faintly. Then Makadong violently swung his arm, shattering the casket around him, and Sung-yu's sword pierced through his neck. At that moment, Rod forcefully broke the sword in your hand, and the system quickly notified that the item had been destroyed. Then he crazily charged at Sung-yu with anger and desire. He raised his hand to shield his face when suddenly something from behind lunged forward to block Rod's attack. He quickly couldn't react in time and was pierced through the body by the daggers. Hanho smiled brightly. "I remember you were told not to move, Senior Sung-woo said that." Jisoo quickly swung her sword, cutting off Makandong's arm, causing him to scream in pain, but like the boss before him, a new bird-shaped blade arm grew back from the wound. But then that arm suddenly burst into flames. The system notification, the fiery grinding stone effect, has been activated, and its regenerative ability is restricted by the fire effect. Jisoo's sword like a blazing torch, she fiercely grips her weapon and strikes from behind, but Rod quickly notices and manages to dodge this deadly blow. Jisoo shifted her hand forcefully, sliding the sword aside. The undead bird's arm was cut off again, and its fresh blood now flowed endlessly like a stream. He was truly enraged, shouting wildly before bringing his remaining clawed hand towards Jisoo. Neither of them was willing to concede. Each attack met with another. They fought for a long time without a clear winner. Suddenly, Rod reached out and grabbed Jisoo's sword, catching her off guard, but for some reason his body couldn't move to attack her. The system announced that the mystical sensory effect, she thought I could feel it, so this must be the effect of the mystical sensory skill. Somehow, from behind Rod, another powerful attack landed, making him unable to hold back and spew out fresh blood. The system announces again that the aura has bestowed a forced, slow effect on the disciples, and enemies who have made a contract with the disciples will fall into a weakened state. Jisoo thought that normally she might have been defeated by Makondan's strength, but luckily she has held on so far. It's a valuable skill. The system informs Rod that he has entered a weakened state. Choose a 10 combo attack. Rod quickly cannot withstand it and falls to the ground. Perhaps he won't survive much longer. Rod finally grew afraid, stopped. "What do you want?" Sung-yu said smugly. "So now you're finally willing to talk." He's calculating. This one is controlling that cloud of dry fog. I could take him out with one hit since he's got no good physical skills. He's thinking, then smirks. I'll pretend to talk and close the distance if I can kill him instantly then. While he's thinking, Godbing suddenly delivers a powerful punch to Rod's stomach. Then relentless powerful attacks kept coming at Macedong. He never expected you to do that, only feeling helpless. Seongwu continued, if you're something like a monster's body, it's better to talk while in this state. You look like a demon from hell right now. If that's not enough, tell me I still have many wounds. Tae-sung. Noop watches everything from a corner, terrified, fearing Sung. You and uncle is scared too. We met before, but back then he drugged you. Now this kid is truly afraid. Who are those people? Rod spat out a lot of blood but still tried to smile. Don't think that just scaring me like this makes you special. The day the commander's plan ends, you crooked steelheads, all of you will pay. He looks even more terrifying now than earlier. But knowing there's no way to get any information from this treacherous bastard, he grimly orders Jisoo to finish him off. Receiving the order from Seongwu upon hearing she could kill this scoundrel, she immediately slashed her sword to take Rod's life and earned 322 gold from killing him. The terrifying line of enemies fell before Tae-sung's eyes, and he exclaimed in shock at the scene before him. Suddenly, Tae-sung shouted out loud, please spare us, we are not involved with them at all. Hearing what Seongwu just said, he gritted his teeth and politely asked back, how can you just ignore this? I've already told you from the beginning, give back everything you've stolen here, all of it. It was very quick to dawn, and at the supermarket, the scene had become warmer since the last night. All of Tae-sung's gold had been transferred to Seongwu's people. Hanho was complaining less than I expected. Seongwu smiled, come on kid, you finished third that time. Jisoo looked at the corpse of the Macedong covered in white, that's the boss. Seongwu said, I don't know who they are, but it seems they were ready to fight with their power increasing rapidly, and from what you guess, they are all part of a system. Jisoo sighed. Seongwu is very quick to adapt. Why would there be people doing such things? Seongwu replied. Instead of adapting, don't you think they all originate from this very world? Besides their leader, the others all have the ability to produce more Macedong. Some species have limits, but Macedong does not. It spreads rapidly like a virus. You silently think that they cannot ignore these creatures, especially since just now the whole group teamed up to kill one. What would happen if they all show up at once? This is coming for them sooner or later, so one day we will face each other, and Seongwu feels he should prepare early. They have to become stronger. After finishing their thoughts, he turned to Tae-sung and said, I heard there's a shop here. Tae-sung wiped his sweat and whispered to his companions, don't be arrogant anymore, listen to me. This kid witnessed everything just now, and now holds great respect for Seongwu. I'll guide you this way. Suddenly, the system chimed in asking what would happen to the card chooser even during this second round of player selection. Everyone was panicking and asking what was going on, seeing the red window. This announcement made Seongwu feel anxious, unsure what would happen if the player failed to select the card. Suddenly, Minsik cried out in pain and Tae-sung worried called out to him. Tae-sung trembling gripped his hand tightly and asked loudly, Minsik, don't tell me you're the card selector, but he stammered without a word. Minsik yelled out, I don't have a good feeling about this. I don't trust these systems at all. Tae-sung annoyed, you'll never know what could happen. This kid still insists, why, I'm not the only one who didn't choose. They didn't either. The system then announces that if you haven't awakened after being given 2 chances, because you refuse to become a player now, you will be granted the chance to become a monster. As soon as the message was sent, Minsik quickly transformed into a monster, neither human nor demon, and Tae-sung shouted, everyone run. Seongwu felt terrified. With this warning, there was no doubt we wouldn't win if he completed the transformation. But Seongwu knew it wouldn't end quickly, so when they transformed, everyone might have a chance to escape. Then he shouted loudly, everyone attack now. Jisoo was surprised. Rai quickly responded and called out to the monsters that used to be people. Seongwu bit his lip and said, I'm sorry, but there's no other choice, you have to kill these people because they've lost all consciousness. Now Rai and Kodabing are fighting desperately. These monsters are much bigger than everyone thought. Seongwu looked at how they were fighting in surprise. With such a sturdy body, how could they fight back so clumsily? Over here, Rai and the Kodabing team were still fiercely attacking to eliminate those people. You received 3,000 silver for hunting 2 werewolves and leveling up to level 8, which made Seongwu amazed and touched. Only someone like them could be worth that much. I'm surprised, because even a savage wolf only gets 240 silver, so how could those kids turn into high-level monsters like that, risking their lives? Then Seongwu selected a random skill upgrade card increasing agility by 3 points. Seongwu sighed with relief, just choosing a random card was lucky. Jisoo replied, your strength is to control the fog, so I think this upgrade card is good. Hanho here was gaping, but are we really going to face guys like these kids soon? I feel like the difficulty suddenly jumped up. Sung said there's a way I thought in my head we'll go together with the family members. I haven't joined the dried fog team yet because it would leave a bad impression on the other survivors. If we're about to face something like that before I even think it through, the system told me that the dead will become your thralls. Accept the enhancement, Seongwu kept thinking. Although this looks stranger, I can't care about others' opinions anymore. Seeing my new creature, Seongwu couldn't hold back his cry. Amazing, with this, we might even face a dragon-like demon one-on-one. Tae-sung was so shocked when he saw his friend like that he pushed and shouted Minsik. Seongwu still hasn't forgotten his main question to Tae-sung about the store situation. I was too shy to tell you earlier, but now that store is a used car dealership. The manager there looks very dangerous, we just got robbed. But the others even have to obey that guy and surrender the others. Hearing this, Seongwu became even more curious. Take me there. The group and the core soldiers quickly set out with the two enhanced disciples leading the way. Seongwu looked around, noting that we had moved secretly, but the atmosphere here was strange and there were no guards. Suddenly, from the distant silent night, a loud cry broke the tranquility of the space and stirred the quiet atmosphere. A large bear is fighting another dragon demon, and he angrily shouts this bear. But the bear seems to be losing control, constantly rushing in to bite and tear at the dragon demon, and he struggles to dodge. Seongwu silently thought, I understand now that the bear is a person who has been kidnapped, captured, and forced into a monster form. They have been killed by the very person who kidnapped them, reaping what they sowed. Finally, the dragon beast almost lost its mind, charging madly at the disgusting monster. Lucky it was just a mouse daring to act so boldly. But the angry bear roared fiercely like a berserk monster, tearing its chain and fiercely attacking the bloodied dragon beast, both of them bleeding non-stop. Unsure of what Seongwu is thinking, he watches the two fight. Wait a moment, if he acts precisely and hits both targets with one arrow, he could eliminate the two witnesses before him. At the same time, both the black bear and the bloodthirsty dragon roared, as if they've decided to fight a life-or-death battle. The bloodthirsty dragon charged forward, roaring fiercely, "You damn monster dog," and the black bear also roared loudly, rushing at breakneck speed. But suddenly, the demon dragon paused for a moment, as something blue swiftly flew toward them. He was worried that Han-ho and his senior had been gone for too long, and his mother was also anxious. But was this really okay? In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore, and if she thought about what the kids had done, she'd see it as normal because they had already killed some others. But she still couldn't help but worry. Even though they are still young, it's better if they can resolve this smoothly. Rai and Seongwu's jade pendants quickly joined the attack against the black bear and the demon dragon. The iron chain relentlessly shook, then flew straight at the dragon demon, hitting Han in the eye and causing him to cry out in pain. The black bear successfully defeated the dragon demon, then swung vehemently to send Han flying far away. But I don't know what material this chain is made of, but it's incredibly strong. Despite the strength of the black bear, it still can't escape from this. Seongwu saw it and observed more carefully. Is the chain catching him? Seongwu saw the dead body and immediately guessed that it seemed like all those dragon demon corpses had been killed by it. Then it appeared to want to turn the wolf demons into a big threat for it, so it quickly changed its target. From the demon dragon and the black bear rushes forward and crushes a Zio demon with his hands, then roars loudly. Seongwu sees him act this way and looks grim, a bit scared. Oh no, I was wrong. Unlike bears, the wolf packs hunt in groups. You might think the wolf disciple would fall, but no, they quickly gained the upper hand. Seongwu cheered loudly, I will make it your friend. Advanced the Xi creature disciples also quickly defeated the black bear. The system then announced, you have gained 3,500 Vang from hunting the bear demon. The bear quickly fell, truly taking its last breath, while Seongwu stood silently without breaking a sweat. Seongwu turned to the skeletons and said, I need to eliminate that guy to make him a servant of yours. The system quickly notified that you have controlled the dead. Seongwu thought, isn't it too big? Shouldn't this one's size be limited to medium? Suddenly Han-ho shouted, Senior, this motorcycle is our school's shuttle. I think this is the one Gyeong-su drove. Gisu immediately saw, look, Gyeong-su took this bike. Seongwu continued, it seems it was attacked by the dragon demon. Seongwu then asked Taesung, so where is the shop? He immediately replied yes this way, and suddenly Yujin reacted, hoping her hand would quickly grow longer as it seemed to continue transforming, but Taesung stubbornly called out to Yujin. At this moment, it seemed someone had taken over her body, and she smiled sinisterly. It turned out to be this girl's kidnapper. Don't worry about her because to me, every child is precious. That guy keeps talking, but I'm really curious about the one who killed my kids. Let's see. This one seems pretty nasty. Seongwu carefully ponders her body. Has been taken over, is death approaching? Then she speaks. I thought a lord. It would be very reserved, but apparently not for Seongwu. Anything goes, but that skill is quite exhausting. That guy is smug. I guess I have to keep explaining myself to those idiots over and over. Maybe that's why I get called professor after all. Then he turns away watching to see how you handle it. I only do what I like. Then he spoke in a challenging tone, you pest the dead one. Warning system, you have been cursed by a low-level spell, you need holy power to lift the curse. The professor kept yelling and laughing loudly, dying, you're done for, I'll swallow all your leftovers you damn dogs, just wait, I will come and tear you apart, that'll be easier. Suddenly, in front of him, Seongwu swiftly wiped at him with incredible speed, making the professor momentarily panic. Not only did you avoid his curse, but you also suddenly kicked him away with great force. The professor was thrown far away, and I continued fiercely. I don't want to hear anymore, he's coughing beside Senior. You're still a person. Trung saw a red mark on his hand and guessed it was cursed, but if that were true, why didn't he feel anything at all? Han-ho's eyes sparkled. Brother, I can sense an unclean aura emanating from you. Seongwu remembered that he had received a card before becoming a cultivator, and secretly wondered if this guy really is a cultivator, this country would probably fall apart. Han-ho continued, I can sense your disrespectful aura, so please wait a moment. System alert, the unique skill of the Dragon King Bloodhunt has detected you. Your location will be leaked every 12 hours. You cannot dispel it due to low divine power. A special challenge has appeared called No Refuge for Evil, where you must eliminate the murderers targeting your life. The reward is 30000 gold and a level C item ticket, and it will only end when one of the two is dead. Seongwu thought, if that's the case, there's no more time to worry, I have to attack before they get stronger. Then he stepped forward and said, hey, I asked you where the store is, but Sung still seems to be hiding. Seongwu suddenly lost his temper and impatiently asked where the dragon spirit lair was. The system quickly responded again, welcome to level D shop. Gisu, be careful, isn't there a roulette wheel this time? This is the lucky ball. The D-grade shop only sells up to platinum level. Han-ho has also stopped singing. Which ball will you choose? Seongwu quickly stepped forward and declared, I testify, the system appeared. You now have an unlimited level ticket. You calmly reconsidered the events previously receiving a reward after killing 100 enemies, limited to 100 people. Now the platinum hair that costs up to 1 million gold is 10 times more expensive than before. He quietly calculated that if the selling price is 10 times higher per level, I should save a few tickets for next time, so this time I'll just choose gold, just need to stay alive. Then Seongwu was surprised this as a notification appeared, saying you can add one limited sphere from 1 to 3, and up to 5 spheres can be added from among 100, by exchanging a normal sphere. You're annoyed as this game designer selling souls to the devil, but thinking about the previous reward, I better choose level 1 no matter the cost. Jisoo panics, there'll be a new opportunity. Han-ho also urgently agrees, but from experience, this will probably fail. But much to everyone's surprise, Seongwu won first place, and received a random profession skill. This skill will automatically reach master level without any special training. The empty sanctuary at the artisan level creates a space for items to rest, but only in their intact state. When restoring a large number of items simultaneously, a deadly curse spreads throughout the area. Seongwu happily exclaimed how unbelievably lucky I am, then looked at the two others. What's wrong? Han shouted loudly. Senior, step aside. I want to try too. Jisoo too. Then Seongwu tested his new power, raising his hand to let the skeleton soldiers and his items rest. He was satisfied. This was truly amazing. Although there is still a limit on the number right now, it also means he can expand his inventory space, increase his mobility, and even extend his safe zone when encountering more survivors. Then Seongwu happily looked over and asked if they got anything good, but both of them looked dejected with supplies like B-grade survival packs, bandages, first aid kits, ropes, oil lamps, common items, and a bullfighter's armor. Seongwu ignored it as if he didn't hear anything. Should we continue our journey? The man in the distance shouted in frustration, promising that next time he would act first. From a tall building, an unknown voice called out, don't expect too much, these slaves. What did I do wrong, Mr. Su? Said everyone still alive should get in the car. I secretly thought I had underestimated him too much. I kept thinking about Seongwu. Should I have stayed with that man? No, I definitely should have stayed together. I thought the military convoy was a safe place, but everything's fallen apart, and it took us a lot of effort to get past Wyvern and the monsters to get here. At the military convoy camp, the place is engulfed in smoke and chaos. It doesn't seem to be safe anymore like you thought. The person next to him keeps jumping, and Gyeongsu asks, what you should do? I came, because you told me to, but there's nothing here. He kept shouting, if the camp is already like this, we're doomed, what should we do now? Gyeongsu clenched his teeth trying to stay calm, but that guy kept rambling and hitting his hand. I'm pissed off, damn it. I was just driving, why is it so stressful all of a sudden? Then suddenly a woman in the car holds up her phone and shouts loud, Gyeongsu, look at this. He reads the notice, the safe zone. The woman replies, yes, at Sukwan Hoa. Sung, are we heading there? The group behind them keeps panicking. What do you plan to do? Please choose the next destination, Mr. Gyeongsu. I regained my strength and confidence. Yes, I survived by devising a plan to avoid the wyvern. These people sacrificed their lives to follow me. I must be more self-assured. Then Gyeongsu loudly said, all right, then let's set out again. Now, looking back, I feel regretful. Rushing into it was a mistake. I should have been more cautious. The creature lurking behind the disguise of a human, it turns out, this is the lair of the dragon demons, luring everyone here for easier capture. One of them sharply punched his back and moved quickly forward, you bastards. Han saw that Gyeongsu seemed resistant and smiled brightly. So what, too exhausting? If you don't want to do it, just say so. Just come to the kitchen and cook for us. Then he turned back and told his comrades, these slaves are really slow. Maybe I should replace them. The other guy agreed. Yes, some of them are rebellious because I promoted them. We can catch and steal their gold, then kill them to level up. Isn't this way of making money quite clever? Gyeongsu felt helpless. Damn it, hopeless. I'm just going to be killed like my friends. Then the dragon demons shouted loudly, hurry up you guys, if you dawdle, I'll eat you. Suddenly a dragon monster steps forward and stops. Gyeongsu hits them hard. Why did you stop? In front of them is Rai. It seems the big crowd has arrived. Standing before the enemies, Rai bravely like a warrior, he draws his sword towards the demon ogres. The two ogres are startled. What is this? The last one immediately guesses. It looks like dried mist about the size of a goblin. Gyeongsu immediately recognizes it. The dragon horse seems to look at Rai smugly teasing. I think it's just some weak little monster. Then it suddenly leaps up, fiercely claws and fangs bared, rushing toward Rai Dai. But from behind him, something sharp pierced through, leaving the demon dragon no chance to defend himself. The others quickly were also struck by the icy spear piercing through their bodies. They lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and bloodstained, unwilling to accept their defeat, bitterly asking what the hell just happened. They looked up at the army of skeletal soldiers and devil wolves, both numerous and fierce, who were overwhelming the dragon demons with their dominance. From within the dry fog, Seongwu slowly approached to observe these human-posing demons. Grandpa Su seemed to see a life raft in the middle of the sea, and he was overjoyed. Seongwu, you step forward, Gyeong-su. I prayed for your luck before sunset, but it seems it didn't work. Seeing Gyeong-su still alive, he let out a long sigh and smiled brightly. Just hearing that, I can tell they seem to be more powerful than at sunset. Seongwu and I are both in college, but are we really that different? The dragon demon among them stands up menacingly with a cunning smile. I will kill you. Before Gyeong-su finished thinking, Seongwu had already leaped into the air. In front of everyone's admiration here, they didn't expect him to risk his life like this. Seongwu whispered quietly, looking human but actually a monster, so I will only let one survive as soon as I say that your whole body radiates a deadly aura that makes everyone nearby shiver in fear. Mr. Su, panic-stricken after not seeing Seongwu for a while, silently thinks to himself, he's definitely the one. He's getting much stronger than I expected, not just Seongwu Ji. Su is also gradually becoming more powerful. And Hanho too, how can he be getting stronger so easily, he said while watching the kid arguing with the monster. One of the demon dragon monsters begged in fear, please let me go, I'll tell you everything. You get straight to the point. How many monsters players and their levels are inside that factory? Han honestly said the dragon demon leader is there and currently at level S, about 12 players with the highest, probably at level 4. Seongwu looks pleased. Thon Khan is revealing everything, but inside he's thinking, I never intended to let you go. When the dragon man is scared, are you curious about the guards and what's happening inside? As I said, your life will— I haven't said much, but Gyeong-su rushed forward and stabbed him in the neck, causing the dragon to collapse. I know what's inside. We can't let him survive. All my friends have been killed by him. Gyeong-su pushed him away. Even though they were somewhat careless and cowardly, they didn't deserve to die. I painfully recall the happy memories with myself and my friends. I have so much I want to do with them. Seongwu stepped forward to encourage, feeling compassion for others, but now he has been rescued and survived. Not everyone can make decisions in tough situations. Adapting is very different from independence. Everyone fell silent as Seongwu continued to speak, saying this world is heading towards destruction, but we must catch those bastard tigers. At the factory, the branch manager was working tirelessly, unaware of the conspiracy they were foiling. From above, 3 guys are watching the others working below. One steps forward and asks what the director is thinking. That dragon manager looks grim. We're sent out to capture people, but how long do we have to keep doing this? They are just a secondary supply source. Capturing them is easier than those demons out there. The leader said nonchalantly, what we're doing is called business development. Maybe our director has your own plans or reasons. Everyone is fighting for their life and we have to become the leaders in this field. The minion beside him cheered. I want to be the leader, the demon dragon manager continued. If you work hard, you can become a regular employee. Just like that day when I got promoted while wandering around the warehouse, the director will promote you to permanent staff too. Suddenly a voice sounded, making the dragon manager startle. You're not regular employees, you're more like monsters. At the door, a tall figure with a flowing coat stood imposing in the wind, shouting loudly, was that some kind of business development? You really did everything to make others give up on being human. The devil manager and his 2 henchmen quickly soared into the air and landed back on the ground. The surrounding minions also started to prepare for battle, and the manager sneered, so tell me, who are you? Everyone imprisoned in the iron cage was delighted to see Dongwu. That guy, is it him? Another voice asked. That's right, the guy we've seen at school. Who is he? He is the one who saved all of us at school. The demon dragon manager roars loudly, holding the dogs and shouting, who gave you permission to wake up and complain? Then he looks at the prisoners being locked up with a threatening gaze. Dung calmly asks, haven't you received a message from the boss, and isn't he the one who told you who I am? One of them stammers, you're the one who killed the North manager. Dung Wu asks again, the manager. You guys are joking around like a company, or what? Silenced and mocked like that, they will get furious. He asked you, we knew you were crazy, so we came in here, but how the hell are you acting like that? Dongwu asked again, how the hell? Because I have that skill. As he finished speaking, his eyes radiated a fierce cold intensity. The Macadong team was terrified. The manager shouted loudly, what is this, black smoke? And the system warned that the Tan Kiem effect would impact the current area. This made him even more surprised. What the hell is going on? The death sword absorbs Dongwu, like a demon from hell standing there, fiercely made the Macadong gang even more weakened. The system alerts that you are under the lethal whisper effect. All stats are dropping drastically. They're trembling. What the hell is going on? What are these monsters? The Macadong group was about to flee, but the skeleton soldiers quickly charged forward to stop them, not allowing them to escape. The manager saw his subordinates panic and shouted loudly to regain their composure. Everyone stay steady, stay calm and face them. Just kill the one controlling them. Soon the dead will become Seongwu's followers and the Macedong will be panic-stricken like a frightened herd. Macedong's manager was surprised that the undead army had revived. He shouted angrily, "You bastard!" The white mist kept rushing up, and although they kept losing, they kept coming back to life so temporarily they couldn't be defeated. The manager quickly stepped on a corpse soldier flying in front of Seongwu. "I just need to kill you." Suddenly, a jar of Slim's viscous fluid seemingly from nowhere flew straight into his face. Hanho sneered in satisfaction. Luckily, his leg was broken, and Macedong shrieked loudly, his face melting away as acid slowly ate through it, emitting smoke, causing him to stand there in agony, screaming in despair. Jisoo quickly moved to rescue the hostage, and then reported that Seongwu the hostage had now been released. Everyone was like a beehive that had been shattered. Jisoo quickly drove to the scene, and everyone had to move fast to get the injured to the front. He was unwilling to sing loudly and chase after them. "Where do you think you're running? You're only food for me." Then a voice rang out from afar. It charged with incredible speed, knocking Manager Macedong far away. The system announces that the Fury of Nature has been activated, increasing attack power and speed for 10 minutes. The manager, sensing the danger, quietly considers avoiding it but is heavily affected by the deadly curse, with all stats severely declining and vitality fading. Elephant raises the bracelet, activating a 20% attack speed boost, then charges forward, while the manager silently agrees that he must always carry out his duty. The Makandong gang chose a very unsafe spot, with broken legs, thin windows and walls, and nowhere better than this abandoned factory. Since they are in a place like this, they are sure to lose everything according to Seongyu's plan. Manager Macedong clenched his teeth and said, "Damn it, that kid is pretty strong, my head feels like it's spinning." A subordinate quickly stepped forward and said, "Branch manager, let me share my strength with you, you have to deal with them." Hanho shivered in horror at the scene before him, and called out, "Senior brother, Hanta is growing more ferocious, I can feel this power, the power of the boss surrendered to my boss." After Han evolved, a warning appeared on the system indicating that the high-level Macedong was becoming furious. At this point, Han's body had completely mutated, resembling a bone with sharp fangs. But Seongyu remained calm. Was that what he had seen? It seemed like Han Ta had given up on being a human. The Makandong guy no longer moved on two legs. Han quickly rushed over to everyone. Seongyu's skeletal army quickly moved forward to protect everyone, but that only irritated Macedong. Han shouted loudly, "You all back off." The Bone Warriors still charged forward, and the manager also refused to lose, breaking through the encirclement alone. Maswai fiercely bit from behind, momentarily putting the manager at a disadvantage. But still refusing to surrender easily, Macedong fiercely fights back. Han throws a powerful punch at Mother Wolf, knocking her away. But just as he defeats one another, berserks forward, and the manager breaks through the encirclement alone at full speed. Maswai also isn't a pushover. It lunges forward, slashing fiercely at Makong's back, causing Han great pain. Jisoo couldn't bear to see either side take too long to determine the winner, so she eagerly watched. Then, unable to hold back, she leapt forward with her sword and charged fiercely at Macedong. But surprisingly, Jisoo didn't choose to fight head-on. She flipped behind Han and aggressively swung her sword down hard. Enraged by the relentless attack, Han was truly furious. "Now you bastards." Riding raised the sword, but Jisoo quickly grabbed his hand and pulled it back forcefully. Her speed was too fast and her strength too great for him to react, causing him to spin gently. Han fights alone against the skeleton soldiers, but they don't seem tired yet, and are underestimating him. Jisoo shouts to Han, "Don't take them lightly," and as he finishes speaking, two skeleton soldiers rush in and stab straight at the manager. The system quickly notified that the dead have become your minions. Han was shocked. "Jisoo is truly amazing. You call this an emergency situation, right?" Seongwu watches tensely, realizing that's why it won't work. You know he's unleashing his fury from blood and explosives, and at this rate he won't last much longer. But the creature's body might be destroyed, and it would be very dangerous if his attack isn't broken through by the ORC barrier. But the real problem is that Bastard is just a minion of Maka of the Rut line. Seongwu shivered a little. If his subordinate was this strong, how powerful must Rut be? Suddenly Seongwu was startled, as the system announced that the Fallen had become your subordinate's team. Strength has been granted to you in a combo effect. You smirk. "It's a pity I will use a lot of power to catch this guy. I also have to make good use of this spider demon, as it increases attack speed and defensive power when I use narrow passages." The Makadong suddenly powers up, and before he can react, Seongwu swiftly orders the sandwolves to bite him. The three of them rush to the Makadong manager simultaneously, continuously blocking him so he can't fight back. Helpless and overwhelmed, his body begins to disintegrate. Seongwu looked at him and said, "Tell your boss that his business ventures in Hwaseon have failed. The system has notified me that you have received 1,000,000 points for killing a special player." Seongwu wondered, a player, even if it looks like a savage beast, is still considered a person. "I think I can turn him into Mundo." Seongwu looked at the huge corpse in front of him, thinking to himself. He frowned because of the regeneration ability of the Maka line species. "I have to cut off their heads to eliminate them completely. Since their heads have been cut off, I've never been able to revive them before, just like him. The system alerts that the dead have become your Mundo. From now on, you will serve me instead of your boss." After assimilating the Makar line manager, the system says you can check the power through Mundo's chest in Lagos VL Facilis's palace. Seongwu was surprised, his mind shattering the old memories. What is that thing? He quickly saw dark, unknown things crashing into his mind. What is this? I've never seen anything like this before. Is this a fake soul summoning ability? Then Seongwu listened silently and a voice echoed, that's what I wanted to say. Cunning Denroth, think again, what is the true goal of this game? Does anyone want to answer? The group of Macas before this question all fell silent, looking at each other, and no one spoke up for a moment. He drinks a sip of fresh blood. It's impossible that no one is here. Honestly, I don't know what's happening. He continues speaking, but I know what to do, we need to evolve. I'm right Manager Kim? The manager answered respectfully, yes, you are right. The constant brainwashing gods, supernatural beings, or creatures in this universe, no matter who they are, we have been given a chance in a special way. That fragile backbone, we need to eliminate this failed species. Humanity has reached its limit. If not this event, then another will happen. Anyway, they will be wiped out, and he persuaded them that they would evolve into a different entity and create a new world. Seongwu stood nearby, listening to the entire conversation, clenched his teeth. So you're the Maka Lord. He continued, I have a mission, and all of you need to complete this mission with me, Seongwu said calmly. A mission. Of course they will stick with them until the end. Just leave it to us. Boss, we will follow through, until the very end. You wonder what this strange enthusiasm is about. Is it that drinking that stuff brainwashes them or something? A bizarre instinct of loyalty, so this is why their organization could become so powerful in just a few days. Danroth raises his glass of blood and loudly declares we are throwing a celebration. Wasion will be the first location. He immediately feels excited, and this strategy is called the Grand Feast. Let's invite all the neighbors to join in the fun. Kim, the manager, the one who handles the meat supply and raw material gathering, Seongwu, was speechless at these people and couldn't help but think to himself, they are insane. Harvesting human flesh, fighting slaves, a massacre party. They are creating a crazy plan. The main goal of this plan is to use the safe zone as bait, to gather everyone. It's ridiculous how effective that strategy is. The system reappears, revealing that you have been assigned a hidden mission, and Seongwu is surprised by this. Since Windmaster died, this has appeared twice. What do you want from me now, system? Your mission this time is to prevent or carry out a massacre. As the one holding the reins of death, you can save many people, or let them perish and control the aftermath. The choice is yours and will affect your fate later. Jisoo spoke up again. Hanho waited for a moment, seeming to hesitate about something. Then a fierce hand suddenly grabbed Hanho's head, surprising him. Seongwu asked angrily with a dark face, what did you eat? Hanho stammered nervously. Senior, that's not it. Seongwu, with a serious face, asked again, you said you'll do everything I tell you, right? That statement made Hanho a little nervous. It's nothing. Seongwu smiled brightly. You should complete this mission with me. Hanho became even more anxious and asked again. Jiga, is the branch manager dead? Yi Yang was surprised. How could it be he had received power from the director but still got killed? I guess he's stronger than I thought. Hanta thought to himself. I don't know how he managed to kill the branch manager with just those weak dried corpses, but it's bothering me. Yi Yang continued. Isn't this affecting the director afterwards? Han laughed mischievously. Miss Yang, are you trying to belittle me? Hancho's words sound gentle but carry a threat. Yi Yang panicked, red-faced and stammering. I've lost so much it seems she's forgotten that her owner is a cold-blooded killer. Han observes, no, Lady Yi Yang is not wrong. He's quite annoyed that we're constantly disturbed while focusing on the main task. But as long as we can use a curse to track him once the party ends, it'll be his turn to act. I really want to know what kind of person he is. In the afternoon, in an abandoned factory area, everything around was very deserted. Everyone here seemed busy, some carrying something, others gathering weapons, and the injured were being bandaged. A sigh of frustration escapes. They haven't finished cleaning, and it seems they've spent a lot of time. Hanhao turns to look at Seongwu and asks, Senior, do we really have to do this? Seongwu looks a bit puzzled and asks, what do you mean? Yisu says, if what you said is true, wouldn't the slaughter happen at Hoa Xiongha? Then from now on, prepare as best as you can. Are you searching for something, Yisu? There are a few bottles like these at the management place. Yisu seems to have found some kind of medicine, and Seongwu was surprised. He felt curious and excited as he examined them, noticing many medicines. Yisu also looked carefully. These are small, handy items, so there are quite a few useful things. Suddenly Hanhao exclaimed happily, I was worried about what we would do without power, but it turns out there are things like this too. The item you found is a small charger that supplies power or charges batteries with 87% remaining. Sung quickly plugs in his phone, surprised to see the remaining battery charge will last 10 more minutes, thinking it's not too bad and quite handy. Yisu then offers a white jar, and Seongwu examines it, recognizing it as a mid-level elixir capable of curing various infectious diseases and soothing wounds. He carefully examined it and said with satisfaction, I think we can also use this. As everyone quickly tidied up, the sky was already close to dark. Indeed, these times are chaotic. Whether it's morning or evening, the atmosphere remains eerily quiet. Suddenly, Taesung and his group stepped forward in unison, bowing respectfully and thanking Mr. Seongwu very much. The boy happily looked at his girlfriend, probably thinking it was hard for him to accept us, and he even gave us medicine to cure our wounds. He secretly rejoiced that things are still dangerous, and although she hasn't been completely cured, it still has some effect. Seongwu calmly said, "If she is controlled and attacks me again by the Lord or the entire line, I will kill her, so watch carefully." Taesung was alarmed and replied, "Yes, I will prevent that from happening." Seongwu looked at Taesung. This kid seems to be trying to hold himself back. He looks like a gangster, but isn't. He continued, "It won't be for free. I'll have tasks for you guys to do later." Taesung immediately nodded eagerly. "You can just tell us what to do. I don't know what you're planning in your mind, but after talking with Taesung, you turned to Hanho's father and said, 'Let's start then, sir.'" He smiled happily. "All right." Then he became very enthusiastic. "Finally, I can make use of my mysterious power." Hanho stood beside him speechless. "Mystical power, Dad." Immediately afterward, this area became a pioneer camp protected by a shield from the center. The health of those inside the camp can be restored, and the manager can set access restrictions. Everyone was surprised by this feeling so cozy. It was like stepping out of a sauna. Hanho's mother also cooked a lot of delicious food for everyone, surprising them even more. So they also have food here, beginning to live like humans. Their stamina rapidly increased thanks to the special dishes she prepared, and in 20 minutes everyone's stamina will boost significantly. Jisoo felt heartbroken. It seemed like they had barely managed to adapt to the current situation, so if we could resolve the issue of the slaughter. Seongwu wondered and asked Jisoo, "Did you receive a special mission?" But she quickly replied no. Seongwu silently thought that Jisoo seemed to be too obsessed with stopping this massacre. She hadn't received any suspicious or special mission at all. Even if it wasn't a moonwalking task, he and Makadong's lord had a sworn enemy, so this was unavoidable, but for Jisoo, it was different. Seongwu said directly, "You know, stopping this massacre isn't your obligation, right?" She said loudly. "That's correct, but..." He looked at her seriously, interrupting, "But are you still trying to stop it because of your conscience or what?" Under his firm question and attitude, Jisoo lowered her head and bit her lip tightly. "No." Suddenly she got angry and said, "If you keep avoiding it one day, you will also be killed by something else. Not necessarily Makadong. I am just trying to fight to survive." When suddenly the system appeared, and both of them stopped in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The new guidebook initiates a new trend, Chapter 1, stating that the system doesn't care how players survive, but requires them to be brave to continue living. A critical warning: the event will take place within 7 days and no one is allowed in the combat zone. Gold will be double, the second player will receive a reward, and boss monsters will appear in the area. He quietly thought that what Jisoo said was the answer. If we follow what the system said, this is only the beginning. But why does the system say they can't move to the battle zone? Jisoo became even more determined after that. The announcement to survive in this game. After hearing Seongwu say that Hanho was reluctant and wondering if this task was too much for her, that he forced her to join dangerous missions while leaving Jisoo outside. Hanho felt it was unfair and kept shouting, and Seongwu said that ever since Jisoo became our ally, she has been working very hard. "You told Hanho teasingly that she's strong enough to survive on her own, but if it were you, you'd probably give up in less than half a day." Hanho snapped back, "Senior, have you ever heard that insulting someone is a violation?" There are comments on this post. Seongwu responded, "We can't just sit back and let those scoundrels trick people, so I wrote it. The content of your post is to warn everyone not to trust that anyone at this moment would agree to withdraw unconditionally. Many agree, but some disagree. But Sung doesn't care. Even if it wasn't about that, I would still be warning everyone. You keep going though, I hope to get some comments," but Jisoo cut in. "Prosecutor Y?" Dangpo also commented. As expected of a celebrity with so many responses, it's no joke he posted a specific message saying he can't wait for the government's help. So he created a community of independent players aimed at protecting safe zones, saving survivors, and defeating monsters. Seongyu immediately realized that this comment wasn't meant for us to join, he just wanted to promote that they aren't bad people. Hanho was surprised. Really, he used to do the same thing. That person is truly formidable. Seongyu knew very well that ambitious people were starting to reveal themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the subject again. "But senior, where are we going, Sung? You said we need to level up. What level are you at?" Injok paused for a moment before Hanho replied, "I'm level 5, and just hearing that Seongwu thought to himself, forgot half a day already surviving 2 hours, is a success." Well, after a while, it seems like they have arrived at their destination, and the wheels quickly came to a stop. Gyeong-soo happily said, "Seongwu, we're here now, we have to walk." Hearing him say that, everyone quickly got off the car to prepare for the walk. Hanho looked ahead, biting his lip. "Senior, is this our destination?" Sung nodded quickly and replied, "Yes." The scene ahead is a vast wasteland filled with many parked cars, and behind the ruins dozens of eyes are watching Seongyu and his group, as the midday sun shines bright, illuminating the entire area. From above, a large fireball suddenly rushes down from the sky. Hanho clenched his teeth and shouted, but the fireball kept coming. Seongyu quickly pulls him into a nearby car. "Hanho Hot Hong, Senior, this attack. The enemies are demons with fire abilities. They look very strange inside." But before they could finish talking, a loud explosion sounded, causing the monsters to fall apart. For Seongyu, these types of monsters were not a big problem. His sandworms quickly snagged one of them. Jisoo approaches, fiercely swings her sword at the remaining monster, which gapes in shock. Before dying in its eyes, Jisoo looked like a grim reaper come to take its soul. They quickly eliminated all of them, Hanho said. I thought it would be like a goblin. Jisoo wiped her sword. They're not too dangerous, but they use magic attacks. In Seongu's mind, the goal of this hunt is for Hanho to level up and find new power, while for him just using the skeletons has significantly increased his strength. He knows that bone wolves can handle low-level Makadong, but the Koboju can still use magic and are not strong enough to dominate everything. While he was thinking, Jisoo looked ahead and Seongwu. Isn't this scene in the supermarket very similar to our construction site? Still, the same chaos of overturned cars, dead bodies and blood everywhere, looking extremely gruesome. Seongwu deduces that many people gathered in one place, indicating a likely evacuation has occurred here. Hearing this, Jisoo wonders if there are any survivors inside the supermarket. Seongwu continued, the more people there are, the higher the chance of monsters appearing, so there probably is no hope. Mr. Soo interjected then, remote areas like Jeju or some island would be less dangerous. Both Yu and Jisoo let out a sigh, and Seongwu remembered that Jisoo's family was in Jeju. Realizing his thoughts, she spoke up, don't worry anyway, we've decided not to see each other again in the future. Then Jisoo didn't look happy, and I believe they are still doing well, they are always resilient people. Seongwu sighed deeply, showing her complicated emotions, and asking more wouldn't be very helpful, but it's true that not every family is like Hanho's. They temporarily ignore Jisoo's family matters, and quickly move inside the supermarket. The system announces you have entered a large dungeon, the Fortress of Wizard Kobold. The entrance is sealed with magic. Find a way to escape. You look around and realize this whole place is a dungeon. Jisoo sees something alarming and shouts, Seongwu. They are standing on something purple. She is astonished. It's a magic circle, and from the purple lights, a shimmering object quickly appears. It's a path, but it's surrounded by darkness inside, very gloomy and terrifying. Hanho just looked and turned pale in fear. He couldn't help but scream out loud. The kobold quickly raised their heads, their shining eyes like night owls, making him want to cry. Where is this? The monsters whispered to each other. We've been caught. Another replied. Good, he fell into the trap alone, empty-handed. Now he can only wait to die. Hearing their voices, Hanho was surprised and thoughtful. Are those monsters talking? Seeing how they contemptuously looked down on him, Hanho felt a sense of pride and said, You miserable kobold fools, the weakest monsters in the world, even if I go alone, but suddenly you. Alone, it seems you haven't realized you've fallen into their trap with no one around. By the time Hanho regains his composure, the kobolds quickly shout out with the leader commanding kill him, and the other eagerly cries out, You're done for. Now Hanho was confused. He had never been in a situation where he fought alone like this. The knife in his hand quickly dropped, and Hanho yelled in despair, Senior, save me. Seeing him scream desperately like that, they became even more excited, mocking him as a weak shrimp. You cry and think about your parents and your beloved son who used to be in heaven. You followed your senior into the decay cavern and died painfully. Before the words of pain could be spoken, Hanho realized that it didn't hurt at all, as there were still 2 daggers of theirs stuck in his head. A whip comes from behind, and after killing the enemy, this skill can only create a shield of knives. The kobolds are now terrified. I don't know, sister. Hanho regains his composure and stands up. You've become fiercer and more confident now, so who's the real tough guy here, you weaklings? Jisoo panicked. Hurry up, Gyeongsu, we need to find Hanho and Seongwu. Gyeongsu quickly nodded. She was worried that if the 2 of them stayed together there would be no problem, but if they were separated before she could finish her sentence, she heard Honho's singing voice. Jisoo's heart burned with fear and she rushed quickly in that direction. Hanho, are you okay? Over here, Hanho brandished his spear fiercely as Senior Jisoo looked around in shock. Please tell me you didn't clear this place. Hanho, you smugly smiled and said, See, Senior, this is my new skill. Taking the opportunity, he boasted again, claiming that a strong person had improved the weak ones. That person was my younger brother Lai Hanho, leaving Sue speechless, which wasn't exactly a virtue. But Jisoo was still very worried. If we're here, then Seongwu is still alone. Hanho, stay calm. If he's a senior, there's no need to worry. Luckily you and the group of ordinary soldiers and the wolf demon got trapped together. All of you are hard at work fighting off the kobolds. In a short time, Seongwu's team has already wiped out all the kobolds, with corpses scattered all over the ground. After finishing the mission here, you and your crew quickly set out to find the others. Seongwu told himself he was too worried about Hanho, hoping he was with Jisoo. Everyone continued forward. The warehouse was more active than I expected, and finding an escape route was difficult. Suddenly, from a distant corner, I saw a corpse, but upon closer inspection, I knew he was still alive, covered in blood but still breathing. He quietly calculated in his mind that even with his divine power, that wound would be difficult to heal. When he saw him arrive, he half opened his eyes wearily and then pointed in that direction. Seongwu looked at the box on the shelf. It seems like he wants me to help him get it down. I quickly moved over and took the box. I wonder if there's a good message inside or something. You open the notification system and see an unidentified egg. It's a rare item of the Knight lineage. If you succeed in protecting this egg, your fate will change the moment it hatches. You look at the trembling egg, but before you can finish asking, the other person spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was exhausted. The boss monster had taken the barcode. Seongwu didn't understand what was happening, and asked again what barcode. He sighed weakly, and mumbled the words, identification owner. It seemed like this person wouldn't live much longer either. Seongwu looked at him, and unable to gain anything angrily cursed at the hateful world. The person could have been a 5-star knight of the line, and Seongwu felt regretful that he had died here. He guesses that this boy might have been trapped while looking for a supermarket, and the item with the code-named object was taken by the monster boss from him. He continues to think, and according to the item information, this is a class with great star potential, but it seems he didn't live to see it happen. Seongwu held the teamy egg, and looked at it for a long time. Even though the name was unknown, it was definitely a dragon egg. He felt sorry for this passerby, because even in their final moments, they still tried to give him the dragon egg, so I will treat this as a plea to end this damn game. He thought to himself perhaps this boy was trapped while searching for a supermarket, and the item with the code name had been taken by a boss monster from him. He continued to think, and according to the item information, this profession has the potential to set traps while searching for a supermarket, and the item with the code name was taken from him by the boss monster. They quickly fell into a trap, and in the end you earned 150 gold from hunting kobold monsters. One of them gets killed and another steps forward. They look at Rai and Kobing, then whisper to each other over there. Seongwu was surprised. Isn't it strange they are being slaughtered continuously but seem to refuse to retreat? You calculate that they don't have a real strategy. They can't even hold out for a second, but they keep rushing forward like zombies. The two sides keep fighting, and a loud explosion suddenly startles Rai. One of them stands in the middle laughing loudly. Their magic is truly incredible. It's the kobold sorcerer. It uses its defensive barrier to block Kobing's attacks, but these walls can be broken with a flick. From the kobold wizard, there emanates a powerful blue aura, suggesting it is the strongest among them. But one more attack would be enough to kill, and Seongwu received 800 points for hunting the kobold Fapsu. He fiercely looked at the remaining kobolds now surrounded from front and back. Seongwu is determined not to miss any of them. Kobing quickly wipes out and kills all, earning continuous monster hunting rewards. In the end, he levels up and surprised is chosen for skill, hoping his damage stats will increase. This skill is called Death Blossom, and its effect is to create an explosion by turning corpses into bombs. Surprisingly, a level A explosion. I don't understand why there are so many of these kobolds, like a herd of madmen, another group rushing at them, furiously. Stop them, no kill them. At this moment, for some reason, Seongwu no longer allowed his subordinates to advance and signaled them to retreat. His expression grew grim as the skill he had just acquired appeared, but just then a test object came crashing in on its own. The kobold didn't understand what was happening, only to see their members suddenly surrounded by a blinding golden light, and their bodies quickly exploded with immense destructive power. Inside, there are still a few remaining. It is listening carefully to the situation outside. It has sent many kobold to fight Seongwu's group. The leader wonders about the explosion, another behind questions a magic accident, and the leader annoyed orders a check. But before they could react, Rai charged into the cave with his sword, drawn blood pouring from the kobold corpses as another massacre unfolded. They panic and launch a fire attack at Rai, shouting angrily, "You damn monster." But in front of them, Rai is like a fierce demon, and before they can strike it, swiftly moves behind one of them. Rai's sword swung like a true assassin, repeatedly striking his opponent. Seongwu was pleased just as he had hoped. Rai had completed his mission brilliantly, earning praise from his master that made him feel a bit shy. Then I stayed silent, and observed. I think something is about to happen, where those monsters are gathered. This looks like a tree branch. Over there, a fierce-eyed, high-level kobold mage boss is staring at me. And now it has a solid barrier. Most attacks cannot break through it. Seongwu wondered, a barrier, that must be why the enemies aren't coming to our location and don't have any minions with them, right? He deliberately provoked it, the bloodthirsty kobold mage glaring at him intently. System warning: the kobold mage is casting a basic instant death spell. Players below level 10 will die immediately. The countdown has begun. Hearing this, Seongwu was horrified. 1. Hit kill magic, so if below level 10 it means our entire group could be killed. And the reason the kobold are continuously coming is to buy time now, he finally understands. You quietly calculated that if you couldn't break it with attacks, the kobold mage here would laugh and say, "Useless, die." Then you decided to buy time to use your strongest attack, and ordered your bone soldiers and followers to gather. The high-level kobold mage was momentarily confused about what Seongwu was planning, never expecting him to find a solution. And somehow strange sounds kept emanating from that side, with kobold remains scattered everywhere. Seongwu threw all the blood of the kobold creatures in front of the sorcerer, leaving it momentarily confused until it finally exclaimed, "What are you trying to do?" Seongwu chuckled smugly, "Thank you for waiting for me, and farewell to the high-level kobold mage." As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut, and he coldly declared, "Let's go." The kobold still didn't understand what was happening, but no one could explain it to him. A blazing golden light radiated out, making him lick his lips involuntarily. Soon the entire room was engulfed in flames, and the explosion was so powerful it shook the entire area. Everywhere inside quickly turned into a desolate scene, smoke billowing everywhere. Seongwu peeked inside, thinking it was because they were too far away, and it wasn't stable. That mage kobold wasn't affected by the explosion, but now it's filled with rage and is making strange sounds. The system has also reported that the boss monster has transferred its energy to reduce its casting time, which has almost been cut in half. Vines began to grow all around, creating an ominous and desolate atmosphere inside. Seongwu and the Kobing swiftly ran, urging them to move faster. He shouted loudly, there should be a core nearby, find it quickly, and after receiving the order, the subordinates immediately followed. Sure enough, as he predicted, it was over there, a core surrounded by brown vines. Rai quickly moved to cut off the surrounding roots without needing to be told. The system notified you that the dungeon core has been destroyed, preventing further progress, and leaving them with only 19 minutes. Seongwu gritted his teeth, thinking that if we act quickly, we can do this. He calculated that he had isolated a few corpses, since they were all mages, luckily able to revive them as mono. These are novice level 1 mages, combining their powers with a minimum of 3 mages, which increases casting speed by 20%. Now he can examine the memory fragments of the deceased. Seongwu thought, I thought this only happened in dreams, but now we can actually review the monster's memories. He pointed in that direction, a little blurry, but he found the location of the core dungeon. The next one is in the electrical control room on the first floor. There are also many vines clinging around here with Kobo's corpses, and my samples piled up in a messy, chaotic heap. As you guessed, Jisoo has already dealt with the Kobo corpses, and only then did your mood start to relax a bit. Seongwu looked ahead, happily. Good job, Jisoo. Probably the emergency message was sent to everyone in the group. Suddenly a Kobo rushed out in front of him, continuously crying out in pain, catching Seongwu off guard. He panickingly yelled out, Jisoo, find Hanho and Gyeongsu, I'll handle the remaining core. But far from what you expected, Hanho cheerfully lifts a Kobo. Senior, Seongwu, you're late. Seeing the scene before their eyes, Seongwu and Rai were stunned, repeatedly rubbing their eyes to look again, while Seongwu looked upset and confused about what was happening. Jisoo quickly moved forward. Seongwu, I've destroyed the core, but what the hell is going on here? Explain. The dungeon boss had some plan, but I want to know what happened to Hanho more. Hanho said, let's talk about this later, there's not much time, let's go destroy the final core first. Seongwu was surprised, but still responded, understood. The system quickly notified them to hold on within the time limit. They now have only 13 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. Everyone quickly joins in the attack. The kobold roars loudly, trying to hold them back. Seongwu is tense. There's not much time left. Focus on destroying the final core instead of killing them. Jisoo keeps moving toward the kobold and shouts, Seongwu, over here. The kobold looks scared and stops. Stay back, don't come over. Once the kobold is defeated, the rest of the kobold rushes like moths, and Seongwu calculates that these kobold are risking everything to protect the core. Then he crosses his arms, lowers his body, and shouts loudly, Rai is here. Upon hearing the command, Rai didn't need any more words from Seongwu, and immediately leapt up to the upper side with his sword in fierce attack. Rai successfully destroyed the final core. The system announced that you have destroyed the infernal core within the time limit, and they completed the mission in 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Then Seongwu issued orders to the skeleton soldiers, now clear them out. The panicked kobolds are fleeing, save yourselves, what should we do now? The system announces that all cores have been destroyed, and the barrier will be lowered. Seongwu breathes a sigh of relief. Now all that's left is to stop the instant death magic. Frustration makes his veins bulge. We've endured enough torment because of that bastard. Just wait and I'll make him pay. Hanho then said, Senior, defeating the boss should be easy, right? You said you received the skill to detonate corpses, right? Sung Woo relaxed, he's back to normal. Hanho continued, that's right. The power to blow up something must be even more terrifying than a corpse explosion. Just throw it into the entire building and boom, bury the boss. After Hanho's words, he thought about the building, and then said, let's regroup and go fight the boss. There's not much time left. They quickly returned to the sorcerer boss's place. ZK was now stretching continuously, and the system announced Seongwu only had 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. It was surprised to see everyone return. How could you all do that, Seongwu said while pointing. It seems your plan has fallen apart, and unfortunately for you there are only 2 minutes left. A zombie warrior with a blue light, like death from hell, stood before it, and a sudden burst of hot light appeared ahead. The mage boss was quickly blown apart, and it could only cry out in pain as the instant death magic was effectively blocked. You bite back, your carefully prepared spell has failed. Do you have any other tricks you'd like to show, or is this where your life ends? It refused to give up and roared loudly, blood quickly streaming from its eyes and nose while vines kept growing rapidly from its mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Seongwu was shocked, and Hanho also shouted in panic because of what he said. It's transforming now, Senior. The system announces that the true boss monster, the Spirit Bell Lord, has appeared. It rampages wildly. Everyone panics, no longer a kobold bandle. The boss monster now viciously chases and attacks Seongyu's skeletal minions, resembling a giant plant monster. Its entire body is connected by thorns, only its eyes shine with a blinding yellow light, but it cannot speak, only able to roar in fury. Faced with this situation, Seongwu was momentarily unable to react, and Jisoo stood in front of him to protect him. As it fiercely delivered a powerful blow, he desperately shouted for everyone to quickly dodge. Jisoo was unafraid. Instead, she was fierce, saying, "If the enemy is a wooden body, then I will burn it with my fire sword." Before the tiny girl, the boss monster stood towering like a giant creature, surprising her. Seongwu shouted loudly, Jisoo dodged, and the wolf gate was quickly thrown by him towards something. The monster boss was surprised that you threw the corpses of those kobolds in front of it momentarily, stopping to observe what Seongwu was really planning to do. With a bang, an explosion shook the area, making it look as if the monster boss had blown up. "You keep watching, we did it right." Hanho clenched his fists. Senior, he was the target. The boss monster clearly exploded, but now its body is gradually recovering. As before, you are surprised, reassembling. In no time, its entire body stiffened as if nothing had happened. Then it charged straight at Seongwu to attack, but before it could react, another fierce strike cut through, causing the rear half of the boss monster to burn uncontrollably. It screams in pain, its whole body once again engulfed in flames as ashes. Hanho screams, "That boss, can we defeat it? It keeps regenerating endlessly." Seongwu gritted his teeth, "Keep attacking it now." The system then notified that the enemy's mana was depleted, and it was using its life force as a substitute, which seemed quite surprising. Seongwu said, "I used this from the very beginning, but now its vitality has finally decreased, thank you. What you're using is the Blood Demon technique, where the wielder collects demon attribute, energy attacks, drain mana, and once the target is exhausted, their life force is taken away." The boss roared angrily, Hanho, hiding behind you in fear, "But senior, it doesn't stop completely." Seongwu watched the scene in front of him in surprise and shouted, "That's the signal, everyone retreat." The demon disciple quickly ran away, while the boss fell behind, slowly, heavy and sluggish with its large body, as everyone else had already escaped this place, leaving it to drag its massive form behind. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back with a satisfied smile and say, "We're preparing a gift for the people on the first floor." After that, with the core soldier and everyone successfully escaping, Seongwu coldly shouted, "Blow up," as flames started to flare up. A loud explosion echoed through the entire space, leaving the boss unable to react. In the end, it was completely defeated, and Seongwu gained 12840 points for successfully hunting the legendary boss Dictho Lin. "And you quickly leveled up to level 10, Seongwu said. "I didn't think I would level up. Does that boss really give that many experience points?" You received a roulette spin ticket for leveling up, and became the 69th in history. To achieve this. So now I can upgrade the ticket to unlimited, and increase the maximum number of disciples after reaching a certain level. Seongwu was pleased. "This is great. If I could learn additional skills, this would be the basic resurrect skill. Being able to revive 10 zombies from hell. These zombies are not limited by the maximum size they will turn to dust after 10 minutes. I suddenly feel that when the system mentions zombies, and specifically the number 10, it's too many." He thought to himself that he had hoped to increase the maximum size of his followers to fight the dragon demons, but unexpectedly he could now summon 25 undead monsters, along with a warrior golem as he gently stroked the new sword. Had obtained after that battle. Seongwu smiled cheerfully, with a determined look, finally able to go hunt the demon dragons. The sword in his possession has no owner. It will become the key to awakening the nameless mark, but he does not have the suitable profession talisman to achieve that. "And if you want to hatch the proof, you'll have to wait 5000 days, Seongwu said. "More than 13 years. Jisoo replied, "It seems that's the punishment for choosing the wrong profession for himself." Hanho sighed and said, "If it blooms, we'll become middle-aged old men." Reluctantly, he added that the proof will recognize me if I can defeat a strong enemy. "I never thought I'd be in a situation where I need the proof of recognition. The more monsters I spawn, the shorter the maturity time. But I figure if I get an extra 6 strength, that should be fine, and this sword doesn't seem easy to break. I've already broken a powerful item." Hanho called out, "Senior, your phone is ringing. I wonder what's going on." This is a comment from T-Sung, the kid who discovered the hidden comment feature. They are in Haegang Square in Hwaseong, with about 100 to 200 people gathered here. For now they don't see any Maka dragons, and T-Sung says to Seongwu to prepare 300 gold for him. Seongwu quietly sighed in relief after reading the message. Luckily, everyone is safe. He ordered all the survivors to gather there, stay alert, and observe the people in the safe zone. I remembered telling T-Sung that we couldn't let them run wild, so I created a hidden comment room just in case something went wrong. At that time, the little guy was very determined. Since he had been with the dragons for a few days, he should at least be able to handle that small task. Seongwu sighed, "That kid is really trouble." No wonder the Maka dragons are nothing special. Just as he was thinking, a cot bin lightly tugged on his sleeve. Looking up, the cot bin pointed outside the door. Seongwu wondered, "Have you found something?" On the other side, clusters of easy trees keep growing longer, as if something is observing them closely. It turns out they are 2 dead bodies of wolf spirits, but the strange thing is that trees are sprouting from their stomachs, creating a horrifying sight. Seongwu wondered if they died crushed by the vines. He reached out, and now the dead were under his control. With these 2 added, he had 5 death wolves under his command. You count again with the sandwolves, dry, fog, brains, skull vessels, kobold sorcerers. You now have a total of 15000 minions. Now go and attack the dragon clan, let's see their fate. And night quickly falls again, the cold and ominous darkness envelops the city. Turning the scene to Taesung's group, he said to everyone, "Is this a safe zone? No one manages this place. Are there no signs around here? Are there no monsters? Just wait and see." They look upstairs at a group of people standing above, observing Taesung's group from earlier. They look up, "When will the food arrive?" The other guy points over there. "Do you see that kid? He's mine. His blood is delicious." The leader of the group shouts loudly, ready to go out. The other vampire eagerly asks again, "Is the banquet about to start now?" The guy with a fierce look replies, "No, we're going to catch the kid attacking the factory first." One of them inquires, "Isn't the representative supposed to start after the banquet?" Their companion responds, "That day they told us to conserve our strength for the big fight." The leader frowns. The situation has changed. He's nearby now. He asks again, "Is that kid stupid? If it was a post he should already know we're controlling this area." The leader firmly said, "Trust me, we have to catch and kill that guy before he ruins the banquet." He grinned maliciously. "This is the boss's order. Kill him and leave not a single piece intact." Taesung's group quickly grabbed their phones to leave hidden comments for Seongwu to get the information. The dragon dancers gathered quickly in the parking lot's lower courtyard, and the surrounding scene was eerily quiet. One of them said, "The elementary school near the shopping center, they are hiding closer than we thought," so the leader was cautious. Apparently they didn't know that a curse was being cast on him, so he wasn't on alert. Suddenly the underling shouted in panic when he saw the scene before him. "My boss saw a carcass of a storm wolf." Everyone was stunned because such a fierce and large wolf was now lying stiff on a car, its blood almost completely drained. They approached to examine it, its blood still fresh. "This scratch looks like that of a demon wolf, but there are no bite marks. Perhaps it has become a disciple of that guy." The current situation made the boss's face grim. He didn't expect the opponent to have such abilities. He quickly used his sense of hearing to sniff, and then said, "The smell of the storm wolf's blood is in that direction." They discussed among themselves that Storm Wolf lost to such a pathetic opponent, although he's not in our team. If there are traces of blood, then the tavern will soon come here. It seems he doesn't know anything about bad routes. The others follow the bloodstains, and the boss sees that all the blood leads to the hall. The dragon demons cheerfully reveling, not allowing them to escape. Everyone charge forward. The crazy leader roars loudly, "As the Lord has said, his disciple is dried dust, just need to be cautious of the fog wolves." It seems this guy underestimates him, thinking that in his mind, the fighting force on your side is only 5 demon wolves, and their territory is easily handled by him there. The boss is very proud, saying, "I am directly allied with the Lord, the master of demon dragons, and I have the strength to defeat 2 demon wolves at once." They quickly rushed into the hall, their furious red eyes making onlookers feel terrified. A proud dragon sorcerer kicked open the door and yelled loudly, "Do you dare challenge my pride? Fool, this will be your grave." Seeing the members of your side, he wondered if this was all there was, but the boss said there were actually 10 of them. They became even more excited. "No problem, then." The little one spoke up again. "Brother, lunchtime has already been cleaned. The blood from those monsters is really filthy." Then everyone laughed cruelly at each other, "But I prefer it this way." The boss was delighted. "Oh my god, look at that guy, running away in fear." They rushed towards Seongwu, but somehow he ran out the door. The dragon demon roared, "He's blocked, what a fool." Seongwu ran quickly, then suddenly stopped, turning with a sharp glare. "So you've already found your place to die." The bosses didn't understand what you were saying for a moment, so the leader asked again, "What do you mean?" Sung said again that you won't sit still if I'm nearby. Normally dogs become more sensitive and aggressive when fed. He continued, "Seeing all of you gathering here, it seems you still don't know your skills level, just as I suspected. When you see me, your eyes light up. You fierce dragon goblin, with level skills? Are you talking about your skeletons? How many do you have?" Seongwu sneered confidently. "They are not just skeletons but heavy skeletons." The system quickly issued a warning. Thon Dao started to deploy her skills, and Seongwu, now like a demon from hell, was demanding the lives of the dragon maw creatures. The system continued to notify that the zombie call was about to begin, catching them off guard, as a zombie roared loudly, "Damn it, I'm not ready yet." He calmly sat down and watched them struggle. They all looked the same, no way to tell who was alive. Soon the dragon demons fell one after another, and Seongwu kept earning 2,000 points for killing players, teasing them. "Do you understand now?" Seizing the momentum, Rai led the bone soldiers to cross, organizing a special unit for covert infiltration, dividing by strength, and combining capabilities with the first phase command condition, increasing the numbers beyond 11, boosting both attack and defense. The dragon monsters shouted in unison, "I can't see anything, stop right now." Another struggling, "What's with this smoke? My body can't move." Seongwu fiercely explained, with deadly words, substitution words, and the demon bloodstone, "These will activate only when you fight against the undead." The remaining dragon demons roared fiercely, and I asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Just eliminate the one who has revived them." But before she could reach Seongwu, her entire body suddenly exploded. Rai fiercely swung his sword, destroying the dragon's incarnation, and her entire body was engulfed in flames. But Rai was not done. She carefully struck through his body a few more times to ensure it was done, and the 2,000 rounds for killing players quickly entered. The surroundings were in chaos, as the dragon and his subordinates kept fighting non-stop. At this moment, the boss was truly furious, shouting, "You dare to kill me with that rotten dead body." Then he aggressively charged at the zombies alone, breaking through their encirclement, but the zombies weren't to be underestimated. They roared loudly. The dragon now extends its claws high into the sky as if that's all it can do, unleash more attacks. I told you to keep going and you didn't hear me. It seems he's very furious, but in the face of his madness, Seongwu remains unfazed. Two zombies rush in from each side, biting into the magma dragon, causing him to startle. At this moment, the boss, frustrated, puts all his strength into a last desperate attack. Don't watch me helplessly like that. He struggles like that, but sees you sitting there so calmly, he becomes furious. Yes, it's you, the one controlling those little creatures over there. Then the boss, with a prey rushing toward him, just needs to kill you to finish things, but Seongwu's eyes suddenly brighten. In the eerily quiet space, the roar of the dragon lizard echoes, making anyone hearing it feel fear. I will kill you. The dragon lizard here is no longer quick-witted. Only you are the true enemy of the Lord. Facing such a fierce opponent, Seongwu only sat there with his hand extended, telling him not to run around randomly. He narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, unable to understand what he was saying, and asked back, sister-in-law. I remember about 2 hours before the battle, when Seongwu got up and gave orders to wait for the demonic dragons to arrive. Then he pointed to another skeleton soldier and told you to go to the other side first. It quickly obeyed and moved to the opposite side as you had indicated. Seongwu was pleased. All right. Seongwu then told it to create an explosion, a command that suddenly made it flinch. Seeing its reaction, he asked further, is it useless? And when it didn't respond, he just said, relax. He remembered, oh right, you're just a skeleton, not a corpse, just for safety. Don't look at me like that. Then you suddenly had a different idea. The reanimated zombies will be activated in the area, rising from the ground with terrifyingly gruesome corpses. I don't know what Seongwu is planning in his mind. I gloomily looked towards the zombies. What about these clouds of dead bodies? I don't know if those zombies understood what you were saying. They just looked confused and mumbling as if they wanted to say something. Returning to reality, you told the demon dragon that the consequences would be that the affected area would be identified as people move. So it turns out Seongwu used a necromancy explosion on that big boss dragon to make him blow up. He was burned by the heat of the flames, suffering so much he wished to live or die, continuously screaming before collapsing to the ground. Seongwu sat relaxed, watching the target like a moth drowning in a sea of flames. He's still strong. Damn it, I will help you. You didn't let him die easily, quickly rushing to buy the wolf demon item, then fiercely stomping on the leg of the dragon boss, echoing with a loud cry of gold. You think you can stop the Lord, but that day I was a noble. Seongwu was frustrated, surprised that he could manipulate others' minds so quickly, and facing death, the demon dragon still loudly declared that the Lord would kill him. This only fueled Seongwu's rage. That disgusting demon dragon lord is a damn beast. Just finished resting his suppressed fury and rage, burst out through the knife in Seongwu's hand as he fiercely pushed the blade deep, quickly collecting the 20000 gold from the special dead player. The system displays a notification that the certificate will bloom after 4949 days. You plan to gather the defeated minions when they are fully revived, then quickly create another army of minions. The system notifies you that the fallen have become your minions, and the player has activated the synergy effect. The announcement states that the other Phase 1 blood enemies with combined power require 5 vampire dragons. Blood absorption increases attack strength. All stats increase by 10% just before they are defeated. Seongwu is satisfied, as with this, the strongest team has been assembled. A hidden comment from Jisoo appeared, saying that they have started moving to some place. The guards who usually just sit around suddenly grabbed their weapons and said this was the condition to enter the safe zone, and he felt that something was about to happen. Seongwu saw this message and immediately knew Jisoo and Hanho had successfully infiltrated there. He thought he must have sensed his subordinates had been killed, which is why he was in such a rush, but now they are all my people. Seongwu thinks firmly that the situation has changed, and this will be the end for that person, while Tenrod, annoyed, breaks a glass and quickly leaves. As night falls, the dark atmosphere rapidly engulfs the city, and everyone gathers together. A man among them looked up at the sky in panic and shouted, "Look over there!" Everyone curiously turned their eyes up too. In the distance above the slain, werewolves were impaled on sharp stakes. Everyone looked at each other in horror and whispered, how could they let it happen like this? But defeating all those werewolves was truly incredible. The werewolves could even kill a wolf, so how did they manage to capture them? Hanho, Jisoo, it will be our turn soon. I had some idea of this, but it looks like they are confiscating our weapons. A cheerful guard said, we know some of you might be upset, but this is for our safety and order. Han continued, we are the ones who caught those 4 werewolves, so we don't need everyone's weapons. Jisoo can rang the minions of the dragon vampires. It's not that they want to take everyone's weapons, they just want to make it easier for themselves. Taesung shouted from behind, Jisoo, everyone's standing there, annoyed. What are you doing? Get out of the way quickly. I've already hidden your 2 swords where you told me. You keep talking. Since Eonsik's profession as a 2-star thief is pretty discreet, no one pays attention. Hanho speaks up, and what about me? Have you prepared as I requested? Taesung map, may vang den jio chung toi da chuan bi moi thuan bauroi. Den luk sot lai len tieng lon ngoi tip theo, no kodao vu kithi lukiem trabon toi sa timra. The scene quickly turned chaotic as it was finally Jisu's group's turn to be searched for weapons, but since they had planned ahead and hidden their weapons elsewhere, they managed to pass through the checkpoint. Unnoticed. Black Lot suddenly shouted, "Does that make sense? Huh, is this really possible? I have sent many subordinates, so why did all of them fall so easily?" Hanho gritted his teeth. "Jisoo, it has to be them. That mask is probably to hide their teeth." Jisoo quietly calculates the sword has already been taken care of now. According to plan, we just need to wait for Seongwu. Lord Makadong, he must be responsible for all of this, she thinks, as she glares aggressively at him. The black mask has started to manipulate everyone's minds. He stands above with a calm and commanding presence, shouting loudly, "Pay attention." Hanho is terrified. "Jisoo, look, we've been surrounded, and around them are the masked Makadong." Lord Makadong exclaimed, "Oh my god, humans have stopped evolving. Do you guys think about this disaster? Do you wonder why all this is happening?" He continued, "Does anyone want to respond?" No one. The people below are trembling in fear. What is happening to him? What is he saying? Rod is annoyed. "This is why you lot are nothing. Your fate is to become victims of evolution." Then the henchmen started smashing their weapons on the ground, creating a deafening noise. "I don't know what these things are, but I see they are planted all around." He continued, and as he finished speaking, the masks on their faces were ripped off and thrown into the air. Rot-Den is furious. "It's us. Our group holds the future. Let's celebrate." Finally, the Makadong guys have revealed their true selves. "Man, I'm going to enjoy a really good meal. We've been waiting for this for a long time, but everyone is still panicked and doesn't understand what's happening. What's wrong with those guys?" Then they told each other, "There was nothing there. Go and run away from this place." But those trees that were stabbed into the ground earlier turned out not to be sound signals, but traps set by them, and those things constantly emitted a super strong electric current. A Makadong man laughs satisfyingly. "Come on, come closer. I'll help you find peace." The crowd panic and wonder what to do. "Don't let me down." Jisoo shouts loudly. "Everyone, please fall back behind me. That weapon is an electronic device. None of you can escape." Makadong hesitated. What the hell is that bastard doing? Why is he holding a weapon? No one could clearly see who was driving. They were a bit surprised the bike. The people inside the vehicle shouted loudly, "Aim at those guys." Then the car charged fiercely and crashed into the gang, making them scream painfully. As a result, the car quickly sped over to Jisoo and stopped. Hanho pointed out that the electric sword has been stopped, so let's go there. Everyone seemed relieved and followed. The Makadong gang was annoyed, wondering why there was a bit vehicle here, and as a result, our food ran away. The bit car slowly stopped the door, quickly opened, and the person inside appeared. Rod was furious, trembling as he gritted his teeth. You bastard." Seongwu walked down slowly with a bright smile and said, "I'm not late for the party. Am I leader of the bugs?" Seongwu sneered, "Aren't you all having a party? Did all the strong ones die so you're falling behind?" Rod stepped forward, laughing loudly. "I thought I would be late, but how did I get here? Just in time, our appetizer hasn't even been served yet." Then he grimaced angrily. "Since everyone is here, now let's start the feast." Rod continued speaking, but things are a bit chaotic at the moment. Lady Wayang before he could finish. "I already understand, right? A party can't do without food." As he finished speaking, Wayang suddenly leapt forward with incredible speed. Yang orders the apprentices to quickly catch the escaped enemies with me, while the others serve as decoys to deal with him. Rod, seeing you still standing still, mockingly questions, "Shouldn't you be the one to stop them?" Seongwu is proud. "I already have a trustworthy ally over there. Jisoo and Hanho have received orders to evacuate and take everyone to safety." Rod, covering his face and laughing loudly, finds it hilarious what kind of ally this is. Without even meeting like this, they would already belong to me. "Stay calm, don't worry, you have a few close friends here." The massive wolf jumps down from the rooftop, aiming straight at Rod, who and his companions stand still watching coldly. "Don't tell me you plan to have them fight me." Then he raised his hand and swung, causing the Baozoi to explode. Rod thought it was funny that he could underestimate him so easily. A giant Baozoi surged again, aggressively lunging towards Rod, but he was not willing to be weak either. The clawed hand grabbed its prey fiercely to control it. As I directed and relaxed as expected, the perfectly decorated parties are always amazing, aren't they? Before they could gather their thoughts, a swarm of goblins appeared, surprising Makadong. The goblin corpses suddenly exploded with loud blasts that shook the entire area. Makadong outside watched in horror as their leader reacted with screams of terror. Makadong leader lies motionless on the ground, while the others start fighting each other like snakes. How could this possibly happen? One of them speaks to reassure, "Stay calm, there's no way the representative would fall like that. I'll handle this, you guys go kill those guys over there." Seongwu quickly ran onto the bus, and they said to each other, "That guy has already driven the bus away." Then the Makadong gang blocked the door. "No way he can escape, we have to finish him here." Suddenly they were stunned by what was inside. "What is that? Where did that guy go? Only the strange corpse remains here." One of them looked up at the roof of the car. "Damn it everyone, get out of the way." Seongwu quickly stood outside the car, satisfied that everyone had gathered together. Then his face turned fierce and cruel as he initiated the explosion from within. The bus quickly caught fire, and with many bodies inside, it caused a powerful explosion. Outside, only one guy was left staring blankly at the burning vehicle. "No way is this how we get wiped out." It seems the hand of the Lord Macedong is still moving, but no one notices the faint sound. Over here, the killers sent to slaughter quickly, hear the rumble, and nervously whisper that something must have happened to the representative during the explosion. Ah, Yang turns back. That loud sound won't cause any problem given his terrifying ability. Atta quietly worries, still very concerned about the day of the representative, but going there alone is nothing but suicidal. Then Ada shouted loudly, everyone focus on catching those victims instead of worrying about the battlefield. But for some reason they had all fallen dead to the ground, not a single one left, and Yang looked terrified what could have happened. Behind her a fierce pair of eyes stared intently at Atta, and it seemed Yang had sensed it. Atta, not weak-willed, quickly flew away from the danger zone as the two powers collided. That's Jisoo. She quickly drew her sword and swung the twin blades repeatedly. Aya sternly asked who she was, but Jisoo didn't answer, only glaring fiercely at A. It's over, you demon, you dragon. Yang finds it interesting that you know my identity and still act this way. What a prideful girl. Then A, with a condescending look, isn't your type of person, but if I hand you over to my subordinates, they'll love it. She snapped angrily. Go ahead, you fake old hag. Yang also wouldn't give up. Fine. I will tear you into 100 pieces, you bastard. Jisoo handed over the responsibility of protecting everyone to Hanho, who led. Inside this building is safe, everyone hide in there. Taesung approaches and says, Hanho, everything is still on schedule. The boy is cheerful, so tomorrow night not even the dragon will dare to come near us. Hanho said further. Indeed, Senior Sungyu's plan was different. Taesung handed over a bag of weapons. This is the spear cushion I brought with me. Hanho hesitated. This always causes trouble. A person approached the two young men, mocking them, his gaze quite sharp. When the manager left the safe zone over there, I thought I was worrying too much back then. The appearance of this guy surprised both of us. He's the dragon manager, lazy, always causing trouble when fighting. Why didn't they come to catch me instead? Then he revealed two sharp fangs. If they won't attack, that's fine, I'll help you level up. Taesung cheered. I knew it, university students are just different, I trust you. Hanho froze. It really happened now, what should I do? Then Taesung rushed forward without caution. Hanho pulled him back and that dragon looked so weak. Hanho clenched his teeth, too late to stop him, can only shout, wait, stop, original guy. That guy quickly charges forward. Underestimating me really does hurt, although I'm weaker than the others. I'm not weak enough to lose to common insects everywhere. Right now he's fully transformed into a dragon mecha, making Taesung panic. But luckily, a few knives suddenly shot toward him from behind, startling the manager. Startled by the sudden attack, he let out a pained cry. It is indeed true that this guy is weaker than the other mecha dragons. He only stands there angrily with a dark face and can't react in time. Taking advantage of that, Taesung quickly throws a powerful punch at the manager, but he successfully dodges the attack by leaping into the air. The throwing knives were launched by Hanho. He bites his lip and jumps into the air, perfectly turning himself into the ideal target. As Hanho finishes speaking, the Mecha dragon manager also falls heavily to the ground, and Taesung happily says, I got it. The little boy grinned happily. Hanho, we're more in sync than I thought. Hanho was sweating strangely enough. I just caught a Mecha dragon, no way. But suddenly a thought appeared in his mind. Wait, I haven't received a reply. Just as Hanho feared the manager is not dead yet, the throwing knives stuck in him are broken into pieces. Well played, assholes. Then he quickly stood up with a sinister smile. You've hurt my handsome face. The lower-level dragon monsters have all been dealt with, and the sealed car keeps shaking violently. Inside, the dragons are in pain and frantic, but cannot escape. Seongwu quietly muttered to himself outside as he observed everything. It has begun. Everything inside the vehicle is almost burned to ashes, and at this point the flames show no signs of dying out. From the top of the car, a large figure with long wings like a demon is staring intently at Seongwu. Then this figure yells fiercely, I'll remind you of what I said before, you're definitely going to die. On this side, Seongwu quickly transforms, standing tall with two long wings just like the other. There's no way it will end so easily. Then both sides begin to clash, with Seongwu commanding his skeletal soldiers and monsters to attack, then taking off. That one roared fiercely, I will kill the evil spirits first. Quickly order your troops to use spears for self-defense. Sharp bone spears are already thrusting forward. But it seems like that guy is not made of fog. He folded his wings and then smoothly soared into the sky. Then he fiercely charged toward the evil group, using his sharp clawed hands to crush their fog. Seongwu has been watching and thinks that the evil ones don't seem to be a match for him. Once he killed someone, then soared up and kicked forcefully into their ribs, causing their bones to shatter continuously. After he landed with his hand against the ground, suddenly the earth water erupted. The system notification, the call for the dead, has begun to manifest in this area, with zombies continuously emerging from the ground. The Dragon King was stunned, a zombie of all things. Then he raised his claws and said, I understand now, it seems my subordinates have been killed by this. Then he roared fiercely, but I am the Lord of the Dragon King. Standing before his rage, the zombies continued to arrive slowly. Before he could react, one of them lunged and bit his arm fiercely, making him even angrier. Those zombies keep biting others, even when only their heads remain. I respect that person. Just a scratch made me bleed. Then the demon dragon continued to use his internal force, pushing two zombies away. Seongwu ordered the werewolf to prepare to act, pointing straight ahead. It's time for the blast from the body. He used his wings to dodge the flames, and it seems the dragon demon managed to avoid this critical hit. Then he angrily waved his hand and used his internal force. Something from inside his body shot out repeatedly. Seongwu immediately covered his face with his hand, freezing the blood and frost. Is this his active skill? Seongwu clenched his teeth and thought he turned blood into fog and expelled it under great pressure. Although the attack wasn't strong, it served as a barrier to prevent his body from exploding. Thanks to the combined power, my stamina increased to face the enemy, but these bastards are different. The Makarong was knocked back by your attack and struggled just to keep his body balanced. But he still looked very proud. A wave of rage swept over him. You think you can win just with that strength. Then he swung his arm fiercely, causing all the wolf demons to be cut apart by that attack. Seongwu panicked. All 3 demon wolves charged at once. Everyone keep your distance and attack with spears. Hearing your words, they countered, but the dragon sea monster didn't react strongly, which was really disappointing. This is the limit of ordinary humans without becoming immortal beings like you. Seongwu asked again, immortal beings. With that, look, how can you call yourselves immortal? He laughed loudly at your question and said, well, isn't that good enough? We are superior to the weak humans. Then those red eyes became even fiercer than the powerful entities punishing the helpless. He continued, isn't it true that human history has developed this way, but in this modern, deceitful society they treat me like a mass murderer? And then that day came. Those in the celestial realm probably realized it's just a fake and boring world. The body I possess is significantly more advanced than your weak people, he recalled, and continued, humans need to evolve to lead this world. After receiving that body, it seems the transformation is complete. Seongwu sighed and said, I thought you had some great reason, but it turns out they are just stupid love theories. The CEO asked him, do you really believe in what those over 15 entities that have been eliminated said? He still stubbornly insisted that it was a story from the past before the system existed. Rot then continued, our presence is proof of our evolution. We are supernatural beings far beyond the old race. Then Seongwu's face darkened, but it seems this new race will be killed by the old race like us. I haven't recovered from my shock when I hear Mrs. Wang scream desperately for help. Boss, save us. On Jisu's side, her long sword quickly pierced through Wang's body, blood flowing non-stop. I clenched my teeth in disbelief at what was happening. No, I the one who was transcended. Is it because of that young woman attacking her? She's so arrogant, yet now she's getting beaten badly. She can't accept the truth. No way, no way. Yang frantically clawed at the air, unable to fight against Jisu at this moment. I wonder why her strength and speed are much greater than a human's, yet she seems slower and weaker than me. But isn't it true that she had been attacked by their group right after? I just can't understand what is happening before my eyes. Jisu is happily surprised, right? Why does Auntie's attack team seem useless against me? Jiang thinks maybe I'm not as strong as Seongwu, but I've improved a lot through continuous hunting. When leveling up, not only do stats increase, but also numerous combat experiences help me grow. That's why I realize that, although you seem to be joking, Aunt Wang has struggled greatly to withstand Jisu's powerful and continuous attacks. Jisu silently deduces that unlike her own overwhelming power, her opponent's attacks are still uncreative and predictable, probably just an attempt to intimidate, and she guesses that she has gained experience working under the shadow of the Lord Makadong. As she quickly thought, Jisu viciously swung her sword, causing her to freeze. Wang was truly struck down by this attack, unable to react, only able to lift her face to the sky and cry out in pain, damn it. Jisu approached and looked at the crying, tear-streaked Makadong in front of her, softly saying, Auntie, thank you for helping me prove I am not weak. Then suddenly she firmly grabbed her sword and drove it into Wang's back. A loud cry echoed throughout the mountains, praying for rescue, and before she could finish her plea, fresh blood surged forth fiercely. After finishing, Jisu let out a breath, finally successfully taking down this cunning Makadong. Jisu is calculating that now Hanho is evacuating everyone, and everything will end once Seongwu defeats that Makadong lord. Over here, T-Sung and Hanho are lying sprawled on the ground, exhausted. The boy, struggling to ask brother Hanho, are you okay? Manager Makadong stepped forward, thinking they were just a weak bunch, but it turns out they can endure surprisingly well. Hanho asked, can you still keep fighting? Both of you now seem to have merged powers but are still trying to buy time. The manager cheerfully said, killing people is a waste if you don't. Why don't you become like us? This is a rare opportunity. Hanho, hesitating at Makadong's tempting offer, asks back, so what? Do you want me to become Makadong? Han asked. You chose the class in the tutorial round, a class designed for survival in this chaotic world. For a moment, neither knew how to answer, and the manager continued honestly, instead of choosing a profession for fighting to survive, I think you should consider a different option. A choice that guarantees your survival, and the best method is parasitism. Han recalls the world before the chaos when people who had never fought before, like students, cleaning staff, and shop owners, were around. What will they do if they get trapped in a world that has been transformed like this? The best choice they have is to cling to the strong. Now join us. Survival is the top priority, right? A strange gleam appears in Manager Makadong's eyes. Hanho, suddenly dazed, gritting his teeth. You're right. Tae-sung, standing beside him, looked surprised. Oh, Hanho, he continued, but what should we do now? It seems like we're much stronger than you. Hanho stands up, realizing that not only the two of them are fighting Makadong. From afar, a motorbike is rushing toward him. He is surprised, but the motorcycle is fast, and while he is watching from behind, Hanho quickly launches his spear so no one should let their guard down. He quickly dodged to the side and laughed loudly. "Idiot, you killed your teammate." Because he dodged, the spear flew swiftly toward Taesung's teammate without hesitation. A goblin used as a shield took the hits, each arrow piercing right through it. He smiled. "I wasn't aiming at you at first, I was targeting that goblin." Suddenly he panicked. "What's happening? Am I seeing things, or did that kid just get suddenly bigger?" Hanho said confidence is what makes a real man. He lost his mind. "I don't know what skill that was, but even if the guy had 4 legs, result wouldn't change." Then the manager Makadong rushed forward and punched him hard in the stomach, and he wondered why he heard the sound of metal. "Did you hear that? Hanho, since the moment I aimed at the goblin, I became invincible. Now no one can beat me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hanho coldly threw a spear that caused the entire body of the man to explode him, wailing in pain. But it didn't stop there. Taesung's men simultaneously charged in with lethal punches and relentless steel fists, repeatedly attacking, causing Makadong to momentarily reel in confusion. He went mad, snarling viciously at the kid. "You bastards, do you think I won't retaliate back?" Under Makadong's rage, Taesung was momentarily terrified. But Hanho quickly stood in front of him, fiercely demanding, "What are you trying to do?" Hanho turned back. "In this situation, I have to move very quickly to catch him. I don't understand why that damn bastard's not running away." The quiet night covers the city, and a deafening scream from the tall building sends chills down your spine. Manager Makadong viciously swings his sword at Hanho. "How are you not injured? Die, die, die." Sung couldn't hold back anymore, grit his teeth and stood up. "Let me handle this, fists of steel." A powerful wave of energy from the kid's attack sends Makadong flying. He thinks to himself, "These guys' attacks are nothing special, but they work together very well. I've lost my balance and am bleeding from their wounds." He glared at Hanho angrily. "And you say they have a huge shield that can move extremely fast. This is dangerous." While fighting in the blood cave, Hanho encountered an issue. "Damn it, my power is fading." Makadong clenched his teeth. "Yes, there's no way a powerful skill like that has no time limit. Now it's the end for you all." Hanho quickly reverted to his original form. Then he shot the spear straight into the sky, but somehow, it hit right into the head of a goblin. He was surprised. Another goblin. Why are there goblins up on that intermediate stage? A familiar voice rang out. "Well done, brother." "Hanho, I heard you have to take the goblins to safety. Come to think of it, that's the hardest part of your mission." Hanho was surprised. "How many floors have you climbed?" "You immediately grow bigger again. I just need to kill the goblin that just fell from the sky, and my power won't run out." The manager angrily says, "You said you would harm others so you could survive, right?" Hanho frowning. "Then you're mistaken. True survival comes from having trustworthy friends. I believe in everyone uniting to overcome difficulties. This is what we create, how we survive, love, and find peace." Hanho thoughts drifted to the good days they shared before the apocalypse as manager Makarode, unable to believe what he saw, stopped singing. "No, that's impossible." But he still doesn't care at all. "You're just a bunch of kids, you bastards." The gang of Taesung quickly rushed in anger, hit him and told him to die. The Makadong manager closed his eyes and took the beating. He was being punched and kicked violently, without any chance to fight back. Seeing him like that, the Maka Dragon Lord was furious. "You fool, why did you lose to such pathetic people?" The Maka Dragon Lord seemed to have run out of patience. "I can tell there's a way for us to talk, but until now you've only been spouting nonsense." Seongwu remained calm. Makadong's first weakness is that he can't use any weapons. His zombie minions quickly armed with sharp spears surrounded Rolt. "You keep talking. I thought that since you couldn't use any weapons, long claws would do, but I realized that's actually the punishment of death. Considering the distance and reach without weapons, that really is a severe punishment." Seongwu raises 2 fingers, the second representing regeneration, which makes Maka's defensive maneuvers very weak due to their rapid healing ability. "You all move recklessly without paying attention to your surroundings." You just said the Bone Soldiers launched their attack based on Seongwu's judgment, resulting in the Maka Lord being severely wounded. He yelled angrily, "You fools, this is true strength of mine," and another voice echoed. "Makadong has no mana. All skills and regenerative abilities are activated by blood." You fiercely raise the gem, unaware that your power has been drained, but still acting arrogant. In your hand is the Blood Demon art, which consumes the opponent's mana when depleted to serve as a substitute. Now Lord Makadong also realizes his strength is truly running out, and he kneels down trembling. "You damn fool." Seongwu looked down from above. "Number 4, you're too reckless. If I were you, I'd ignore the enemy's taunts and focus on this summoning bastard first." Then the Makadong Lord seemed truly enraged, lifting his head to the sky and shouting loudly, "Blood?" He lunged at you eagerly. Now attacking is too late, just need to absorb enough of the remaining blood. But from above, Rai quickly charged forward with a sword, surprising him. "What is this, you want to join in?" The fierce Makadong claws, sharpened with their nails, aimed at Rai, using them to block his attack. Seongwu continued, and then the 5th. The system immediately announced a one-handed attacker. Rai silently slashed straight through the enemy, adding those who judge only by appearance are very easy to let their guard down. He kept being overwhelmed by your relentless attacks over and over again, struggling each time, but Seongwu remained unscathed, which irritated him, damn brat. Suddenly, a green liquid was thrown out of Rai's body straight into his mouth. The explosive liquid quickly burst out, causing the Lord of Makadong's eyes to feel burning pain, and he let out a loud scream. The blue fluid rapidly fell down with the remaining part melting and sizzling on the ground. The mighty Lord of Makadong, in agony, threw his head back and cried out painfully as the mysterious slime from earlier ignited on him. Seongwu and the skeleton soldiers stood at a distance to observe the situation, a satisfied smirk on his face. At this moment, Rai's vision was blurred. He struggled to open his eyes, but everything around him was hazy and unclear. He could no longer see clearly because he had lost too much blood and there was no way to restore his sight. Makadong's leader was furious, trembling with rage. Then Seongwu, sensing victory, shouted loudly to end everything here, but he couldn't accept defeat with blurred vision. He used his hands to listen, footsteps coming from all directions. Things looked dangerous. I might die. But he was furious. Am I going to die? I will never stand above the world. Do you think I'll die here? Despite his eyes being wounded, Makadong still fiercely fought back, destroying my skeleton soldiers. Seongwu was surprised by the situation. He still seemed calm, but in the end it was all the same. At this moment he seemed almost insane, his mind continuously crying out for blood. I need blood. Suddenly, a fresh blood scent wafted from somewhere, making him rejoice, sensing that the smell was nearby. Then he quickly expanded his perimeter and rushed toward the source of the blood, avoiding the other little brats. Seongwu shouted loudly, running away, and chasing after him, determined not to let him escape this time. But the speed of the Maka Lord was too fast, and as he charged forward, there was no trace of him to be seen anymore. Finally, he discovered that the source of the smell was the blood of the stone wolf, and the hungry dragon hurriedly rushed over. He thought to himself that even though the blood wasn't fresh after being exposed to the air for too long, it didn't matter. Once his body is regenerated, he can kill an entire truckload of people. His eyes clouded. He looked at the 4 dead fox demons on the roof, silently telling himself not to let his guard down, but suddenly something made him straighten up. Seongyu's voice rang out. You fool, I know you're hungry, but you think my fog was created to feed that girl. He aggressively ordered Kotbin to stop the Lord of the Makadong from touching the blood. The disciple of the evil wolf quickly stepped forward to stop him. Seongwu continued, there is not a single drop of blood here for you to drink. He was soon pierced through with long spears and now struggles desperately to survive. Rod was then struck from above, causing him to crash painfully to the ground. He spat out fresh blood, bleeding continuously from the wounds, but he refused to give up. I won't accept it. I will become the ruler of the new world. Seongwu grimly looked at him, truly living as long as a dish. Rod glared back in annoyance and his body kept trembling. The feast has already started quite grandly, so let's make the after-party just as impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf demon disciples, armed with sharp bone swords, viciously lunged forward to stab the dragon demon, who despite his fury, could no longer fight back, as he had lost a lot of blood, and was just lying there. Helpless as a cry of despair echoed out. But Rod still isn't dead, just as you said, he's very resilient. Rod struggled to breathe. Here the remnants of other dragon demons quickly moved towards Rod. You had already started the corpse explosion. A blazing, powerful light burst forth fiercely. Rod roared in defiance. No, I don't want to. Seongwu said a few final words, live happily in hell. As he finished speaking, the dragon ghoul suddenly exploded, and the system announced you received 10000 Vang for killing the special player. Both the exclusive and dedicated missions have been completed, earning 300,000 gold and a sea-level item. Not only that, but a new exclusive skill, and a changed fate await me from now on. Seongwu feels satisfied. I truly deserve that kickbox victory. Everyone around Jisoo gathered together and cheered loudly. Senior, I knew I could trust you. Seongwu turned around in surprise to look at them. They should be in a safe place, he thought, even though this world is gradually dying. Then he let out a gentle laugh and sighed in relief, knowing his teammates were still safe for now. Seongwu silently told himself that he would continue to live with the people in front of him. For him, they were his second family. Onsong quickly shined over the entire city, and now everyone was cheering. These people had defeated the Lord of the Star Line. They whispered to each other, I don't know who they are, but I'm sure they saved us. Yes, they saved us. I already told you those people are number 157. The person who saved me and gave me food, the others immediately recognized as the guy from the apartment building singing, teasing the ghostly illusion. Han Ho, hearing the rumors, felt a surge of joy. Senior, it seems many people know you well. Sung, you calmly said, this is a residential community, so we have to save as many people as possible. Suddenly the residents pointed far away. Those people over there, what's going on, girl, what's happening? A group of soldiers rushes towards them unexpectedly, leaving everyone puzzled as they wonder why the army has appeared now after the fight with the monsters had already ended. But they don't seem to have much goodwill towards Seongyu's group, and everyone in the neighborhood was wondering why the army was there. Deserted, one of them asked, and everyone hearing the familiar voice was taken aback. He laughed, saying he was curious to know who caused such a big battle. I didn't expect we'd run into each other again. Everyone get together, Kim Sergeant. Seongwu stepped forward, clasping his face and smiling, glad to see he's still in good health. He continued, "Yes, I still survive thanks to the medicine you gave me before." Seongwu wondered, "But it's a bit strange, why did you all come here?" Sergeant recounts that over the past few days we have been monitoring the ones creating the safe zone here. "I can't believe something like this has happened. It seems the army has been a bit sluggish anyway. Seongwu has already taken care of such matters, but when I heard Sergeant Kim I frowned, and thought tracking implies he already knew bad things might happen. So given the current situation, it's better not to get involved." Seongwu looked at the group of soldiers in front of him with a natural sense of hostility. He was someone who did not want to cause trouble. Sergeant Kim continued, "I apologize for saying this suddenly, but someone wants to see you." Seongwu was surprised and confused. Who could it be? Corporal Kim looked unsure and hesitant. Is this what happens when the Korean army carries out its mission? His face looks like he's not a good person. In a room, Seongwu stands among scattered fog on the ground, updating his information on the system. Seongwu was satisfied. "I earned 150000 out of the total 300000 Vang from the battle. This really can't compare to slaying monsters on the road. Also, you found the core armor, which the system granted, after killing the vampire dragon boss. Basic level armor is made from the essence of the dead. Each use wears it down, and the outcome depends on the type and quality of the materials. Higher skill levels result in more refined armor. He took it out and tried it on, fits perfectly with a thickness greater than I expected, and I can move freely in it. Although this armor can be worn down by the dead, its protective power will gradually increase. Oh, and there are a few more items I received from the mission you brought out. That bow, the Kwai bow. Equipped with a magazine connected to the subspace of the weapon storage, it can fire continuously without reloading." Seongwu feels satisfied with the item, especially since it has long-range targeting. Although he was given a large sword, it doesn't suit his strategy. He clenches his fist with determination today. He has made great progress and will become stronger. "To beat anyone, I'm no longer useless like before. It seems Seongwu has decided to eliminate the villains." Suddenly, a familiar cry from behind him pulls Seongwu back to reality. The scream startles you back into reality. "It's too hot, Seongwu." The call keeps echoing. "Is anyone there? Please help me, save me. Seongwu, please." Suddenly you are standing in the middle of a house engulfed in flames. Seongwu hesitated and looked inside. It seemed to be the silhouette of a man and a woman trapped inside. The house was engulfed in flames with a huge fireball raging, and the painful, tearful image of his parents appeared so vividly. The man in the flames shouted loudly, "You've gotten stronger now, so go quickly and help Mom and Dad." Seongwu raised his hand to summon his sword, but suddenly his hand became tiny. Seongwu looked back in confusion, realizing that not just his hand, but his entire body had suddenly shrunk. On this side, the two people crawled forward, shouting fiercely, "Why didn't he save his parents? We're suffering like this too." Seongwu cried out in fear and ran away, screaming the two people inside, still calling after him, "Don't go. Are you going to run away again? You're so weak, your father thought you were stronger, but why are you still like this?" Seongwu, tiny, and crying out in pain while running, had no idea what all this was. Turns out it was a dream. Hanho, noticing you sweating profusely, called out loudly, "Senior Seongwu." He sat up and hugged his chest. Hanho spoke, "You've slept all day, you must be very tired." He was worried. "I saw Sergeant Kim talking with some soldiers and him." Seongwu remembers Sergeant Kim asking him to go with them to the unit, and to come see him if he needed anything. Seongwu overheard from outside that there's no reason for us to visit him when he's so exhausted. After hearing Hanho finish speaking, you quickly stand up, grab your coat, wait a moment, and Hanho rushes over, "All right." In your mind, the dream from earlier still haunts you, and you silently vow to be stronger to save others, and ensure no one is left behind. Outside, soldiers were pacing back and forth, anxiously waiting for the boy to arrive. When a man saw Hanho, he approached and asked, "Is he here?" Hanho was surprised. "I'm sorry, but please, wait a moment." He shouted loudly, "And you have to wait. Do you think this situation is like some childish game? Hurry up." Seeing Seongyu's serious face, "I am Trung-Wai, Pak Tae-young from the 51st Infantry Team. You are the ghost hound, right?" Seongwu, wearing a coat, turned around when he heard someone call him, and suddenly paused his singing. He sat down casually, knowing we didn't have much time because we had to cover a long distance, so I'll get straight to the point. Seongwu quickly sat down, frowning at his overly casual manner, but responded immediately fine. Trung-Wai then continued, "You are one of the ones who defeated them in Washington, right? I want to ask for some statements regarding this matter, and your future cooperation." Seongwu calmly replied that giving a statement was no problem, but what exactly was he talking about regarding cooperation? The sergeant straightforwardly pointed at his face, saying, "Join the army." So it turned out they had targeted Seongwu. This surprised both him and Rai to the point of disbelief. Seongwu felt annoyed and rubbed his chin before asking again, "Join the army. Your suggestion threw our team off balance, so what reason do I have to join? It seems you don't like this very much." Trung-Wai explains that our country is in a critical situation. More precisely, we are under martial law. So asking you to join the army in this situation isn't against the law either. Of course, we are ready to give you special treatment. At this point, he has left his tricks behind. Seongwu silently wondered, not breaking the law in a country in chaos, it's too late for that, but he was still cautious. What does he want me to do? He replied calmly, serve the country, reclaim the territory, and protect the system. Just support those procedures. Seongwu, wearing a dejected face, silently thought, it means I have to kill my mother too. He frowns at your attitude since you've been in the military before. I believe you understand these things better. The current situation is hard to imagine. Even if we mobilize the entire population, it would still not be enough. But that guy, that prosecutor, betrayed the country and decided to form his own puppet army. Seongwu immediately recognized who he was talking about. He silently reflected on the prosecutor's actions, saving the people of Yeomdangbo, establishing Korea's first guild, creating a safe zone, and defending security. No wonder, boss, after all, he led that group, so the prosecutor's purpose is clear. Trungwai said with excitement, this is not the time to be discouraged. The entire nation must unite under the command of the army. The more serious the situation, the more important it is to follow those who see the bigger picture. Everyone should follow our orders and manage society, systematically become soldiers of Korea and heroes, because right now we have a lot to do. Sergeant Kim and one of his comrades, including Seongwu, are quietly listening, but each has a different thought. Suddenly, as Trungwai finishes speaking, Seongwu also speaks up to oppose him. No, I don't agree. The army doesn't have the right to say that, and he angrily asks back what that means. You keep talking, saying that this is happening. The government and the military can't do anything, and only the people can rely on each other to survive. Yet you call that the puppet army. We just adapt well to the system. Monsters spill out, items are distributed, and missions appear. This isn't something the country or military can be responsible for. Then you raised your hand and told me to become a hero. Right, I want to be a mercenary. Trungwai shouted loudly, meaning you want to become an opponent of the country. Seongwu calmly responded, the people are dying and you can't do anything. The country's goal has disappeared. And in Seongyu's words, there is clear questioning and discontent towards the military. Trungwai is no longer calm. He rushes forward, shouting, every word you've said has insulted us. How dare you deny that the country raised you? Seongwu doesn't bother to argue with him. He pushes his hand away firmly. This negotiation is over. Then he stood up, turned around calmly, and walked away, while Trungwai kept shouting behind him, you will regret this. How dare you insult us like that? Unity and discipline are the foundation of human strength. How can you survive alone against the army? Hearing his unreasonable words, you resentfully turn away, but I feel more at ease as a lone wolf. Inside the military zone, soldiers are diligently doing their duties, guard posts are being kept, and others are moving as needed. Everyone is talking quietly. Now that there's an army, things feel different. Everything will go back to normal. Hanho sighed, it's us who saved them, not those late soldiers. Jisoo calmly replied, understandably, everyone needs someone to rely on because we really don't know what's happening to this world. You don't need everyone to be grateful and worship you, just that the people feel safe and happy is enough. Hanho thought back honestly, I also feel relieved. After all, they have more combat experience than us. Jisoo silently thought, yes, they are the experts in battle, probably the strongest and most experienced team, but their looks seem a bit off maybe. I don't know why. I will carefully observe their attitude and expressions, then make an assessment. Hanho approached with a smile and asked, sorry, what's the matter? The soldier responded, surprised. Yes, what's going on? He casually asked. You're the subordinates of Corporal Kim, right? Last time we met someone else accompanying Corporal Kim. It seems the person is a private soldier. Where is he then? I don't understand why. Just asking that made them hesitant. Everyone is anxious. Well, the current morale of the soldiers, the security is a bit problematic. Hanho wondered, scratching his chin, so that's why I haven't joined the military yet and don't know. Jisoo, standing nearby and listening to their conversation, wondered, security, wasn't he asking about the position of some private? Hanho is here, right, Sister Jisoo? Don't you think the atmosphere feels a bit strange? Jisoo nodded and said, I thought so too. I have a bad feeling about all this. The scene shifts to Seongwu as he and Rai quickly step out of Trungwai's room in the hallway. Our negotiations with the military will end here, as I intend to keep good relations with them. But as soon as you thought of that guy Trungwai, you got annoyed. He should learn how to give orders properly. Who would have thought he'd force me into the military? Suddenly, hurried footsteps rushed toward you, and a voice exclaimed, Seongwu. You turn around in surprise to see Sergeant Kim. He's courteous. I'm sorry for putting you in this awkward situation. You smile brightly. It's nothing. This is the army soldiers. Can't be responsible for this. But it was Sergeant Kim, who was the one who persuaded me to join in the first place. Sergeant Kim hesitantly stammered. Well, then Seongwu sighed. It seems everyone really needs to see me. Sergeant Kim looked serious. Yes, we do really need you. Seongwu. But I don't understand why the commander would do this. Then he pressed close to your hand, which is why I thought I needed to show you this, even though it's a secret. The sunset gradually descends, and the military area becomes eerily quiet in the late afternoon. Sergeant Kim led the way, and Seongwu and Roy quickly followed him with hardly anyone around on the road. Seongwu kept thinking to himself, secrets, maybe about the information the military is holding, right? We have finally arrived. Corporal Kim turned to Seongwu and asked him to wait here for a moment. If I'm caught, I'll be shot on the spot. But right now, the soldiers are distracted, so I'll try to sneak it out. Seongwu looked on in amazement, thinking to himself, shooting stars no matter the reason. Could it be? He's risking his life just to show me something. Sergeant Kim was very cautious, observing around him, then whispered to Seongwu. Someone saw that, quickly go inside. Along a long corridor, it seems like only Corporal Kim and you are here. You looked at the object in front of you with surprise. What is this? Sergeant Kim explained that this object is called the Fairy Stone. You look at the gemstone with a clear, ice-like block in front of you, constantly glowing with curiosity. The sergeant said that I heard these items have been scattered around the world. They help people see future events. We can't see the exact scenes that will happen, but the context is quite realistic. Anyone lucky enough to find this will hold a huge advantage. This ominous thing is called the imbalance of luck. Seongwu listened while observing the object. He kept staring at the object in Sergeant Kim's hand, his mind constantly thinking of two words: the future. Suddenly, without knowing when Seongwu had touched the gem, and the system announced, "You have touched the Season 2 Fairy Stone." Seongwu looked up. A blinding blue light made him stop in his tracks. Oh no, where am I? Seongwu found himself floating above the central checkpoint. Suddenly, a skull made of mist from some creature appeared very close to Seongwu, startling him. The giant beast is turning into white mist, and the scene before you is completely desolate and ruined. There are undead everywhere. The entire city is filled with the undead, and Seongwu flies through the air, unable to see the full view of what's happening here. Suddenly, a name echoes in his mind. Seongwu silently ponders. This is a world turned upside down, as if someone is standing on the head of a giant monster. He looked closely again. That was Jisoo and me, in the exact position of the four great guardians. But then he wondered where Honho was, and when Seongwu looked around, he realized he was over there with Honho, acting like a living corpse, commanding the fog. Seongwu scanned the area to see who was responsible for this, and from afar he saw a white skeleton with 3 horns on its head, Qualich breathing fire directly at him. Seongwu silently thought that stopping something like that would be terrifying. Then suddenly something made him startle in there. A flaming skull that looked incredibly large suddenly spat fire fiercely forward. You see yourself being burned by Qualich's flames, your entire body turning charred. Returning to reality, that ice block seems to fall and shatter on the ground. The system announces Season 2 of the Hell Adventure. A major change will happen on January 1st. Seongwu's ears twitch, and he has to use his other arm to firmly grip the hand that is twitching. Sergeant Kim looked worried and asked what he saw. I only saw a horde of skeletons and dead bodies, so I thought of you right away. The notification system says, this is an exclusive mission called Who is the Owner of Death, with the goal being to choose the Grim Reaper's scythe. And the reward for this game is very generous. The location of the Grim Reaper's scythe will be revealed after reaching level 15. Seongwu chuckled. It's indeed an incredible item now. I have a goal, Officer Kim exclaimed in surprise. You are still haunted by the prophecy cursed level 15 amperes just 2 months before Season 2 starts. Seongwu calculated that if I can't get the death scythe, that means I will still become what is predicted in the future. But I saw that part, and it doesn't seem right at all. Then you said, Kim Sergeant, let me ask you this. Do I know where each area's boss monster appears? You calculated that each boss appears in each area from the start. Although the distribution is quite enticing, the danger made you postpone it, but now you can't do that anymore. And hunting them down is the fastest way for me to level up, Chung-si Kim thought to himself after Seongwu's question. Then he said, I only know of one place where the boss monsters appear, and it's also the monster that's giving Trung Wai the most trouble. Removing threats from the community and establishing the main base are Wai's first goals, but without someone to team up with, it can't be achieved, he said seriously. Suddenly, Seongwu spoke up there. Tell him I convinced him to go hunt the boss monster. Chung-si Kim couldn't help but feel joyful at this moment, his eyes welling up with emotion as he softly called out your name. You spun around and responded, but not for free, right? Chung-si Kim asked, what do you mean? Seongwu turned to look at him directly and said, of course it's a trade pay-up. Chung-si Kim quickly informed Trung Wai that Seongwu demanded 100,000 Vang to defeat that boss monster, which took him by surprise. Then this drove Trung Wai crazy. He went truly mad and said, what? Another person spoke up after all. No one can outdo him in training. Commander, I've seen Chung-si Kim battle the Dragon Mons. But his skills truly are from a different level. The soldier recalled Seongwu's battle against the dragon-like monsters. Trung Wai was momentarily speechless, calculating the pros and cons. Is he even better than Chung-si Kim? The soldier continued, pointing out a small difference. Kim's squad leader is alone, but he commands an entire army. Trung Wai was annoyed, but we are still an army too. The soldier patiently explained, even if Kim's squad leader leads the soldiers, we can't compete with that fog and beat him, right? You say you're not afraid of the fog he creates, but I fear that our soldiers will have to die as we carry out the mission under his command. Even if we have more troops and additional supplies, I think he's still stronger than a whole battalion. His arguments are so persuasive that Trung Wai is getting a headache. The problem is that 100,000 Vang is a bit too much. Commander Kim suddenly shouts out, cutting off his thoughts. I have something to say for you no matter what. We must make Seongwu our ally. Private Kim, with a confident and composed tone, even shared information about a divine medicine, assuring that Seongwu is a talented man. Understanding everything, I'm sure that money is just the fee for the mission. In my mind, we cannot afford to sacrifice any more soldiers. Chung Wai also has his own thoughts. The soldiers earn about 6,000 Vang a day, and the pay for him is nearly 2 days' wages for the soldiers. But in the end, he had to sigh. It's truly embarrassing, but our top priority mission is to restore the key areas. He knows this is a life or death battle. The most terrifying monster has taken control of the runway. There we must eliminate it. If we stay here doing nothing, we won't be able to get out. The brigade commander has sent dozens of soldiers and players, but all were killed within 10 minutes, and they abandoned the fight. He regretfully thought that if Wyvern's son wasn't there, Trung Kao would be the safest route to travel. If we could repair that area, the next evaluation would lead to a significant upgrade. In the end, Trung Wai slammed his fist down on the chair. Damn it, we have no other choice, just hand him over and the company manager will deal with him. But Trung Wai couldn't accept it. He was furious, and that greedy bastard, I will reclaim what I gave you one day. Faced with Trung Wai's aggressive decision, Sergeant Kim couldn't help but clench his teeth. In the afternoon, Sergeant Kim was sent to negotiate with Seongwu, and 1,000,000 gold was exchanged immediately afterward. He said, we collected this money from the soldiers, please cooperate with us in the near future. Seongwu said, but we still can't cover such a long distance in 5 days. I just need to handle what's inside, right? Sergeant Kim replied that because there is still danger threatening the plane, we need to maintain it and everything will be ready in 3 days. He continued, you will be sent with Sergeant Kang, who is the survivor of the attack on the highway. That person approached to introduce himself. I am Sergeant Kang Jinguk. Unfortunate to say, it looks like you've become my assistant. By the way, what level are you at? If it's lower than mine, you're probably a low-level player. I'm level 10, and your remark surprised the sergeant and everyone here. He clenched his teeth and cursed. What are we doing this way? I've been trying to kill the boss all day, but it's useless. Is this a joke? Seongwu looked down on him. If he could kill the boss monster, that would be better, he shouted, while Rai stood beside him with a condescending smirk. He was so angry that his veins bulged with frustration. That's true, but don't get too complacent because that clever monster over there is much more dangerous. But Seongwu still didn't care and kept walking forward, saying casually, thanks for the advice, let's level up when we meet again in 3 days. And as the night falls, everyone here is restless. Oh, where is Sung? Do you mean he hasn't returned yet? He truly is an amazing person and I hope he will continue to protect us. Everyone here is like a peaceful nest. Mr. Su is happy, but it's hard to say how many survivors are left in the factory. Hanho's father says, Gi, Mr. Su, we can create a safe zone when there's danger, right? He nodded, that's right. We don't need to act immediately because the army is still doing maintenance. Hanho's mother worried, so what should we do in the future? Hanho's father suggested food. Of course, find food. Gyeong-su says, build a village for the survivors, his face full of determination. For him, in this situation, all of us are survivors in one way or another, and there will be many other tasks to do. Those who specialize in crafting and manufacturing can develop the village while the army and those suited for combat will be responsible for hunting and protection. Mr. G does look up at the sky with the main goal of continuously increasing the gold reserves for our troops. Hanho's parents applauded and praised him, saying it was a perfect plan and that they always trusted him. Gyeong-su felt shy. No, to be honest, it was Seongwu who suggested it. I'm not that talented. I used to be a failed leader. The team I managed and my friends lost their lives because of my foolish decisions. Feeling sad, I wondered how someone like me could lead others, and recalling those old memories brought tears to Gyeong-su's eyes. Hanho's parents fell into contemplation and his aunt unaware of when was tearful and quietly crying. Hanho's father approached him. Leading others in this world isn't something an ordinary person can do. Jijo-su lowered his head. That's right. He continued, it is indeed a sad story, but when no one else can lead it, was you who stepped up and made the decision. You did your best. That in itself is a brave act. Be confident you deserve it. Hearing this, Gyeong-su was moved to tears. Hanho's father trustfully told Gyeong-su to become the village chief. He was moved and thanked him, but honestly he didn't have any good intentions. He didn't want to bear such a stressful position, so he handed it over to you. Over here, Seongyu's team continues to kill the large brains all around with only snakes in sight. Hanho comments it feels like he's joking, but Seongyu looks back and says, for us it's just normal. I believe that with just 3 people and a single skeleton, we defeated them all. If they're lucky enough to survive and bring more heads, they'll still be cut down by my sword. Hanho felt proud of himself and his teammates, feeling much more confident now. Seongyu also thought that if too many enemies attacked at once, then he would just finish them off with a blast from Thi. These brains might be more numerous, but they wouldn't survive such a powerful assault. And as for the ones that remained, Hanho recalled the scene just now when one of those monsters aggressively lunged at him, but Seongyu swiftly used her bow to fire directly through its head. After defeating the monsters outside, Seongyu's group quickly entered inside. Hanho said, Senior, there's a dungeon sign over there, but that's not it, right? Seongyu stepped closer and saw that it was shaped like a hammer, so maybe this is the shop, right? Let's go in first. Following his advice, everyone quickly entered, and the system announced you can combine items here. The Tears of the Oceanic Soul, the Blood Crystal of the Demon, and Elder Slim's Thunder with a cost of 1,000,000 Vang. Seongyu wondered how amazing the legendary items he could combine might become. Seongwu recalled the items he had, including the Tears of the Ocean Spirit from the Demon Blood Stone Shop and the Core of Elder Slim. Seongwu knew these items were very important, and Hanho told him that the results were all random. He grins, so maybe you'll get an item that suits me like a kukri or something. Seongwu confidently says, you don't know how lucky I am yet, plus I have 2 spheres, so there's no way I'd get a kukri. Jisoo has been silent all this time, and when Seongwu turns to look, she is praying silently. The system informs that the required cost is 1,000,000, and the chance of the sphere breaking is 2%. Do you still want to continue? Seongwu firmly replied jokingly. Of course I'll keep going. The system then continued. The orbs are beginning to merge, step back behind the table to stay safe. Seongwu helplessly thought to himself, Jisoo Hanho told me this was just a joke. In the end, the fusion process was successful, and the item called Chaos Veil will increase mana by 500 and have a life conduit for a 3% attack boost. Seongwu thought to himself, chaos, huh? Is this something like a demon lord? It seems like a concept that's not easy to understand. Unfortunately, there are no legendary level items yet, but I can upgrade it. Just absorb all the enemy's mana and transform your stamina into continuous absorption ability, Seongwu quietly calculated in his mind. Hanho approached happily. As expected, he received a really good item. Jisoo was excited too. Congratulations, Seongwu. You're also enthusiastic, thank you both. The system informed her that Jisoo could also combine items, which surprised her. Then she combined a fire-starting gem with her sword, making it capable of increasing attack speed and adding fire to each strike, and Jisoo was very happy. Hanho was unwilling his older siblings could all upgrade their weapons to become much stronger, so what about my son? But in response to his question, the system remained silent and then disappeared, making Hanho annoyed. The spoiled kid pouted and looked upset. Only I can't get anything. Seongwu sighed helplessly, reassuring him. It looks like we'll get more gold. I'll buy you an item from the shop. Jisoo also tried to change the subject and replied, that's fine, there should be good stuff inside too. The dinner place in front of them is in ruins. Seongwu is surprised. What is this? Jisoo looks up. If it's like this, we can't use the store right. Hanho's heart feels like it's frozen. Seongwu looked at the cars blocking the doors to stop the monsters, but it seems useless. He sobbed. Which one destroyed the shop? Isn't this where I know everyone need her? Seongwu picked it up to examine it carefully. Yes, a monster wouldn't do something like this. Jisoo looked at the lines of written human words on the wall. She guessed it was probably caused by some intelligent creature. She raised her hand to check the lines of writing. Perhaps someone created this. A monster wouldn't be able to write such perfect words. Seongwu guessed, but what if it's an animal that understands human language and can write unless it's a character from Disney? But in the end, they still couldn't find the answer. Seongwu said, let's go back to the village first. His team walks through the dark, quiet surroundings with Rai leading the way. Suddenly, someone who had been waiting unnoticed ran up to your path. Seongwu looked up in surprise. What was Sergeant Kim On doing here? He said their task was to kill a few monsters here, and since they had been assigned to the team before, he felt like he was back in the past. Seongwu was surprised an elite team mission. Sergeant Kim explained that it's like a daily mission. Every day they have to hunt monsters for the unit, and if they do, they'll receive combined rewards. Seongwu asked in surprise if there are any good rewards for soldiers. Sergeant Kim looked at a teammate bandaging a wound on the ground. He grimaced. I think if we complete the mission, we'll get a 10% buff the next day, but I'm sure I can feel it. The snails and goblins keep coming from somewhere. I wonder if this is some kind of response. Hanho thinks Kim's explanation makes sense. After all, we have no idea where they come from. Sergeant Kim said, I hope that's not the case, but if it is, he clenched his teeth in unwillingness. It's pointless for us to die like this. Jisoo wondered if no one had run away. Surely some must have stayed behind to look for their families. Sergeant Kim recounted that many people had started to resist, but we were defeated immediately. Without external support, everything would have been very difficult. But there's no way the army would let soldiers run away like that. They were punished severely afterward. He clenched his hands in pain. At this moment, the army had no way to come up with strategies or anything, so we can only go to the battlefield. They had all their gold and communication devices confiscated, and no one could access the community. Seongwu also felt heartbroken. If it were the military, she thought they would soon get used to those initial losses. But surprisingly, they tried to control the situation with such forceful measures, which is why the Y-Depot Prosecution Union had the opportunity to grow strong like an army. Sergeant Kim said, everyone, let's move now. Many are injured, so moving to the nearby village will be safer. Meanwhile, the large bear roared fiercely and swung its sharp, clawed paw, holding the angry statue and attacking, preventing everyone there from approaching. Everyone rushed to stop it but were thrown back. The chaos grew louder as people fled. We're finished for. Everyone run inside, Shu said loudly. Combat team, hold your position until everyone escapes. He hurried to evacuate everyone without noticing that the bear had quickly approached him, and Mr. Gi was panic-stricken. He thought, does this always happen when Seongwu isn't here? Will everything repeat itself as before? Gi Ongshu stubbornly gritted his teeth and pushed forward, causing his allies to panic. The bear was unafraid, growling loudly before swiping its claws, sending everyone flying away. Suddenly, it attacked again because the target had disappeared, and the angry bear paused for a moment. Seizing this moment of its distraction, Gyeongshu clenched his spear and jumped up, gritting his teeth, thinking that if someone needed protection, he wouldn't give up. The hero's weapon plunges into its eyes, causing the bear to writhe in pain with blood streaming down, while Gyeongshu rejoices inside, feeling triumphant. He silently thought that if he could buy more time like this, hope for the goal would still flicker in him. Suddenly, another bear ran quickly upon seeing its comrade in trouble. Shu-gi hurriedly panicked, forgetting there were actually 3 bears. Gyeongshu, tears streaming down his face from the pain, suddenly hears a familiar cry. He looks over weakly, realizing it's too late and feeling helpless. Then, seeing him struggle like that, the others quickly draw their swords and slash across the bear's arm. It screams in pain, and Gyeongshu finally finds relief, with a severed hand still lingering on his shoulder. He quickly delivers the final blow, thrusting his sword straight into the bear's head. Jisoo, with a reassuring look to him, said, "Well done." Gyeongshu then raised her sword higher. The 2 bears had already been defeated, but one was still left, and now it charged towards Jisoo's side. A voice said, "Get those claws off me right now, I'm not in the mood today." "It's Hanho, I don't know why, but your tears are streaming down your face, yet you still fiercely attack the black bear with the owl. It hurts." Mr. Shu glared fiercely at the piercing arrows, shot directly at the top of the bear's head, secretly amazed, since when did it happen? A familiar voice rang out. "I thought I would have to use all my strength for the upcoming assault, but I didn't expect you guys to come armed with death." It's Dongyu, glaring like a hellish angel of death, ready to torment their souls. Sergeant Kim and the entire army stare in disbelief at the sight before them. Sanjiyu gathers the monsters to combine, with Bao quickly taking down the other monsters. Not only Sanjiyu but his teammates are also very strong. They are very skilled at using their powers to hunt. Sergeant Junjitsu tightly inspected his weapon and felt this was truly unfair. They may not be as strong as Sanjiyu's team, but their comrades and successors can fight just the same. The people sent into battle can't fight like that, they can't die like that. Yenjong, remember that it's best to follow the commander's orders. Am I doing the right thing? At this moment, Sanju's team has just finished their mission and is approaching. He asked him to inform the army that their task of capturing the escaped is about to begin. In the hall, injured people are scattered everywhere, with caregivers crying in distress, shouting for help, and figures rushing around with medical supplies, creating an extremely chaotic scene. In that corner, Jisoo and Hanho excitedly run over to Kyungsu to praise him for doing a great job. "I can't believe you caught a giant bear." Kyungsu modestly lowered his head, saying it's nothing and it's not like he wasn't injured. Sanju happened to arrive just in time, reminding everyone that it's not easy to respond, but he did his best to protect the village. Pretending to be calm, a slightly irritated voice suddenly spoke up. Apparently there was still some issue going on. It turned out to be Sergeant Kang Jin-guk, who proudly turned his head to look around, and then commented, "This village is a bit chaotic. It seems some people have already died." Sanju frowning in annoyance at that which was Gak's reaction to the casualties, but he also recounted that there was a fierce bear raid. Jin-guk nodded as if he understood. After all, he had also captured one of those, and it was truly very strong. He said nothing more, only gazing at Gak in contemplation. From what he heard, Sergeant Kang's rank is 3-star warrior, a fighter who fights without weapons. Didn't he say he doesn't know which badge he received? Sergeant Kim suddenly turned to Kang and asked Jin-guk if he was ready for the raid, because Sanju was planning to proceed as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, those normal words made Gata furious, and he glared sharply at the poor soldier, growling that, since when did he become his spokesperson? Corporal Kim was stunned by this unexpected situation. Gata couldn't hold back and fiercely kicked him hard in the leg before loudly cursing. Sanju should have personally informed Wai about the plan. Why do I need to care about this? He casually grabs Corporal Kim by the collar and pushes his face close with a terrifying tone, asking if he's truly fulfilling his duty well. The sergeant grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth as he stammered that of course he was fulfilling his duty. Kang Jin-guk still refused to let go, his fiery eyes denying why, as if to say he saw otherwise. He thought that guy didn't know he was always complaining about the meaningless deaths during Wai's mission. He glanced back at the remaining soldiers, shouting, "It seems the gold and silver have also decreased because you haven't performed well. You should know that the commander always has an exact grip on the soldiers' positions." Hearing this new information, Sanju beside him furrowed his brow in disbelief. A precise position system in the army. They even gather intel on enemy camps. Soldiers seem more like slaves. Suddenly, Sergeant Kim erupts with inner strength, not fearing death, shouting that Wai says they didn't do their duty. Does Wai know how many of his soldiers have fallen? They died because of the unfair leveling system of the soldiers and sergeants. However, the most disgraceful one is that shameless guy who suddenly frowned, then lifted the sergeant high up in front of his terrified comrades. "Are you crazy, or what? Shut your mouth and stay quiet. I will go catch all those monsters. They died because of your weakness. The guy who chose the engineer profession and is hiding behind me now, trying to blame me." Kim Sang-gu unwillingly closed his eyes tightly. He really chose to become a combat craftsman, but it was because he wanted to help the soldiers survive. At that moment, a rough arm suddenly grabbed Sergeant Kang's arm to interrupt the tense situation. Because of Sanju's call to move, it's time for them to go now. He knows they don't have much time left. He angrily turns around, his fierce gaze locking onto the enemy for a few seconds before harshly forcing Sergeant Kim to the ground without mercy. He quietly muttered to himself that he had to personally take care of that bastard, so Seongwu pretended to be frantic, urging him to move faster. It's urgent now. Kang Jin-gu also compromised and turned to give orders to the remaining soldiers to quickly move to the battle position with him. At this moment, only close allies remain in the space. They quickly ran up one tearful soldier, helping Corporal Kim to stand up. Some are furious at that traitorous beast, Seongwu murmured thoughtfully. It seems the relationship with Sergeant here is rather complicated. Sergeant Kim awkwardly massaged his battered neck. He looked at Seongwu with a hint of concern for letting him witness his embarrassing moment, but he just brushed it off and gently said it was nothing. The corporal, more competitive than ever, surprisingly even got angry at him. Corporal Kim forced a smile after speaking, pushed the shoulder of the enraged soldier to quickly leave because they would help him breach, so now they were going to prepare. Seongwu's team followed his distant figure. With complex feelings, he must be having a hard time. After a while, the armored military vehicles stormed down the main road. They kept going and soon arrived at the first monster encounter. It was once a breathtakingly huge and grand airport, but now only ruins and debris are left scattered everywhere, causing amazement and disbelief among those who witnessed the scene. Yet somehow planes like that can still take off in such condition. The whole team decided to explore further. Wai quickly took the opportunity to show off, saying it looks like the boss is rolling in the mud. He played with it a few days ago. It's pretty intense. Seongwu and his team look at each other silently, but I tell you, I heard he ran away from the fight. Honestly, everything he said is just nonsense, useless. I know Wai doesn't want us to fail this raid, but his jealousy and pettiness are just terrible. But you have some information about the boss from Sergeant Kim, so it's not a big deal. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared behind the building with a frightening face, and the monster from this huge zone had officially shown itself. Its sudden appearance caught Seongwu off guard as he was lost in thought, gaping in disbelief. Damn it, it's bigger than I thought. Forget about defeating it with 4 giant bears. Judging by how it happily summons each bear as if playing with dolls, it's clear. But this area is too noisy, and it quickly drew its attention with its glowing red eyes and jagged teeth glaring down at the tiny people below. It roared thunderously, and then charged forward at a terrifying speed while Sergeant Kang still stubbornly held his ground, trying to suppress his fear. Wai turned to challenge Seongwu. If you've seen it and now decide to run away, you can still get back the 1,000,000 Vang. Contrary to Ga's expectations, he calmly performed a spell in his hand. After all, he didn't have just one plan. And then, under Seongwu's command, the living corpses surged up from underground, viciously attacking and biting the monster's legs to block its path. The creature looked down, then snorted in a dismissive rush from its nose. Then it lifted its leg and stomped down with enough force to crush tiny insects, causing the ground to shake violently, as if a terrible earthquake was happening, everyone scrambling to cover their heads and shouting warnings to be careful. Sergeant Kim hurriedly ran up, his face pale, as he asked what to do now that all the zombies were dead, but the young boy with his back turned still, gestured calmly for him to stay calm. Now he's going to level up to match it. As he finished speaking, a blinding flash erupted, triggering the corpse explosion. The zombies clinging to the monster all burst simultaneously like devastating bombs, leaving the creature unprepared, writhing in agony as it roared in pain. Everyone following Seongwu's command took cover and avoided the massive explosion. From a distance, you could see that its arm had been torn off, and amid the thick dust, it looked injured. But suddenly a strange sight unfolded before my eyes as its joint bones and tissue automatically connected together. The blood also stopped flowing, and not only was the monster huge, but it also had a strong defensive ability and could heal itself. It should have been weakened by the original spell and continuous attacks, but it seems to be completely unharmed. It has no special skills like Stream, but both of its twin earth spirits, combined with extraordinary stamina. This might be Seongwu's most formidable enemy yet. You listened without saying a word, burning inside. There's still a way, but the safest and most effective solution is. Amidst the army, 2 proud figures step forward to lead the charge. It's finally their turn. Turns out Jisoo and Han Ho are ready to shine. Not far from the battlefield is the command center, and the voice of the commander is announcing that Prosecutor John Dion Bo has gathered a group of survivors, with the numbers still rising. In Busan, there's also a guild called Gwarang, and before he could finish his sentence, the bald Trung Wee Pak Taeong Nenjang muttered that those traitorous bastards kept increasing as if they were waiting for this moment. At this moment, the commander glanced at the National Defense News and wondered why they didn't post anything on the military community. He didn't think that if the guild's growth slowed down, public news would decrease. Pak Yogi shook his head in denial. As soldiers, they couldn't rely solely on uncertain information, especially since those sources weren't even part of their network anymore. News was crucial. Once the military or government confirmed it, wouldn't the enemy find their location? They don't know who created this program, and in this situation, the army and government are very cautious. Commander Ga hesitated, unsure whether to trust the orders from above or not. Although not very familiar, isn't the influence of this system still too vast to ignore? This system is truly powerful enough to control those soldiers. While he was deep in thought, the bald man suddenly remembered something and turned back, asking if Ga had already sent the message to the soldiers. After defeating the boss, that bastard is the next target. Anyone uncooperative will be eliminated. The commander immediately nodded to confirm he'd done it, and Sergeant Kang and the 2 squads would be responsible. When that time comes, Sergeant Kim has no choice but to cooperate. Zhang Yi still doesn't feel completely at ease. He narrows his eyes carefully, suspecting that bastard might have an ally. Does he have any weaknesses? The commander tries to recall from his limited memory, listing them one by one. One of them wields a sword, but since she's a girl, he's not sure if she's strong. Another one is quite weak, a little kid using a spear despite being fragile, always hiding behind the spirit shield, and only attacking those 2 weak. Beiki heard that and confidently laughed out loud, telling him to go check it out, but not to attack yet, aiming for at least 1,000,000 gold. No, even more than that should be the goal of this attack. That strange order made him pause for a few seconds, vaguely pondering whether it sounded more like a robber's plan than an army's duty, caring more about money than potential enemies. But he immediately warned himself not to care about that. They are soldiers and they have no choice but to obey orders. Surely Sergeant Kang will complete the mission. Returning to the battle, the monster is now extremely enraged and roars wildly as it fights. It kept swatting with a huge stick like a tree trunk, but the kid blocked with both arms to create a solid defense. Yi constantly provoked it, mocking how weak it was. Faster, try harder and see if you can show some strength. Because this kid is actually the neighbor of the king. After a long fight and realizing the opponent was unharmed, it stopped to catch its breath, forgetting to be alert as a shadow appeared behind it. That is Jisoo. She decisively drives her sharp sword into the beast's body, causing it to wail in pain, cold sweat pouring down in waves. She quickly moved away before the monster could recover and reach out to grab the enemy. Jisoo landed safely some distance away. She looked up to observe that this boss monster, although large, was quite slow, giving them a chance to defeat it. Without wasting any more time, she quickly turned to call Hanho, informing him that she had prepared the climbing rope, and now he could start. Hanho nodded. The boy had tied the remaining rope to himself. The item Jisoo retrieved was a climbing rope, not like ordinary ropes. No matter what they do, this rope can't be cut. They'll use it to trap the monster again. Quick as a flash, Hanho kept shifting to bind the monster with ropes all over its body. It couldn't keep up with that speed, and could only helplessly look up and scream. Jin-guk just sprayed glue from below, thinking the kid was simply a servant of that false soul caller or something, but it turns out he's much stronger than that. It's like they're just teasing a big opponent attacking its head without any issue. Did this guy steal points from them to boost his reputation? The system immediately displayed an alert 3 seconds left to create a barrier. Hanho clearly feels the wind approaching and loudly calls squad leader Kim's name. He also just managed to seize a goblin caught and tied up. Everything is ready now. A shining dagger suddenly stabbed into the middle of the goblin's forehead, preventing any counterattack, but its snobbish attitude activated the barrier effect. The remaining soldiers saw the promising result and quickly repeated it on the next goblin. Jin-guk frowned. Are they just killing goblins while fighting the boss? In the end, this skill still needs to be maintained to kill monsters. I think that woman probably hasn't gained much experience or undergone proper combat training. Fighting monsters and fighting people are very different. But she didn't see this coming. Isn't it better now for him to just kill the guy with a fake soul? On the contrary, Sanju focused on observing the situation in front of him, his mind suddenly running data that recalled memories. That day, Sanju's group was discussing combat strategies, and he was surprised by Jisoo's idea to rely on Hanho. He immediately shook his head in opposition, saying it was too dangerous and it would be better to ask the undead to do it. But Jisoo refused to relent, arguing that if they got attacked by the boss, they would fail instantly, so it was best for the 2 of them to handle it since they were quite quick and skilled. To fully persuade you, she added that with Hanho's shield skill, boss's attacks would be no problem. And the kid reluctantly nodded in confirmation. Only Sanju silently thought shield isn't that more like a transformation skill. After a brief calculation, he quickly covered his tracks to consider his own safety. Jisoo understood and interrupted, saying they are not their protectors. Please let them be your allies, trust them more. Returning to reality, the giant piece of wood in the monster's hand fell to the ground. Hanho at this moment bit the rope to tighten it once more with the monster behind him tied up like a Tet holiday bon Tet. Jisoo, in the same motion, used her sword to sweep the monster's legs upward. Losing her balance, the boss monster fell directly onto the cold ground, witnessed by everyone who cheered loudly in celebration of this great success. And the final blow, of course, must go to men. Ryo Sanju confidently stepped forward. He enjoyed watching them grow stronger, but it seems his turn has come. He took the lead, filled with fierce energy, the undead and the ghostly spirits burning fiercely right behind him. Disturbed by the power of the soul, Mimic Gook secretly swore to himself that his salary was now protected, and the man could no longer attack secretly. The nearby undead respectfully presented Sanju with the unclaimed red sword of the Tongue Knight, as it needed to drink some blood. Then he gripped the mirror tightly with both hands, charged toward the monster, and ordered everyone to attack. The undead and the monsters teamed up to bash the boss, even biting its vehicle parts, causing the boss to roar in pain. One of the undead, startled by the loud noise, decisively delivered a powerful spinning punch to its face, making the monster tear up, but it did not back down as the terrifying fangs of death clamped onto the undead's arm. Seongwu continued to appear, a sudden flash of brilliance in his eyes, and he asked if his undead was good enough. Just in case it needed more nutrients, your leader had also carefully added something else into it. The boss monster was startled, its arm still caught in its mouth, and before it could grasp the full situation, a deafening explosion erupted like a nuclear bomb from the war. Now it lay there with its mouth wide open, smoke and flames billowing from its throat, tears streaming down its face, unable to react. Most of the time, bosses can't be revived, and this one is no different. As he finished speaking, Seongwu immediately drew his sword and drove it straight into it, to end it, successfully annihilating the giant mutant boss, and earning 2200000 gold. Then a series of system notifications kept popping up, announcing that he received a special reward, all stats had increased, and he got an item box and leveled up. Today marks the end, and you have 4, 8, 5, 1 days left to prove your authority. You've already lost 98 days on this journey. You decide to choose the upgrade card for creating national weapons, as it will allow Seongwu to craft a wider variety of items. Jinguk still lingered in his bliss, stepping back a few paces, unable to believe that everything had ended so easily. Seongwu still had no idea about the strange plan of the military. Ben Dillon said it seems that his contract with the army has come to an end, and he will take the life of the boss monster. From the beginning, he only promised to defeat it. Sergeant Kang saw him about to leave, and became anxious because he hadn't completed the mission, so he sneakily looked back and observed, then calculated. Would it be okay to attack him now? There are over 20 soldiers here, so maybe it's possible. Alright, approach quietly and strike from behind. I plan accordingly, so it seems like an agreement. As Seongwu wishes, just do as he says. But with Sanju's superior abilities, I quickly noticed something was off with the opponent. I smile lightly and gently warn, Comrade Kang, it seems he has walked straight into a tough spot. Everything has become too complicated. In contrast to the calm and arrogant attitude of the ghostly master, Jinguk roared fiercely when exposed, clutching a fiery fist, rushing to kill him, unleashing a powerful punch that created clouds of smoke and chaos around him. As the smoke clears, flickering, blue flames like ghostly fire appear. These are Sanju's power, quickly forming a massive bone shield to block the dangerous punch, just thrown with no sign of strain on his body. Back to the moment when Kang Jinguk threw his punch, Sanju commanded the undead's hand to block instead, and a flash of green light flickered across the area, forming a bone weapon. The bones, shaped into a talisman by your spell, split apart and transformed into a new form. Soon, a towering undead became a sturdy bone talisman ready to withstand the attack. The whole thing happened so fast that the sergeant couldn't react, and he muttered in frustration, still seeing him unharmed. The surprise attack failed. He fumed, clenching his fists, and ordered the soldiers to attack the retreating enemies quickly, while he himself would personally kill you. Without those bone creatures, the four of them are nothing more than a graveyard. Confident in this, he foolishly charges again, repeatedly smashing his fists into Sanju's bone wreath until it shatters into pieces. Seongwu quickly drew his sword to counterattack. With another delayed kick, Jinguk was faster and kicked the sword away before he could react in astonishment. He could only throw his other hand toward the guy, but he saw those hands were empty, not threatening at all, so he sneered, thinking that fist couldn't possibly do anything. Before he could finish, he swung his hand in front of the guy, and this time he felt something was wrong and stepped back several steps. He rolled a few times to keep his distance, just to make sure not to forget that damn dog. Just then, a cut appeared across Jinguk's face, and the burning pain was very clear. Wei stared in horror, realizing that in Sanju's hand was a small dagger, but just now there was nothing in his hand, so where did he pull it from? Hearing his puzzled question, Seongwu casually paused for a moment to explain that the armor he's wearing is made from fog, so it has the nature of fog. If you master the core weapon skill, there's no way it won't change the way you fight. The more adept you are, the more effective both skills will be. The blood from the wound on Ga's face seems to showcase the sharpness of the weapon beginning to flow heavily. Of course, the shattered fragments of ice that Jinguk broke earlier automatically moved around his feet, making him nervously stare, while Seongwu, expressionless, casually added that of course the mist of a ghostly being could be used to create weapons. The warrior's aura is unleashed, causing fragments of mist to rise like pointed spears, piercing the sky, thrusting through Jinguk's body, as if hammered in nails. He painfully coughs out blood, and the wounds release a strong, foul stench of blood. He straightforwardly stepped forward to face Yi, directly showing off his physical prowess and close combat skills. Do you need me to add anything else? He became helpless, then suddenly remembered his coolie behind him, angrily turning his head and shouting loudly why they still hadn't come to help him. Unlike Kang Jinguk's impatience, the lower-ranking soldiers and the undead just stood still, watching silently. After a while, Sergeant Kim spoke up, honestly unsure if he was pretending or just truly stupid, but Yi would understand without them having to say anything. You have decided to keep your life. You don't want to follow him and die unjustly. Hearing this, Jinguk becomes so angry that his veins bulge. He yells loudly. What does he mean by wanting to live? Does he really believe Yi will kill him? His actions are precisely acts of treason. They were just soldiers who blindly followed orders. They didn't protect civilians, they only served to extort money. Seeing Ga's tyranny, the remaining soldiers finally couldn't hold back and started protesting loudly. They couldn't endure it any longer. Unlucky for them, the commander and the supporting troops suddenly appear. Han, seeing the situation, exclaims in horror, "What on earth is happening here?" He hurriedly runs towards the officer to rescue him, while Jinguk, seeing the rescue coming, feels both happy and angry, wondering why Han only showed up now. While the commander was busy personally removing the fog clouds for Sergeant Kang, Sergeant Kim quietly said from behind that the soldiers in other squads had already told them about that operation, but they no longer had the right to be soldiers. The commander hesitated and looked back. Han motioned with one hand for the reinforcements to continue helping the sergeant, while speaking to persuade and soothe the crowd, showing that they truly understood Sergeant Kim. But should they really do that, considering this world outside the military base they can't survive anywhere else? At this point, the commander glared threateningly, wanting to make sure the others understood what he was saying. Sanju and Jisoo also stepped aside, and admired, realizing that such words actually had the opposite effect, and if he were in charge, his subordinates would have a hard time. Another soldier nearby shouted loudly. Sergeant Kim thought the commander would turn a blind eye to this. They know full well that escaping means facing punishment. But he still made up his mind, and the response from the image was punishment, a price they endured all this time to remain slaves. However, with these people present, they would win. At this point, Kang Jin-guk has also been freed, his body covered with wounds and blood, yet he still fiercely continues to shout and curse. Those people are truly a bunch of fools. Come out here quickly, I can handle this better myself than relying on a useless crowd. Immediately afterward, without knowing where he got the strange liquid-filled syringe, Junshu said he didn't intend to use it. It was all because they forced him. The commander turned around in panic when he saw, and was about to speak to stop Y's next action. Jin-guk left here, filled with hatred. He couldn't hear anything, just plunged the syringe into his arm and injected all the liquid into his body. The bastard has a few soldiers, but they can't even teach him right. Seeing that, Sanju frowned and muttered worriedly what that was. A syringe, surely not medicine, and Jin-guk's body reacted immediately to the drug, swelling up rapidly with sharp claws forming on his nails and toes. Everyone started to panic and flee rapidly. Private Kim guided the soldiers to find a way out, while warning Sanju to be careful, because that was a serum injection capable of turning people into monsters. Despite the order, he stubbornly stayed behind, trying to calm Officer Kang down, telling him not to do it. Before he could finish, the half-human, half-beast tore his head off. Kang is now covered in thick, coarse hair like a pillar, and has razor-sharp teeth. Hanho screams in fear. He's turning into a demon like a beast. I thought only humans could become monsters. Its shining eyes darted around, and soon it spotted its biggest target, growling loudly. It crazily charged forward, intending to tear the boy to pieces, and Jisoo quickly stepped up to confront it. Their distance gradually closed in until his claws were only a few centimeters from her face. She swiftly dodged the attack, activating her heightened senses and pushing herself back. Like a lightning bolt, she shot out fierce flames of swords toward the beast, forcing it to retreat defensively. With the finishing strike, she swung her sword swiftly toward it at a speed the eye couldn't follow. She successfully pierced through its giant hand, but instead of weakening the monster, it fiercely swung its hand back, pulling Jisoo into the air. She didn't anticipate this, and was completely controlled by the creature, which forcefully threw Jisoo to the ground, causing her to instinctively fly quite far away toward her teammates. Her strong body couldn't withstand the pressure and impact immediately, coughing up bloody chunks in pain, blood also pouring from her nose. A blue flame immediately burst forth wildly, and the three-headed dog was subdued. Seeing his teammate like that, Sanju couldn't help but be furious. He originally didn't intend to kill him to get information about the army, but he's gone too far now. There's no way he's leaving this place alive. Amidst the final screams of the demon tiger, the soul spirits following his command swarmed up to bite and tear, attacking mercilessly. Fresh blood and chaotic sounds intertwined, and after an unknown amount of time, the military aid vehicle arrived back at the base. A soldier reporting to Trung Wai announced that the troops had returned, prompting the bald man to rejoice and urge them to come in quickly. With permission granted, Sergeant Kim led the way inside, followed by lower-ranking soldiers, as they truly had survived and come back alive. Trung Wai Bak could not be more impatient, and eagerly stepped forward to inquire about the success of the plan. Sergeant Kim calmly replied that they had defeated the boss. Hearing that, he was overjoyed, and quickly grabbed Sergeant Kim's arm, continuously praising him. But then he suddenly remembered something was missing from the team. He asked where Commander Kang was, and also the commander. Private Kim maintained his calm demeanor, and replied that they were all dead. Northwest panicked and retreated suspiciously, asking about the other one. As soon as I mentioned him, he appeared. Sanju led the crowd towards Trung Wai, and suggested they have a little chat. It's about Officer Kang, and the plan to kill you as well. The soldiers running into the quiet evening suddenly hear the noise of engines, and the guards rush out aggressively to ask which division dares to rest without permission. It turns out to be Corporal Kim, from the 1st Battalion. Isn't he with the Air Force team? Suddenly, giant snow bears emerged from the vehicle, and a soldier quickly recognized that they were not real, raising the alarm that they were mutinying. But they couldn't run back in time. The snow bears disguised as Ban Giai had beaten them up. Oh in oi, a closer comrade approached to ask Sergeant Kim what was really happening. Sergeant Kim turned back with a smile and said they were free now. A few miles away at the command base, Seongwu was dragging Trung Wai by the collar as they headed to Chi Hui's room. He casually opens the door without knocking and throws the bald Northlander's dagger inside. Chi Hui remains calmly seated on the chair, holding his teacup, lightly surprised that his soldiers would dare to commit acts of violence. He seemed very disappointed in him. Surely there were signs of violence beforehand, and I should have stopped it then. Seongwu frowned, not knowing why this happened, but isn't it reckless to send his own soldiers to the battlefield and call it rebellion if they don't obey? Chi Hui still didn't answer directly. He leisurely sipped his drink and remarked, "So you pushed him to the brink, huh? A careful strategy. They survived because they adapted quickly, but this is war." From the very beginning, their soldiers were sent to kill monsters, and he found a way to replace those whose spirits were broken. Seongwu pursed his lips neatly, so what he's talking about is the system's combined effect, forcing compliance, and the burning pain of disobedience. Accused of having a black heart, he can no longer pretend to be calm, slamming the cup onto the table and growling, but it still works. Only then can the main force survive. On the first day, the soldiers had to sacrifice a lot to deal with the monsters, and at that time, a mysterious combined power forced them to stay close together. A shared loss would trigger this mysterious combination power. The entire army has recently failed and been shattered. This is war, and it's perfectly normal to send soldiers into battle. Seongwu quickly denied it war. Not for us with monsters that don't even move systematically and lack intelligence. This is a survival game. Until we discover the true identity of this system, we are still just pawns on a chessboard being manipulated at will. Now, let's get to the main point. Why did he tell them to kill you? The commander quickly said that one day you would certainly become a troublemaker too. You then hypothesized that he didn't think this would lead to independent superior organizations, but he countered immediately that if the people wanted stability, the military would soon re-establish order. A vast national system needs many operators, powerful people who can connect talents like us. Those like you will only end up at the bottom of society and be reshaped soon. Those who create independent organizations like that bastard John Diumpa should all be eradicated. This is the right way. Seongwu looked displeased and stared intently at the person and things on the table. Is he speaking directly to you like that? You think that guy can fix? You don't make me laugh. I sighed and made a deal. He's already given the soldiers the freedom they wanted, so just give me the gold and they'll leave as soon as the main mission is over. But the commander is an unscrupulous fake, shouting that both the gold and the soldiers are national assets. His actions angered Seongwu, who left with a threatening tone implying he would make him pay, warning him to surrender everything or face death. Overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the person in front, the old king quickly hesitated, then reluctantly agreed, but not before demanding a trade. You have to leave Hwaseon and Suwon as promised to be allowed to go. However, still unsatisfied, he pressed further about why you couldn't return the soldiers as he needs people to help rebuild the country. Remembering the smiling faces of those soldiers, Seongwu firmly refused because he would only turn them into slaves in exchange for combined strength. With no other options, the trade was made, and he successfully obtained the gold as he hoped. But Seongwu was a bit surprised. Just like that it was all over, he thought he had earned a considerable amount from the team missions. Then he suddenly remembered an important detail and asked where the beast blood transformed from was coming from. He hesitated and growled, wondering why he had to tell you that that wasn't part of their agreement. Seongwu, the evil spirit, looked sorrowful and played mind games again while I was considering staying a little longer. Just thinking about returning to this life tomorrow makes me cry. He also knows he shouldn't transfer money without signing a contract, right? Well, it actually worked, so he groaned in distress and confessed he didn't know who they were, but they called themselves the home sellers. They said they sell items not available in the store, so he bought a few things. Really suspicious. Where are they? The commander continued to shake his head in ignorance. They didn't answer any of his questions. All they said was that relying on luck and the roulette wheel was a foolish and useless thing. That is their final plea, and after hearing it, he decided to buy some items. This made Seongwu suddenly remember a saying, fools who rely on luck will all die out, a new era will begin soon. The words depend on luck, and I'm sure those phrases were written on the store's wall. They were the ones who destroyed the shop afterward. I decided to leave, reminding him not to forget the power of teamwork, and he'll check with Sergeant Kim. Suddenly he grabbed the bow and called out to tell you to wait a moment, you forgot one thing. Then he spun around, repeatedly pulling the bowstring to launch a surprise attack, calling this the national punishment. From the nearby door, another intruder ran out armed and ready, shouting to match his comrade's momentum. Suddenly, arrows shot straight at Seongwu, filling the air with smoke and dust. He and the bald-headed man with the same name happily laugh. Is it finally over? But for the pretend soul, you can't let them celebrate too long at the most critical moment. It turned out to be the invincible shield, blocking the attack again. Unfazed, knowing this was bound to happen, there's no way he would let you be left alone, since he's just a commander. The intruder was surprised and exclaimed upon realizing the target was a true dragon face. But Northwest is more alert. He nervously urged his teammates to kill that guy quickly and stop standing there like idiots. However, Seongwu, caught off guard, quickly pushed aside the sharp bone fragments rushing towards him like spikes. They immediately stab into the heads and throats of the two guys, finishing them off, and the system awards you with gold. The commander now realizes how foolish he was, and quickly hides in the corner, staying alert so they won't come here. In a moment of desperation, he pulled out a small remote control and told them it was a bomb. You thought he hadn't prepared a weapon. This was a top-quality item she had placed in a deep abyss that he bought from the traders, and he was even testing it on a mad brain. If it blows up, both he and you will die, but that threat only triggered a reaction opposite to what was expected. Seongwu didn't flinch at all, and told him to go ahead. Unable to predict this reaction, he was stunned and speechless. He still arrogantly repeated and told him to do it, saying that the bomb of the brain monster leader was just slightly itchy, so he really wanted to try this out. This time, hearing it clearly, he was horrified and reached behind, trying to warn that crazy guy not to come closer, or he would really die. In an instant, the window behind him shattered. Andeth suddenly appeared and seized his arm, causing him to panic and release the control pin. Taking advantage of the moment, the original soul tightened his grip, crushing his arm, easily making him scream in pain. Seongwu approached, casually reiterating what he said earlier about rebuilding the country, but still not mentioning saving the people. He's not a soldier. He's only concerned with his own safety. That traitor's head was quickly and neatly knocked off. You wipe the blood spatter from your cheek and silently remark, a self-proclaimed commander who's only level 3. It seems he doesn't even bother to level up. As expected, he doesn't understand anything about how the world works. It seems he's only focused on collecting gold from the combined effects. Still, the amount of gold he has isn't much anymore. Seongwu carefully glanced around, paying close attention to the suspicious cabinet in the corner of the room. He then ordered undead to force it open violently. The door just opened, and Sanju's eyes suddenly lit up. Inside was a collection of secret potions that the commander once described. No wonder there was so little gold, it was all here. He carefully took a vial and examined it closely. It was Noise Beast, Giant Serum. At the infirmary, Hanho was actively using healing magic. The kid asked Jisoo, isn't it better to use divine medicine instead of the recovery potion he just obtained? Jisoo replied gently that there are still many injured soldiers who haven't been treated properly. Plus, you need to improve your healing skills. The previous effect was still imperfect, but increasing proficiency will help a lot. Hanho reluctantly agreed, but when he turned to look at the snow bears and undead cradling each other, sadly he felt even more down. Suddenly, Rai approached and patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Hanho couldn't hold back and broke down crying, knowing that after all he was the only one who chose the right side. Seongwu had just arrived and approached to ask Jisoo if she had recovered a bit. Upon seeing him, she hesitated and revealed that she felt ashamed of herself. She thought she could handle the battle tiger, but was suddenly attacked by it. Maybe she overestimated her strength too much. He smiled, thinking that she just hadn't mastered her class skills to a master level, but he believed it was better now to develop expertise to handle a specific monster type, because only a few monsters resemble or have traits of a lake. Seongwu didn't forget to praise Hanho, noting that learning healing skills was also a good choice. In the worst case, at least they could deal with the undead army of the Lich. The priest class allows him to heal and shield in close combat, and also use spikes from afar, a somewhat unusual combination, but one that could work well if he develops it properly. So did you manage to beat him? Despite the senior's rambling just now, Hanho was only focused on the strange item on your body. It was the first time he saw this dark shirt. He also has one, but why are the colors different? Seongwu immediately explained that he received this dark cloak king in a special item box after defeating the boss, but the items inside were random. The kid was completely devastated, cut off his explanation, and fell to the ground crying and throwing a tantrum, not wanting to see or hear anything else. Always having you around. Seongwu hesitated before suggesting, can you let the kids borrow it? Sergeant Kim suddenly stepped in to break the mood, announcing they were done here, and that apart from those searching for their families, they decided to join the village. Some people stick to their beliefs until the end, so he thought they would find their own way to survive. Because they believe that responsible and brave people died from the very beginning, and now they have no hope left for the others. Hearing that, Seongwu happily called everyone back. Let's return to the village, there's still a lot to do. There are only 3 days left until this main quest is over. I have to keep moving forward. A while later, the sky gradually turned gray, and the voices below became more subdued. This group was busy cooking and sharing their meals with each other. That group is still busy arguing and researching, while another group is busy exterminating small monsters. Everyone passed by each other but still waved hello. The children of Zhou Taeseong also enthusiastically helped catch the burning goblins, causing them to scream. The familiar icy sword is also bleeding from the boss monsters. The system announces that Seongwu has leveled up to level 12. Looking at the corpses of monsters scattered all around, he still wasn't satisfied and sighed secretly. Honestly, if this keeps going, when will I reach level 15? The card in his hand also glowed intensely with a power level of 13.6, which helped him defeat the brain monsters. But that bastard is unaffected, so he needs to level up to 15 as fast as possible to protect the Grim Reaper's scythe. The system just appeared with a notification: Chapter 1 has ended, and the gold earned will be doubled during this event, leaving Hanho stunned and exclaiming with hints for Chapter 2 also revealed. The important notes are displayed without omission. Seongwu and his teammates gather to comment. It's starting again. He doesn't think this game really has an effect. The most important thing is to raid boss monsters because it helps you level up quickly. Second, there are angels and demons, but you don't know how that will turn out. Lost in thought, Hanho suddenly called out your name, urgently bringing you back to reality and telling you to look at the phone screen quickly. Jia's ranking has just been updated. Now the top names in the Korean region appear on the screen from top to bottom. Seongwu stared in surprise. Level 15. And going all out, yet he's still level 12. How is that even possible? He's not even experienced in online gaming. Is it really doable? Jisoo nearby noticed something unusual and quickly added that the ranked 4th and 5th places were strange. Their IDs suggest they are in the same group, yet both are Todd Branker. Hanho then handed the phone back to Seongwu, shouting out loud as he looked at this community. Prosecutor John Deongpo, from RANK2, is coming to see you. Indeed, a message from the green light screen, with a meeting request from the prosecutor. But Seongwu furrows his brow in caution, announcing publicly through the community platform, what are their intentions? Civilization has collapsed, and the world has become selfish towards the survivors. Prosecutor John Deongpo must have a new reason to approach you. You know you'll meet someday, but the dream seems to be coming earlier than expected. At the same time, in a different city filled with the red glow of fire, towering flames surged fiercely into the sky to burn away impurities, while 3 shadowy figures watched silently. The masked temple like this fallen person is Sung Minghua, who was excited to talk earlier, announcing that the prosecutor's movement restrictions have been lifted. Now is the chance for him to expand his power. Ed Bin beside him scoffed disdainfully, criticizing those words as foolish talk, rushing to fight the boss monster and the angel, the presence of the devil. They need to gather more information about these things first. Ming Hua, embarrassed, tries to argue back, and she'll figure it out while doing her rounds. Seeing the tense atmosphere, John Deongpo slowly speaks to explain that even if the situation is this dire, their mission is to deal with them. They will save people by killing monsters, to prevent the world from falling back into chaos. They must do everything they can. Hearing this, Minghua suddenly understood, as expected from Prosecutor John Deongpo, a person with a warm heart, compassion, and an irresistible charm. This is truly the man who will save this country. Just thinking about it brought tears and a runny nose, and her teammate couldn't help but quickly pass judgment. Returning to work, the senior assistant carefully checked the phone and reported that the prosecutor also wanted to invite strong players, so she sought out the strongest person in this community. However, there was no trace at all, just like that. So she contacted the 3rd strongest person, Zhou Honja, who is under him. Minghua was stunned, thinking he had saved many people in the war zone, but someone said the world now only chases money, right? The assistant shook his head in denial. He didn't get paid for that, and even if he paid out, he only asked for a reasonable amount. In a world like this, that in itself can be considered appropriate. Perhaps compared to Prosecutor John Deongpo, he actually praises this person more, while the masked man jumps up in disagreement, looking more agitated than their prosecutor. According to online communities, he seems to have played a major role in taking down the Marca Dong group, and currently the survivors are still spreading the news. But it's only temporary. There is a big gap in reputation and support from players. John Deongpo finally spoke after remaining silent, and this is exactly why he should learn more about that guy. According to the information, the Phantom Soul Entertainment Group has 3 members, and he has leveled up to level 12 with just those 3. The top-ranked player's speed is truly unstoppable. Now's the time to find out who he is and whether he will become a dangerous individual in the future. Suddenly, Ajung's phone buzzed with a notification. Ho excitedly said they've received a response. Seongwu is ready to wait for him, so hurry up and prepare to go to Sugwon. Time flies and the appointment day has come. Han-ho, holding a goblin hostage, asks Seongwu if he feels uncomfortable about meeting Prosecutor John Deongpo, and he just lazily replies that they might as well pay a visit. If you gather any secret information, your level up will be faster. You can't just travel normally and set the level to 15. Suddenly from afar, a few horse-headed riders on motorcycles sped towards us. Tae-sung immediately recognized a familiar face and signaled for an alert about an imminent attack. Seongwu looked confused and puzzled, asking how an attack was possible. That kid is boiling with anger, confirming that what I said earlier was correct, and explaining. They are some strange bastards who suddenly attacked the kids, and Eonsik has been taken away. It could be because of the Golden Moon amulet they're looking for it, but when the kid said he didn't see it, they attacked. You didn't let them chase you, but they'll probably be here soon. Jisoo quickly assesses the situation. It seems they came from another area, and they even took hostages to let them know their location. Seongwu frowned and calmly asked the kid to take him to those bastards. Not far from there, in an alleyway with no people around, a group of hyena-like creatures armed with heavy weapons surrounds the small figure lying on the ground tied up like a chicken. They gradually block the view when they see Otkon refuse to speak, or they'll be beaten to death. Ionsik's companion was beaten until his face was unrecognizable, but he still kept his teeth clenched and endured, knowing that if he revealed the village's location he would die too, so he had to hold on until his teammates arrived. However, the leader was losing patience and tired of waiting, decided to eliminate the kid and go after the golden deer. At the moment, he raised the metal weapon high above his head to strike. Sanju's group just arrived in time, urgently shouting Iron6's name. He pretends to smile and tries to coax more information about the golden deer, saying he will let them go if they just tell him its direction. Sanju remains calm, shaking his head to indicate he sees nothing, and wonders why he wants to find the golden deer. It sounds like there's no clue. He's getting more annoyed. They've wasted too much of his time by now. But his eyes then catch the beautiful Jisoo standing beside him, and with a mocking attitude, he says this place isn't very good, but he still wants to go on a date with her. Jisoo looked disgusted and threatened to kill him. Her words hit his 3-meter ego, driving him insane as he charged at her with his weapon, growling that he shouldn't have been polite to her. At this moment, a surge of pure electric current radiates from the large metal needle surrounding her on all sides, and as it gets close to Jisoo, it bursts into flames. If she doesn't dodge quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was like a madman, constantly throwing weapons with an incredible red energy, which made her regret offending him, arrogantly thinking that when he was still kind she should suffer, but now she avoided all his attacks. At the critical moment, he slashed a horizontal cut across her neck, splitting her in two, but Jisoo quickly bent down. Now it was her turn to counterattack, and she swiftly drew her formidable sword. In a favorable position, Jisoo drew her sword in a swift upward slash, catching him off guard, cutting off his arm, and causing him to scream in pain and fall, while his underlings behind, frightened, rushed to support him, intent on killing her, to avenge their boss. A fully armored attacker rushes forward, launching a fireball at her from afar, but Jisoo remains unfazed, calmly deflecting the flame and redirecting it elsewhere. The other direction is where the leader she had easily killed earlier is heading as she charges into the middle of the junior team. Jisoo's fierce aura flares up, cutting through with deadly flames that destroy anyone who tries to get close. The young subordinate nearby, realizing it was almost his turn, quickly raised his bow to aim at her, but was suddenly beheaded by a slash. Honjo transformed back into his massive form, his red eyes warning sharply, "If you dare attack a woman, this silver armor won't let it happen." Another one, seeing the danger, acted faster, quickly drawing his Eonsik and pressing his knife to the boy's neck, shouting that if they didn't stop, he would cut his throat. He tensely ordered everyone not to move, but forgot to watch from behind when a figure floated up from an opening beneath the ground. Is there anyone else besides Sanju with that skill? He swiftly drove a knife through his neck, killing him on the spot. At this point, their defenses were broken, and the remaining troublemakers, sensing the chaos, scrambled onto vehicles and fled. They still try to salvage some dignity by announcing that they will definitely come back and wipe them out. Seeing them leave, Taesung immediately rushes over to ask about his friend, but the boy simply weakly smiles, reassuring him that he is still alive. Honjo also took the opportunity to scoff and comment that your senior looks more like a thief than the kid does. Sanju awkwardly replied that's why he lent the jacket to the kid. But Honjo suddenly switched to a spoiled, annoying tone, rejecting this cheap pity. The kid wanted something else. Sanju, hearing this, panicked and stepped back, hugging himself as if Nok was warning him that if he came closer he would get beaten right away. Honjo pouted in annoyance. What misunderstanding is this? They're talking about luck. Turning back to Taesung, Satsa looked at his friend, unable to understand just how amazing that golden deer was that Yeon-sik was treated so badly. Maybe it's truly something special. Suddenly, Jisoo noticed something different, and quickly gestured to Sanju to look there. Alone at the end of the alley was the golden stag they had been searching for. At this moment, the system also sent a notification about a new task to capture that creature. Jisoo carefully reads the information. It seems they have to catch it, and Honjo beside her with the blood mark on her shoulder definitely has good luck. Without wasting time, a surge of blue-purple energy suddenly burst from beneath the deer, making it alert and look around. The attacking spirits, following the control of the ghost soul, descended violently in terrifying forms, trying to tear apart the creature, causing it to panic and scream. Without hesitation, the golden stag risked everything to charge with both of its shining, hardened horns to break through anything in its way to escape. Seeing that the target slipped away faster than he expected, Sanju was annoyed and ordered the ruthless destroyer to chase after it immediately. At a fork in the path, it suddenly changed direction and headed into the valley. The speed of the deer was truly not to be underestimated, and I was anxious I would lose track of the creature, clucking at my impatience, but as I reached the intersection, I saw it standing there, timid and frightened. In front of them was a giant wild boar eyeing the goblin's arm it had just torn off the ground. The aggressive wolf snarled loudly upon sensing an intruder in its territory, its sharp eyes and long fangs threatening anyone with a brave heart. It stared at its opponent for a moment before breaking into cold sweat. After a few seconds of struggle, it let out a loud scream and jumped through the windows to escape. The yellow deer was safe, and now it let out a soft sigh of relief. But before they could rejoice for long, Sanju's band of violent creatures didn't forget their mission and went over to kill the deer, causing the animal to cry out once before falling silent. Honjo also saw what had happened, and now half-skeptically stepped out to argue. Wasn't there something strange about what just occurred? It was so scared that it ran away. Sanju didn't answer, only paused in thought, basing his judgment on his own reasoning. The ones being detained keep attacking non-stop, but once they realize they're at a disadvantage, they run away. How can they defeat them? This is troublesome, but now it's time to keep our promise. Let's head back to the village. First, that night, under the full moon, everyone gathered in the bustling square, excitedly passing the news that Prosecutor John Dong-pao was really coming. Is he the leader of the Free Guild? They're about to meet an incredible person. Suddenly, one of them pointed to the sky and loudly shouted for everyone to make a wish together. Seongwu and his team looked up, and he couldn't help but marvel there's a wyvern in the sky. Yet the noise is still so loud, showing the level of the best guild in Korea. Numerous high-end planes flew in the direction they indicated, very impressive, and a moment later, the planes landed safely at the hall. The prosecutor and his team were about to step down, but Seongwu stared intently at them, realizing he was actually the second in command. The prosecutor approached politely, shook your hand, and introduced himself. His real name is Choi Jung-hoon, and it's a pleasure to meet him. The moment they shake hands, a brilliant flash lights up the scene, seemingly a divine sign, but it was actually the clever photographer using a flash to capture this historic moment for the future. The story of Prosecutor John Dion-bor. Suddenly Seongwu notices something unusual. You now understand how the guild members perceive their leader, and to be honest, he's quite attractive. But wait, something strange. The people on your right were all amazed and praising non-stop regardless of gender, some with eyes full of disbelief. This is the first time the villagers have met him, but he's already like this. Praising him as attractive won't make him work any harder. His eyes look just like the dragon ruler's even. His shouting and trust can't be hidden through the kid's gaze. You two are too sensitive. As time passes, both of you go into a private meeting room together. Seongwu, experienced in leading the way, goes ahead and invites the prosecutor in. Sniper and target also prepared carefully on the table. He quickly opens a beer can first, then casually sits on the chair and begins to tell a story about how he's been witnessing expressions he's never seen before these past few days. The expression of feeling safe and knowing that coming here was the right decision. Seongwu frowned, sat down, took a sip of water, and asked about the safety in Zondeungbo. Prosecutor nodded slightly and hesitated before softly clicking his tongue. Then indeed, that's right, all the survivors in Seoul are gathered in Zondeungbo. Many have died, but since the survivors have gathered there, the situation has improved significantly. The current number of people in that area already reached 300,000. Seongwu was stunned, eyes wide at the staggering figure, while the prosecutor calmly said they would soon surpass 400,000. It's really crowded. You nod, and as if thinking of something, add more. Isn't it better to have more people like that? That's why he works within the community. But the prosecutor immediately frowns and protests. There's a misunderstanding. He just wants to save more people. And having so many people like that really isn't a good thing. There are about 300,000 people. How many do you think can adapt to the current situation? The passive and the elderly were only a quarter of them. He looked pale and was still a bit breathless. He really is the leader of 300,000 people. No wonder everyone adores him. Maybe that's why the prosecutor needs someone truly talented. Honestly, I've been observing Seongwu for a long time, and to be honest, initially, she wasn't his first choice. You quickly remembered the rankings, and the prosecutor nodded affirmatively, confirming that he's not a lucky person, and his rank proves it. He's not as talented as everyone thinks, and he feels anxious because the world has changed, and people are relying on him. Seongwu felt softening, seeing him as too fragile, but he didn't think he should say such things to someone he just met. The prosecutor glanced briefly, thinking that he considered you to be cold and determined, yet still knows how to share his feelings. He lost his family because of this disaster. He had to survive and become stronger. Then he grew angry at the game itself. Now he's still playing by the rules, but one day he wants to break them. Then he pointed at Seongwu and concluded that's why he needs someone trustworthy beside him, someone he can share his thoughts with, someone with similar abilities. The boy skeptically asked again, "Do you really see me that way?" The prosecutor shook his head with a faint smile. He's not sure either. The only thing he knows about you is your level, which is why he's here to check it out. Seongwu slightly suspected that he was inviting him into his guild. Seeing that the other person somewhat understood his true intent, he did not deny it, but if it was only because of that, he wouldn't have come here so hurriedly. Prosecutor John Dion-po carefully opened his usual briefcase, revealing the famous shining crystal ball inside. He explained that this was the reason he came to see you so quickly. You should place your hand on it. Seongwu observed it for a few seconds before finally deciding to do so. A shimmering portal like a leap through time suddenly appears, and he successfully enters the prophecy stone. In an instant, his whole body shifts and hovers in the sky over Ioi Udo. Flames burst out, swirling, wildly blazing red and scorching hot as a gigantic figure suddenly leapt from the ground at lightning speed, sending dust flying everywhere. From a nearby location, Seongwu realized that was the tree growing up. It didn't take long before the tree took shape and struck down the middle of the vast city. He was terrified, blinking rapidly. Please don't tell me that's the world tree. Sensing his worry to emphasize it, a resounding explosion echoed through the high-rise buildings. The branches from that tree constantly lashed out like tentacles, swiftly grabbing people and wrapping around them or directly piercing through their bodies to end their lives, filling the area with despair and suffering. At this point, Seongwu lets go, the prophetic image disappears, and he returns to reality. The system then flickers and displays a message that what he saw earlier was the future. If you don't stop the talented one, because he will sow the seeds of the world tree that has been altered in its nature and sacrifice humanity. The prosecutor also gently folds and backs away. He explained that you can only see part of another person's future, but maybe he and you saw the same things. The world has been destroyed by the world tree, and they must join forces to prevent this outcome. The place where the roots of the world tree are located is at Io Udo, with the kickboxing duo there. He confirmed this at the start of Chapter 2. Seongwu widened his eyes, understanding now that he is gathering forces to form an attack team. The prosecutor saw that the person in front of him understood the issue, and he stood up excitedly, to say that they are in a situation that requires human strength for the success of the kickboxing match. But he still wasn't completely calm, reassured quietly, pondering with his chin in his hand. At this point he has no choice but to cooperate with him because the world is on the brink of extinction. Should I tell him about the future I also see? No, that's a different situation now. The appearance of the monster will happen if I can't obtain the death scythe. If you can't complete this mission, it may be cancelled when he kills you. Just keep this secret now. After a moment of internal conflict, Seongwu raised his head and agreed that they should join forces. And hearing this, the prosecutor was overjoyed and hurriedly tried to say more, but the boy quickly cut him off, refusing to join his guild. Just finalize this temporary cooperation and make sure everything is divided fairly in the duel. Seongwu's actions contrasted with his expectations, making the discomfort show in his eyes. But then with his professionalism he regained his composure and shook hands with you to compromise on the request, also giving a 3-day deadline to contact him again. Suddenly hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Han-ho was panting heavily as he barged into the riverbank to deliver the urgent news that the bandits had arrived in the village. The group with the horse faces had come back. All three quickly gathered outside. With everyone, the prosecutor drew his sword from behind his back with a slightly arrogant tone, calling this a great opportunity. The villain loudly called out the name of the assault team, and Sung Min Hoa, along with other teammates, enthusiastically responded, always ready to join. That gang of robbers just arrived too. Their leader looks like a round-faced guy, with a face like a tet cake, and a cigar in his mouth. Before entering the battle, the prosecutor softly said to Seongwu that his profession is a soul host, and getting to know each other's professions might help them in the future, so he would tell him about his own profession. His profession is leading the reconnaissance squad, allowing him to assign members, delegate tasks, and gain coordinated strength. On the other side, the thief, glancing slyly, asked his henchman if their target this time was the armored man. But he shook his head quickly, pointing at the man in armor and the woman with the sword. Seongwu's team was stunned to be directly named like that. Han-ho thought something was up, but why didn't they recognize us? Looks like they've changed. Not wanting to waste more time, the leader pouted and spoke first, apologizing if he caused trouble, saying he didn't know there was such a place, he was just looking for the one who killed his brothers. If he kills everyone here, how much gold will he get? He's here to find gold after all. The prosecutor calmly responded to his threats. They look exactly like the villains in movies. I've never seen a criminal like him in the Seoul City prosecutor's office. Judging by their behavior, it seems they have never killed anyone, so there's no need to hesitate. The prosecutor then raises his sword high and commands the pursuit team to eliminate the enemies. Having seen that, he scoffs at the sky and yells that they will start with long-range attacks, and before they even get there, they will have already destroyed everything. Then a barrage of ice arrows and fireballs rained down toward the assault team. The prosecutor raised his sword straight into the sky and muttered the activation of the Shield of Faith spell. Immediately, a thin golden curtain appeared to shield the soldiers on his right. Seongwu and Han-ho stood back, admiring and unable to help but be impressed, their defenses gone and magic lost. The old man with the crowned face showed no signs of fear, smiling almost like a playful puppy. They are the predators about to swallow all monsters and players in this area, then order their underlings to go forth and annihilate them. A ruthless man riding his motorcycle and wielding a steel truncheon raised high, confidently believes it is the best weapon to take down armored foes. The blow and the clash then happened with real force. And surprisingly, that steel helmet didn't shift at all. Still in a daze, the soldier suddenly attacks his sword, flickering past to end his life. The situation for the others is no better. They charge into the fight, but the attacks of the bandits are completely useless. Then they used the biggest trucks to suppress and shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Glare at each other, he not only didn't move aside but also pointed his sword directly at them, ready to face them. Minghua instantly understood the leader's intention and quickly ordered the patrol team to step aside so he could use his skill. The cross wound was activated, a bright cross-shaped beam intersecting at the point where he stood. That quick sweeping skill instantly shreds through the clunky vehicles and obstacles blocking the way, as if the ground itself had shifted after the explosion. Seongwu straightens up as if awakened, attacking 2 trucks at once afterward. The recent victory boosted the morale of the patrol team, who then charged forward into battle, causing the pirates to panic and cry out, unable to understand what kind of combined power they possessed. Suddenly, fireballs descended from the sky at a terrifying speed. Unprepared, the members of the assault team were caught by those fireballs, and the situation suddenly turned upside down. They dug deep into the ground, soaking the surrounding area, dust and debris flying everywhere, and the scout team lay scattered. The savior timely coming to their aid was none other than the crown-faced man leading the charge. He calls the two giant sickles back to him, and they obediently fly into his hands like magnets full of power. With the ultimate weapon in hand, Tang Hao smirks, defiantly challenging them. It's no longer difficult for him to block their metal weapons. Sanzyu and Jisoo grimace as they hold a massive weapon, clearly not an ordinary one, with overwhelming power. Eventually, Prosecutor John Deongpo can no longer stand it and decides to take the lead proactively. With a calm gaze, he radiated a glow and simply replied that he saw the guy as some interesting toys and he was willing to fight him. Pham, the leader of the robbers, was ridiculed by a younger boy as just a toy, and he was so angry that his veins bulged in frustration. If you think he's a toy, then marry him and try blocking the moves of the legendary item as his pair of axes launch and spin like blades towards you. Immediately after, a massive explosion like an atomic blast erupts with flames and smoke billowing fiercely. It was necessary to wait for a while until the smoke cleared before the outcome became clear. Not only was the prosecutor unharmed after the hit, but he even confidently used his sword to hold down the two broken axes, ignoring that guy's legendary item. He finished speaking, spun his sword, which shone brightly, and destroyed the remaining weapon. The man grimaced as he watched his item being destroyed before his eyes, unable to do anything, trembling all over. Seeing that, Ad puffed her chest, pushed up her glasses confidently, and said, "Their punitive squad is as numerous as the prosecutor's knights, probably the strongest team in the country, or even the world. Indeed, they look like a moving fortress. Sanjiwoo has never seen a patrol team like this before," and as he mentions it, he inadvertently glances at Hanho, making the boy realize what's happening. The prosecutor on this side continues, with his work, raising his sword high, silently whispering the expansion of the night team's light. A golden beam of light emanated from him, and swiftly surrounded the warriors, invading their bodies. Suddenly, they could feel their stamina increasing, and their eyes shining brighter than ever. This is a healing skill that also reduces damage used by the tank swordsman. With him, they would be undefeated. "Now let's defeat the remaining bandits to end the battle," leader Nguyen Trat Jang said nervously. The scene shifts to a nearby underground room, where injured and limited-powered individuals are taking shelter. Hanho's father, unable to contain his curiosity, asks, "Are they really only planning to hide here?" Gi-ong-su looked confused and tried to explain, "What do you mean hiding? They're just staying alert until the fight ends." Sergeant Kim, sitting in the corner, also chipped in, "Has anyone here actually fought before? Be careful not to cause a backlash. One day they will have to fight humans, but not today." Hanho's father quickly clarifies when he sees the two misunderstand him. "Mr. Lai didn't mean they would go into battle, but the strength of the guild. Isn't that right? Aren't you very curious?" When told he has a dark heart, Mr. Su flushed with embarrassment and looked away to find a way to hide it, while Mr. Lai, realizing he had grasped the opponent's mindset, teased him further, saying, "Just go, take a quick look." Niren was still hesitant, so he reluctantly agreed to go outside with him, but only to glance quickly, and Mr. Lee happily accepted the agreement. Outside, they could only stand close to the wall to watch, shocked by the fierce battle reflected from afar as a thick cloud of toxic smoke billowed into the air, and all the scouts in the team suddenly collapsed like straw foam, continuously pouring from their mouths. They trembled, trying to flip him over, but Tutrai seemed immobile, just lying there in silent agony. The thief was indeed cunning, and he suddenly drew out a vile-smelling potion to release the toxic gas. He quickly prepared a gas mask for himself, laughing loudly in satisfaction, as they thought that was the only weapon he had, but the condensed hellish essence sold by some very suspicious-looking people was guaranteed effective. Faced with this situation, Prosecutor John Dion Bor seems to be at a disadvantage, struggling to cover his nose with his cloak while constantly fending off the smoke with his sword. That substance can't be poison, right? This is trouble. This match is to show the Chao Honjia the strength of our guild, but I have a way to handle this situation. But it's better to deal with him now. I will use more power. However, as I prepare to fight again, a figure slowly emerges from the toxic smoke, drawing the prosecutor's attention and making him stop. That charming guy is none other than Sanju, who casually pulled up his hood to cover his head, signaling to him that he's seen the power of the guild, and from now on they will handle it. He feels it's better if they team up to deal with that guy. That guy, seeing that the newcomer not only isn't afraid of him, but also seems to underestimate his abilities, becomes proud and arrogant, not knowing how valuable this item really is. "Alright, go ahead and taste it," and then he instantly threw the last vial at your feet, shattering completely. As the vial broke, a terrifying cloud of poison smoke burst out violently. The prosecutor hurriedly retreated. Only Sanju, with smoke around him, reached his hand closer to the vial as if to sense its essence. His entire body erupted in blue flames. His piercing eyes swiftly annihilated the poisonous gases, just as he said they truly are a perfect match. Sanju, now in danger like a wild beast, looked up to the sky, inhaling the deadly fumes with an incredibly satisfied expression. It's been a long time since he felt like this. That concentrated essence of hell is weaker than the Elder's power, but it's enough. As for the enforcement team, you need to show Prosecutor John Deung-po what a fake soul combat looks like. The nearby gang leader and his subordinate, seeing that you remained unharmed, felt uneasy, wondering if you might be a defect. So he quickly removed his gas mask to check, only to immediately collapse to the ground, foaming at the mouth due to the toxic gases. Seongwu looked disapprovingly at the idiot who just self-destructed, then raised his hand to activate his next skill. If he's going to show off, it better be done perfectly. The death curse was immediately cast over the area, as the ground rose up to attack the thug, lunging toward him to tear him apart. Those zombies also didn't forget to take care of the remaining living people among the robbers, making them scream in horror. Now they finally remember who they dared to offend. This is the soul-weakening technique people often talk about, and they'll soon be overwhelmed by the scene about to unfold. Seonju's next command unleashes a series of vengeful spirits to finish off the remaining villains. The gang panics like a hive of disturbed bees, desperately turning to report the dire situation to their leader before fleeing quickly onto their vehicles. They accelerate to the limit, causing some of those riding behind to fall unconscious from attacks, but none dare to stop for a moment. The bad guys who can't escape are immediately blown to pieces by Seongwu like firework sparks on New Year's Day. Seeing the situation change, Mr. Su and Miss Lai, who had been hiding behind the wall watching, were also overjoyed. Every time they saw Seongwu, they found his fighting style astonishing, which made everyone feel more assured. Suddenly, Mrs. Lai appeared out of nowhere and asked what they were doing, causing both of them to jump and tumble out of the blind spot. Just then, a former robber and his gang arrived, fleeing, and upon seeing them, he quickly came up with a plan, ordering Mao's men to seize them as hostages. That was the only way for them to survive. If they dared to resist, only one of them would live. Mr. Su turned pale as he realized his mistake. He braced himself to sacrifice himself and told Hanho Mao's parents to run away while he stood firm to protect them because of his sense of duty. Cousin, just when she thought she was about to die, a blur of golden hair rushed in. It's Jisoo. When they saw that the enemy was just a woman, they sneered and decided to make her a hostage. But the bald man among them yelled in fear, warning us not to move because he was not someone to be messed with. Indeed, as she swung her sword, a fierce burst of fiery energy erupted from the blade, capable of burning anyone desperate enough to challenge her. Cornered and pale, the thug stammered that she was like a demon. He was about to say something else, but before he could finish, a dagger from behind pierced through his stomach, and he could only gasp as he realized he would die here. The one who delivered the final blow was none other than Seongwu. The card in his possession suddenly emitted a glow, along with a system notification, just as predicted that bastard was the last one. The prosecutor then cautiously approached, still wary, and asked what that thing was. The boy shook his head, still unsure. The system's update revealed that it was actually a hidden phase pass and it had been activated. Seongwu furrowed his brow, reading carefully, without noticing the time portal behind him, suddenly emerging, and immediately, it quickly pulled him inside, leaving him with no way to resist. The events unfolded too quickly for anyone to react, and everyone watched in shock as the gate swallowed Seongwu whole. Prosecutor John Deung-Paul approached, planning to try entering himself, but a faint arc of electricity from the gate lightly zapped his hand. The system displays a message saying, "I am not allowed to enter, because this game only permits one person." The prosecutor silently looks at his hand, confused. Not allowed. Is that what he was holding earlier? This golden gate, where does it ultimately lead to? Lost in thought, suddenly a blinding flash of light erupted from behind. Gia, an enthusiastic photographer, eagerly captured the scene, and Wai couldn't stop excitedly praising, "This fake jewel is stronger than my little one." However, the prosecutor immediately looked displeased, and told Wai not to film anymore. He stepped closer to the reporter, using his authority to intimidate him, warning Wai that he could only do so with his permission. But the prosecutor is also a master manipulator. Realizing he was slightly annoyed, he quickly shifted to a sweet attitude, saying he understood the journalist's job because the photos of that soldier would bring hope to everyone. Someday. However, the world out there is full of bad people, so they need to limit sharing sensitive information. The naive reporter still believes that these details are truly important, so he eagerly nods to show he understands his mission and will only film when the boss wants. On the other hand, Jisoo was extremely annoyed, biting her lip as she looked at the time gate with Hanho beside her. Prosecutor John Deung-Po had just finished his training session and approached, showing concern as he asked where Seongwu had gone. Jisoo looked annoyed and glanced away, thinking he should know better than anyone else. The prosecutor slightly bowed with a fake, elegant smile, exuding the heroic aura of the Red Demon war hero from his dream, begging her to quickly reveal where Seongwu was headed. She hesitated for a few seconds, then shrugged to show she's not willing to cooperate. She isn't sure if telling him is a good idea, because she hasn't heard what he and the kids said, and it seems the prosecutor's skills are useless against her. He quickly realizes that she is suspicious of him and highly alert, but she hasn't refused yet, so he thinks he still has a chance, and explains that he and Seongwu have decided to work together. That's why he's confused about the current situation, what's happening in his life, and what he has to do. There's no other way. Prosecutor Ben delivered a final psychological blow, suggesting that she should think more deeply. How can she guarantee he won't have nightmares? Could she really just stay still and wait like a puppet while her teammate is in danger? Jisoo furrowed her brows quietly at the implied concern, her hand instinctively tightening around Hanho's blanket, making it hard for him to breathe. In truth, neither of them knew much more than the fact that Seongwu had gone to a place called the Hidden Fog, and neither of them had considered the possibility of something serious happening. They just trust and wait for him because they are comrades. At this point, the prosecutor was somewhat satisfied with her answer, nodded thanks for her honesty, and added a word of encouragement, saying that if it were Seongwu, he was sure he would be fine. And for what just happened, the prosecutor realized he still didn't know the opponent's name, so she introduced herself as Junjisoo. He continued to happily praise her as wonderful meaning. He was impressed by how she could stay calm and fight accurately in that brief moment to save herself. Fortunately, their guild is recruiting new members to prepare for future events, and they need someone like you. They are also ready to provide full support to help you improve your skills if you want. But Jisoo immediately cut her off, firmly refusing because she had recognized their true intentions. Additionally, she already had a trustworthy teammate. After the charming prince finished speaking, Jisoo immediately grabbed Hanho's collar and dragged him away despite the boy shouting at the prosecutor to remember him. As they disappeared from sight, Minhwa grumbled softly, wondering what was happening to her. Was it about not trusting the prosecutor or something else? Ed next to him silently adjusts his glasses and sighs. It seems difficult. The prosecutor agrees, smirking cunningly. Everyone here finds it hard to believe. Seongwu was pulled into the world inside through a space gate with immense force, and soon found himself in a totally unfamiliar parallel dimension. Seongwu landed and looked around in amazement, having entered the golden communication phase. At the same time, the duplicate system announced, detailing the rules of this place's game. He read carefully, his face trembling in disbelief. Truly, this was the stage, plus her. Suddenly, a deep golden laughter erupted right behind him. Seongwu quickly turned his head and saw a goblin, and it was a golden goblin. Other golden goblins from the surrounding buildings also started to appear. They look like a swarm of hungry ants gathering faster and faster. You observe and assess them, realizing that it's been a long time since they reacted like this. Maybe they've identified you as their target. Alright, Seongwu raised his hand, and a space tear appeared from within the portal from which the goblin emerged and landed successfully. Now let the useless crowd see who is really the one being swept away as they return to the area outside the space gate. Everyone is still busy cleaning up the battlefield. Eid, after careful observation, went to report to the prosecutor that all their wounded members had recovered. The restorative divine potion was useless, but the antidote worked. The prosecutor listened coldly, understanding that it seemed more like a curse than poison, but surprisingly, the antidote was effective. The concentrated demon essence released a debuff called Hell Breath. Does he know anything about that kind of item? She pondered quietly for a moment before replying, it sounds like an item from the black magic shop. Such powerful items capable of breaking curses have never appeared before in the shop. Do they buy it at a special store, or how do they acquire it? The prosecutor replied faintly, perhaps it is a special item obtained through a special method, but why would it? An amazing powerful item like that wouldn't work on Sanji Uch. Et immediately called out to Minhwa, but deliberately mispronounced the guy's name, causing him to jump. But Minhwa understood, and took her turn to speak, adding that after checking with a special skill, also called the 3-star Seeker, he found it wasn't that it had no effect, but because he had given her a buff. Surely his experience has increased significantly, so there will be other awakening effects. Even vitality and mana will also increase. Besides the dungeon event and the concentrated hell essence, there's still a lot he doesn't know. Et suddenly remembered something equally important, and quickly changed the subject, asking about the prosecutor. She heard they would share the dual kickbox reward with the soul chanter. He hesitated slightly but confirmed that they had no other choice, or else Sanji wouldn't join in. Haven't they all witnessed it? Losing that warrior would cause them a huge loss. Hearing that, Ad confidently smiled and volunteered herself, so please let her handle the contract signing. He hasn't experienced the true flavor of the world yet, so she thinks she can draft a contract that benefits them. She believes he also understands how important the prize from the kickboxing match is, especially considering the 3,000,000 people under their guild's care. Faced with Ad's strong argument and determination, prosecutor John Deongpo and Minhwa are a bit shaken. She's truly terrifying, revealing her true nature. Weighing the pros and cons, the prosecutor approves her doing so but ensures she won't make him their enemy. She agrees to the request. After all, she really hates becoming a cruel puppet. Suddenly, the prosecutor pauses, not turning his head, but softly asks about the fairy stone behind her. What do you think of it? Minhwa and it are fiercely fighting, then quickly let go. Both are stunned and exclaim, isn't that the item I assigned him to complete tasks in the prophecy? At first she was a bit suspicious, but after touching it, it was truly terrifying. The prosecutor fell silent, recalling yes, suspicion and fear. This is a normal reaction for those who make a pact with the fairy stone for the first time, but Sanju just seems to accept everything without much thought. Then he decides to assign a task to both of them. Maybe he's overthinking it, but check if he has ever touched the stone before. Inside that world, Sanju and the monsters are engaged in this intense battle, with the explosions of corpses constantly going off everywhere like fireworks. The flames almost merged into one, making the golden souls and golden brains seem more cowardly. Your ability is to summon spirits. The more they die, the more you revive and control them to your liking, all in gold. They're quite strong, but ultimately useless. Nothing has ever been easy. Forget about overthinking, just keep it simple. Kill, kill, and kill. You don't need to care about anything. Don't worry about what others think, or worry about your teammates. Even alone, this ghost conjurer is a one-person army. Well, actually, it might be easier just being alone. Things like teammates or whatever, lost in thoughts of victory and growing arrogant, suddenly hear someone calling Seongwu echoing in their ear. The boy instinctively turns his head to look. Besides the ghosts, the giant bear and goblin Rai, there's no one left around. It's a bit lonely, isn't it? After a while, after defeating the monsters in that area, Seongwu and his group of shadows moved on to a different location. They kept walking tirelessly until they finally reached the fork in the corner of the street. Suddenly 2 arrows appeared in front of him, showing 2 choices, a left box and a right box of different sizes. Seongwu carefully considers that the larger box on the left would be more dangerous, but the greater the danger, the greater the reward. With that in mind, he decides to take the lead and head to the left. The army moved a few steps forward when they saw the giant wooden box floating in the distance. Seongwu tried to approach, but nothing happened. He sighed in impatience and quietly ordered the spirits to attack. They followed the command and shot continuous lightning beams at the outside of the box. That action truly angered the monster inside, which opened the lid to reveal rows of sharp fangs and a single large yellow eye glaring directly at them. The monster was fully revealed. Its eye kept wildly searching for any unfortunate soul brave enough to oppose it. Seongwu, now at a moderate distance, calmly observed the monster and exclaimed that it was truly big, and he bet that it was also very sharp. But their combined strength is greater, and the monster's weakness is also very clear. Without hesitation, you know it can still move, but its movements are very limited. Between the hammer and the anvil, you will defend with the demon bear and fierce wolf, while the others attack. A perfect strategy. But unexpectedly, the monster suddenly transforms into a human, trembling all over, makes a sound like something distressing. Seongwu, noticing the strange behavior, furrowed her brows, completely forgets the plan, and approaches to check. Immediately, the clever monster swells up, as it senses the smell of the trap, kicking the souls away in one swift move. The fierce bear and evil wolf toss them like bowling balls, only skilled enough to run so they can join the chase. According to calculations, the giant bears seem to push back their fake spiritual bait with incredible friction. Seongwu's body couldn't hold it anymore, and spat out bright red blood. Seeing the blood, the boss monster's eyes gleamed as it roared. It wildly opened its deathly big mouth toward him at lightning speed like a Top Gear, aiming for fresh prey, forcing Rai to desperately hold it back. But the monster is too powerful, and soon the distance between them was closing despite Rai's efforts. Seongwu felt the fear gradually numbing his scalp. He was wrong just now. He thought that even though it was a boss monster, its movements were still restricted. Since when did you start underestimating it like this? Since when did you become so arrogant? Is it because the power of hellfire still lingers, or is it because everything is more unpredictable than you thought? The dead don't argue with your orders, and even the person you trust the most only follows your will. Seeing Jisoo and Hanho rushing back, I never thought you would believe you didn't need your teammates. That's just arrogance. You need to get a grip if you survive. This time you have to be more careful. Just then, the monster lunged from behind, leaving you no time to react. With a thud, Seongwu fell forward as if death itself was right before him. Turns out the spirits, the feral bear and the demon wolf were all pushing with all their might to keep the boss monster sealed. You quickly regain your composure. Yes, first I must kill it. Seongwu forcefully pries its jaws open with his sword, makes the monster reluctantly open its mouth, then hastily seals the gap and orders them to crawl inside. As soon as the rescue squad was all inside, he decisively drew his sword and jumped back as far as possible. Rai and the others understood Seongwu's meaning and pressed on the monster, forcing its mouth shut. Rai gently smiles at him again, and Seongwu can only painfully apologize. This match was a mistake, and the death explosion is immediately triggered. Then a massive explosion quake shaked the entire world. The blast successfully destroyed many things in the nearby area, and the concrete wall above was burned through with a large hole. Even though Seongwu nervously hugs his shield to protect himself and observes the situation, the system suddenly pops up a notification that he has successfully defeated the boss monster and completed the final round. In return, his original souls are sacrificed along with that monster, which is not a scam, right? He cautiously moved closer to check the situation, gently tapping on its exterior. It didn't seem to be damaged by the explosions outside, so only an internal attack could kill it. Seongwu was covered in blood and exhausted, pulling out an antidote to drink and muttering to himself. That's why you couldn't recover from the attack, and need to be more careful. One mistake is enough, because the world has turned into something like a game, but that doesn't mean death is as meaningless as in a game. We only have one life, so no matter what happens, you must survive until the end. That's the best thing you can do because you've already abandoned your family and lived this long. So recover your strength and spirit, and Seongwu strides straight to the reward room. He hesitated at the door, then looked around. Is this classroom the rewards room? Indeed, each locker in the corner has a glowing lock, and the system shows the items inside. Seongwu carefully read and then remembered that all these items are things that can't be obtained in a normal shop, such as skill and experience increasing items. But the wish parchment, I don't know what it's used for anymore. Curious, he clicked on it and the system displayed detailed information about the item. This parchment can be used to make wishes with other players under conditions set by oneself. If the conditions are not met, it results in death. Seongwu frowned, thinking this might be useful somewhere, but he didn't have enough points to take everything he wanted, so he decided to choose a few items, including the wish paper. But is this really the best choice? Still doubting himself, the system then displayed a congratulatory message confirming that he had officially leveled up to level 13 after completing this hidden stage. Seongwu immediately forgot his earlier worries and smiled with satisfaction. Even his stats increased. This was truly the best reward. Now he will choose the level up option to quickly raise his level by 3. If he had been a little faster, he could have avoided this, but it's not too late. After all the stages, the system also counts down the time for Seongwu to teleport back to the real world through the space-time portal once more. You have everything you wanted now. It's time to return to your teammates. Transitioning to the real world on that full moon night, Seongwu has truly come back, and Prosecutor John Deongpo warmly runs out to welcome him. He seemed surprised when you disappeared, glad that you joined the raid. You chuckled and brushed it off, saying you didn't expect this to happen and it really took up his time. The prosecutor nodded generously, explaining that they also had to spend this much time to succeed, and since they couldn't come empty-handed, he brought this gift here. Also, could he upload the contract and pictures of them to the community? Seongwu looked a bit confused and asked Jisoo for help. Does that work? Is there such a feature in the community? The prosecutor quickly continued, pointing at the photographer behind him, because his profession is exactly taking pictures and he has an item that can post images to the community. To give everyone hope, they should need something for people to see right. It's so embarrassing for them to be called heroes. He pondered, thinking they might be attacked by lazy people, but this would help them maintain a positive image, so it's worth it. Because the deal went smoothly, the prosecutor and the investigative team boarded the plane back, leaving behind the 3 young figures fading into the distance. Hanho had been studying the item the prosecutor had given, and suddenly he exclaimed excitedly, "Everything here is divine." Prosecutor John Deongpo really is a remarkable person. Seongwu didn't react much, he just told the kid to check carefully to be sure. Jisoo seemed more relaxed and cheerfully asked if the raid had already been decided, and that they only needed to do one thing, and Seongwu nodded in confirmation. To become stronger, go out and hunt to prepare for the upcoming raid. A few days later, in a hidden ruined corner of No City, a group of goblins was gathered around someone's corpse when suddenly they detected a strong, enticing scent. The creatures were quickly drawn to the scent, rushing like starving wolves towards the source of the smell emanating from the box in the center. For a chance to eat, they tore at each other mercilessly. Suddenly, a nearby goblin glowed, and before they could react, a deafening explosion erupted right there, leaving no one unharmed. At this moment, the 3 heroes stepped out from their hiding spot. Seongwu happily counted this was the 5th one, giving him a chance to activate his warrior sword now. Hanho stood nearby amazed while Jisoo frowned discontentedly. Can he really be born like that? Hanho approached, picked up the item, and the boy carefully pinched his nostrils shut, feeling extremely excited they had to use these items right away. Like fishing, it turns out that this is bait that attracts monsters nearby, but can make humans vomit because of its smell. When the kid tried to show it off, Seongwu, Jisoo, and Rai immediately pinched their noses and told him to get rid of it, mocking him for still smelling bad despite being so careful. Hanho immediately grimaced in pain, realizing this was made by the little one's mother, and both of them felt guilty after hearing it. Quickly, forcing a brave attitude, he stammered to praise the item as even better, but his hand still refused to pull away from his nose. Jisoo decided to step back and calmly suggest that this item is made from the kid's spoiled food, and she had discovered something that could upgrade beyond Sanhei, which is Uncle Lai, also known as Hanho's father, who set up security to support the safe zone. That skill is called the Korean rooftop. Like a cloud rushing through the sky, T-Sung and his troublemakers arrive, shouting that they've found a shop to the north, but this time someone has already destroyed it, and the kids don't know who the bastard is anymore. Seongwu quickly pondered, this is a serious issue, using gold to create a major disturbance in the current situation, and it doesn't directly relate to energy. It's similar to taking all the remaining supplies from the harvest, and right now they can no longer even dream of gathering the winter crops. But he came up with a plan, and told T-Sung that if they found the store they should contact Kyungsoo. If no one is sent, all the survivors will be in danger. Following the order, the boy eagerly nodded and agreed. Suddenly, Seongwu notices something strange. He squints at the group of girls gathering far away, staring at him intensely and discussing something intense, whispers what's going on with them. Based on his perspective, T-Sung understands and reluctantly explains that, isn't it because earlier he beat Jujin, so there's a rumor that he's violent towards women. That kid leaned close to your ear and whispered a few truths that made your face turn dark. Online you're a hero, but here you're a bastard. In the end, after some back and forth, those children finally left. The peaceful space was restored, and Seongwu quickly regained his composure to tell everyone to start hunting again, but suddenly, Jisoo turned her back and walked away. Her eyes widened with a sense of foreboding about being followed that suddenly surged through her mind. She hurriedly gripped her fiery sword and shouted a warning that someone was here. Instantly, a tall, hairy black figure burst through the glass window of a building not far away. From behind, another similar shadow was rushing fiercely towards him. The bear spirits and soul curses who had been supporting him quickly spotted them and stopped them. Now finally able to see clearly, they are wild wolves. Seongwu nervously raises her bow towards one of the giant wolves, intending to end it. Then suddenly a third wolf appears on the wall, jumping long strides while screaming in terror, preventing her from shooting. You jerked in surprise and stopped looking up. What did that savage wolf just say? This is completely different from what I imagined. They are still fighting each other. At this moment, a fierce saber-toothed beast escapes the control of the demon bear, reaching out with a giant arm to grab the food pouch. Hanho is wearing around his neck, but the boy frantically screams that he's about to be killed. But with a single swipe, the creature tore apart the piece and grabbed the item box. They quickly opened the box and started to chew fiercely, forgetting about the people just now. Just after relishing a bit of delicious food, they suddenly realized things were getting out of control and looked up to see that they were surrounded in a circle with no way out. Seongwu also pointed the arrow at their faces and held it there, demanding explanations. They asked if they weren't allowed to shoot, so now explain why. Encircled within the circle, the smaller savage wolves panicked and asked what they should do, while the big wolf assured them to stay calm. There's still a chance, even if they're surrounded. Seongwu frowned in confusion. There's still a chance. Suddenly, the big savage wolf roared fiercely and charged headlong, leading the blood to part the way. It aggressively decapitates a soul brain, thinking it will break the encirclement. Meanwhile, the small ones should run. Only then did you realize their plan, hurriedly issuing an order to tighten the formation, focusing on the weakened brain group. Then the bow in his hands trembled as Seongwu successfully drove 2 arrows into the middle of the monster's back, blood spurting out like fresh raw meat. Before collapsing, it struggled to knock down a few more outer brains, urging the others to run fast. The small ones panic and run away, headlong, repeatedly apologizing to the boss, saying they'll never forget this day. In the end, the big beast finally can't endure anymore and collapses in pain, roaring loudly. Seongwu stood there a bit trembling. What a great teammate. It was only acting in self-defense because they attacked first, and its actions were quite moving. It was still lying on the ground, blaming the earthquake, saying it was all because of the food they brought, otherwise they wouldn't have lost control and attacked them. Hearing that, you coldly reply, "So what, has it regained consciousness yet?" Seongwu immediately drove the knife deep into its cheek, threatening it. The beast was so scared it quickly revealed the mission. After turning into monsters, they still couldn't control themselves and had to constantly accept missions. They didn't know what was going on, but just kept following their instincts. You widened your eyes and asked, "What is the mission about?" Vandalism was easy to stop with an extra cloth. Just eat 30 people, and you'll regain your body. Knowing the truth behind this game, the noise beside him was just a distraction. The kid thought monsters attacking humans was instinct, but it turns out there was a reason behind it. Seongwu tried to ask for more information, so, "Are there many people like him?" He hugged his cheek in pain and nodded. Of course, there are many players who were turned into monsters with no other choice. Seeing that he misunderstood, he quickly corrected him. "I mean, in this area, aren't there many others like him? Like this time, it only dares to keep its eyes closed and remain silent." Seongwu's expression darkened, so they are still around. Could they be the ones who destroyed the shop and left a message about a new race? Hearing that question, Bao Xoa became agitated and protested, forcing the bear monsters to hold it back, because if they could choose, they wouldn't want to encounter humans. When regaining consciousness, they just wanted to live peacefully, but not everyone thought the same. There is a group that specializes in attacking pink players to satisfy their own revenge. They are probably the masterminds behind all this. Jisoo wasn't sure, so he asked again, "Is he talking about the monster group that hates humans?" And Bao Xoa sneered sarcastically. "There are also human women, damn scientist bastards. Those people are the main characters, but always blame the monsters and even create dangerous items." Seongwu immediately thought of that strange object and nervously wondered if it was the alien syringe from the traffickers, but all he got was endless silence, and he wasn't happy, thinking it was just stalling for the rescue to arrive. Banjoa just shook its head. "It told us to run far away and never look back." Seongwu then drew his sword, so maybe it thought he would spare it. That creature no longer moved, staying still, obediently, still refusing to believe in your thoughts because now it was waiting for that moment to come. Even when given the chance to choose a profession due to worry and suspicion, he didn't choose anything. Moreover, he even prevented his own family. But his clever son secretly chose a profession, probably because he liked playing games. By this point, tears of regret and remorse spilled uncontrollably from the depths of its savage eyes. How could you possibly know who it first devoured? It is only alive because it lacks the courage to end its own life. At this point, everything is clear. Seongwu decisively raised his sword overhead, his cold voice saying that he cannot forgive it. Don't blame him. In the moment of life and death, the fire monster cried like rain in despair, which is so unfair. He chose to survive, but everything has failed. "Well, don't say it like that. I wish you better luck next time," a dry voice rang out. After a moment, the 3 heroes continued their journey, grumbling that they only had this leftover trash, but the kid felt uneasy at all. Even the rogue wolf has its reasons. It also knows how to protect its comrades. Seongwu explains seriously, don't hesitate like that. The moment you lower your guard, you'll be in danger. The demon you just killed still has a family. You'll be following the monsters that ran away earlier. Jisoo tilted her head curiously. Once you find them, what do you plan to do? From what he said, she thinks they're still just children. Seongwu gritted his teeth in frustration, still not thinking about it now. He's trying to locate their territory or where the monsters have been hiding. The more he knows, the angrier he gets. Seongwu clenched his fists. How far will the system push humanity? Monsters have already begun to spread chaos among humans as soon as they regained consciousness. There are also people who sympathize with the monster's circumstances, but the fact remains that the one earlier was definitely a monster implanted by the system. The woman lured the monster, lost control of her rage, and was given a mission to kill people, all of which prove it. The development pattern is also similar to the way Sanhwa has not yet. Unfortunately, they cannot coexist. As they walked and talked, before long the three of them arrived at a place where no one could be seen in the city. They freely strolled around, observing the situation. Hanhu slightly lost his patience, wondering how far those bastards had gone, when Sanhwa calmed him down, saying as soon as they smell the scent, they will come soon. They kept moving until they reached the fork, and suddenly Jisoo grabbed the man's collar and pulled him away before they could react. Turns out they were right in front of them. The two young savage wolves have been caught in a web like roasted meat and are desperately calling for help. A group of kobolds sneaks closer, thinking they're about to get a meal, but the leader waves them off, explaining this is a tribute for their queen. After speaking, it stepped forward, driving both spears into the napes of the prey. The aggressive wolf quickly felt his body freeze and become immobile. They collapsed, leaving the kobolds to drag them back to their den. The leader looked around carefully once more to check the situation before finally leaving. A while later, when they were out of sight, the three cautiously stepped out of their hiding spot. They discussed that those kobolds had managed to catch a savage wolf, even poisons on their weapons, and stab their prey, which was hard to believe they came up with such tactics. And look, this is the store sign. Is it the dungeon sign too? This underground train has both a shop and a dungeon, but that's actually good because the dungeon keeps the store safe. Then let's go. Protecting the store is essential for their survival. So they moved into the giant dungeon, also known as the Queen Spider's bedroom. Walking cautiously through the endless corridor, Han-ho stammered in fear, not bringing the goblins today because he thought they could use rubble to pass. Seongwu quickly warned the team to be careful, as the monsters might have an advantage in this terrain. They reach the end of the path where the spider's web appears, with many people hanging upside down, and as Seonju's team approaches, they desperately try to cry out for help. Jisoo, overwhelmed by the heartbreaking sight, cannot think much. Despite Seonju's attempts to stop her, she directly uses her flaming sword to cut the ropes. They escaped unharmed and hurriedly thanked everyone, but before they could finish, a giant spider suddenly dropped from above, and then hundreds more descended, terrifying Han-ho and causing Seonju to urgently shout for everyone to run. He activates the explosive spell to try to hold them back. Those spiders even dare to lay eggs on living bodies, so we need to watch our feet too. We have no idea where the monsters will appear from. But he forgot to consider that the recent explosion had drawn their attention and countless kobolds and deadly spiders poured out of the dark night. With so many spiders like this, could it be that they have a symbiotic relationship with the kobolds? Suddenly, the closest approaching kobold was pierced in the eye by a thrown vegetable, and the arrogant one claimed himself as the one who threw the vegetable because he was very confident when talking about the number. They managed to take them all down. After rushing into the battle, the monsters were torn to pieces. Han-ho, in his giant mutated form, became berserk, screeching at the monsters with a smug smile. It turns out they were just things easily crushed, not even worth a bite. The remaining kobold and spiders screamed in fear, for at that moment the true monster was that kid whose ruthless tactics were terrifying. But Han-ho didn't care. Now his whole body was bursting with energy. Had he ever felt so free before? The kid kept urging the monsters not to stop, but to keep attacking. Still, there's no need to think at all. Everything is already clear. You just have to kill, and keep killing. You don't need to overthink anymore. You don't need teammates to kill the goblin and the kobold. Doing it alone is much more comfortable. Now you're both a strong man and on top of that a thief, and all by yourself. The kobold horde snarled in excitement and ordered the Mao spiders to spray silk and bind the boy tightly. Han-ho startled, furrowing his brow as a swarm of quick, throwing silk surrounded him. Seeing this scene, Seonju gritted his teeth hard, realizing that those are used to trap the goblin people. Bound from top to bottom, Han-ho doesn't flinch at all, just bows his head and smiles softly at these thin strands. He immediately braced himself, breaking free from the bonds with strength. Do they think they can stop him? But they refuse to give up, continually commanding the spiders to shoot silk and attack further. Han-ho sank into a feeling of triumph, laughing disdainfully and cursing this foolish monster. No matter how many of them there were, it was all useless. Suddenly, surprisingly, this time they released a large amount of spider silk. Their successful trap rendered the kid unable to move, let alone break free, and the girls cheered happily as they finally caught him. With no alternative, he remembered his senior at this moment and turned around, tears streaming as he begged for help. Seongwu also had to activate the divine fire to rescue quickly, swallowing the collapsing group with a fierce blaze. Saved Han Ho collapsed in self-blame for his arrogance, but Seongwu, having experienced that feeling himself generously, explained that the boy's emotions had clouded his judgment. It seems like the next train has been blocked. Then everyone see if that's the boss monster's room. Seongwu tilts his head and observes the corner of the rice shop. This subway is connected to the Bok Hoa building, so it must be a dungeon zone. Let's go through. The whole team left, leaving behind the chaos and wreckage of the fierce battle smoke billowing everywhere. After searching for a while, they finally found it. Seongwu looked suspiciously. Is this the boss monster room? But at the very moment he was about to open the door, the system suddenly appeared a warning that this monster room had already killed 124 players. Hanho and Jisoo hesitated nervously. Surely it's rare to see such a message, right? Should they continue on? Seongwu ignored it and kept pulling the door open, determined to go in, since they were prepared for a much tougher assault, and it's exactly what we expected. He would definitely enter. The entire group followed one after another into the large room, and as they entered, the cunning-looking fox appeared to greet them. Han fanned himself with a feathered fan, greeting the adorable players. Seongwu looked at the creature in front of him and was a bit confused. He thought the boss monster would be the Spider Queen. Hanho also sneered from behind. That thing is so different from normal foxes, it talks so clearly. But that seemingly innocent remark hit a nerve. Han got so angry he shouted, "Is this great wizard really comparable to those bulls?" He finally understood that Han ate brains and gained intelligence, just as he thought the development of monsters is closely related to human death. Han became more and more excited, licking eagerly. Since they arrived, there's no way back. Han is about to eat 23 human brains. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong tremor like an earthquake shook the surroundings, and at that moment, the Spider Queen boss monster appeared. The largest spider I've ever encountered, with human bodies tangled in her giant web. Are they crazy? Two boss monsters at the same time, and now they're working together quickly. The mongoose wizard steps onto the queen spider's body, and the queen uses her silk to wrap around his arms and legs to keep him from falling and make him easier to control. After uniting, they laugh loudly with axes in hand. So what do you humans think is enough of your sickness? Seongwu keeps awakening the corpses in the area. He plans to activate the deadly attack with the living corpse as usual, and then use the bone soldiers to finish it off. But unexpectedly, the trapper mage orders the Spider Queen to launch a surprise attack with the net of death first. Each strand of tough spider silk immediately tightens around the dead creatures, as she turns to ensure no targets are missed. The deadly spider webs shoot out like huge deadly bullets, trapping the skeleton soldiers and your spirits, rendering them immobile. The burrowing mage sneers in disdain, so they're planning to use those to set off an explosion, huh? I've figured out all their plans. The scared kid attack first. Unfortunately, those spear tips were all kicked away by the queen before they could touch anyone, because she is the body and he is the mind. The queen will always protect the sorcerer, and together they are unbeatable. As humans, we should obediently become nutrients for the world. The next attack on the spider web is coming. But Jisoo happens to strike. She swings the flaming sword into a circle, burning all the silk. Unexpectedly, the sorcerer gawked in shock. Invincible or not, her spider silk still catches fire just like any other spider. She risks everything to summon her sword and unleash a burst of fire, causing the Spider Queen to panic and retreat. The wizard suddenly finds a way to counter, shooting out streams of water to extinguish the flames, a technique seemingly rooted in water magic. Now fire is no longer their weakness. Seongwu urgently orders the skeleton soldiers to quickly surround and block those boss monsters. Hanho, seeing the situation worsening, asked nervously what to do now, as it seems they can't hold out much longer. He shouted for the kid to go to Jisoo. "I have a plan. The undead soldiers, following your earlier orders, are trying to withstand the fierce attacks of the two boss monsters. The desperate mage is attacking wildly. Han's mind is filled with the desire to destroy everything. If he wants to annihilate these things, he just needs to eat more human brains." But Seongwu suddenly interrupted Han, casting a spell. If Han really destroyed them all, then it would be a long time before he could eat human brains. The corpses, the Spider Queen always kept glowing, are now under the control of the soul puppets. They turned into many strange-shaped zombies beyond Han's imagination. If you're going out to eat, you should clean everything up first. It seems the best place for you is actually her nest. The number of zombie troops on Seonju's side has increased significantly thanks to the living corpses provided. The rough Spider Queen swung one tiny leg violently to attack. The power from that leg was so terrifying it had decimated countless skeleton soldiers and corpses. But don't worry, you still have plenty of chances, be careful. Queen, as she had just spoken, one of her legs was immediately broken. She panic-stricken, screaming loudly, forcing the fox wizard to struggle to calm the queen down. Immediately after, a strange green liquid with a very unpleasant smell spewed out from the spider's mouth onto the ma gao, which was the poison of the moon. However, that toxin doesn't seem to have much effect on them. The demon bears and the skeleton warriors continue to rampage forward, drawing the queen's attention, while the trapper wizard watches from above, controlling everything. Try to warn her not to waste her strength on such useless efforts. They're just a bunch of rotten trash, and the poison doesn't affect them. Seongwu, watching from a distance, sneers, "Clever, so you understand that too." The Spider Queen then turned around her enormous legs, sweeping away the surrounding undead, but Seongwu kept casting spells on the corpses on her feet at the same time. They are under your control and ready for the next attack, but you don't know if they can win this battle. They are all beast wolf species, and that Spider Queen only recruits the strongest monsters around. Monsters without intelligence usually die from exhaustion in battle, but if they know how to use their brains even a little, they are very likely to succeed. A blazing beam shot straight into the center of the soul cluster, scattering them everywhere. The Weasel Mage and the Spider Queen have changed their strategy, focusing on killing the fake soul name first, and Seongwu quickly realizes they are targeting her. Approaching, she uses her two large legs to attack fiercely toward you. You instinctively step back a little, realizing that Seongwu quickly created a barrier. Your current stamina has surpassed the monster's intellect. I don't know if it matters to the boss. If you can defend yourself against this attack, you'll have a chance to win. At that moment, the two boss monsters launched a stronger attack to kill the guy on the road, and the other bright light suddenly froze as the spider's arm struck them right through the middle of him, with Seongwu only able to stare in horror. A damp, sticky sound echoes as if something is rubbing dust billows up in a thick fog, so it's over. Right, no way, something that easy could happen. From deep within that position, a purple light radiates from the gem on his chest. That gem successfully redirected an attack for the Phantom Soul, causing it to break apart from the shock. He regained composure, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. I thought I would avoid the boss's attack. I must try not to die. Now you will use the Chaos Crystal, because the recoil from the attack will cause mana deficiency, so... The fleeing mage is already starting to lose patience, constantly yelling and cursing at you as a hated bastard. Seongwu doesn't care, keeps fighting on, just endure a little pain. You have to hold this position until the very end. If it weren't for Jisu's shield, Hanho wouldn't be able to endure it, and he wouldn't be the one fighting on the front lines. After a while, the Spider Queen realized that his attacks were increasingly like scratching an itch. Junggu also sneered happily. So are you running out of energy? I can still fight all day. The Fox Mage burst out laughing. I'm not like a brainless bastard like you. He doesn't intend to keep fighting pointless battles. He understood and had his answer. Then following the Sorcerer Fox's command, the Spider Queen used her tail to drag the spider enemies back. She kept pulling all the corpses trapped by the spider web together. Seongwu's face darkened, sensing that something was very wrong. The trapper suddenly opens his mouth and spews out blazing red molten flames. He dares to use fireballs to eliminate your source of power first, so you can't recover anymore. Seongwu tense and frowning, burning Atasao's family. This monster is smarter than he thought. While he's busy spewing fire, the bear corpses and Rai quietly approach from behind to attack. They half-dead used an air pump in hopes of blocking the fireballs from burning further, but it was too late, and he threw them down like throwing melting balls. The ninja mage laughed with satisfaction, having reached his limit, and unable to hold back anymore. He's doomed, humanity is weak. But at this critical moment, just like many superhero stories, the hero Jisoo suddenly appears, swinging her fiery sword to strike. He's the one who gets wiped out. Lacking caution, she just lunged straight at the queen spider, knocking her legs out from under her. The fox sorcerer's plan was thrown into disarray, and he panicked, realizing he had forgotten to vanish all along. She prepared this surprise attack, then he observed the enemy's formation more closely, and remembered there was one more guy. And as he hoped that Burning One is him, he shouted the little rascal sneaked in last with the undead troops. Thanks for waiting. This is the secret weapon that I and Jisoo prepared. Turning back to look at the army, the burrowing mage couldn't hold back, and scoffed, questioning if the boy's brain was still undeveloped, or if he hadn't evolved yet because these things could no longer get close to him. He would destroy them, but before committing, he sensed the queen's body trembling uncontrollably. Han Ho then confidently lifts the secreted residue, revealing it, saying, I also have a special sauce, see if she can resist and eat it right away. The horror chef's culinary effect has been activated. As soon as they saw the residue, both the Spider Queen and the Trapper Wizard became excited and drooling. This is a supreme item. Seongwu nearby saw that the situation was progressing as he hoped, so he relaxed a bit, realizing it was during his distraction that they caught on. Jisoo and Han released the raw essence, and added the residue, a substance even conscious monsters like the Void Snake cannot resist. Min and the others lose control of their instincts. They grabbed the flesh, but the two boss monsters hurriedly looked away, while the Trap Wizard kept eating and struggling to stay sane. I advised her to stop. They should run now, or they'd all die. Seongwu grimaced and objected, but it was already too late. Once you eat their food, you have to pay the price. The zombies inside the Spider Queen's belly would now come into play, and at that moment an explosion erupted loudly, something so unexpected they couldn't predict it. The scene shifts to another city, where a giant dragon is struggling to break free from the iron chains hooked into its body. A blazing red sword strikes across, and the monster that fell eating people is instantly cut down like a log crashing to the ground in a tangle. It turns out it was the team's victory. They gathered around Prosecutor John Deongpo, celebrating they did it. Thank you everyone, this was truly a perfect battle, just as Min Hoa thought the commander's leadership is still at the top. However, the prosecutor's face was only coldly recalling others and calculating a vastly overwhelming power. An incredible hunting mission and the experience gained as a team member. Even though he is ranked first, I will soon become stronger. That top-ranked Zeo okay. Who is he and where is he? How can he level up faster than me? Your guild has the strongest influence in Korea, and no other player can command more people in raids than you. Yet there's still an unknown person, Zeo okay, ranked first, and that's the most terrifying thing you haven't understood yet. If that mysterious guy at the top decides to establish a guild, it will become the strongest in no time. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Minhoa's loud voice, telling the prosecutor to come quickly and see the shocking news. The ranking has changed, a new member has joined the guild. But upon closer inspection, he clears his throat. The soulhound Seongwu has overtaken him and moved up to second place, while he has been pushed down. The crazy prosecutor keeps tightening his phone unconsciously. How could he do that? Deep inside the dungeon after the brutal explosion, earlier, the dust is slowly clearing, and the battered trapper mage with countless wounds lies on the ground still angrily cursing the damned human. The boy proudly looked at himself, finally acting like a thief, no longer the protector. Then his body gradually reverted back to his original form. But unexpectedly, the queen spider still alive suddenly burst from the ground nearby, yelling loudly, causing the little boy to freeze in panic and turn white with fear. Rai darted out of nowhere, thrusting a sharp object directly into her eye, and finishing her off as the system kept constantly displaying notifications about gold rewards and level-ups. Because Rai was the one who killed the boss monster earlier, it absorbed the queen's power, and significantly increased its attack while its attributes remained the same. Seongwu pulls out the observation card, and if any summoned monsters appear in this field, the preparation will be completed soon, and the death scythe can be found anywhere nearby. The first awakening was close, and Jisoo now joined in, eagerly saying that if they could find a shop, they would accomplish their goal here. With that decision, they started scouting around the area to look for it. It took quite a while, but they finally found it. The three of them pretended to approach a level C store, where on the shop screen a lucky wheel game appeared, with various cash prizes looking very enticing. Seongwu frowned and read through everything puzzled. Isn't it 100000 spins at level D or platinum stores? Jisoo guessed confidently. There must be a difference in this store. The system suddenly popped up with an update on the rules for these machines, and the rules gradually tested the trio's patience, so they might as well go and have it appear on its own. This isn't a game where you use coins to get fruits anymore. It's more like a door-guessing game, and if you fail you still lose coins, right? Seongwu approached the calculator. Jisoo and Hanho had around 3,000,000 rounds, while he had about 1.6 million, and he could increase his chances by using coins. Hanho eagerly demanded to go first, but he explained that Seongwu had always gone first before, so if he did the same he would just have bad luck. Jisoo looked disappointed, but what about her? The remaining leader was now tears and laughter, so she calmly suggested a peaceful way for the three of them. There were 3 machines they could work together. In the first round, all 3 machines immediately signaled failure. But even in the later rounds it was the same. Our 3 heroes grew increasingly frustrated. They all start arguing violently. Calm down, isn't this the right path after all? Seems like it's too late to turn back now. Maybe in the end they'll finally get something. Seeing how many times they failed, the common system suddenly offered extra chances, making Hanho so furious, his face contorted, and in the end it drove the kid crazy with rage. But they kept pushing forward, though the chances of success remained elusive, and all their hopes for rare or useful items kept slipping away. But it's not over yet. We have to keep going until we get 10 votes. Suddenly Hanho stood up suddenly and shouted, "All right." The boy managed to obtain a strange item, a magical scroll that randomly grants a skill when used. As for Jisoo and Seongwu, Jisoo officially gave up after failing, mumbling that she wanted to die, while Seongwu continued to fight wildly, determined to use all 10 tokens. And until the very end, the miracle happened, and he won first place. It actually worked. The item Seongwu obtained was the Darkness Ring, which allows him to summon a shadow clone to fight with him during nighttime attacks. Next, a new quest has just been assigned. It requires collecting a set of items, and it would be great if they were available in the shop. For now, let's not think about that. He hurried over to tell Jisoo that he would give her a hero-grade bracelet, but in exchange she couldn't smash any cameras. Jisoo, still clutching her fiery sword ready to punish, suddenly broke into a bright, cheerful smile. Happily accepting the deal and thanking him, Hanho couldn't help but be suspicious of his top-tier betrayal skills. That machine almost filled the house with ghosts. After handling everything, Seongwu decided they should return to the village. He needed to set up a protective barrier around this place first. They say what they do, and all 3 of them painfully return to the front lines, facing everyone's anticipation. Seongwu and his senior comrades rush into a discussion about the terrain for battle. The guard patrol system has also had some significant improvements. Everyone in the village is busy with their own tasks. Soon the atmosphere grew darker. Jisoo carried his large backpack, rechecking everything one last time, and finally the duel began. Seongwu encourages her teammates, confident she'll get good results, because she's been working hard. Suddenly, Hanho rushes over from afar to bring news, and he quickly understands and asks if there's anything on the community. A series of daily menus appeared rapidly. The boy excitedly focused on item number 7, the live broadcast area, which only had one video stream posted. Jisoo calmly observes and analyzes. All they see is an office image, probably checking cameras over there, but Seongwu quickly spots something abnormal. He ponders deeply. They want to record the attack process, the system's plan. No, the guild's live broadcasting for individuals is impossible. He doesn't know if they have malicious intentions, but this is the best way to control the people since the community has been very lively ever since he took the second position. There's no way he wouldn't care. By this point, judging by their behavior and goals, the prosecutor is not a bad person, but greed can always lead to wrong decisions. If Prosecutor Jeon D. Hongpo is that kind of person, sooner or later he will be blinded. Maybe he's just trying to watch out for you, like giving you the smallest rewards possible. But in this situation, that is impossible. During the silent oath phase, you realize that one day it will become important, and that moment might be now. Just then, a helicopter flies in from above, arriving quickly. The aircraft smoothly descended and landed near where Sanju's team was standing. Minghua appeared happily, opening the door to greet and introduce himself as the rescue officer of the expedition team. He came to pick up the second-ranked person. Please get ready. All clear. Let's depart together. Jisoo and Hanho looked a bit nervous, sitting stiffly, while Seongwu peeked outside to check the situation quietly, wondering if it was safe to travel with the wyvern monsters still flying overhead in this helicopter. The blindfolded guy smirked confidently, showing his teeth, because nothing is impossible for their guild. Their members are everywhere on the UN vehicle, and they already know the wyvern's current position and the route they're taking. The two pilots also confidently chimed in. While they couldn't guarantee 100% safety, they couldn't ignore prioritizing the mission. Flying through the air is an option, but isn't there another way? Then from now on, the sabotage team mission will begin. The system suddenly displayed a new mission. Sung Minhua saw he could read it too and was surprised to sneak away. The guy stepped into the head with a confused look, but this was definitely not part of the plan. Honestly, forget about it, the prosecutor or someone else will handle this. Hanho, watching the hyperactive guy nearby, quietly judged that this person really seems similar to himself. But Seongwu suddenly remembers something terrifying, clutching his face to try and hold back the rising fear. The boss monster he knows is not the same. It's about many people fighting together to team up and take down a giant, horrifying monster. The most important thing here is working together, because the created ability is because no one can defeat the boss alone. If attacked as a group, there will be a 90% debuff. He is taunting them to go after the boss alone and take the reward for himself. Someone is watching this place. You've invested too much time and effort to turn back now. They've probably used systems to increase the difficulty of the raid. Everything has turned out like this. You have to fight. Prosecutor John Deongpo and the other team leaders, you have no intention of stopping here. The city where the Free Guild's base is located looks quite peaceful. The prosecutor announced the raid on Boss Jill Yui due on behalf of the First Free Guild. He will kill all the monsters invading this land, and they declared they will conquer all of Korea. Everyone is checking the information on their phones and celebrating. As expected, the prosecutor will lead the strongest guild in our country, and they even plan to broadcast the raid live. The public's interest in this is no joke, and this raid has been turned into a mission by the system. There are some comments suggesting that the Soul Sheller should be the leader of this battle. Everyone is talking excitedly, and moreover that person will also participate, the one rumored to be the Soul Sheller. In the sky above the guild area, a helicopter is moving. The warriors look up and smile, saying it seems he has arrived, but they wonder what kind of person he is and appear eager for the appearance of the U-gun. The helicopter is gradually descending and preparing to land. 3 people step out from the aircraft. Seongwu leads the way, followed by Hanho and Jisoo, and finally 2 monsters with their intent. Prosecutor stepped forward to welcome him, glad he made it to the Free Guild, having traveled a long way. Seongwu replied, I was just watching from above, but it seems the surrounding area was arranged very carefully. It looks like he prepared thoroughly for this duel. Seeing the camera, he thought to himself, I knew it, the purpose of live streaming is to build the image of the Free Guild. I wonder if rushing like this is to show off their strength. As dusk falls, he steps out with a magic wand in hand, looking at them suspiciously. Are you the infamous Soul Eater? They talk about. Only 3 survivors. Then he ran his hand through his hair and said, I heard there's a large surviving group in Seongwu. This alliance isn't very even. Seongwu remained calm and looked at him to see what he really wanted. Besides smelling the wand in his hand, he was rambling about how we have 31 elite players, and isn't the 102 bosses from Gangnam also coming? You were a bit surprised what's going on here. They haven't even finalized the contract terms, but they've already pressured you. Are they connected with the prosecutor? Seongwu asked politely. Sorry, but can you introduce yourself first? As the green-haired person continues to perform, Kang-hoon subtly glances over and introduces himself as Lee Kang-hoon, the leader of the survivor group from DHR. Seongwu recalls the rumors about Kang-hoon, the fire mage whose name is well known in the community. Showing little concern, Seongwu closed his eyes and asked, Is he from the dispatched army? Glancing at his teammates, he continued, We've been a team of 3 from the start, so what difference does it make if other teams have more members? You asked everyone you're not gathered here to fight each other, but to do kickboxing, right? Kang Hoon turned red with anger, but the prosecutor intervened. Come on, Kang Hoon, consider Sanju's abilities. He is not alone, he also has a loyal army, which is why I invited him to stay far away. Kang Hoon stepped forward and continued. Rankings are proof enough, we don't have much time, so let's start the meeting. As the leaders entered the meeting room, the others outside were waiting with the prosecutor and his close associates standing in the center of the room, surrounded by familiar faces from various lands. The girl holding a tablet stepped forward to introduce herself, saying, "Hello, I am deputy leader of the recon team Dung En." Then she continued talking about the plan. "We have confirmed everything, but in this raid there is a mission, and the difficulty has increased, so the rewards will be higher as well. I don't know if any items will appear, but if converted to gold, it will be divided into 12 parts. Hearing about sharing the respawn and rewards equally, Sanju hesitated slightly. The others seemed almost indifferent, as if they had silently agreed to it. He thought to himself, they're all in this together, but if we keep dividing it equally, it wouldn't be fair. At the meeting table, now besides you and Prosecutor Jia, there are 10 team leaders, but no one objects. Although from different teams, they are all basically members of the Free Guild, so if divided into 12 parts, the Free Guild would keep 11, while your team only gets 1. Ad asks if anyone has any comments. A familiar hand immediately rises, and Sanju confidently speaks up with his opinion. The girl smiles and invites him to speak, thinking it's easy to drag him into the guild. Sanju straightforwardly says, "Why should we share the reward when fighting the boss? It is a one-on-one duel. Isn't it better to leave the prize to the winner who risked their life?" Listening to that kid, there's only one kind of task like this that appears, she replies, and we cannot agree to an equal share of the reward. The boy immediately reacts, this isn't equality, it's fairness. Everyone has a different perspective and strength, yet she says it's equal. So you called me here to carry her burden while the others are told to sit quietly because they have black hearts. Sanju concluded, so that everyone here can share the benefits, right? Offended, they rush to wipe at you. What the hell is that bastard talking about carrying a heart? What does that mean? He just said, sharing right. With one arm and a furious body, he stood up to challenge. Come here, that soul summoner, let's see if you dare to fight. He claims to be the first king of Incheon Gwangwazeup, ranked 11th and known for fighting giant monsters in close combat. He continues to sneer and challenge, so why don't you answer him? Sanju lowered his voice. Sit down, it seems I'm right, so the leader must be second, so sit down now. His eyes flash with a powerful blue light. Anseok roared in anger. Curse you, you son of a bitch. A huge slam from the prosecutor causes the water table to ripple. He speaks, so let's see what happens. The prosecutor slightly raised his brow. This idea sounds pretty good. That's right, in the outer area of the raid zone, the land demon monsters are constantly rushing toward us with sharp weapons in their hands. Along with the curses of that bastard, he's unleashing his fury on the demon lizard and throwing them aside. Anseok is venting his anger and swearing that soulless bastard, that arrogant damn dog, he should shut his mouth and listen to us. No one supports him anyway. His hand is now covered in blood from the demon lizard, along with a notification about earning gold for killing monsters. Seeing the glowing spots on the demon lizard's eyes in front of him, Anseok says, I'm sorry for taking out my anger on you guys, but is that all there is, really the end? As he finished speaking, a swarm of lizard gods leapt out of the darkness to attack a huge blaze from somewhere aimed straight at them. The fire seemed to swallow and burn them, and the screams of the lizard gods echoed. Kang Hoon jumped out and said, Big brother, be careful, if you die, we'll be in trouble. Looking around, he continued, turns out this is the perfect hideout for the demon snakes. If they keep multiplying, it will cause problems. Anseok proudly pointed at himself and said, Isn't that why we intervene? We have to kill all the monsters and prevent the world from being destroyed. Kang Hoon added, and the fallen ones too. There's no fairy tale ending. Remember that if we don't stop them, this Korea will end. If we fail to stop the fallen, they will plant the seeds of the world tree, and through human sacrifice the world tree will grow. Anseok turned and said, I don't even know who the fallen is, Kang Hoon explained. No, the fallen aren't demons or players, it's just a name. That's why we're only here to protect the place where the world tree grows from the very seeds of this chaos. Anseok smiles. The prosecutor will handle all the complicated stuff. He keeps his promises well, unlike some guy who just bluffs. There's a helicopter approaching in the sky. He looked up and asked, it seems like the cameraman has already started broadcasting, but the prosecutor should be on the other side. Kang Hoon looked at his phone screen in frustration. Damn it, the big boss is a fake. Anseok panicked, is he dead? Then he pointed inside. I knew it would be like this, but the only response was that they had already arrived at the park. Boss is watching. Isn't that the boss monster's place? Kang Hoon worries. Yeah, maybe he'll get to the boss creature faster than Dung Hoon, that damn fake ghost. On this side, Sanju and his summoned army are trudging into the boss's lair. In the archer team, a pretty stylish person stepped forward. That was the level 11M armor archer Mr. Su. He thought to himself, I've been a genius since I was young, even before the world collapsed like this. Based on past experience, success doesn't depend on skills at all. Relationships and political savvy are what really matter. People's abilities can decline, but in the end, you can always control others with your words. Isn't it strange how in this society people are judged by their skills? Yeah, that's right. People also need to flatter others and kiss up to be popular. He's also part of the team and following behind Sanju. I have received the opportunity thanks to this weaponry. There was a secret meeting between him and Assistant S. She told him not to overdo it today. Alright. He thought just as expected the leader is checking that summoner. Anyway, this is a battle where the summoner is bound to lose, as all the team leaders from the 11 great guilds are participating in the raid. He chuckled to himself. All he needed to do was sit here and wait, and the path to success would naturally unfold before him. That's what he thought, but what on earth is going on? What's happening here? He watches as Gisu with her flame sword slashes out in a blazing arc towards the boss lair, astonished. Mio-su looks at her and wonders what is happening to her. What kind of unreasonable game is this? Why is she suddenly rushing ahead like that? And that monster too, it transformed itself and enjoyed the hunt. Has he tamed a new kind of monster already? How can humans change so much? The last problem is that summoner guy and those armored monsters, what's going on with them? Jiang's book summarizes the Night Squad combining armor and barriers, requiring 40 monsters wearing max level armor or higher to boost the armor effect and defensive shields. Meo Ongsu was stunned. This is the combined effect of the elite strike team. Their collective power is that incredible. Suddenly Sanju turned around and looked at him with her eyes, making him startle. He smiled and asked if he wanted armor like theirs. Don't worry, they are all under his protection. As he finished speaking, the skeletons immediately formed armor on themselves and they panicked, exclaiming that the skeletons were surrounding them. Soon the skeletons formed armor on their bodies, and the warrior looked at each other and said, "This armor is lighter than I thought it would be. It's hard to believe." Myung-soo thought this damn game should end quickly. It's so annoying. Sanju looked at the people behind and thought, in this situation, it's like I'm guiding them. Mr. Su cajoled and called out, "Aren't you a soul wielder yet? I saw one before in that chicken gel house or something like that. If you go through there, you'll see that the park is the boss room." He points toward the glowing room. Wading through the water with the shield and sword faction complaining there's an eerie feeling around, and the deeper we go, the higher the water gets. He continued mumbling, "There might be more strong monsters over there. Our view is limited and the space is tight, so you should try joining a different team." Chubby Bear Hao gathered the dead gods and threw them into a pile, their corpses bulging with spiritual energy and floating on the water. Then Sanju unleashed a powerful attack, causing a huge explosion. The attackers are stunned with the screen constantly notifying gold received. Meanwhile, the nearby divine beings are dead from the explosion, their bodies torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the wreckage in front of us, Sanju said, "We're done." Mo Ong-su was amazed. "I really need the goggles to see around." Above in the sky, a helicopter is approaching. Hanho pointed to the sky and said, "There's a helicopter coming, looks like it's filming us, but its real purpose must be to showcase masterful skills." On the helicopter, the cameraman excitedly shouted, "It's amazing. Dry fog and armor and explosions. I have to film this scene, which could inspire all the survivors. The prosecutor must also be talking about this moment." However, I was initially assigned to record other teams, but I didn't expect to capture such an incredible moment. The audience's reaction was extremely explosive, with constant high levels of interaction and praise for Sanju. The assistant raised his phone to report, telling us that the Special Forces team was in contact with us, and he reached out his hand. "Hand over the phone quickly." Before he could put the headset on, the other end was already pouring rain. "What the hell are you doing? Turn the helicopter back here." He explained that she told us to film another team, but H on this side continued to raise his voice. "You really don't understand what I mean. I told you to do that to check on those teams. Come back immediately, or else you'll regret it." And the cameraman apologized and said he would return right away. So the helicopter turned around. Sanju wondered if they weren't going to film anymore. Hanyu replied that apparently another team had also made some progress. Ignoring the filming, Sanju's team continued quietly wading through the water forward. Finally, they have entered the boss room, led by a bear mount. Jisoo turned to say, "This used to be Juito Park, but now it looks like a jungle." Suddenly a noise causes the birds in the bushes to take flight, and the ground to shake like an earthquake. Sanju warns everyone to be careful. Jisoo panics and yells at him to look in its direction. Sang is appearing from the north, a pillar of light piercing the sky. A notification appears, stating that the boss monster leader of the Divine War Clan has appeared seeking a warrior to challenge, and defeating it will grant a special title. Hanho looks excited, pointing toward the light column. "That's probably the direction. Let's go, senior." Many helicopters are heading toward the light. Hanho wondered what that was. "Isn't that the reconnaissance team? They're really rapid. We just found the boss's location and they appeared right away." Sanju thought they were just looking for an opportunity to monopolize the loot, but I didn't expect them to use helicopters too. Ignoring everything around him, he flew straight here. He's more competitive than I thought, and now Sanju's team faces a multitude of divine snakes. From the plane, Donghoon looked down, and Sanju thought, "There's no regulation in the guild that requires us to stay on the ground, but it's really hard to trust them." Hanho turned back and asked Senior, "What should we do now?" Sanju sighed and said, "What else can we do?" Then he smiled softly. "We can't fly into the sky, so we'll just keep going on our path. I also need to find a way to move through the air." During their journey, they constantly gained gold from defeating monsters. After each defeat, the monster's spirits gathered the remains of the fallen into a pile. Suddenly, a light burst out from Sanju's side, catching everyone by surprise. Hanho turned to remind him, Holding that in hand, this is an experience card, a level C experience card. When used, it grants a lot of experience points, and when the experience points are enough to level up, it will emit a blue light. He remembered that this was an item received from the gold dungeon, and it was glowing, so that means he could reach level 15. If he could acquire the death scythe at this level, he would achieve his first awakening. You have gained enough experience points to level up. Do you want to use the skill card? You smile happily, of course. As Seongwu used it suddenly, Hanho and Jisu's faces became extremely shocked. Then a blue light flashed and Seongwu opened his eyes, but he didn't see anyone. What he saw was something else. There was a flicker of light above, and Seongwu wondered what it was. A prophecy. No, something's different. It feels like my body is truly floating above the void. And from that light, it seems there is someone there. A blue figure gradually materializes from the previous glow. That illusion speaks through the notification screen, so you've arrived, Seongwu, the one who holds the reins of death. It also tells you to find the trident of the death god. The exclusive mission is to find out who is the master of death. The target possesses the lethal weapon, which is believed to awaken for the first time with the exclusive skill. If you do not have enough strength, you will be assimilated by the monstrous creature. In front of Seongwu, a shadow flickered, and a system window appeared. Along with the notification sound, he thought there must be a being behind it. Looking at the shadow, he thought it seemed like it was trying to say something to him, but he couldn't understand anything. Maybe that's why it used the system to talk to me. Looking at the floating entity before me, I feel that it's real. I am facing an unidentified creature, but I feel truly at peace. For some reason, I feel like it won't harm me, like it's very familiar. Seongwu instinctively responds to the call from the system's window. Yes, the shadow responds, be more careful with the death. A cryptic comment. He raised his hand and charged forward to ask, wait, what do you mean? But before he could touch it, the blue shadow disappeared. Seongwu slowly opened his eyes as Hanho and Jisu frantically called his name. They turned to each other, worried, saying he has been gone for about 10 seconds. Is he okay? He points at me with a smile, then his body shifts into another dimension, which means the mission I received from that nameless entity is real. Looking at the two teammates in front of me, I wonder, should I be more careful about death because I might be killed by my own team? A huge explosion erupted in the forest. Seongwu's group was in chaos. Was that smoke from the blast? Did that helicopter crash? Pulling my hood over my head, my eyes full of determination. This is not the time to hesitate after all. I can't complete that mission right now. I need to focus on catching the boss first. After thinking, he pointed towards the explosion and told Hanho and Jisu, from now on we have to go where the boss is. Seongwu turned back to tell the others behind him, Uncle Sue, if you see that you can't catch up, then join another team and try to catch up with us. As they finished speaking, the three of them quickly rushed toward the explosion with Seongwu's summoned beasts. Over here, the flames burned fiercely. What on earth is happening? Looking at the fire in front of him, he thought the helicopter had been attacked, but how could they have attacked it when it had already taken off? A tree branch was stuck right on the window of the plane, probably the reason it was shot down. The prosecutor stepped out of the helicopter into the smoke and fire, carrying someone on his shoulder and telling everyone to wake up. Everyone looked toward the prosecutor, who represented hope and had succeeded in using it just moments before. I see now, it turns out that everyone's survival is thanks to the prosecutor's long-range skills. I said happily, indeed, the prosecutor is different. However, lowering my face with a kiss, I feel a little sad because I couldn't save the pilot. Looking at the divine beings before them, they decided we will take out our anger on the monsters. Another plane is flying in the sky, which belongs to the livestream team. The commentator announced that there are currently 17555 live viewers. Is that ghostly figure really so popular? The admin standing nearby replied that right now he can't help but attract everyone's attention. She was excited because he is the hope of the country. The battle between humans and monsters rages on with the cries of the gods, and the shouts of the assault team echoing these bastards are also easy to fix hope, to kill them all again. I went back to tell them to move the helicopter and destroy them. He saw the prosecutor raising his sword to use his skill, the divine spear trick, creating a circle of justice aimed at the divine ones, causing them to shatter like fragments. On the plane, Ad smiled in admiration and said, did everyone see that was Prosecutor John DeYoung crawling? Dong-hun turned to everyone and said, get ready for a second raid, and the boss's appearance. The team quickly followed orders and got into position. From the middle of the forest, a loud explosion erupted. Ad and the people on the plane saw it and whispered, there it has finally appeared. The Ghoul King has appeared, a horrifying red monster with a small horn on its head wielding a large sword. The prosecutor orders the offense and defense to fire arrows. Let's use ranged attacks. A notification appears on the screen informing that the boss has received the swordsman's blessing, reducing damage from attacks by 90%, causing the divine child to bounce repeatedly when shot. He sees this and immediately orders a ceasefire. Hulong at this moment thinking, I don't know if we're doing much damage to it. But to everyone's surprise, it was unharmed because of its healing ability, making everything else pointless, as the boss monster calmly smiled at them. The demon lord stomped the ground and quickly rushed toward the army in front. It attacked the vanguard, its blades slicing through them with brutal force, and the screams of agony filled the air as blood sprayed everywhere. It raised a large sword above its head ready to strike down, but suddenly something was flying towards it, causing it to hesitate. A powerful attack. Luckily it dodged to the side to avoid it. The prosecutor stepped forward and said, "Everyone back off, the investigation team will handle this, and I will deal with that bastard." He stepped forward, confidently facing his opponent, and saying, "I am your true enemy." The Divine Lord leader glared at the prosecutor fiercely, his eyes appearing extremely sharp. Without making the others wait, it immediately charged forward, swinging its massive sword directly at the prosecutor, who quickly raised his sword to block. The clash between them seemed to be of equal strength. Dong-han thinks, but when it comes to ranged attacks, it is superior thanks to the giant sword, with a much wider range of attack. However, the prosecutor has greater speed, and is faster than it. While lost in thought, the divine leader charged forward, preparing for the next attack, but the prosecutor looked very confident, smiling, convinced that victory would be his if it came to a one-on-one fight. He swung his sword to counterattack, both deflecting the deity's strikes and attacking it again. The clash of the two swords echoed loudly. Above the helicopter, Ad kept praising, "Dong-hun, wasn't he amazing? Just because of one person that monster is trembling, everyone saw that, right?" While he was soloing, the divine leader Kang-hun and Nziak arrived shouting, "Big bro Dong-hun, we're here." They are, the leaders of the Friendship Alliance Guild. Looking into the distance, blue glowing eyes in the darkness among the trees, Dong-hun wondered, is it the soul stone, the fake soul gem coming already? It seems a bit rushed, fearing someone else might steal the credit, so the prosecutor immediately used the Thap Thwong again, aiming directly at the boss. Even after launching a powerful attack, he still felt a bit anxious. There was something strange, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The smile on its face never fades. Even though it's overwhelmed, it seems to be really enjoying the fight. Dong-hun muttered, "It makes me want to tear its mouth apart." It seems the leader of the gods is transforming a bulge, forming on its back as something rises up. It gathers energy and releases a big stream of fire towards the prosecutor, who immediately creates a mana shield to block it. The other members holding their rings to attack, but the prosecutor raised his hand to stop them, telling them not to get close. Looking at his trembling hands, Dong-hun was a bit worried. Both his ring and his defensive power were depleted, and he shouted that if they came closer, everyone would die. "I'll point forward to the boss monster over there." After breathing fire, it's shedding its skin to evolve into an even more terrifying monster. The true boss monster, the battle dragon, has finally appeared, a huge fire dragon hidden behind the form of the divine lizard boss. Stage 2 has begun. The fiery gaze of the creature is fixed on the army. Prosecutor Dong-hun was now very surprised by the appearance of the battle dragon boss. He looked up at its enormous figure, clenched his jaw, and realized he had been deceived all along. It's a dragon. So that's why the person was hiding the true form all this time. The battle dragon attacked the prosecutor, forcing him to raise his sword to defend himself with difficulty and cry out. Dong-hun fought with all his might against its enormous strength, thinking that just blocking the attack made my bones feel like they were about to shatter. I am no match for it. After its attack, he was pushed back a little, and the monster boss prepared to strike Dong-hun again, so he braced himself. It's using its tail to attack. Suddenly, he was stunned to see a sharp sword attached to its tail, an axe. Due to the huge disparity in strength and knowing he cannot block the incoming blade, Dong-hun clenched his teeth until they bled, and was knocked down in front of everyone's shock. Everyone worried about his condition, the prosecutor and Dong-hun. The prosecutor is severely injured from its attack, and their survival status is unclear. The man in the helicopter is speechless, and in shock at the scene below. No, it can't be true. The Stage 2 dragon lizard growls as it moves closer to prosecutor Dong-hun, tears streaming down his face, and Dong-hun painfully says, "It's over." Edge biting his lip to hold back his sadness, but tears kept flowing. Blocking this attack failed. "I'm sorry, everyone. I truly am sorry." Amidst the flames, as the boss monster opened its mouth to bite the prosecutor, a divine lizard monster suddenly shot out from behind, causing a massive explosion and inflicting severe damage on the beast, which roared in pain. Suddenly, the savage bears leapt onto the battle dragon, striking it and making it roar loudly. The bears clinging to it caused the boss monster to panic. The savage bears attacking from on top made it roar. Qianlong tried to shake its body to throw them off. Seongwu, with a fierce aura, suddenly drove his sword straight into the monster boss's head, creating a powerful shockwave. The three people watching online were astounded by his appearance, and Ad immediately exclaimed, still in disbelief, while the cameraman confirmed it was indeed him. Viewers watching live on their phones also cheered at Seongwu's timely appearance, calling him Su Gyeoho. Seongwu has arrived, he's here. He's here. Meanwhile, T-Sung is also watching and praising him. Truly a leader showing up at the right moment, just like the main character in a movie. Seeing Seongwu arrive at this critical moment, I thought to myself, I didn't expect the ghost to appear so quickly, but luckily she's on the helicopter, yelling loudly, "Whatever the reward is, I don't care. Finish this battle and save everyone." At this moment, the monster below, wounded by Seongwu's sword, is howling in pain. Seongwu, standing aside, lets out a cry and then collapses unconscious. He looked at it with a puzzled expression, while Kang-hoon and Anseo-K were on one side destroying the monstrous landme, but they still paid attention to Seongwu's battle and the long fight, and Anseo-K couldn't help but admire. so he intended to attack it with the tree and then tear it apart with the sword. He also nodded in agreement. We can win now, the fake soul could win already. On the helicopter, an assistant urgently informed Ad that all the soldiers around the armored truck were monsters, and she exclaimed in panic. Ad gritted his teeth in anger, but inside he thought those damn bastards. Fighting the boss one-on-one was just an option given to the players, and nothing was mentioned about other monsters. If things keep going like this, don't challenge her, she quickly ordered, contacting everyone to tell them to protect the soul diver. Immediately, the soldiers in the assault team formed an arc in front of Anseo and Kang-hoon to protect them. You won't get through. Han-ho watched from afar, then smiled schemingly. It seems they already know who to support. The huge savage bear charged forward and struck the boss monster's head with its hammer. This time, it looks like it truly collapsed. Manhwa outside, watching this scene, happily shouting, "At last we've defeated the monster." Seongwu looked at the fallen creature in the water with suspicion. Could it really be so easily killed? No way. A sudden voice sounded when the dragon's tail moved. It's shifting, no way. Everyone was confused, watching intently. Han-ho said it must be that it's no longer alive. Jisoo also had a hunch like Seongwu and thought that this monster was suspicious. Something seemed off. The boss monster that was lying down had now stood up as if normal, and only then did he realize it seemed to be in stage 3. The system announces that the hidden nest seed of the boss has been blocked. The mission to find the similarities between the hero and the reason is completed. Until the boss is defeated, all exits of the Cell Widow will be locked, and the battle dragon enters stage 3, growling at Seongwu's group. Seongwu read the notification from the system, furrowing his brow in anger, thinking the system window is always full of problems and abnormalities. It's manipulating us. Everyone panic shouted at the appearance of the boss monster. Those monsters are so strange. Stop them from coming here. Now not only is stage 3 of the Demon King present, but also more and more of the green divine beings appear, surprising everyone. They're like zombies. He asked, have all the stage 3 bosses been defeated, and is the electrical chaos worse now? Are the monsters already transformed? Han-ho and Jisoo are in charge of commanding the fight against those divine monsters, which reassures Seongwu. I trust Han-ho and Jisoo to stop that corrupted divine horde. This guy is the real problem, while you and the Berserk Bear have to face the Tier 3 Dragonheart boss with power that cannot be underestimated. This Fire Shield segment is now several times stronger than when it was in Phase 2, catching everyone off guard and shouting for help. Even its subordinates are overwhelmed. This is too terrifying to be explained in words, affecting not only the assault squad. Even the divine army was wiped out by that fiery attack. Its tremendous power left Seongwu helpless, not knowing what to do, so he used a sacrificial explosion to create a huge blast that banished everything around him into chaos. As the smoke gradually cleared, it appeared slowly, with a terrifying look, seemingly unaffected, its face full of murderous intent to hunt even more, but to no avail. Champ Dragon responded with a powerful barrage of firepower, forcing the ferocious gator to raise its arms to shield itself, struggling to withstand the attack. The system announces once again that undead has returned to eternal death, and the bloodied bodies of the brawler bears seem like they could die from just one more attack, making Seongwu worried. My savage bears have instantly turned into nothing. I can't think of any plan in this situation. I have to distract it with a drain attack. Once again, the notification sounds. The Death Star is now under your control. He ordered Han-ho and Jisoo to fight. Han-ho, Jisoo, fall back. We can't defeat the boss and take down the monster at the same time. Let's fall back to the new strategic plan and deal with the monster next time, he said, as he looked at the giant creature frantically attacking. Jisoo looked towards the extermination team and asked, what about the others? Seongwu looked at them and calmly replied, let's split up and retreat before they arrive in greater numbers, because monsters always attack crowded places. Seongwu earnestly advises them, even though we are all in danger, everyone should prioritize their own safety first. Jisoo listened without replying, while young Han-ho politely obeyed and said, yes, senior. Then Seongwu hurriedly chased them away, saying, let's get out of here, and as he ran toward the scouting team, he called out, everyone, retreat now. The soldiers in the pursuit team could only follow orders retreat after their mission failed and run away. Han-ho, while escaping, came across someone familiar lying motionless nearby that person. He approached the boy, recognizing his identity in shock, and exclaimed, Prosecutor Y, wake up. Han-ho moved closer to him to help him wake up anxiously, looking around continuously, saying, why are you here? We can't just sit still like this. We have to run. Suddenly, the monster roared and appeared right behind the kid, making Han-ho startle and turn around in fear. At this moment, the kid, trembling with tears streaming down his face, desperately called Seongwu for help, reminding Han-ho of his senior's warning. In a situation where everyone is in danger, each person's survival is the most important, and the third stage dragon's giant mouth opened to swallow Han-ho, who is crying and scared, but still holds the prosecutor closely to protect him. Fortunately, Rai rushes in with a new attack to help Han-ho and the prosecutor keep their lives, and the boy, witnessing the giant monster being defeated, exclaims, what is that? Rai uses the net teeth skill on it, easily avoiding the monster's attack with his agility. Han-ho looks over and shouts, oh, over there, but his words are interrupted as Seongwu stabs the dragon's horn above his head and complains, oh my god, you should have just cared for yourself. The left eye of the war dragon stabbed by him angered it immensely. Immediately its tail whipped through, cutting off Seongwoo's arm, causing both Hanho and even him to be stunned, and the boy clung to him in fear. Senior Seongwoo's arm was cut off by the sword on the dragon's tail. He instantly vanished before the dragon's roar. Suddenly, Hanho was pulled back by a hand grabbing his collar. Turning around, he realized that this was really Seongwoo. The kid, confused and unaware, asked Senior, "Was that the clone just now?" And he quickly replied, "It's the substitute ego." At this moment, the system notification sounds displaying the item information. Black King's ring level legendary category ring effect increases agility by 3, stamina by 2. When attacking in the darkness, a clone will be summoned to fight alongside you. The substitute avatar deals 50% of your damage. Seongwoo looked at the ring on his hand and said to himself, "I can't deal damage, but this is enough to blind it. I remember that last attack. I finally exhausted all my strength, but the substitute soul with 50% damage dealt a blow to its eye that proved more effective." The battle dragon growled furiously, panting heavily. Then it shouted loudly in fury, charging wildly toward them. Hanho was warned by its menacing glare. "It's coming this way, Senior." Seongwoo clenched his teeth, turning his head to look at its madness with suspicion. "Did I provoke it? Is it targeting us?" Suddenly a stream of fire was launched towards it. This attack was powerful enough to make the war dragon step back several paces. "Jisoo, I told you we should have separated." She answered firmly, "I will fight alongside you. The three of us must always stay together." Everyone was very happy with her decision. Hanho was so moved he couldn't speak Jisoo's sister. Seongwoo also didn't oppose it and smiled proudly. "She probably has a lot to say, but right now we're quite busy." Everyone quickly regained their composure, but facing the current concerning issue, he said he would handle his monster. "After defeating the boss, we'll talk more." The system appears. Calls of death are starting in this area, and the battle dragon roars as it attacks chaotically. Seongwoo also fought back with a corpse explosion that caused a significant tremor. As he watched the dry fog rushing toward the boss monster, he thought, "We have to catch the boss," but the current situation is hopeless, and the corpse explosion did nothing to it. I don't know if it did it on purpose, but it didn't eat a single zombie. This time, the third stage dragon is very smart. It only uses its wings to fight the dry fog, making them break apart. The dried corpses only show their full power when consumed, and since it doesn't do that, Seongwoo's worries grow. There's no way to make the explosion happen inside. Continuously summoning more dried corpses also proves ineffective, and Hanho and Jisoo on the other side are also trying their best to fight the divine storm. It destroys the dry fog even faster than Hanho and Jisoo. A fireball with sharp fangs appears from its mouth, surprising Seongwoo fire aura. He slims down and slips back, seeing Jisoo and Hanho still fighting the demon lords. He snarls, "Damn it, they're all behind me now." A stream of fire erupts, unleashing a blast of flames toward them. Seongwoo struggles to hold on his sleeves tight against his arm. Hanho and Jisoo now realize the danger and worry for his life as he fights alone, calling out Senior Seongwoo Yen, clenching his teeth and trying to endure. When the attack ends and the dust settles, Seongwoo exhausted kneels on the ground, gasping, barely able to withstand that strike, and the dry fog has completely disappeared. He seems out of strength to hold on, raising his head to look at the berserk dragon charging at him. "I have exhausted my energy." The boss monster once again controls its tail equipped with a sword. Just when it seemed Seongwoo was doomed, Hanho appeared in front of him to block the attack, saying, "I will protect the senior." The gold system notification surprised Hanho. "Your armor has been broken." The boy's armor is broken, which means death is near, and once again the tail lunges at him. Sung shouts, and Rai rushes forward to block the attack, with his sword shattering it into many pieces. It uses its small body to respond swiftly to the monster boss. Rai immediately uses the blade on its tail to cut off the tail of the combat dragon, surprising everyone. It cut off the beast's tail and fled the injured dragon, screaming in pain. Rai sensed danger and quickly pushed Hanho away. Rai has also exhausted all his strength and collapses. The monster boss's claws are pointed at him with constant growling. Hanho is thrown away, crying out, "No, don't do this." It used all its strength to raise its hand as if saying goodbye to the kid. What must come will come, and Rai was crushed to death by the war dragon, his body shattered. Hanho's eyes widened in shock at this scene, tears still lingering on his eyelids, as a notification from the system appeared once again. "Your close friend Seongwu has returned to eternal death." The boy became insane after Rai's sacrifice, crying loudly and screaming to kill the monster boss to get revenge for him, his right arm. Senior Jisoo, quickly get out of the way. Hanho has lost his mind and is listening to Jisoo's advice. Hanho, calm down. Where did the huge bear come from that made Hanho and Jisoo so amazed? Seongwoo pats the kid's head and comforts him, telling him to try to survive. "I'm facing the dragon alone to hold it back. While the giant bear follows my orders and makes them run, they scream in terror." "Senior Sanjiwoo, what are you doing?" He is tense and thinking about the current situation, having barely recovered from that attack. That monster is truly incredible, and right now it seems there's no sign of life except for Seongwoo. Its strength is something you can't predict. It always attacks harder than I expect. And it never gives up its goal. Instead of chasing Bao Gao with Jisoo and Hanho, it's still here. He controls the scattered fog particles to buy more time, using the fog fragments to craft a shield to defend against the boss creature's attack. It used its claw to strike at him, but luckily the shield of ice held up. Those on the helicopter were frightened at this sight. The man was desperate, even the fake spirit was, and Et's voice cut off his words. No, we haven't finished talking yet. The phantom soul is still fighting until the very end. Don't lose hope. She seems to have placed all her faith in Seongwu below. The power of the Qianlong is so great that it shatters the shield and even he gets hurt. Shards of snow flying everywhere make Seongwu grit his teeth and endure. His tail is slashed off and he is thrown to the ground. On the helicopter, Ito worryingly exclaimed his leg has been hit, and the man next to Junjun said, I don't think he can hold out anymore. The Beastie King prepares to fire at Seongwu, lying on the ground, stopping his attack. He loses hope. He's truly failed. He fought to survive until now, but is he really going to die like his parents? These last moments make Seongwu remember his close colleagues, Hanho and Jisoo. But he also smiled with satisfaction. At least I didn't fail completely. The boss monster, Chenglong, used fire energy with enormous power. Seongwu's body is engulfed in flames, and he accepts it without resistance because he has no strength left to fight back. Hanho and Jisoo's team has run far away from the scene, and hearing the sound of a huge explosion knows something bad has happened, calling out in worry, Senior, be careful. Open his eyes. Seongwu found himself in a strange space. Where is this? Have I already died? He looked around and sighed after the brutal battle with the demon boss. Honestly, I only survived by luck and my possessions. And my teammates too. As he gazes at the sky, Seongwu seems to see the shadows of Hanho and Jisoo. He's not afraid of death, but worries about others. Now that he's dead, he guesses that even the dried mist is the same. I wonder if they're still alive. A green aura flashes, and calls out his name, Ju Sanji Wu, startling him and making him suspicious a stranger. A mysterious figure dressed in a dark cloak appears before Sanji Wu, leading him to wonder, is this what death looks like, or is it because I've already died that I can see him? Are you here to take me away? He kept questioning, then continued, heaven or hell or something, I don't know, but whatever, let's go. I'm tired now, I want to stop, Seongwu calmly told the man in black. He chuckled softly, not even 30, but so easily exhausted. Seong. Wu looked at him with suspicion, wondering why the Grim Reaper behaved like an old man. I didn't come here to see my son like this, the man said, surprising Seongwu. Dad, is that really you? But right now, deep inside, I still feel incredibly confused. He just smiled gently and said, who knows, but right now this doesn't really matter, does it? Seongwu turned away and sighed in relief. His father was right, everything was over now. Looking back, this ending suited him the most. Recalling the fire that day, he couldn't help but feel an utmost sadness. Death is a terrifying thing, an unnamed fear that everything might vanish into nothingness. A raging fire devours everything like a visible cut in front of my eyes. I quietly think that if spirits truly exist, they would help us be less afraid, because we still have to face our sins. Suddenly Seongwu notices his father's briefly sad face and quickly asks, are you angry with me, Dad? I hesitated for a moment, then continued. When our house caught fire, I abandoned the family and ran away alone to survive. At that point my eyes were filled with immense pain. I ran because I was afraid I would die, but in the end I saw you gradually sinking into that terrifying sea of laziness. Recalling the image of myself working tirelessly, and unable to hold back my feelings, I have lived with incredible resilience, and during battles I always strive to become stronger. The innocent people are full of fear, and the terrifying dragon faces are increasing in number, Seongwu says with a sad tone. I tried not to cause problems beyond my control. I thought I had overcome them and grown up well. At this point he paused for a moment, then looked at his father and finally realized that he had failed, and met his father again like this. Suddenly he saw his father's body trembling, as if shivering for no clear reason. Then he looked up, started laughing out loud and said, have you been worrying about such trivial things all this time? Seongwu asked in surprise, what do you mean? And he made a teasing face as he continued, I thought you were grown up, but it turns out you're still very young. You didn't want to get scolded by your father, so you ran away, right? Hearing this you were at a loss for words. Could this really be my father? Then he seriously continued, how old were you? Then do you really think you could have gotten anything out of such an urgent situation? These words made Seongwu want to argue, but he couldn't. Daddy shows me how to marry gently. Also, I didn't run away, I just did as I was told. Think back and remember. At that moment the image of a house appears and he says we were together then. A huge fire engulfed the entire house, and I thought to myself that it was just someone's hatred. At that moment the family was sleeping and I didn't know if that fire had started inside. Seongwu's father was standing in front trying to protect me, shouting, damn it, my mother is still inside the room. At that moment he stroked Seongwu's head and advised him to leave first and not come back. He struggled fiercely to hold onto his father's leg. The father smiled and gestured to Seongwu, saying he would find his mother and return to him. Hearing that, he suddenly started and looked up in shock, as if years of living with guilt had finally caught up with him. His father then smiled proudly and said, we are your parents, so we will definitely not let you rush into danger. Seongwu stood there, bewildered silently, thinking to himself, so that's how it was. I had completely forgotten those memories. My parents are good people. Seongwu calmly sorted through the past. Back then the accident happened because of a short circuit in the fuse. Our house was already quite old. Dad, you also couldn't save Mom, you failed just like me. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and said, I failed. Then he continued, that is not failure. I saved you, and at this point, you are completely unresponsive. Looking back at the image of his son over the past time, he added, and you are not a failure either. Now, Seongwu finally understood everything. He clenched his fists tightly and replied, I understand I am not a failure himself. Then he continued confidently so, from now on. The father suddenly interrupted and asked, do you think about fighting me? Do you want to come back? Seongwu replied immediately, I don't think I will be defeated anymore. Suddenly he reached out his hand and pointed straight in that direction. At that moment, the boy turned his head to look where his father was pointing and saw a greenish light. He said, don't go back over there. Seongwu turned his back and walked away, but his eyes stayed fixed on his father with a lingering gaze. He smiled and said, I am really happy to see you again after such a long time. The man then urged his son, okay, go quickly, there's someone waiting for you. Suddenly he raised his hand to his head and spoke, oh, I almost forgot, so the boy turned his head and kept walking but then stopped. He threw a wooden stick he had been holding and said, here is yours. The system immediately announced you have been assigned a special mission. Identify the cause of death and you will be rewarded afterward. Your fate will change slightly. The scene shifts to the real world where chaos erupts as someone screams in rage and something begins to touch the sandy ground, splattering everywhere. Hanho is still crying and screaming, desperately saying it can't be Senior, can't die here. As for Jisoo, she is too shocked to speak while Seung and Seongyu are also. Junghoon, struggling to stand, said we failed, even Seongwoo. Then he looked at Jisoo and Hanho who were staring at him with strange expressions and he immediately realized, are they showing disgust? I get it now. He painfully embraced his own shoulder. This is the punishment, a punishment for myself. Recalling for a moment, he continued, I still vividly remember Hanho saved me. His passive skill is no joke. At this moment, the system pops up a notification stating that the skill is called Hero Spirit, a high-level passive with no mana cost, and you have gained high-tier spirit energy. Those around you will become panicked and suddenly feel guilty towards you, with the effect strengthening as the enemy's level decreases. He immediately regained his resolve, thinking of his 3 teammates with a sigh. Blocking these dual blades was to hunt the boss monster, but our strongest member had already died. Dunghoon clenched his fists tightly, realizing he was too hasty and blinded by the rewards, and his inability to adapt to this battle led to our failure. He unconsciously frowned. I have to make things right. The world is about to fall into apocalyptic chaos, and I'm still standing here. Suddenly, Minhoa hurried over and said urgently, Commander, stay calm. He glanced away with disgust. Hanho saved me, so Minhoa abandoned us, right? Looking at the monster, Minhoa continued, Commander, we're retreating now, and he replied, I knew it would come to that. As they left, Dunghoon looked back at his injured teammates and silently promised himself that he would protect Hanho and Jisoo. The 4 of them gradually left this terrifying place together. Suddenly, a swarm of clouds gathered from nowhere, attracting their attention. Jisoo shouted, why is the sky turning dark? And when Dunghoon saw the ominous cloud appearing out of nowhere, his face suddenly became extremely tense. Just as the system appeared, warning that the program had started in this area, Jisoo and Hanho became very frightened. Still holding the gun and incredibly angry, a helicopter continued to support Dunghoon's team above. At this moment it seems she saw something. Ad shouted with a serious expression, look, that blue light. Looking deeper inside, someone is fighting. Could it be a ghost impersonator? It turns out Seongyu has returned in a completely different, really cool form. Ad and his friend behind him look expressionless. Damn it, could he be a Chua honja? No, it's just a little dog. Seongyu is still a bit confused, feeling like his senses are off. No, I can't feel anything. Am I still alive or not? The system prompts that, thanks to the Chua honja title, you have been resurrected with a revival time of 21 days, and hearing this, you feel confused. Resurrection? Is this really a resurrection? The system announces that the first awakening has been triggered. You can reincarnate the Reaper's scythe and summon giant monsters to form a battle team. Thanks to the first awakening in history, you have gained a secret shop coupon limited to 50 uses. Seongyu directly holds it in his hand, and skill information appears with the name of the Death Scythe taking shape. With the first awakening level in an active state, no stamina needed each day, you can use the Death God's Scythe for 1 hour and transform into a lich. Linley smiled, then a lich trick, not bad at all. At this moment, the battle dragon is fiercely enraged and howling continuously. Seongyu calmly said, that dragon, do you want to become our toy? You smoothly raise your hand and continue, now it's my turn. Seongyu soared up and then shook himself, beams of blue light radiating powerfully. Phase 2 begins. The footsteps gradually quicken on the water's surface. Hanho excitedly said loudly, look, surely the senior's skill has been activated. Jisoo quickly replied, you mean Seongyu is still alive? Only Dunghoon and Minhoa looked somewhat confused, surprised that the corpse still lived. How could he still be alive after taking a deadly blow? Jisoo immediately asked, is Seongyu safe? Hanho, tears streaming down his face, replied, Senior, we're coming to help. Seeing that face and body, Hanho froze in shock. Oh no, the senior has turned into a kneeling figure. Jisoo hurriedly pulled him back and said, "No, look at that scythe. He's already completed the awakening mission." Facing the giant monster before him, Han's power still felt overwhelmingly strong. A dazzling Sang figure blinded by the light mixed with the sound of breaking bones and agonized screams. After a moment of system notifications, your defeated member has been revived. The journalists cheer happily. The dry fog keeps reviving. Did everyone see that the monster caused by the soul gem is immortal now? Suddenly flames began to appear from above and spread downward, then suddenly exploded. Now the creature's body beneath us was glowing, and only then did he speak up, creating a protective armor. The flames erupting too fiercely caused Han to panic, spreading to this side as well. Dung Han immediately signaled everyone retreat, and a weapon was instantly drawn with incredible speed. At this moment, Seongwu holding his weapon charges towards the monster. Suddenly Hanho rushes over, embracing Seongwu in tears, begging him not to abandon them, asking him to face life and death together, while Minhoa nervously stammers behind, saying, "I believe in you." Seongwu immediately turned back to the fight, coldly asking the monster, "Why don't you increase your strength? Are you tired?" Then he directly pointed his sickle forward and said, "Sorry, but I possess endless life and power." The skeletons keep attacking with their weapons, causing the creature to cry out in pain. You roar loudly, craft iron armor, and immediately afterward, a giant robot appears. Seongwu commanded it with fierce anger, just to crush it completely. The beast was now unable to fight back its body, continuously attacked, blood spilling out non-stop. At this moment, the helicopter above comments that it's not dead yet. Anyone weak in both spirit and body should stay away, just watch the broadcast. It growls weakly a few times, its breath beginning to shake badly. Seongwu nodded and said, "That's right, finish it off." Then a second version of Seongwu drew the sword and wiped it towards the battle dragon. As soon as the main body made contact, part of its head was immediately severed. The system now displayed a countdown of 4, 3, 3, 5 days remaining before confirmation, just as the main body's sword was driven directly into its own body. The system showed the next notification: you have obtained 1115556 gold for defeating the lava race in the Uedo swamp. Now that creature has been completely defeated, lying flat beneath the skeletons. The system displays that you have acquired the Amateur Hunter title, with +2 bonus to strength and 30% bonus to resistance. Everyone cheers happily because Seung is delighted it's over. I knew he could do it. Taeshung couldn't hide his emotions either as they shouted in unison, "What is this? I just saw. What is this? Also another time at last I finally succeeded." Suddenly, your hand is embraced by a blue flame, and Seongwu gently says, "Come here." A cloud of smoke rises, forming a thunderhead, and the system notifies you that Andad, now under your control, has become a close family member. Below, Zhonghong, seeing this scene, looked confused and thought to himself, "That's dried fog," while Minhoa exclaimed loudly, "Crazy, how is it possible? Does he really control it? If so, the gap between us will only get bigger." Suddenly, Seongwu appeared in front of Jisoo, causing Hanho to panic. "Senior, I know you're still alive," Seongwu just whispered. "I've died once already," Jisoo said, completely shaken as she covered her mouth. "With that appearance, he'll return to normal, right?" At this moment, the cleanup team was approaching the dragon, and the system immediately displayed information: the skin of the dragon monster hero level crafting material. This is the super tough skin of the dragon beast, still not fully developed due to its young age, but it is the strongest skin type. At this moment, you can give Seongwu a purple item, and the system will display the information: the legendary dragon beast heart. This material is highly valuable and different from smaller organ-like items, so you need to handle it carefully. After hearing this, Seongwu exclaimed, "Oh, so this is an item that can create equipment." There is also one more thing called the Seed of Life, an epic level undefined type, with an undefined effect detailed. It emits an extremely strange feeling, and this seed is directly connected to the non-happy ending we saw in the prophecy. At this moment, Seongwu has returned to his normal form, and he thought to himself, will everything be erased after this item? The cameraman kid ran over, handed the mic, and started speaking. "Hey, honja, just one sentence. Please say something to the audience." Seongwu coldly turned and responded, "Those who said they would protect you, don't trust them too much." After hearing this, the kid didn't know how to react. Those praised as saviors of the survivors and self-proclaimed heroes turned out to be useless. The system has previously checked groups and found many unfit to survive. Seongwu looked down and continued resolutely, "If we lack the strength to jump into the fire, it proves we also lack the power to escape it. We must become stronger." Suddenly the ground shook violently, causing everyone to brace themselves. Then they all started panicking and asking each other why the volcano behind them suddenly erupted so violently. That was Gajandium Poma. Timas rushes over in a panic and calls out the commander. After stopping, she quickly says that someone has attacked the station, and Seonghun immediately asks who it is. Seongwu, hearing their conversation, silently thought, "Is the guild's special forces re-embarking to attack the station at this time? Now the helicopter is taking off. Everyone, get out of this area." "That's right, reconnaissance team. Get everyone on the helicopter." The flames are burning fiercely, but what's strange is that the smoke is black. Seongwu is a bit confused. It's definitely a sign of abyss. No way could it be that that group altered the deadly bomb's effect. The scene shifts to the helicopter as they quickly evacuate at full speed, and suddenly Seonghun drops to his knees in front of Seongwu and loudly pleads, "Please help us." Then he whispered softly, "There are still many residents at the station, and now in this situation, I can't do anything either." Seonghoon thought to himself, "I can't just sit still and accept this, I have to act." Seongyu looked down as if to help him up and said, "I have a lot to tell you, but now is not the right time." Seonghoon was already badly injured, but he still managed to reply, "I am sorry." The helicopter team yells that they are close to the destination, but due to the smoky village, they plan to land outside the town and asks everyone to be ready to move forward as they are starting to evacuate the victims from the station. Below. "What the prisoners?" Ed quickly asked with a tense voice. "Who provided this information?" Jin nodded immediately. "Yes, I saw them exchanging signals." From behind, Seongyu listened to everything and thought for a moment, so even the guild administrators knew about this. This is a meeting of scientist merchants, including the sponsor and a few other crazed individuals. The surrounding air was extremely gloomy, filled with all-encompassing black smoke. Seongyu raised his hand to test it briefly, then thought for a moment, noting the lighter color. Abyss, they did this to increase its spread. Even though the situation is so serious, the exploration team can't do anything. With this in mind, he turned back and said, "I will go inside. Please protect everyone outside." At this moment, Han let out a small cough and whispered, "Those guys are doing it right," Senior Jisoo replied. "The Monster Alliance hates humans." Hearing this, Seongyu prepared to fight and said, "If the sponsor has confirmed it, then from now on they are a thorn in our side." At this point, I realized that judging by how they are targeting Zondeong Station, the Sugwon village might also be vulnerable to attack while the main forces are away. A ghostly hand gradually appears, and I silently vow to catch them myself and confirm it personally. At this moment, a massive thorny vine appeared behind him, and Seongyu calmly said, "It's time to introduce you, Longcott." Immediately the space at the train station darkened, and black mist swirled in the wind. Hyunai asked, "Still some rebels left?" If that's the case, dealing with them wouldn't be difficult." Hyoi replied, "Most of our troops are already exhausted from the sudden attack." Zoe suddenly snapped, "So those humans think we won't attack anymore, you idiots? They won't understand that those who can't adapt to the new era are doomed." At this point, Hyunai frowningly asks again how long the ritual will last, and Joy responds, "You know those rebels right, the mages will handle that. It's rare to see anyone lucky enough to eat the brains of mages." Hyunai, upon hearing this, replied, "So why can I only eat the brains of the defending enemies? I also used my claws." The wolf laughed out loud, "You're so stupid, but anyway, you're better than those damn scientists." When he finished speaking, Xiao glanced behind and said, "When we die, do they want to take our corpses to make a divine fire or something like that?" Hyunai immediately responded, "Divine fire, I want that too." Suddenly Longcott wiped his side, directly devouring the Savage XOI. The system announced that you have gained 3,000 rings for killing the Savage XOI. Then Seongwu also appeared below Longcott, walking with increasing speed. As soon as he went inside, he sighed in relief, thinking, "I thought they spread out across the street, but it turns out they all gathered in one spot." After Seongwu returned, he ordered Longcott to come back. "Just go back. Now I can personally catch those monsters and deal with each one of them myself." Now on the rooftop, amidst the swirling black smoke, a level 2 wild buffalo man appears, carrying 2 unconscious people draped over his shoulders. Chuot immediately took out some books and replied, "They require us to catch as many players as possible. There are still many more on the other floors." Then Chuo sat down, packed some bodies, and asked again, "So all these people will be used as test subjects, right?" The bull responded immediately, "How would we know what they're planning to do?" Then the bull P responded as if deep in thought, "I heard it's to die and gain experience or something like that." Hearing this, Chut was startled and asked again, "How could that be?" Bull responded, "There's nothing we can't do now that we've turned into monsters, right?" Chut whistled and replied, "Sure, I once thought I was born to be just a Chut, but life isn't that bad either." Suddenly, a new notification appeared, warning that the Sword of the Fallen had been activated in this area, surprising the bull completely. He quickly brought up the screen to check, and Chut hurriedly called out, "Big brother, look over there." But before he could finish speaking, Xuanwu's skeletal essence seized the Chut and drove it to the ground, blood pouring out profusely before the Tot's eyes. He shouted, "Who are you guys?" Only then did he notice above his head that something was gradually appearing. Exactly, Longcott directly punched him in the face, leaving him no chance to defend and taking the full blow. Then the bull charged immediately, running straight at Longcott and grabbing the boy, muttering angrily, "What kind of monsters are these?" Then, as he stood and looked across, the bull was startled. His skeletal bones, the 2-toed foot of the bull, immediately ignited, enveloping his leg. The bull continued to charge upward while shouting the iron horn. He kept attacking relentlessly, forcing the bone dragon to be unable to resist a conscious mind awake. The system then displayed a notification: "Your member has returned to the eternal death realm." At this point, he finally looked up at the sky and shouted, "Where are the flies? I know who you are. Come out here, soul summoner over there." An instant, a spear slit through the air with incredible speed appeared. It skewers straight through the back of the bull, and he has no idea, so his blood sprays out like rain. He becomes so anguished he loses his mind, mumbling, damn, this hair-esque magic." Seongyu coldly charged forward and replied, "So you are the one who has the skill to emit poisonous gas." At this moment, the sword directly pierced through the back of the wild bull. In this lifetime here, the system immediately notified me that I had acquired 3,000,000 rings for the arena from the wild, level 2 bull, and upon hearing this, Seongwu was a bit surprised. The level 2 upgrade, and double the gold rewarded, really show that these guys are on a different level. A moment later, Seongwu quickly recovers what he just killed and says, "Thanks to you, I now have a stronger monster fog. The system announces that the dead now belong to your control." Then he notices the aura beside him, and frowns still alive. If he keeps breathing this toxic air, he will eventually die. Thinking so, he quickly dismissed his ghostly minions, and shouted aloud, "Let's go up, we have to get everyone out now. Check all the floors and move them out of here." The toxic air gets thicker, and the sky above this station isn't any better. Inside, Seongwu and the monster fog are fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a yellow circle appears, and the system immediately announces that a terrifying spell recall is happening in the area. Seeing this, Seongwu looked upset, absorbing again that thing. "What more do you want to do? I don't have time to hesitate." He immediately led the fog monsters to run as fast as possible. You and your companions quickly approached the front of the building, suddenly had to stop, and your face showed clear confusion. It turns out there's another monster that appeared from that circle, so he asks, "Who are you?" Looking at the hole emitting toxic gases, Seongwu silently thinks, "Stay calm and find the culprit first," but now the fog is spreading everywhere. Bao Zoi pointed at Seongwu and said, "Damn it, a spirit-possessing monster." Another Xoi responded, "What's wrong with him? Why can't the power of hell affect him?" Bao Zoi suddenly grew furious. "Don't let him escape, just catch him. I can wait for the experiment to happen later." At this moment, Seongwu noticed what the asshole wolf was doing, and frowned the magic circle. The tricking spirit magic is exactly that. Seongwu then extended his staff forward and said, "I don't have time to play with you guys." Upon hearing this, they looked at each other, confused, not understanding what was happening. Tonight the sky is very gloomy, but it's also the night of the full moon, and below Seongwu is fighting against monsters to protect humans, he softly says. Luckily, it's already night. System notification. You have summoned the Grim Reaper's scythe with a time limit of 59 minutes and 58 seconds. You now possess the power of a monster, lich, with the maximum number of summoned monsters increased by 50. Xingyu looked at them and said, "So I can use the scythe for an hour each day, but for you guys, 5 minutes is more than enough." Vast clouds of fog suddenly appear, causing the wolf troops to panic and retreat. The brutal wolf growls a few times. "Listen, just destroy its skull. If it were you, we could easily defeat it." Amid the blazing battlefield, the system keeps notifying that your defeated ghost monsters are reviving. Seeing this, Xingyu sighs and says, "You're pretty good, but in this situation you'll have to admit defeat ghosts." The swarm of wolves started howling desperately for help. The brutal wolf's face was now terrified, but inside his mind he kept thinking, "Amazing. Seeing this, I'm sure the researchers would drool over it." At this moment he sat down, placed his hand into the circle, and quietly said, "It's too late for you now, not yet a ghost." A stream of black smoke was gradually being pulled up from the magic circle, as the system announced, warning a terrifying teleportation spell is occurring in this area. He then stood up, spreading his arms wide, and loudly said, "Fools, you already knew we exist in this world but still went ahead with the live broadcast, didn't you? I find it very amusing to see you waste your energy on this nonsense." As he reached this point, he extended his hand forward and continued speaking, saying that from now on this world will. Before he could finish, a massive explosion erupted right before his eyes, catching him off guard. At this moment, whether some force was at play or not, he was sent flying forward as if punched by someone. Then another explosion like a sunset thunderstorm erupted, causing the entire space to seem to shatter. At this moment, Seongwu quickly spoke, "Retreat first." As for the wolf, he was just lying motionless among the ruins, unable to move at all. Seongwu slowly approached and asked, "What did you suffer from?" The stubborn red wolf replied boastfully, "Humans are doomed." At that moment, the entire building began to explode, and as Seongwu looked over, someone warned him to be careful. A very terrifying monster was about to appear. The system immediately issued a warning that the boss monster of the raid was approaching this area. At this moment, someone in the crowd sat down abruptly after drinking a bottle of water and realized that Seongyu's body was also quite injured. He silently thought to himself that even though he had consumed the potion of power, his condition hadn't improved much, and perhaps he was standing at the threshold of death. Thinking of this, he shrugged his shoulders and frowned as he recalled the earlier scene. Seong-woo had even died but was still able to revive. As he thought about it, his face grew even more worried. The Korean peninsula, which he believed to be the safest place, now finds itself in such a dangerous situation. Transition to Hanho and Jisoo, noticing Seongyu's fog monster, excitedly pointing out, "Look, that's the monster Rekka summoned earlier. They're saving the civilians and getting everyone out. Even the ghost is already rescuing people." Dunghong gazes regretfully at the happy people behind him, realizing he was wrong. His way of developing the guild was wrong. "I bite my lip in frustration because I keep thinking that I can't do anything alone, so I haven't gotten any stronger. In reality, it's actually the opposite. It's the result of believing myself to be the best." The system now announces that a terrible spell revival has begun in this area. This surprised Dunghon, who looked up while Jisoo sighed, sensing that the signs of Hell's life were slowly fading away. Then Jisoo and Hanho led their team and hurriedly ran toward the station. In front of the station, a fog monster was fighting intensely. Suddenly, a loud voice announced that the Soul Resuscitator was there, and the Jeondeung Po station was collapsing. At this moment, a giant hand floated up from below the ground. Immediately after, its body was fully upright on the ground. The system announced that the OG boss monster warrior had appeared. The raging wolf smiled broadly. Even though its body was exhausted, it kept fighting back. Do you think you can defeat it? Even if you do, your plan will be in vain. As he brushed past and saw Seongwu staring intently at him, he exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" Seongwu smirked and replied, "Probably. He's too busy drawing magic circles to watch the broadcast till the end." Longkwok then appeared and continued, "We have an unbelievably terrifying monster on our side." Seongwu's offspring directly wiped the blood and grabbed the savage wolf's snout, and he had no strength left, only able to lie still and endure. The wolf's name affected physically, kept spurting blood, and could only lie there growling, while everyone behind cheered excitedly, unable to hide their smiles. "What is that?" It turns out what surprised him was your Longkwok. Seongwu simply said lightly, "An incredible monster." Hanho exclaims excitedly, "Yes, he's going to die." Jisoo remarks in admiration that last fight was truly terrible. Seeing this, Dong Hun immediately makes up his mind, "I have to become stronger." He looked at Seongwu fighting bravely, and couldn't help but think, "I need to be stronger than that summoner, so I won't have to rely on others, not even the extermination team." The OG monster is now completely unleashed and going insane. Seongwu immediately ordered an attack, and in a flash, his ghostly monsters charged into non-stop battle. It just means it's too strong, instantly crushing these warriors with a single hand. The system immediately announced that your monster's resurrection has disappeared. Hearing this, he was truly amazed. "Disappear. My mist monsters can resurrect endlessly, but now they've vanished without a trace. Is this really how the boss monster is?" Seongwu looked at its rapid combat movements with worry in his heart. "It's a pity that Longkot can't use fire breath on it, but at least I can still control it." At this moment, Longkot is trying to rush to attack OG monster. The boy gently grips OG's head, making it hesitate. Then Longkot kept attacking this time, biting its vehicle so it couldn't resist. Seongwu was determined to seize the advantage. Longkot, whose shoulder is being gripped by the OG monster's hand, is temporarily unable to continue the attack, as it swiftly forces Longkot beneath it with a deadly glare. At this moment, Seongwu's other skeleton monsters rush over to assist. The skeleton quickly stabs its sword through one of OG's eyes, causing it to howl in pain. But at this moment, the other skeleton monsters also charged forward to turn the tide just as it was losing momentum and falling down. Longbone immediately climbed up on top and threw OG down the game, immediately shifting in the main player's favor. The blue flames ignite fiercely, and the OG monster screams in pain with groans of agony. The system immediately announced that you have earned 705000 rings for the victory in the OG dungeon boss battle. Then Seongwu stepped onto Longkot's back, with the skeleton monsters he had tamed below. The system displays a message of "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. Then a notification window appears before your eyes, allowing you to choose a card power, skill item, call of death, or song. The system then continues to notify that your skill level has improved to proficient, called Death's Call, an active type that consumes 100 mana and can summon and control 15 undead zombies from hell without owners. There is no limit to the number of summons. After 20 minutes, they will turn into dust and disappear with a 30-minute cooldown. Hearing this sung, you couldn't help but marvel. My zombie strategy has been upgraded, but the biggest reward from defeating the boss monster is this. Ogre has awakened once again, and the system congratulates you. The corpse under your control has become as loyal as family. Then the system continued to display another information panel, detailing a staff of Thunder God hero level bracelet type description, consuming all mana to unleash a land-based attack that recovers in 5 minutes, and if the owner has no mana, the cooldown is 24 hours. At this point, he noticed the bracelet on Ogre's wrist, briefly read the information, and thought for a moment, consume all mana. That means this little guy should be the one to use it. Suddenly seeing Ogre and Longko high-five Seongwu was a bit surprised. You guys have become close after fighting together. Baozoa immediately felt insulted and shouted out, "That's not right at all. What did you do, Necromancer, over there?" Seongwu simply sneered and replied, "See, making friends with monsters is my specialty," which only made him angrier and shout, "Don't mess with me." Suddenly, a sword slash swept towards him, hitting his body and making him cry out in pain. At this moment, he was completely subdued by Seongwu's sickle, and the boy continued, "All right, enough joking, let's get to it." Bao Shoa done, responded, "Wait a minute, all right, I understand." But as soon as he finished speaking, his face was instantly covered in blood, and you directly attacked him, but, unfortunately, the system notification says you've earned 300000 rings for the level 2 destruction arena. When Hanho saw the corpse of the destroyer had already left, the boy exclaimed, "Why did it suddenly die like that?" Gisu replied, "Probably because it was afraid of being interrogated, and blood rushed to its brain." Jung-hoon quietly murmured from behind, "What a pity, such amazing information, but still." But in his mind he was thinking differently, still not finished. "I'm not sure, but maybe there's another way." Seongwu is starting his task now, and at this moment the system announces that the dead segment under your control has become a close family member, and you can check the shards of undead's memory. Then Baozoi's eyes turned blue, and he quickly entered his core of memory. Just as he began, a beam of light suddenly appeared right in front of him. Someone appears in his memories with no one around and no clear purpose. In the middle of the air, Seongwu is carefully observing every detail appearing on the train platform, thinking to himself, I don't know what kind of architecture this is, but it seems the system wants it that way. It looks like this place was built to participate in major missions like the Dragon, Sama leading the team. In the end, the monsters appeared and they seemed to be transporting something inside the station. Suddenly, Botot reminded Joy to turn off the phone, we're about to enter enemy territory. Joy replied casually, this gets more and more exciting, the expedition team is losing. At that moment, Seongwu realized everything, so this is why you couldn't watch the broadcast to the end. As he said that, Zoe turned to laugh and said, Big brother Zoe is handsome, but the leader immediately snapped and said, I told you not to call me that. Forget it, big brother, I heard that the G-Dango team didn't just break the rules of the Free Guild. Bao Zoe extended his hand with a rather strained smile, and said proudly, the leader already said that one day we would join the Free Guild, so now is the perfect opportunity. Let's make a plan. Suddenly, Bao Shuai's face turned extremely serious as he said, I hear Jiwido's scientist has arrived, threatening and planning to build a research center in Jiwido. Listening to this, Seongwu frowned and said, Jiwido, Korea is about to meet you. So what if it's ridiculous? Isn't our leader the head of that organization? Bao Xoi almost whispers, I've been a bit out of my mind since joining that scientific team, but I've also had fun. I mean, they're very humorous and they really like Jiwido. At this moment, the leader wolf suddenly loses his composure and starts singing loudly, shouting for silence. This marks the end of the memory zone. Hanho anxiously calls out Senior, and Jisoo asks him worriedly, Seongwu, did you find something already? He softly replies, yes. It's all in the past now, so I quickly gathered the ghostly monsters and thought to myself that their attack on Mr. Dangpo was to seize Jiuido and Gishindarim because I found their traces. Thinking this, I walked past Hanho and Jisoo, ignoring them but secretly thinking that I had to investigate what their next move in the plan was. Let's move to Gashindorum, the central station where lines 1 and 2 intersect, so it's always bustling with people no matter the time, and the director standing in front of his machine excitedly says there are so many experimental materials here, and then he starts to laugh out loud. The research center built here is not only because it's near John Deungpo Station but also because it's surrounded by test subjects everywhere. This is our paradise. He responded, I don't have any more patience, just get used to it. When you're familiar with it, you'll be able to control your sense of smell yourself. Hearing that, he calmly stepped down and continued, well, people like me, who have been mutated, are very sensitive to smells, so he didn't care, and cut him off abruptly. These animals really are. He continued, I don't even know what they smell like anymore. You know, you really want to become human again, right? Chutlian clenched her fists to show her determination. Of course I didn't become like this because I wanted to or anything. Had to do some grafting after all. Hearing that, he suddenly turned pale and agreed to participate in the experiment. He smiled and said confidently, yes, experiments always test on us first. The man was taken aback and stepped back a few paces. You're joking, right? He burst out laughing happily. Of course I am. Are you afraid then? As he pressed the scale between the little one and other animals, he told him to consider it living in such a transformed form is no longer useful. The little one is the most despised species after all. At this point, he pulls out a potion and continues. Even if the potion is successfully created, it will still take you a significant amount of time to get it, and the lifespan of the Korek species won't be long anymore. Hearing that, he bowed his head and replied, yes, thank you for worrying about me. Suddenly, the guard burst in and urgently said, Director, there is violence outside. He looked at him and continued, the dinosaur has appeared and is destroying those buildings. He calmly turned to ask, are you secretly taking medicine behind my back, or is there a divine lizard devil king among your kind? At this point, he turned his back and briefly instructed that the situation seems dangerous to inform everyone. Immediately, the dog, the little one, and the director all rushed out, all for the purpose of fighting. I just heard that the operation in Yongdong-po has failed, and the director was immediately surprised. He whispered that perhaps this situation is related to that, but neither the director nor his teammates in front of him, who were panicked and trying to summon their spirits without success, knew that it was enormous and was retreating. Outside the main building, the dragon was just wandering around. Who would have thought this would scare everyone inside so much they dared not come out? The director's face twisted in shock as he exclaimed, damn it, what is this? Isn't that monster actually a real dinosaur? Right now, outside, Jisoo and Hanho are teaming up with the dragon, breaking through the front line and rushing inside to deal with the minions. He was stunned and wide-eyed. Oh, bone dry, don't tell me the dragon appeared at Jeluoi. Do! Thinking of this, he shouted and ran away. You can't fight them. He immediately turned and ran shouting, hold them there for a bit, we need to pack up some more things. The director shouted loudly, what the hell are you doing, you damned little creature? And he responded immediately, I just caught a whiff of something strange, but deep down he was a bit hesitant. Maybe I imagined it. When they returned, he and his son hurriedly searched the whole room. Quickly, we need to bring a lot of things, yes, director. As he was packing and jumping around saying we need to take this and that, Chut once again smelled that scent and was a little distracted. Suddenly something appeared out of nowhere and kicked the box away, and Chut quickly rushed over to catch the director and pull him back. Chut immediately turned to look in that direction and asked, "Who are you?" The director nervously asked, "When did he arrive here?" Seongwu stepped forward scowling and said, "You sent the items to the wrong place. I came to settle this with you." He immediately got up and said, calculate, sister, huh? You did send a monster to my place, right?" At this moment, Seongwu was standing facing those two guys, and without hesitation quickly recalled the monster bones. Og and a few entourages appeared, along with Seongwu's close partner also arriving at the same time. Seeing this scene, he was at a loss for words, and you simply asked softly, "Have you realized now?" At that moment, he suddenly noticed a pile of corpses lying peacefully behind him. Could this be their research facility? There are also strange skeletons on the ground that made Seongwu curious. There are not only dead bodies but also disfigured people. After reading the details of the transforming substance, I suspected it. The humanoid machines or robots are shattered, making me furious. Those damn fools seem to see humans only as toys for experiments. Luckily, Jisoo and Hanho didn't see this. At the same time, his two teammates are fighting fiercely outside. The old director mutters in surprise, "I didn't think this would happen." Seongwu responds calmly, ashamed that his evil actions have been exposed. He couldn't bear to hear those words and immediately got angry and upset. He pointed at the people lying in his water jar and said, "Who dare say such reckless words? What I've done has elevated medical knowledge to a new level. Fools like you wouldn't understand." And with that he shouted again, "This is an experiment to make mankind immortal." Before he could finish speaking, Seongwu shot 3 arrows and knocked him down. The panic-stricken rat ran over. "What kind of creature is this? Keep talking. I really can't stand his crazy words." Losing his temper, he shouted and cried as if he wanted to rush to your car. Only the rat was trying to hold him back, looking confused and helpless. Suddenly he pulls out a bottle and continues, "Up to this moment you've worked hard. I will turn you into something more useful." He immediately transforms the mouse into a giant monster, making him scream in frustration, "You bastard Dean." Seongwu did not hesitate any longer, and attacked him directly. At this moment the system announced the item attributes named Dark King's Tears. A mythic level, it allows the user to withstand a replacement ego and fight alongside it in the darkness. The monster mouse, caught off guard by the attack, hurriedly raised its hand to block, looking extremely angry. At that moment, when he was not paying attention, Seongwu blinked and shot behind his back. From this angle, Seongwu still had a moment to think his attack had been greatly enhanced. But then he looked at the expression of the mouse, and suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Less than a second later, Ogre directly stepped on the baby mouse with his foot. Seongwu thought to himself, "I feel strange," and just then the system popped up. "You have received 130000 points for exterminating the mutant mouse." The director roared in anger, "I was only just saved by the director. I can't die here." Seongwu didn't hesitate and directly cut off his left arm. You look straight into his eyes and say that next will be his lower body if he doesn't want to meet the same fate as the one you experimented on. Then he has already taken the poison. Seongwu stood in front of him and asked the question, but he could only lie there foaming at the mouth, muttering yes. At this point he looked at you and continued, "I used that rat to buy time to take the poison. Not a ghost. My colleagues would surely treat a test subject like you well." Seongwu stared intently at him and said, "Then even better, I don't want to be stained with dirt anymore." By this point the poison has taken effect and he is coughing up blood, yet he still clings on. "Sister, what do you mean by that?" I immediately reach out and start by talking about your rebirth. "You'll never know this. I will revive you as a close skeleton and read your shattered memories." Of course the system reports that living creatures cannot become close bones, which surprises you a little. But then what is to come has come, and you directly kick him in the vulnerable spot. The director, angry to the point of tears, muttered in frustration, "That's really cheating." And when he saw Seongwu draw his sword and say, "You don't deserve to live anymore," he was so scared he stepped back and responded, "Wait, I would cooperate. I will give you my inventor." Regret comes too late. You have killed him with a single stab through the chest. Immediately the system notifies you that the dead has become your close skeleton monster, and you can check the shattered memories of the deceased. Once again that beam of light appeared, and Seongwu gradually sank into the void. "I was promoted to director of the research center," I exclaimed, sitting comfortably in the chair. The person on the other side replies, "That's right, as soon as you become a doctor, you'll be in charge of this center." Seongwu widened his eyes in excitement, "So this person is the mastermind behind everything, the leader of the smuggling ring." Dr. Tai continued, "And when you do remember to produce as much a gas as possible." Seongwu asked in surprise, "Produce as much a gas as possible? Right, can you do that?" The director proudly declared that about 80% of the items are crafted by him. He was delighted, saying that while he only helped with other items, this one was truly his child. "What do you want me to do? Should I just create them and bring them to John Dion Paul to unleash? The doctor wants enough quantity to be able to catch those children." He continued, "Leave the rest to those wizard monsters. They will use their teleportation skills to bring the currently imprisoned boss monster to John Dion Paul and release the 3 of them one by one." This makes both Seongwu and the director look up in awe. Seongwu secretly thought in amazement, 3 of them, they're taking on 3 boss monsters. And the director was panicking, wondering if those stinky creatures could handle something this important. The doctor frowned displeasedly. Watch your mouth without them, our plan won't succeed. Especially the 4 powerful mage monsters who are stronger than the top 3 players, we must leverage their power. Hearing this, Seongwu secretly bit his lip, thinking how could we believe those 4 monsters are stronger than high-level John Ko? The monsters are the ones who don't choose a form and always try to find a reason. Based on my experience, there's no way they could be stronger than John Ko, Seongwu thought. A thought crossed Seongwu's mind. Although those monsters didn't choose cards, it didn't mean they couldn't grow stronger. As he thought of this, his face suddenly tightened with tension. Furthermore, those monsters are probably given missions like the scientists, and these special tasks are also opportunities for them to become stronger than others, just like my case. Knowing they are stronger than John Ko makes me want to tear them apart and turn them into divine elixirs. After the director finished speaking, the doctor also chimed in casually. He remained silent, saying our main goal is not to kill those players, so after capturing them we should not torture them. The director was so excited he stood up. I knew it. Our goal is to create a new race of Zellweedle. I believe humans can evolve to cross the Vietnamese border, so now I am trying my best to work hard. Seongwu hearing the shocking news. A new species. I must remember this. It might be in their exclusive mission details. As they were talking, the alpha wolf entered and asked, what are the 2 of you talking about? As soon as he saw it, the director stood up, respectfully realizing that the 3rd mage had arrived. But it seemed he wasn't pleased with this reputation. No, I am not a mage. The director then noticed that its hands were glowing. It smugly continued. Surely you thought I was a wizard because of my appearance, but I'm just like you. Wang Suma, the director was shocked. How do you know my name? It peeled off its glove to reveal sharp claws, then stopped pretending, revealing that it was just a type of human. And as it spoke, it placed its hand on the director's stomach, causing him to recoil in shock. The director panicked and touched his stomach. Just what are you doing? The alpha wolf wearing gloves calmly replied, it's for safety. You should accompany me long-term, and at least have a safety device. This will protect both me and you, Wang Suma, and if there's danger, you can send messages through this device. At this moment, it's as if something blue is rapidly seeping into every cell inside his stomach. The system alerts warning that your resources are depleted during the memory check. Seongwu is panicking. What is this? Joy Daodan finally realized that Seongwu, who hadn't yet surrendered his spirit, clenched his teeth. It continued, I didn't expect that after stopping everything at John Diumpo you could get to Cinderim so quickly. Seongwu thought to himself in surprise, so this must be this guy's skill. The alpha wolf hesitated, then asked aggressively, so you are the one who can leave this place to read the memories of the dead you. And Seongwu also didn't hesitate, realizing Cinderim is less populated than he thought your real body. Must be somewhere else, right? Your question irritates the alpha wolf. It gazes at Seongwu with fierce blue eyes and warns non-phantom, do not block my path. Even if the battle lasts longer, victory will belong to us. Just because you're ranked high doesn't mean you're all that. To us, you're nothing. As soon as it finished speaking, it flew up. Seongwu, facing such a giant and aggressive monster, simply stood there calmly and asked, who are we then? The alpha wolf no longer wanted to hide it, spoke the Fairy Society. Remember this name, for it is the one that will end human history. Then it launched an attack at Seongwu, knocking him back. You shout in frustration, realizing he even has a mind-reading ability. This won't be easy to handle. I calculated that earlier he said he would summon 3 bosses in a row, and if the first one fails, the plan probably changes, so I can't help but feel anxious. Then Roy quickly stepped forward, trying to stand up and ask, so you found something, right? It turns out it's a map, and upon a quick glance he immediately knew it was a map of the central area. Joedo is marked as Point A, while Point B is around the Soza Army area of Bucheon, and Point C is Gapyeonghai of Anyang. Seongwu silently counts. All arrows are aimed at Joedo. That's right, these are all locations of the boss monsters. We defeated one of those 3 monsters before the monster wave appeared, and the OG warrior is standing right here. Seongwu quietly deduces, so the last one must definitely be with some kind of guild or group here. It quickly became morning, and everyone was working hard in a ruined building, greeting Seongwu happily when he arrived, while Han Ho standing beside him was also proud. As soon as Ad saw you, he came over quickly. Did he get good results? Seongwu didn't answer her question, and got straight to the point. You need to go to the community to find information about Bucheon and Anyang for me focusing on posts about those boss monsters. I need to talk to Jung-hoon for a moment, everyone. Please step aside, and the girl quickly understood and left. You walk in looking busy, huh? Your appearance surprises Jung-hoon a little, and a look of exhaustion appears on his face. Seongwu speaks. Given such a major event, there are many things to handle. Have you found out anything yet? Seongwu, what do you want to talk to me about? Seongwu quickly pulled his chair and sat down, telling Jung-hoon there would soon be a major attack on Jeondeonbo. Jung-hoon was surprised and asked who said that. He recounted that the attackers were suddenly the Fairy Hegemon Alliance, and they actually weren't targeting the Free Guild at first. I'm surprised, Fairy Society A. I've never heard of them before. Why are they attacking us? Seongwu gently mentioned Jeolwoo, who is always calm even in urgent situations. Talking about this place makes Jung-hoon excited. He stands up suddenly. No way, wasn't it all settled already? Seeing his dire restlessness, Seongwu steps forward to comfort him. There's still no news, I'm just guessing. Jung-hoon slammed his hand on the table. The existence of them was already an unexpected surprise. We must stop them at any cost. Jung-hoon bowed his head in sorrow. Seongwu, can you help me? He was surprised why did it suddenly turn out like this. Jung-hoon continued, please protect Jailwoo, only you can still fight against the power of hell now. I will give you 1,000,000 gold, no, even more, I beg you to help me. I wonder what Jung-hoon has on his mind. Seongwu was speechless, thinking that he was being used, but refusing such a large sum would be a waste, even if he was being exploited. Choi Jung-hoon is not his equal. It's fine, our current goal is to deal with the transformed fairies first, then you reach out happily, and say let's settle this regularly. As the scene shifts outside and everyone is chatting happily, Hanho suddenly notices you stepping out. Hanho and Rai quickly ran over Senior. Seongwu, is there something? It seems they're waiting for you. Seeing everyone chatting happily, he playfully teased their relationships. Really are no joke, have I become close with them already? Hanho said, should I tell them I've become friends with someone who fought against you? Jisoo's fame is really impressive too. He was annoyed that they praised her in the red outfit and complimented her hair looking like flower petals when she swings her sword. This seems to make Seongwu annoyed. Always talking nonsense and forgetting the main issue. Hanho then puts his hand into his shirt pocket. The community has announced this. He held out his phone in front of Seongwu Sr. The ranking has changed again. Prosecutor John Dionpo is now behind the level 15 doctor. He's dropped down the rankings. This guy is someone who even makes Seongwu a bit worried, so you wonder if he's also part of the Transcendence Guild. Seongwu thinks to himself, level 15 is the highest level a player can reach upon first awakening. I don't know if only 5-star players can reach level 15 or if anyone can, but anyway, that doctor has already reached level 15. You secretly calculated that if we don't do anything before he gets stronger at the same time. Jisoo finally finished talking. Hanho stepped forward. Senior Jisoo, it's finally over. Did you manage to get anything useful after talking to the Free Guild? Jisoo replied, no, they just made me feel uncomfortable. Hanho muttered, hey Senior, don't tell me you think Jisoo will abandon us. He continued, do you know how devastated and tearful Jisoo was when you died? Hanho, don't talk nonsense. It seems this is a hot-tempered girl who just said that she drew her sword and held it in front of Hanho, making him turn pale. I was just speaking the truth. Somewhere else, Minhwa was confused and didn't understand what was happening, only seeing him trembling on the ground while Seongwu was panicking. What's going on? Hanho stepped forward to catch him. Minhwa weakly explained, I just came to check the suspicious jars. By the way, what jars did you bring back from Sindorum? Those are pure infernal breaths. When you open the lid, the breath of hell will escape. You have suffered enough, so place this bottle at the target's location. Seongwu rushed forward, clutching the bottles to his chest. This is my precious belonging, don't touch it, Minhwa. No one would bother, just close it tightly. He is confident in himself. After all, I, the Free Guild's assistant, will become the messenger for you. All three, Sung, Wu, Ji, Su, and Hanho, share the same thought. He must have been demoted. Minhwa continues, the information you're looking for is with the guild members investigating. Go there now. The other two went ahead while Seongwu quickly called back, but was she really shocked when I died? Hanho was surprised. Are you asking Miss Jisoo? He muttered. She didn't shout, but she was definitely crying. It seems she hates you now because you revealed a secret Seongwu was curious about. Did Jisoo really cry? Or was it you? Hanho smugly said, yeah, that's right, but you cried because Rai died. You are that cowardly man. Senior girl, next time, if you're planning to die, make sure Rai is safe. After saying that he rushed to cut Rai, my love. Sung, Wu thought that if he and Rai fell into the water, he would definitely save Rai first. Somewhere else, a hand that seemed quite flustered was repeatedly hitting hard on the table. It's Donghan. He's not willing to accept this, but remember that you still owe me. Don't think I'll easily surrender 1,000,000 gold to you, especially to someone who has disappointed me like you. Stopping that kickbox was simply unreasonable. We fought head-on with the boss without caring about the other monsters. But the people have shielded me a lot. If I had focused on power and reputation, I would definitely have lost to Seongwu. Now everyone is on Seongwu and Rai's side, and more importantly, the leaders near the club are the strongest players. I have to be careful. Dong quickly checked his system. His goal this time was to upgrade the 30 assault team members to level 10. The reward was the first awakening from this battle, which had to belong to a hero with exceptional strength, and the player had to complete this challenge before the Tree of the World grew on Earth. Dong-hoon calculates that the personal mission for the raid leader is mainly assigned to 4 or 5-star players, according to my understanding. So I need to complete it as quickly as possible, because it's the only way to compete against other 5-star players. But with 36-star members, 6 have already died, and I'm left with only 14. How can I possibly speed up to level 10 for the remaining 16? As he thought, Dong-han was getting a headache. It's tough, but I know Seongwu can do it. It seems he's trying to manipulate you to accelerate his own team's leveling. The more Dong-han thinks, the more anxious he becomes. He has to do something. He has to succeed. That thought constantly echoes in his mind. I don't know why Dong-han seems so angry. It seems he truly hopes to defeat Seongwu. Outside, everyone quickly gathered and stood before Dong-han S. loudly. He called us, sir. Dong-han looked serious. Ma'am, S. From tomorrow we will resume hunting. Please select members for the hunting team. S. surprised Aunt Dai, but we need a bit of time to recover the station, if we go hunting now. But before she could finish, Dong-hun cut her off angrily. While we focus on restoring the station, others will surpass us. Then if we are attacked again, the damage will be much worse. He continued, Seongwu will handle the evolution soon. This will be our greatest threat, but deep down he's thinking you must become a watchdog for the Free Guild if you want to survive. Then Dong-hun shouted loudly, we are the strongest guild in Korea, we will never lose again, we will become the winners. Switching scenes at the drone station, Seongwu is standing and observing everyone working as if he's trying to figure something out. Manhwa speaks up, Seongwu, my friend has found the information you needed. That man replied, you want us to investigate the Sosa area in Bucheon and Beongai station in Anyang, right about Sosa. Seongwu hurriedly cut in, did the locals see the Ogs there? The green goo responded, yeah, it's the boss monster, summoned during this double attack. He continued, it's not like they only saw us once or twice, probably someone blocked the information and is still at Beongai station. Seongwu interrupted, it's just black smoke and zombies, right? You're surprised? Yeah, that's right, but how do you know that? He helplessly looked behind him, a blinding yellow light, shining so brightly that everyone here was curious. It was Hanho. He had become like a phone, and anyone who saw him instantly knew that all the information came from Hanho. Minhoa's friend with a dark face. It seems he's the last person holding out on the phone on Earth. Seongwu also feels helpless. No, there haven't been anyone like this before. Hanho then reports, Senior, the town is still safe. I've contacted T. Sung and told him to stay in a safe place and not go outside. Seongwu calculated in his mind that the town was still safe. The fight at Jel Widow and Sosa had been resolved, leaving only Beongai. According to posts about Beongai Station, people warn players not to go there because it's filled with toxic gases and wandering zombies everywhere. There's a possibility that the toxic gas is Hell's Breath, which also means any evolution society or research lab might be lurking there. Seongwu turned to look at Minhoa, the assistant. I have a favor to ask, he quickly replied. What is it? He just smiled lightly and asked to borrow his knife, not knowing what he was planning. That night, the city was quickly surrounded by dark clouds, making the sky gloomy and ominous. In the deserted street, two people are hurriedly running away. It seems they have encountered something very terrifying. Many others are also running, shouting to each other faster, now keep running, as the sound of heavy breathing continues non-stop. One of them cursed, damn it, I don't think we can stop them this time. A few people above shouted loudly, the artillery is coming, deal with those zombies. He shouted to his teammates, detonate quickly. If we can't stop them here, our hiding place will be in trouble. The zombies quickly rushed toward the people running below, but those above intervened, just in time, throwing rocks and grenades at them, slowing the zombies down. Everyone outside is shouting, hurry up, go inside. It seems like they are very used to this situation. The zombies' crazy rush to tear everyone apart. And more importantly, they are so many, almost like a small town. The people inside the camera room were so terrified they were crying, unable to speak at that moment. But because the zombies were too fast, it seemed impossible for them all to escape, and one of them finally spoke. We have to stop here, or the zombies will get inside. We need to divert their attention and run away. They are planning split up and go in different directions. We must lure them away from where you are hiding. One of them throws a backpack of supplies to the girl. Take this home to your family. Then the two grit their teeth and shout loudly, we are here, you bastards. It seems they have already decided to sacrifice themselves, and the crazed zombies rush forward. One of them raised its claws to pounce, but from afar a fast object shot across the sky, drawing the zombies' attention to the strange thing above, and they stared in awe. A huge red flame erupts across the space, so powerful that the nearby zombies are almost burned to ashes. The two who were about to sacrifice themselves stare in shock at the scene, and the long-haired guy asks his teammate, who is that? Suddenly the person yelled out, it's that monster. A large cloud of blue smoke in front of them startled both of them. So it was Seongwu, you said. Jisoo, I used that skill, go somewhere else. Seongwu uses the blessing of the divine to drain all his mana and unleash immense power. A loud explosion rings out, and Jisoo swiftly escapes from her position. Seeing her come out, Seongwu used his power again to blow up the area where the zombies were standing, and they quickly disappeared into a sea of flames, only the sound of screams and crackling fire remaining. Not stopping there, Seongwu's giant monster quickly kicks hard at the bones of the remaining zombies, seemingly intent on eradicating these horrendous things completely. What's that surprised figure inside the house? Seungho, the two of you stand outside in amazement, singing loudly. That man was the one who appeared in the live video, the one who killed those two boss monsters. He is a ghostly spirit, everyone looks at him like a messenger from hell. Seongwu, with a solemn expression, radiates an icy cold aura. As night falls, a helicopter circles in the sky, and no one knows who is inside. Below, Ho's parents and everyone are holding banners waiting for Seongwu to return, but they are so stunned, they are speechless. Ho happily smiled, saying the heroes are back. Everyone must have been worried, but luckily I and my money have finished everything. Ho's father looked disappointed. Only his son returned. And where are his friends who went with him? Hanho gazed thoughtfully, fearing that an enemy army might attack the village, so at least one important person should be here. Hanho's mother silently thought the boy was sent away, and the remaining two also looked grim, sharing her concerns. But Hanho still stays cheerful. To maintain this safe zone, we need gold, his father whispered secretly. In the end, he only did some clumsy tasks. His mother quickly tried to defend our son, earned a lot of gold from catching goblins and kobos. Hanho forced a small smile, thinking he was abandoned, but his father's money showed genuine care for him. Then he opened the suitcase and carried right out his father's true right hand, this time given by his father to him. Hanho's father happily exclaimed that if it was Ride, then it must be trustworthy, and Mr. Su also nodded in agreement. You will be very helpful to us. Sergeant Kim stepped closer with a bright smile and whispered, Did you get caught by the goblin? Then he frantically looked around, but Ride had already vanished. It seemed Sergeant Kim was right. Hanho shouted loudly, Catch him, don't let him escape. Sergeant Kim turned pale and broke out in a sweat. What do you mean? After defeating the zombies, the surrounding scenery became very peaceful, as if everything was temporarily safe. Outside the room, it seemed like someone was eavesdropping on the conversations inside with hands and heads peeking out. It's that soul mimic. The soul mimic really came here, representing justice and faith. It's only you, soul mimic. It turns out these kids, I don't know where they came from, but they look like Seongwu's little ones. You can hear all their whispered discussions helplessly. What kind of strange alliance is this, with such fake spirits of justice and faith? Jisoo applauds. I can't believe there are so many children like this. If we don't go back, they might already be in danger. Suddenly, a cry of panic rang out. Jisoo quickly grabbed her belongings. She's covered in blood too. Jisoo stopped singing. She hurriedly wipes her face. Unlike before now, I'm used to the smell of blood, Seongwu thought, not like before. He pondered. Looking back, we've spent a long time together, but I still don't know much about her. As he thought, he asked if she told him she lives with Jisoo, and Jisoo quickly replied yes. You hesitated and asked will she return to Jisoo someday. It seems Jisoo doesn't want to talk about her family. She's cold and indifferent. Who knows if I can or not. I don't know what will happen next, but I am sure that my parents are still healthy. It seems that every time Jisoo talks about her family, she always does so with a cold, emotionless manner. She says they are such terrifying people that they make me want to run away, far away. Seongwu thought, what kind of family is that? She continued until I could finally escape from that place, and the world had become like this. Listening silently, I could sense that her family had conflicts, and if I were selfish enough to be happy that she wouldn't leave us. As I was thinking, suddenly someone approached and opened the door. The noise made Seongwu alert and turned to look. A cheerful person in a white shirt walked in, apologizing for making you wait. I am the cerebral admin. Seeing him, Seongwu paused. Is this the leader here? But you quickly stood up. I am Ju Seongwu, the other person responded quickly. I already know your nickname, not a ghost. And you, the fire demon girl beside you, Jisoo pointed at herself in surprise. She didn't expect to have such a nickname. Jisoo happily laughs out loud. So you don't know our real names, and just call us by the nicknames everyone gave us. Min Xek awkwardly scratches his head. But seeing her in red fighting amidst those monsters like a demon, I'm sorry for making you angry. Jisoo forced a nervous smile and said, No, it's okay now. I actually want to meet the person who thought of that name. Min Xiok replied innocently, You also think that name is good, right? Seongwu, annoyed. Hurry up and run, you loudmouth. Min Xiok recounted that we had both watched the raid videos of you two. You were both amazing, the heroes of the kids, and even used some tricky knife tricks. Jisoo covered her mouth, laughing aloud, saying using tricks with knives. Oh, and those blue bruises too. Min Xiok then continued. They were all assigned by one person, and Seungho looked really annoyed. This guy, stop talking. Min Xiok then got to the point, and incidentally her mention of his floor level surprised you a little. He continued, I am very grateful that you two saved us, but please leave this place. For some reason, Min Xiok suggested they go away, and Jisoo and Seongwu were both very surprised. Min Xeoc recounts that over the past 3 days this place has been under heavy zombie attacks, and we've done our best to hold out. Jisoo is urgent, but why don't everyone run away or ask us to retreat? Min Xek clenched his teeth because of that bastard's strict mission. Seongwu was stunned, and wondered if it was the same this time. Min Xek explained that this was a regional mission, and everyone in this area had to accept it. If they step out of this building, they will be immediately chased by those zombies, and the longer time passes, the more monsters will appear. Half of the people here are elderly and children, so we can't leave them behind. Even the outsiders face choices, but after hearing our situation, they also hesitated a lot. At this point, Min Xea clenched his fists tightly, and Ong Junex could see at a glance that he was in great pain. Seongwu silently pondered, realizing that the situation of the group here was not easy to handle. A weak group in society couldn't do much. Sometimes during a crisis, the stronger would sacrifice themselves for the weaker. If we succeed, it's good, but if we fail, our forces will weaken even further. We no longer have the strength to fight the monsters or survive this mission, and just as Chua is deep in thought, Min Xiok speaks again. I'll be straightforward with you two. If you don't want to get involved in this mission, please leave before midnight. But you can't ignore Seongwu's determination. No, we came here to save Mr. Min, XOC's passenger boat, and his wife who joyfully hold your hand tightly. Thank you so much. At last I have hope that my family can be saved. Min-sek continued, it's getting late, I guess I should stop bothering you two. The wife of the boss spoke up, I'll leave this room for you. Both hearing this, Jisoo looked like she was about to explode as this room only has one bed and it's a double. Both of them blushed shyly and refused. No, if possible, could we have 2 rooms? The kids outside hold back their laughter while Min-sek stands happily. Alright, I'll prepare them. Waiting for the adults to leave, one of the kids stepped forward bravely and asked for permission to enter. Jisoo happily watched the children. She really was good with kids. Of course, go ahead. As soon as the kids entered, they were interrupted by innocent shouts. Wow, this is really a real dry skeleton. Sister Hoa Kwai is cool too. Quick, find the culprit. The brave little kid asked, can you show me a dry skeleton? Seongwu was surprised the dried corpse nodded. But he also reluctantly had to wait with them. I can only let the kids see this dried corpse first. Then he quickly ordered everyone to get out here quickly. Rai quickly gets into training, looking as cool as an ancient warrior. The children upon seeing Rai spark with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. It's a dried corpse that's so adorable. Seongwu helplessly thought that the more a kid looked like a dried herb, the more they would be teased by the little ones, so I guess I'll endure it for Rai. It was getting close to dawn and the whole city was shrouded in fog, creating an eerily deadly atmosphere. Seongwu lay on his bed, unable to sleep all night with so many thoughts in his mind. The kids' smiles are still so bright. I can't believe this place still exists. It's really good. The system announces a mission in the Dead City landmark area, either eliminate the horde or conquer it. The goal is to escape the area or defeat the zombies with rewards depending on your choice. Seongwu was suddenly assigned a mission in the middle of the night, and the system immediately issued a warning that the mission's difficulty would be reset because there was a player above level 15 inches the area. He panicked, resetting at level 15, so that's on me. The hallway quickly filled with hurried footsteps, probably Jisoo and Rai. She opens the door of the room and screams, Seongwu, the whole city is engulfed in flames. Are you frightened or do you feel anything? Jisoo closed her eyes and concentrated. Seongwu thought that her current senses made it impossible for her to speak. She quickly said, I can sense a tremor everywhere around this building, and there are many footsteps. System notification zombies are hunting for survivors inside and outside. Seongwu shouts loudly to warn everyone to get down and run up to the rooftop as children cry in fear. Min-seok's wife is scared. Quiet down now, hurry up and run upstairs. Everyone quickly gathered, and someone told you. Seongwu, Jisoo, something serious has happened normally. If we stay inside here, the zombies couldn't do anything. But before they could finish, you cut them off saying because there are stronger people here, the difficulty has increased. At this moment, Seongwu was truly angry. Why do they keep treating us like lab rats? Let's show them that things won't go the way they want. Outside the hospital, the zombies were ferociously advancing, and it seemed not long before they would storm inside. Min-seok loudly said that those who cannot fight should go to the rooftop, because if the zombies team up with the ghosts, it would be very dangerous. Seongwu thought to himself that ghosts are said to be flesh-eating creatures, unlike zombies, but in this fantasy world, they are described as higher-level, vengeful spirits even more powerful than zombies. Furthermore, in this game we must follow the mystical rules suddenly. Min-seok's son interrupts his thoughts, trembling with fear, and then Min-seok thinks, son, daughter, how do you see the situation here? Should we go upstairs as we practiced? The 2 well-behaved kids nervously asked if there were zombies, wondering if they're experiencing a big illusion, like Huijin said. Min-seok, seeing how frightened they were, softly reassured them that Dad would save them and that the spiritual teachers are here too. The boys were tearful but somehow said, be careful everyone. The little girl also regained her composure and encouraged everyone to try harder. Everyone quickly said goodbye to the children, and finally they obediently moved upstairs to the rooftop. The door couldn't hold against the zombies for long. Someone shouted in panic, Min-seok, they are very close now. Min-seok shouted loudly, I've blocked all the windows and doors with any materials we can find. But there are too many zombies, they keep attacking furiously, and these objects can't hold them back for long. Min-seok gritted his teeth, they have at least 200 of them. Seongwu estimated if we're trapped here we won't even survive long enough to dry out. Suddenly, without knowing what he had planned, Seongwu said to everyone, let's go outside. Min-seok was surprised why now. He explained fighting inside a small building isn't beneficial. A prolonged barricade will exhaust us all. We will break through and get out. Min-seok quickly followed the plan. In this game, those who stand still won't survive. I believe in you. Seongwu thought, unfortunately, explosive charges are useless against the enemy zombies. In return, those changelings are thinking and calculating how to overcome the frost armor surrounding his body. Then Seongwu thinks I will show you what it means to be impossible to pass. You use the insect, a weapon of hybrid power, which increases your physical strength and reflection percentage when attacking with it. The zombies, seeing you like hungry tigers, quickly rush towards Seongwu. The system reports that low-level ghosts face true deadly power, all stats drop to 30%, and Seongwu's mount roars to scare the zombies away. Seongwu wondered that if a zombie wounds someone that person would get infected. Min-seok said he had to personally kill his own teammates who turned into zombies. However, if it were Seongho, there would be no need to worry about that. Then he shouted loudly at them, keep wiping them out. Min-seok also gritted his teeth and swung fiercely at Swang-ho, making it roar loudly, an expression of brave pressure. On the other side, the wind blade spiral strike breaks the zombies apart into pieces. Seongwu marvels, he truly is the leader, his combat skills are incredible. I think he has some other job, probably a 3 or 4 star rated one. Seongwu ordered the skeletons to hold the shields and retreat, as the zombies scrambled chaotically over each other. But they still didn't give up. Despite trampling over one another, they showed no intention of backing down. Seongwu raised his hand and said to himself, talking to a zombie is really half a joke, isn't it? Let's see if the skills still work after death. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at them. The blast wave was unleashed again, another hit, and a deafening explosion rang out, killing many zombies at once. Everyone on Minseo's side looked on in awe. Oh my, the firepower is truly different, just that one explosion destroyed the escape route. Seongwu continued calculating, I have to use the explosive carefully, there are even children inside it, not only destroys the building but also creates a very loud sound. Someone shouted from outside, the zombies are coming again, damn it, we've killed so many, but there's still a lot left. Min-seo saw you going out and shouted loudly, but you calmly replied, we'll go out to give ourselves more space. Warning system indicates that this area is starting a grand plan. A dragon made of dry bones quickly materializes from Seongwu's resurrection. Everyone witnessing this is shocked, especially the girl next to him who joyfully confirms it is Drake. Then came a series of rewards in gold for defeating low-level zombies, which also meant that Drake had killed many zombies when revived. Everyone here was amazed, unable to believe their eyes' disbelief that he could penetrate through them so easily. Min-seo turned back and asked Seongwu to save the people on the top floor, saying she had prepared a bus in the underground parking lot just in case. Suddenly, the system issued a warning that your teammate's strength had returned to eternal death, startling Seongwu. One after another, they continue to rush forward wildly, and I don't understand where this relentless energy comes from. Seongwu was shocked. He was confident in his strategy of attrition warfare, but this is still too much. Still, I need to minimize lethal responses and accept the coming of death. You think since I don't know what else might happen today, then turn to Jisoo and say let's go. Jisoo covers her face with her hand. Yes, that's right, I've been ready for a long time. The mask she wears is a fashion detox mask that works as an antidote, crafted by old Kim from Belna Station, using a piece of cloth soaked in detoxification solution. The zombie hordes are still charging wildly now, they can be said to have piled up like mountains. Jisoo aggressively swings her sword repeatedly into the air, her strikes forming a barrier, as if painted in the air. Seongwu is pleased. She is quick, precise, and powerful, definitely better than anyone he's seen in battle. Quickly, Min-seok's motorbike arrived with 2 bikes enough for everyone. He hurried down to tell Seongwu that the bikes were ready, and that they had done their best to hold off the zombies. Now let's go and pick up the others. Your wife spoke softly, fastening your seatbelt and saying, go, don't make any noise. Are we going to keep doing this? The kid up there is scared, sister. How long will we be chased by zombies now? She looked at him gently. Everything will be fine if we can get out of this. The system warns that the zombie has detected the smell of fresh meat, and is approaching. Seongwu was shocked, a zombie. He frowned and cursed. Those kids can't fight the zombies. Min-seok shouted, Seongwu, we have to keep them away from the kids. They are fast and attacking the children with focus. Min-seok recounted, those bastards broke into my car window and took my youngest son. I didn't even react. Min-jales painfully bursts into tears all over if that happens again. Seongwu steps forward to comfort him. I will do my best to prevent that from occurring. You're annoyed. I'm angry at myself because all I can do is say these words and nothing more. Longcott leads the way, guarded by skeleton soldiers as the buses move around. Seongwu calculates escorting those inside the buses. Our pace will be slow, but this is the best way to reach Belnang Station. For everyone trying to escape this damn bastard's playroom, you have to break through the zombie siege and get out. Even if the mission ends with defeating the culprit, that's even better. One of them asked, why is everyone so suddenly silent? And the person behind snapped in frustration. Before devouring their meal, the ghosts won't make any sound. They panic this place. This place has already been attacked. When we had lunch here yesterday, it was still safe. Jisoo whispers into Seongwu's ear, something is coming close to us. The others are scared, they're here again. Those things are coming, it's definitely the zombies. One of them just said to stay silent, then blood started to spill and the ghost quickly attacked them. Seongwu shouted in panic, they're here everyone, stay alert. I didn't expect it to be this fast. Jisoo shouted loudly to Min-seok from the left, suddenly saying that made him jump in surprise and almost react too late. A very fast zombie stomped directly onto Min-seok's body, and then flew away. It stood before the 2 children. No one could react in time and could only cry out in despair, no. Jisoo quickly swung her sword fiercely at the demon, trying to protect Min-seok's family. Seongwu muttered, it's too fast, much faster than I thought. Only Jisoo managed to react in time. Everyone screamed, they're coming, the monsters are coming, and they lead the horde of zombies and fiends rushing forward. Everyone on Min-seok's side was terrified, stiff, overwhelmed by the countless zombies and ghouls. Suddenly, without knowing what Min-seok was thinking, he hesitantly turned to speak to Seongwu. If a person turns to dust, can they still be aware of this? Seongwu hesitates. He thinks to himself that this person is Seongwu and turns around firmly. No, as long as I am still here that won't happen. Minseok continued. Seongwu, can I ask you to handle this if I die? Suddenly a loud voice shouted, they're coming, protect the children. One of the caskets quickly advanced, but the ghouls were even faster, leaping onto its head and launching their attack, catching it off guard. Seongwu clenched his teeth as his whole body stiffened, moving so fast and fierce. Their movements are very strange and unusual, and I am concentrating intensely to observe these demons and find their weakness. One of the ghosts is on the side of the wall, and another behind as the ghostly bugs attack the children. It seems like this is their favorite food. Seongwu shouted loudly to his skeletons to stop them. The skeletons charged forward, forcing the ghouls down, but for everyone defeated, another ghoul would leap up. They seemed infused with unstoppable energy. The system reports that one of your soldiers has returned to eternal rest, yet was killed by the demons. It looks at Seongwu with a triumphant smile, as if thinking you can't do anything to stop them. Minseok angrily steps forward, then delivers a devastating blow to the monster. Seongwu raises his head. Minseok is behind him, but it seems he didn't react in time this time. Fortunately, Minseok managed to raise his spear in time to block a deadly hit from the ghost, and the battle became incredibly fierce, with Minseok continuously slashing at the ghosts, splitting them in half, but there were still many remaining. Hey, quickly, get ahead and look at the terrified demons, they recover so fast. Seongwu, seeing Minseok losing his cool, steps forward. It's okay now, from now on I'll take control of the situation. The system notifies you that you have summoned Grim Reaper for 1 hour. At this moment, Sung has gained the power of a lich, increasing each army's numbers by 50, and boosting stats by 10, allowing unlimited resurrection of nearby undead until reaching the Union's limit. He looked at the devastated scene before him and silently thought, I still wanted to save it, but the situation is too dire. The system again notified me that I can now absorb the dead monsters into my army. These are the remains of monsters that once had masters. They have broken their oath with their former master, and now will become your subordinates. Seongwu decides to gather all the ghosts into his legion, using them to fight the new ghosts in the hope of turning the tide. It seems this method is working, as the ghosts keep dying, and gold accumulates from slaughtering them, while Minseok also uses the brave wall, then raises his sword, fiercely targeting their hearts with the scout's arrow, and Seongwu feels hopeful. Minseok fiercely swung his sword at the zombies, each strike hitting the target center and killing them instantly. Seongwu moved smoothly, but if you compare him to others without considering skill, he was on par with the crazed Minseok. This time I will never let you take their family away. The image of his family and his little child, that unlucky youngest son, appears in his mind. Seongwu's soldiers are holding the line so others can advance, one of them charging at the ghouls. Seongwu thinks it might take a little time, but if we keep like this, we can defeat all the ghouls, but we won't be able to save everyone, only Jisoo Minseok, and I can fight them off. He figures that the Drankers and Oxers are busy fighting the undead, so they don't have the time or strength to deal with the zombies himself, and he doesn't want to push too far because those people are risking everything to save their families. Just because I awakened for the first time doesn't mean I can solve everything. I have to become stronger. That thought kept ringing in my mind as the fierce hand of the demon stabbed straight into the bus, successfully opening the door, and Minseok's wife clung tightly to the children. The terrified girl screamed, "Hey, there's a demon inside," as a man shouted, "You bastard, don't even think about touching my child," but he was quickly pierced through the stomach by the demon. The child watched helplessly, as his father was killed right before his eyes, and the frightened girl was too stunned to speak. Minseok looked over in panic, no breaking through the wall, but at this moment the system announced that he couldn't use the rewind skill because the 2-minute cooldown hadn't expired yet. Minseok seemed to lose his composure, then suddenly shouted out loud and tightly embraced the demon, "I won't let you take my family anymore." It seems at this moment Minseok has decided to sacrifice himself for his loved ones. His wife and child continue to cry out loudly. Seongwu was shocked. "My God, he's already fallen with the demon," the boy shouted. "Spirit guardian, save his father." Seongwu quickly ran down to help Minseok, and as he stepped down he saw him kill the demon but was also bleeding a lot. Seongwu, heartbroken, looked at his comrade and immediately turned away. "I will bring medicine to you," but Minseok called out, "It's too late now." Dunjae looked at the blood on his hands, knowing it was no longer effective. "I have to protect my family. I know you haven't answered yet, please, Seongwu. My family, even if it means sacrificing me, I beg you before I die." Minseok desperately pleads with Seongwu one last time. Then he could no longer hold on and collapsed in front of Seongwu, looking like someone begging for death. Finally, the system announced that he had completed the personal mission activation requirements, transforming the knight into Skoton, and now Seongwu had to choose. "You were so angry that you said this was just a mission, same as the professor, this damn system." He silently thought, "I will accept his request. I don't know what to say to his family, but I have to choose this to survive." A flash of blue light appeared. Minseok woke up feeling like he was soaring through the air. "I'm dead. Is this my fate? Or what?" A white skeleton calmly replied in front of him, "Not yet." Minseok was surprised. "Are you the Grim Reaper?" Looking at his body, he deduced it wasn't a reincarnation, but surely I have died. I won't see my family again. I think about my happy days. I want to be a good husband and father, but this world has taken everything from me. Suddenly my body undergoes a strange change. Min Seok is surprised my whole body. A white mist says the spirit of the false soul is turning me into a walking corpse. Min Seok was surprised. Seongwu the Grim Reaper continued, entrust your family to him. You will forget everything and return to the calling spirit. You don't need to be afraid or worried anymore. That's right, Seongwu will protect his family and I will forget everything, forgetting the tears of a man worried for his family unconsciously streaming down my face. Min Seok painfully pleads, don't take them away, the memories of my family. I have to protect them. The Grim Reaper continues, how stupid, someone stronger than you is already protecting them, so why don't you just let go of that damn emotion? Min Seok painfully clenched his teeth and squirmed, because I am the head of the family, I have to protect them. The Grim Reaper pointed at him in retaliation, then let's see if you can keep protecting them. A beam of blue light flashes again. Min Seok bursts into flames while trapped, then his body gradually disappears. When he opens his eyes, Seongwu is still silently watching him, and the system announces that you have made a pact with the undead knight. His memories from this life are still intact. Once the conditions are met, he can join your army. Min Seok looked at his body in surprise, an undead knight. Even Seongwu was surprised he can speak now and carry out his last wish. Seongwu looked at Min Seok in disbelief. This is the most bizarre revenant he has ever encountered. Seongwu watched Min Seok's figure and silently thought, Min Seok, I want to ask you many things, but there are still many kwai lingering. Then Seongwu ordered, fix them up there first. It's time for the knights to return to the battlefield. At the same time, outside Jisoo kept fighting relentlessly, her sword constantly striking down the red kneeling enemies in front of her. Every strike of her sword is killing them. Meanwhile, the person fighting alongside her is struggling and frowning, saying it seems we need to find a way to the armored vehicle. Jisoo also frowned upon hearing this, realizing she had gone too far. She nodded slightly and said, I'll go right now. Then she turned to look at the remaining kwaidu and said coldly, I will cook you both thoroughly. Over at the fortified vehicle, the group was desperately protecting the car from the red quills, and someone hurriedly shouted, stop burning it, protect the fortified vehicle. But some red quills escaped, rushing to attack Min Seok's family, causing her to be overwhelmed with fear. Someone help me. At the very moment when everything hung by a thread, a flash of sword light struck, splitting the kwaidu in two. It's a new form of Min Xeoc. Luckily, he arrived just in time. Seeing the newcomer, Min Seok's wife blushed with tears, and even the two children looked the same. At the same time, Min Seok was surrounded by the red kwai. But he feels that his current state is amazing. He can sense the living dead after death, and the living dead knights are the strongest among them. That's why they fear him and are tense. This is a dominance hierarchy. At this moment, a red kneeling figure charged fiercely towards Min Xeok, but he was not afraid, and clenched his pain tightly in his hand. Then he began to single-handedly slaughter the red kwai in front of him one by one. They kept falling. After a while, he sheathed his sword, secretly sneering inside. They are all vicious creatures. Over here, the crowd is trying to fight off the red kwai when suddenly they see Min Seok's actions. Their eyes widen in horror. What is that Scotten that suddenly appeared, and the others can't fight it at all? Moreover, even the survivors hurriedly turned around and fled. But how could Min Xeok let them have that chance? He raised his hand and created purple iron chains. In an instant, the iron chains wrapped tightly around the crimson kwai, lifting them into the air as Min Xeok continuously burned them with flames. At this moment, Seongwu from behind walks up, nodding with satisfaction, convinced that killing the ancestor was the right choice. Min Seok slightly regrets, sighing softly, saying it's a pity they lost the protective charm. Jisoo also approached from a distance and said, Seongwu, we've wiped out all of the red squads. Then she looked back at Min Seok behind her, wanting to ask something, but Seongwu understood her intention and simply said, I'll explain later. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another team was also beginning to pack up and leave, because it was their turn to attack a few hours later in a certain town. Seongyu's team arrived here after leaving, and he sighed reluctantly, having taken quite some time but finally left. But that's okay, the mission is over now. Min Xeok glanced around and said in a low voice, the smoke here is thicker than in other places. Seongwu looked at him, uncertainly hesitating whether to say anything or not. After a moment, he finally spoke. Aren't you going to tell your family? Min Xeok nodded slightly and said, I am already dead. Isn't there something more important? I will tell them after I finish this. It's not too late. The kids are very strong, they can handle it. Hearing this, Seongwu frowned, saying, you're not wrong, but dying and becoming Skoton are entirely different things. You just think your wife will realize it. Forget about that. They quickly went deeper inside, but it was quieter than Seongwu expected, no spirits watching. But then he suddenly thought of something. They could create a safe place inside here. Maybe they use smoke grenades to keep the enemies away. If that's the case, how could they keep the boss prisoner here? When we entered the mission area, the boss was still alive, along with zombies and goo, and it wasn't killed by magic or anything. The more I think about it, the more confusing it is. We need to investigate this. Right now, Min Seok suddenly spoke up. Seongwu, you're too calm. I think we need to finish this mission as soon as possible. Seongwu frowned at him suspiciously, asking, are you worried about your family? Tell him that Jisoo will protect them. She has already killed most of the goo and zombies on that route, and by midnight, the Lick's break time will be over. The leader of the Evolution Society is the boss. It would have been perfect if they never met again, but that won't happen. They quickly followed a path down to the basement. Suddenly, a white screen appeared in front of them with some pieces of paper on it, each bearing writing and a stamp, and when Min Seok saw it, he frowned, wondering if it was a government seal and if the Evolution Society had some government officials involved. Seongwu was no exception. He initially thought they were gathering somewhere, shaking South Korea to its core, but now they were clearly no longer a reliable organization. After a moment, they quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Then the system announced that the monster boss of King-gu had appeared. Everyone gasped and looked inside, and sure enough they saw the monster. It's just that its limbs looked a bit strange. Seong-Woo exclaimed in panic, its condition is really dangerous. Moreover, a gaping wound appeared in its belly, so this is why the zombies kept flooding in. Now they were spreading everywhere, and Min Seok furrowed his brows, fiercely wondering who was responsible for this. As they were still suspicious, a voice echoed from behind, "It's you, the Shadowless One." They spun around in surprise and only saw Dr. 0000's team approaching. A woman behind him spoke gravely. "The upgrade mission and the black smoke are increasing, and the experiment I want is coming to me on its own." Dr. 0000 looked at Seongwu and said, "Let's not argue first, maybe you don't know, but I have a proposal. You chose a job related to death, but he's studying it, yet he's completely different." Seongwu frowned and asked suspiciously, "Are you researching death?" He slowly explained that he studied the energy of the abyss, a power opposed to all life, and his colleagues believed it was a test for humanity's evolution, which is why they had to overcome it. And they came up with a way to do it by discarding cells in the human body and becoming superhuman. Only then did Seongwu realize that new superhuman and all those concepts pointed to the same thing. Dr. 0000 continued saying that using that system makes it feasible. The woman beside him also chimed in, saying that the new king in this mission will also aid our research. Even the soul imitators are here, as if someone is guiding us. Dr. 0000 nods slightly and continues, "This game seems random, but is controlled by an artificial intelligence you and I meet because of this mission. You are getting closer to the correct answer," he says. "They are the happy ending of the game you've seen." Seongwu frowns. After hearing this, does he see the ending of this game? Does the Evolution Committee also have a prophecy stone? Seeing your hesitation, Dr. 0000 continued to persuade you. "Let's get along and join us to make it happen. It will be beneficial for you." He furrowed his brow and asked Seongwu, "So you will participate for the noble mission?" Hearing this, Seongwu immediately promised to follow his orders without question to become a pawn in Mr. A's game. He is no different from the bastards who release poison and conduct experiments on people's bodies. No organization ever advocates for a normal mission. He doesn't need to know the motives of those who always protect themselves while sacrificing others. Hearing this, Dr. 0000 sighed and said reluctantly, "If this were peacetime, I might have taken more time to persuade you with some academic theories. It's really a pity." Dr. 0000 looked at you in anger before speaking. "I guess we can't negotiate anymore. Seong-guk." "Don't even dream of doing that," Seongwu snapped, then ordered his companions to kill them, and in an instant mind and body moved as one. However, Seong-guk was not frightened, calmly launching his move with a perfect dance activated. Immediately after, Seongwu's team's military skills were significantly weakened due to the negative effect, reducing their physical resistance by 60%. Seongwu clenched his jaw tightly, realizing this was a healing skill similar to Hanho's, and that they were healers. "I suspected it, so I shouted immediately. The healer's power doesn't work on the undead, take them out first. I thought they didn't have shield skills like Hanho." Then a barrage of arrows started flying towards Seong-guk. "Wait until the moment the arrow touches him," the woman behind sneered dismissively. "Your old-fashioned weaponry is outdated, return them." As she finished speaking, a burst of energy erupted from her hand, causing all the arrows to turn back. Seongwu hurriedly took out his shield to defend, surprised that she could move objects. Perhaps she has telepathic powers, while the mind chariot charged towards Seong-guk. But he used divine power to attack, knocking Mingseok far away. Seeing this, Seongwu immediately panicked and shouted loudly, "Mingseok." Seong-guk keeps dancing here, muttering to himself, his strong body and tough appearance showing his willpower. The woman looks at him angrily and yells, "Stop wasting time." She pointed inside and ordered, "That's my precious experimental storage in there, be careful to protect it." Hearing this, Mingseok immediately turned to look back. Sure enough, inside I saw a bunch of creatures soaked in a flow of energy, and there was also a strange shoe. At this moment, Seong-guk still didn't stop his movement, smiling proudly, as he said, "We will attack again, break the formation, and nothing can stop us while we're performing our act." Just as he finished speaking, iron chains suddenly flew out and wrapped around one of his clones' necks, followed by more chains binding his legs and arms. In just a blink, that clone turned into a pool of blood, and with one step, it stomped into the blood. Min Hekseok looked coldly at Seong-guk and said, "I will never forgive you. You don't deserve to live." Upon hearing this, Guk scoffed dismissively, pretending to be strong. You're just a powerful but dead man, break them apart with divine light. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation before him started spinning, and divine power continued to strike. Seongwu hurriedly shouted a warning to Min Xeok use the protective spell, but Min Xeok instantly activated his battle frenzy skill and shattered Guk's divine power. Seeing this, he immediately panicked. What spell is this? Change the formation, let's start over. At the same time, Min Xeok also felt very surprised, sensing the damage affecting his body. But it's okay, the power of light has already been lost. That's not enough, we need to suppress more, he thought, and immediately released a light to suppress. In an instant, the body of Guk gradually disintegrated into blood and gore, and once again it had been absorbed by Min Xeok. At this point, the zombies had already started their attack, and Guk hurriedly called for help. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the zombies rushed in to attack them. Seeing this scene, the woman behind couldn't believe her eyes and cried out in disbelief. It's impossible with this situation, victory should belong to us. At this moment, Min Xeok stepped in front of her and asked coldly, "You are human, right? The owner of the experimental container." She was instantly startled, releasing a burst of energy and shouting loudly, "Vanish, and stay away from me, old man." However, Min Jeo had little impact, he said, coldly. From a simple experiment, people turned it into an evil experiment to serve their own purposes. The more she listened, the more terrified she became, screaming crazily, "Go away, don't come near me, monster." Min Xeo coldly promised, then fiercely struck her with a blow. Truly, monsters are just these people. She was just about to be killed by Min Xeok when suddenly a round of applause echoed, and Dr. 0000 sneered coldly, "Well done." Then he suddenly produced something in his hand coldly, saying, "I didn't expect it would come to this. I've always struggled in battles because I lack any combat skills." Then he immediately threw it to the ground. A surge of powerful energy burst into the air. Seeing this, Seongwu immediately frowned. Is this an attack item? His profession is ancient weapon crafting. With your doubtful gaze, that energy continues to expand in the air. Suddenly vines rose from the ground, entangling Min Jeok and his companion. Seongwu angrily charged and swung his sword, cutting through the vines in one strike. Then he ferociously charged at Dr. 0000, a cunning old man, and you had to fight him with everything you had, quickly activating the skill of the calendar. Dr. 0000 sensed the situation was becoming unstable, smiled bitterly, and said that retreating seemed to be the best option in this situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw something out, causing an explosion in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately turned and ran away, while FAP and the lightning from the bullets had the ability to temporarily stun the opponent. But he hadn't run far before he was shocked into wide-eyed horror by the scene before him, because the U-gun was now right in front of him. I coldly said, "Just as you wished, you won't see the light anymore from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, you struck him hard, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Clenching his teeth in anger, he unwillingly said, "You've picked a good card. There's no profession more suitable for protecting yourself than a summoner." At that moment, he suddenly smiled mysteriously. "But what will you do to protect others? You see, we have already fought off countless zombies and shadow monsters outside." Seongwu hadn't even had a chance to reply when his mind was sharply questioned. How could he do that while still being human? He calmly said, "In this chaotic world, who can survive without craving power? Aren't humans always creating new weapons? And once they succeed, they need to test them. The simplest way is to bring it to the battlefield. They tried controlling the Da Kui King, but it seems too difficult." Dr. 0000 chuckled proudly. "Someone who can fight and protect humanity until now. There's still a long way to go, just wait and see." Seongwu grew angrier the more he listened. Lunlung whispered, "Being clever won't save him, just finish him off." He immediately jumped out. "I have waited for this moment for a long time." As he finished speaking, he abruptly thrust down, and just before dying, he left one last word, "See you again." Sure enough, the system reports that you have defeated the player, but it was only a clone. He couldn't help but shout in horror. He's not Dr. 0000, but one entry has vanished from the list. Dr. 002 is gone. There are still 5 Doctor left on the list. All of them are clones of the same person. So this is why that group is so powerful. They have countless doppelgangers everywhere, carrying out their goals without any setbacks. At this moment, Minzio suddenly warned that it's not the time to think, because King Ye has already taken action. Meanwhile, on Jisu's side, she is still continuously fighting monsters. After a moment, she let out a small breath of relief, temporarily safe. The people behind suspiciously asked, "Is it over?" She shook her head and said, "Not yet, they will definitely come back." Hearing this, the people behind immediately shouted out loud, "Damn it, where did these guys come from? I've handled quite a lot on the way here." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a horde of monsters with glowing red eyes appear from afar. Jisoo clenched her teeth fiercely. She couldn't let anyone die. Seongwu already trusted her just like rivals. Now he's stronger and she's also improving herself, but the problem is he doesn't stop and keeps getting stronger every day. To stand on equal footing with him, she has to try harder. With that in mind, she immediately rushes forward to face the monsters head-on. But at this moment they realize another problem, which is Skotan, as their numbers are decreasing because the soul impersonator isn't here. The remaining Skotan continue to fight the monsters fiercely, but suddenly a large fire emerges in this area. The brilliant flames blazingly erupt in the air created by Jisoo to trap the monsters. She thinks Seongwoo's regeneration skill would make this situation easier to handle. She has to seize this moment to make a breakthrough. She needs to be even stronger and finish this quickly. Thinking quickly, she begins to wield her sword, a flurry of sword beams slicing through the monsters. Outside, the onlookers are moved by the scene, admiring her swift and precise fighting. She must be the lover of the ghostly hero. Her combat skills are truly remarkable. Jisoo also heard what they were saying from inside the fight, her brows furrowing tightly, but she didn't have time to care and focused on fighting the monsters. The people outside, unable to enter due to the chaos, could only stand aside and watch, feeling puzzled. Is this her power? Is she planning to fight them alone? But at this moment, the monsters suddenly change direction and rush toward the beat-up car, and the crowd blocking in front become alert. They can't let the monsters target the children. Jisoo hurriedly ran from the battlefield to assist, but facing 3 attacks simultaneously, she struggled. Before long, a demon escaped Jisoo's pursuit and attacked the beat car, but a powerful energy beam from afar struck it down instantly. Meanwhile, the group of demon ghosts also reached the elderly and children who couldn't fight back. Luckily, before they could harm them, an iron chain appeared and tightly wrapped around it. Moreover, the remaining ones were also tied up with chains and thrown aside, then shredded into pieces. Min-sok walks over from behind and asks the children, "Are you two okay?" Hearing the voice, the kids instantly recognized it and joyfully exclaimed, "It's Dad's voice." But when they looked again, he was in the form of a Skotun. He didn't know what to say, so he could only stand there, still human. The children quickly went over to him and asked in amazement, "Dad, have you transformed? Have you become a Skotun?" Their poetic voices left Min-sok unsure of what to do. After hesitating for a long time, he finally stroked their heads and said with a smile, "Yes, Dad can turn into a Skotun, thanks to the priest with his soul out in the middle of the moment." In the blink of an eye, the poetic kids didn't know the reason behind it. Some wanted to transform into Skotun, which made Min-sok a bit headachy. Over here, Jisoo saw Seongwu coming, her eyes lit up and she nodded slightly to him. She said, "I'm not too worried because you're here, Jisoo, but it must be really tough for you." Jisoo calmly smiled and said, "I think Seongwu is having a harder time than I am." She frowned at him and continued speaking. "We only fought the Demon King, the two of us, so it must have been tough." He hesitated for a long time, then told her, "Everything. A few hours earlier, when the Demon King officially appeared, Seongwu's group fought against it, but they sensed something strange about it. They stared at the Demon King and shouted loudly, then fiercely collapsed to the ground." Min-sok frowned and said, "Isn't it like he wants to die?" Seongwu nodded in agreement. "I think he has been tested to the point where wanting to die is even harder." Min-sok, hearing this, fell into deep thought, and after a moment he suggested, "Then let's deal with him now." The boy sighed helplessly. Just as expected, humans are the most terrifying. Returning to the present, Jisoo was left speechless after hearing Seongwu's story. After a long moment, she heard him sigh again and say something no one understood: "A tough battle." At this moment, the system suddenly announced that the main mission was over, leaving everyone confused about what was happening. Jung-hoon's team had just defeated the last monster, and upon seeing this notification, they let out a silent sigh of relief. Although the mission is over, Taesung still feels worried and uncertain about what to do next, wondering if there will be even greater challenges ahead. South Korea has become a top-performing country thanks to everyone's efforts, which have been rewarded, but at the cost of many sacrifices. At this moment, the system continued to send notifications, announcing that the monster commander leading a large army had appeared all over Korea. Jisoo frowned upon seeing this, his expression tense, and asked sharply, "Is it because of this that the mission suddenly stopped?" However, Seongwu also did not respond, only suggesting that they should leave because surely there is an ending to this mission. A sad ending can turn into a happy one, and this event will lead us to the story's conclusion. The variables are really hard to predict, but they bring even greater rewards. A great battle for Chaehon-soo and the top hunters of Korea is coming, and you will definitely succeed. Thinking to himself, he smiled at the two behind, and suggested, "This mission is complete, let's leave now." On the other side, in a small town, goblins are surrounding the townspeople, attacking one person who keeps crying out in pain. After a moment, a surge of powerful energy suddenly struck, knocking the goblins away. Han-ho bit his lip, fiercely looked at the goblins in front of him, then immediately stepped back and ran. The boy hesitated before speaking, "I can't believe I have to run from the goblins." Not only him, but San-yu and his father were also hurriedly fleeing, and soon they saw Gyeongsu's team forming a protective formation ahead. They quickly ran inside the protective barrier and finally let out a sigh of relief, safe at last. The goblins soon arrived, but they had been stopped by the barrier. Father Han-ho went to help the boy up, pouting and saying that he heard the kid could fight back against 1-2-0-0-0-0-0 goblins, and the boy clenched his teeth, replying that he only retreated to protect others. Their lips almost suffocated him. At this moment, the goblins are continuously wounding the barricades with knives. Seeing Uncle Sue behind, he orders everyone to prepare for battle with the wounded and barricades up front, while archers and mages fall back. They no longer rely on the shield as he has experience fighting various monsters. The goblins are just too many, and before long the barrier was severely damaged. Seeing this, Hanho suddenly said, "Dad, thank you for raising me." He frowned upon hearing that and said with dissatisfaction, "What are you talking about? Even if we all die today, we should just do our best." Hanho pouted and said, "Aren't you supposed to hope I live longer because you're not my father?" And he angrily scolded him. "Little one, I just want to encourage you. I also have to live longer. See your incredible father." As he finished speaking, Hanho immediately threw the dagger into the goblin's head, killing it instantly. Right after that, the boy fiercely charges ahead today. He will become a legend. In this way, Hanho keeps slashing and stabbing the goblins one after another, falling beneath his fierce momentum. Seeing the goblin corpses piled up like a mountain, Hanho was satisfied. Now the kid had improved and could fight the goblin warriors alone. The kid is the strongest player in Korea. Thinking this, he shouted loudly, "Go ahead, you will become my most brilliant milestone." At this moment, a goblin quietly sneaked up from behind the boy, preparing to ambush, but of course, he also sensed it. A look of contempt appeared in his eyes as Hanho coldly said, "You should feel ashamed. You're no match for me." As he finished speaking, the boy charged forward like a storm, knocking the goblins flying. Outside, Seongwu watched this scene and couldn't help but marvel, "Your son is incredible." Hearing this, Hanho's father didn't know whether to be happy or sad and shouted out loud, "He's also bad, but he's still my son, so I don't know what to do." Look at him. What kind of look is that with 3 different faces? Is he some kind of asura? Or what? Hanho's father was extremely displeased with the boy's current appearance. Suddenly, during the battle, a strange voice echoed inside, "I don't like goblins. They should all be killed." Hanho hesitated, then agreed, but soon realized something was wrong as he saw Rai appear, and asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Not only Rai, but Sunwoo's Skotan also appeared, starting to eliminate goblins. Sunwoo's team has returned to the town. Hanho saw and immediately called out happily, "Senior sister Jisoo," but when he looked at Min Sok standing beside Sunwoo, the boy angrily asked, "Who are you? That's my place." A moment later, Sunwoo's group appeared. The goblins had been pushed back outside. They safely entered the base, and now they were discussing their strategy. Mr. Su's expression grew tense as he said that a new phenomenon had emerged, causing some confusion. Giant air bullets had attacked many people across the country. It might be safer to stay within the changed safe zone, as the influence rules of the weaker individuals in the safe area had now changed. Han Ho was watching the news when he suddenly exclaimed that John Deung-po was struggling against thousands of crawlers and that they were looking for him senior. Sunwoo immediately turned startled and said, "All right, if they're struggling, we'll help. We've already agreed, but in this situation, we will become allies with them. Although it might be complicated if the Society of Celestial Alchemists also act now, if they don't ally with the monsters, it will be quite tough." At this moment, Sunwoo pushed open the door from outside and said, "We've found the goblins' base. On Pandan Mountain, based on their path, they're probably at the top of that mountain. Luckily, the nearby chieftains near the village are mostly goblins, which are easier to handle than the red orcs in John Deung-po." Sunwoo said he didn't look carefully, but there were probably over 3,000 of them, and they also had spellcasters on their backs. Hearing this, Mr. Su's face darkened, and he said cautiously, "Goblins are the weakest monsters, but we are seriously short of troops." Sunwoo thought it made sense, so we shouldn't be reckless and should be more careful. But at this moment, Sunwoo spoke again. "Our goal is not to win, but to gather as much gold and experience as possible." As soon as he said that, Mr. Su was moved and admired. "Truly the difference is real. I can't believe Sunwoo already came up with a plan to hunt them all." But Sunwoo casually shrugged and said, "It's not me hunting them, it's you. This is a good opportunity for both of you and the other villagers. Mr. Su and Sanyu don't know if you can do it, but you still follow his advice and do it." On the top of Pandan, mountain goblins are lurking everywhere. They have a deep base inside the mountain that is heavily guarded, but this doesn't stop Sunwoo, who sneaks in silently without being detected. Looking at the abandoned factory in front of him, he couldn't help but smirk. This was where the goblin commanders had gathered. That made the task easier, and he was already thinking about how to deal with each high-level goblin. Even a small group of goblins can be deadly when working together with their leader, but I wonder if that leader can still lead after having his head smashed. Thinking quickly, he immediately ordered the giant OG to advance, and soon after, the goblin base was hidden behind OG's massive body. One powerful punch thrust inside, causing a series of goblins to fall. Sunwoo collected countless gold coins. A few minutes later, he stood face to face with the goblin chieftain. At this moment, he looked like a rat with no way out after being beaten by Sunwoo. Minsok, standing behind, looks cold and distant. Finally, he encounters the goblin lord. "Just a little care for it, huh?" Sunwoo frowned slightly, and orders take care of it as soon as possible. As soon as those words came out, you quickly crossed the river and cut off the goblin chief's head with your sword. Satisfied, you retracted your sword, smiled faintly and said, "Let's start the trip." A few minutes later, below the town, a horde of goblins flooding in after Sunwoo destroyed their base. Now that Mr. Su has arranged a protective barrier, he calmly orders them to prepare. Here they come. They're just a bunch of failed idiots with no heads. Calmly hunt them down. As soon as the words left his mouth, a barrage of arrows from behind the river struck, killing many goblins. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately felt happy. It turns out killing goblins is so easy. Thanks to the goblin chieftain's death, many of their stats have decreased. That's why they are easily killed by the townspeople. Sanu chuckled softly, unable to believe how easy the hunting was, with Mr. Su standing beside him nodding in agreement, all thanks to Seongwu. And Seongwu is now secretly watching from above, with an average village level of 4, the gap between individuals widening. Those with no strength at all gather into a group relying on others, and soon becoming a burden to those who survive. Chefs, scouts, and other combat roles each have their own significance, but the difficulty level is skyrocketing. You were worried because Hanho was the first to arrive, but they can handle this issue. Even weaker or disabled people can become stronger. It's pretty bad, but that's how the system works. Just as you thought, those who know how to fight are helping the old and children to deal with the goblins. A boy was now able to defeat goblins on his own to level up to 2, causing him to cry tears of joy. With Seongwu guiding them, they won this battle, and everyone was very happy. They just leveled up and received gold coins. Seeing this, Seongwu felt a bit overwhelmed and reluctantly said, I still prefer reading manga alone. But you think this isn't too bad either. The next morning, Seongwu gathered everyone here to give orders, and Mr. Gisu looked surprised, frowned, and calmly nodded, focusing on reaching level 8. They have recently defeated the Lord, and their strength has improved enough to hunt more easily, so focus on upgrading to level 8 before you return. It may sound cruel, but you have no obligation to carry the weak. If you want, stay in the dark comfortably. Everyone should be able to protect themselves, and upon hearing this, Gyeongsu and Seongwu looked a bit grim. After a moment, Gyeongsu nodded and said, I won't forget that. He still remembers when he was weak, and always hoped someone would come to rescue him. Just then the wind suddenly rose, loud. Senior, the helicopter is here. They've been complaining all along, let's go quickly. Hearing this, Seongwu sighed helplessly. It's the agreement that we must protect each other from enemies for a certain period, so we have to go help the Freedom Society. In Jeondongbo town, 2-bit vehicles are quietly driving on the road. They belong to Junghoon's group. They have some serious injuries, everyone is very tired. Junghoon sat in the high chair and frowned, asking how the situation with the new commander was. Upon hearing this, someone immediately responded, please wait a moment, you will soon see the northern border. Immediately afterwards, a magic drone appeared in the sky over Jeondongbo to observe the situation. It didn't take long before they detected about 200 monsters in the north. They will soon arrive at their location. But at this moment, the other person suddenly felt dizzy and clenched his teeth, saying it seems like they have been taken down. Ad looked a bit worried and said, Commander, we have to leave the bridge now. Thousands of red snails are coming from the gimbal, and it's too difficult to deal with both sides at the same time. After hearing this, Junghoon frowned and said in a low voice, let's focus all our forces to defeat the Cho first, and then we can move everything to face the ants. Ad disagrees. Cho is not an easy opponent. They have that large body, strong recovery ability. If they run out of time and have to fight with all their strength, they will suffer heavy losses. Junghoon is aware of this, but they are too inexperienced. The main task is to maintain the reserve troops at level 10 or above, which forces guild members to die from hasty decisions like rushing ahead. But if we need to close the gap with that person, we can't just go into the safe zone. While he was deep in thought, Ad continued speaking, saying that even the Jeondeungpo security unit would concentrate most of their forces, leaving only a minimal defensive team, and Junghoon nodded after a moment of thinking. At that moment, Manhwa ran in from outside, and shouted that she had received a call from the helicopter arriving to pick up the Chaohon-su, and they would arrive soon. Hearing this, Ad immediately cheered up. With the Soul Scissor coming, we can work together to defeat the Chao group and take down the Okuk as well. But Manhwa shyly scratched her head and said, but the Soul Scissor said, we must face the O group first. Ad immediately looked terrified and asked what he said. Are we going to give him an accurate report of the situation here? Manhwa nodded and replied that he said he would meet with everyone after gathering some bones here. But Ad became even more confused upon hearing that bones. A moment later, a helicopter appeared in the sky again. Junghoon looked up at it puzzled and asked, is that the helicopter carrying the Soul Master? Ad looked quite tense and exclaimed, don't tell me that in the meantime many giant spirits have appeared here and are starting to surround the monster whales. Seeing this, Manhwa exclaimed, in disbelief, what is that? Why is another giant monster appearing here? Junghoon's expression changed slightly, and of course those orbs are also gigantic creatures. But in front of that thing they are like children. In the blink of an eye they are swallowed and chosen. Now Junghoon has the power of death, so destroying the swarm is no problem. The more Manhwa looked, the more he couldn't help but admire and call out. He was already very strong, but now he seems like a fish in water. Junghoon was suspicious, wondering if merely awakening the basics could help him surpass that person. After the battle ends, the gap will grow so wide that he will never be able to catch up with what he lost, because death is the asset of Lord Shaohun. At the same time, in a building not far away, 3 people are using binoculars to observe the situation. And standing by the window with folded arms asks about Shaohun-su. The Free Association begs him to withdraw. Her shopkeeper quickly replies he still said he'd come until last night. They aren't even small or medium-sized guilds anymore, and now the cross-team's shadow has disappeared. The 2 support teams from both sides are also in chaos because of the situation we caused in the community. At Seongwu's battlefield, he has just defeated the regular Chao monsters. Immediately after, a Chow monster carrying a large axe approaches. It is the boss monster of the tribe, the chief of the Chow. It swung its great axe towards Zhuang-u as soon as it appeared. Through the telescope, he saw this scene, and Lian Chanqin's face immediately turned pale. It's the boss monster, quite hard to recognize. It waves the axe, and the vines grow wherever it swings, wrapping around Zhuang-u's army. Your assistant saw right away, and nervously said it definitely won't be easy to deal with it. He also hesitated, and asked maybe even the entire Chow Spirit Master will have to stop here. She was just overthinking. Zhuang-u cut off its spear, wielding arm with his sword directly destroying the weapon. Immediately after, the creature couldn't land any blows and kept suffering defeats. It didn't take long before it was defeated on the ground. Zhuang-u naturally didn't let it go, beating it until it's in a mess. After a while, he sternly commanded to attack without knowing where he was, his strength and mind suffering the consequences. At that moment, Min Ziyak delivered the final blow, ending the battle. The battle was very straightforward because they coordinated perfectly. Zhuang-u casually said, "The Freedom Society must be waiting there, so let's go." Near the bridge crossing, John Diongbo Dunghun is waiting for Zhuang-u here. "Fortunately, I arrived just in time." Dunghun nodded lightly and said thank you. Looking at the person in front of him, Dunghun sighed with a bit of helplessness. He had been planning to use the Soul Jade Master to buy more time and get stronger, but at the same time, you had also become stronger. Then he explained the situation to you, saying a large army is coming from the west unless they plan to swim here, otherwise they have to cross this bridge. He said they have used many other methods to block other routes, and he's doing everything he can to avoid losing again. All of Korea is watching. If we lose again, my position will be over too. I have to prove myself to them. I will take control of this battle. Inside the tall building at John Diongbo, their two groups have arrived, and someone reports that the Chow Han Su will join the fight. Countless people have now supported us. What you said is not wrong. Many people have spoken in support. Et's expression grew more grim. Maintaining the community is becoming increasingly difficult as those who saw the actions of the Soul Lord or small and medium guilds are leaking information. At this moment, another person reported that the survivors at Beast Hunter are also involved with a force of 200 people, and he just received a call from Southern Yangu saying 5 SUVs are on their way. Min Hoa listens, then turns to Et and asks, "What is your plan?" She thinks for a moment before speaking. "We will have to accept them." She wants to take them in and gradually pull them to her side. Even the Red Brain army that appeared in Gimpo couldn't control them, as the large force advances eastward, and the survivors have informed them that they are very close. They must persuade each force through a meeting of commanders and make them cooperate with the Freedom Society. Thinking it over, she pushed the door open and entered the room where many people were already waiting, Dunghun and Seongwu sitting at the main positions at each end of the long table. Seeing her come in, Dunghun spoke first. "Now we will begin the meeting between the commanders. Miss Et, please summarize the situation." Et solemnly said, "Our Freedom Society has blocked most of the bridges and deployed patrol units to all of them. We are using drones to analyze the enemy's movement." As soon as he said that, the expressions of the commanders here changed instantly. Everyone looked towards Seongwu, and he could naturally sense it. They made him feel uncomfortable. Dunghun's face darkened at the sight, feeling uneasy about the current situation. Seongwu is just one person but the strongest force here. Everyone pays attention to him, and somehow he must break that. At this moment, someone outside pushed open the door and entered, panicked, and raised their voice. "Sir, the commander." That person said a survivor flew in from the west. Dunghun frowned after hearing that, so he flew here. Everyone began whispering and chatting, saying that the method the survivor used to arrive here was quite special. Even Seongwu was somewhat doubtful, and even the Freedom Council was restricted from using helicopters because of the dragon monsters. So what was that special mode of transportation? After a long hesitation, Dunghun finally suggested as, "Everyone seemed quite curious. Let's meet that person first and directly listen to what the survivor has to say." A moment later, they went down below the building, but just seeing that thing made everyone even more genuine. Someone warned, "Don't get too close. You'll be dead if it bites you." Seongwu stared in disbelief at what was in front of him, speechless. So that special means of transportation is a giant monster. That's right, a giant demon serpent is appearing here. Next to it is a girl holding its mouth tightly and carefully spoke out. "It's very gentle and won't attack humans unless you attack it first." At this moment, the person next to Dunghun reported that the commander said the girl was a survivor. When she saw Dunghun, she immediately begged for help, saying, "Please save me." Seongwu silently watched the girl beside him, suspicion growing in his heart. Is she part of the group the commander isolated after chasing the red demon? But she didn't answer his question and hurriedly recounted her story. "A few hours ago, a large number of Chinese players arrived at Gonghwa-gung. Please help us." As soon as these words were spoken, Seongwu's face turned grim, and everyone hurriedly gathered to discuss. They looked at the map Gyeojeongbo, a small island connected to Ganghwa by a bridge. The two Dawn Eyes, the scene noting that the players in Ganghwa had set up a safe zone at Gyeojeongbo, making it easier to ensure safety with transportation routes and handle the monsters inside the island, because it is quite small. Her face showed worry, and two donors sighed. "We know there are powerful forces like the Freedom Association on the mainland, but they still chose to handle it quietly." Seongwu recalled the chaos caused by monsters and pirates running amok inland living in Ganghwa, probably very difficult close to Seoul. You silently watched the two dawn, thinking that since they're gathering in limited areas inside the island, they should have coordinated better and that such a decision was unlikely, of course. That was until they were suddenly attacked by the enemy, and the two dawn looked back regretfully at the situation in front of them a few hours ago. Pirates arrived at Ganghwa-do. Out there at sea there are countless ships. She slowed down and recounted. All the ships on the water are their fishing boats. Everything seems to have spiraled out of control. We did our best to stop it but failed, even our escape route has been cut off. Dong-hun asked how many of them do you think there are those pirates? 2. Dawn pondered about 1,000, but probably more, based on the number of ships docked. Everyone was stunned to hear this because China has a large population, so the number of players would also be huge. They looked at each other in confusion, thinking if they wanted to attack we would be in big trouble. Ad asked again. It seems she's looking for a tiny hope, but that's not likely. Few people hunt players right. Most probably those pirates are just ordinary people. Dongwu pointed, but in our current situation, such people are very dangerous because they could target our lives and gold when we are at our most vulnerable. The others seem to have gained strength. That's right, we need to deal with this. It seems that Ad is very determined he's right, but just the red demons are complicated enough already. And right now we still don't know for sure if the attackers are Chinese mercenaries or just bandits. They keep mentioning other issues, but what if they come to us from the upper stream while waiting at the higher banks of the Han River? We were attacked from behind while facing the demons, so what do you guys plan to do now? Dongwu decided from now on we will only focus on the demons. He calmly discussed the next plan, saying we can't avoid the demon legion that has taken over Gimpo and Xiaogu Gang, so the pirates won't be able to enter inland, and we will send a reconnaissance team to scout the Han River at Xia. Lu. Dongwu's words left, he ran stunned. Now we can't go to Ganghoa-jio either. She seemed hopeless and sat down heavily. Dongwu suddenly dropped his hand and suggested an alternative plan. We could mark a route to wipe out the enemy's brain, for the entire army deploy a separate unit to defeat the pirates, and then provoke the demons from the opposite side, along with the survivors in Ganghoa-jio. Sunset couldn't help but be surprised, attacking in a pincer movement, and Siyuk retorted, I agree with attacking them, but as a swordsman I must say we don't have enough strength. He continued, even if we send a helicopter to that small island due to noise concerns, a stealth attack would be very difficult, but then a thought crossed his mind, impossible. And Xaeuk suddenly remembered the enormous power of Seongwu's transformation, the lonely soul warrior. Dong-hun also glanced at him, maybe not. A burst of light suddenly gathered in Seongwu's palm since my skills aren't suitable for fighting many people. He silently calculated his next move, unable to use Death Shadow or Abyssal Breath. Seongwu recalls the powerful army elsewhere. I also need information about Chinese players, because Han has come here once, and we might meet again. Then the system keeps warning that the negative effects reduce movement speed by 30%, attack speed by 20%, and anyone daring to interfere will be classified for attribute punishment. Executing the level commander, resulting in communication cut-off, disorientation, and loss of guidance inside the unit. Seongwu immediately thought of a solution, and with the demons it was best to cut off their leader first. Just like the first time when the monster's commander was targeted, the demon lord could easily control them directly from behind, so we needed to reach the rear of the enemies. You look at Haijan, if it's only me, then we wouldn't be able to sneak attack Griffin and ambush them right. She's very happy, of course. After a moment of silence, Dong-hun finally spoke again. Alright, let's go with that. The sky was turning a deep orange, and at this moment Haijan had transformed into an eagle. Han-ho looks like he's recovered, but Senior keeps abandoning us again. This time, don't bring Vrei along, but Jisoo just smiles, be careful. Seongwu looked at the two of them. Griffin can only carry 2 people at most, so there's no other way. The next time they meet, it'll be on the battlefield. He didn't seem to trust Han-ho, but Gi-sun will take good care of her, so Han-ho, don't let your instinct to protect make you go overboard. The little boy hesitated and curled his lips. You're a thief, not someone who can endure. Haijon adjusted his glasses on his head. If you're ready, let's go. Seongwu nodded and said, yes, I'm ready, Miss Haijon. As Griffin takes off, they feel the shaking. Let's go, the wind is too strong. Griffin soared into the sky, everything below seemed smaller, and then Haijon suddenly remembered something. Sorry for not mentioning it earlier, but we have to wait until nightfall before reaching the coast. She seems to understand the area around well. The pirates keep gigantic monsters, and those birds fly around the island. Mist surrounds the entire island on the sea. Many ships are moored at the port. The people inside are adjusting their lanterns. Okay, the lights are on. The 3 of them sit together in a dimly lit space with only a faint glow from the lantern. Have you finished installing the batteries, or is the old lamp just too weak to burn brightly? The atmosphere is tense. Damn it, it would be great if they didn't interfere with our fun with the prisoners. They seem drunk. The explorers near the island look like angels, but look at us. That's because they have many prisoners. He chuckled foolishly. We'll have a chance once we reach the inland gold women. All will be ours. Someone else sighed. If it weren't for the strong wine made from the monster's leg caught in honja, I wouldn't have been able to endure it. The man beside him looked more enthusiastic. The captain can control things by sending the balloon away. If you get caught, that drunkard could take everything and run off. In a corner where I can see the light of the lamp, the others keep drinking and talking, but luckily I feel it's calmer outside the continent. Instead of fighting the powerful inside the continent uselessly, he became a pirate and raided weaker countries to earn more gold. He drank the last drop of wine. Captain, do you think the situation inside is the same, but at this moment someone sensed something strange? Wait, spray. There's just a constant layer of dust, spreading around the other person. Looks suspicious. There's something here. What are you talking about? I don't see anything at all. They become alert and raise their weapons. My job is to step back and suddenly they feel tense. I see now. Sweat beads continuously seep down the face of the man called the captain, as my enhanced senses keep alerting me to something nearby. They suddenly feel a chilling sensation coming from behind them. Suddenly ambushed everyone, panicked enemies. But before he could speak further, a purple, energy-encased iron chain suddenly tightened around his neck, silencing him. That iron chain drags his body across the ground. Minx tightly clenches the chain in her hand, along with some other creatures. We can't let anyone make a fuss. Before losing consciousness, he suddenly saw a faint figure of someone. Let him live. I have a few things I want to know after cleaning this area. Everything suddenly turned pitch black, and he gradually regained consciousness, wondering, where am I? Suddenly Griffin's face enlarged in front of him, making him turn pale. Damn monster. Two voices quickly comforted Griffin. It's okay, stay calm, I'll hand him over to you soon. Her words startled him again. Sung Woo continued to threaten him. It seems we can communicate more with the system. Just to let you know, I can read part of a deceased person's memory. He's even more terrified now. Are you the one who reads memories of the dead? Pointing directly at his face, I decide to go. If you want to live, confess everything in detail or just blurt it out and die right now. On one side, the sound of a crate shattering echoed, followed by the frantic shouts of the man laced with disbelief. The pirate captain shouted loudly. 90 people had disappeared. 90 soldiers vanished within just a few hours. He pointed at those around him and shouted, check if any prisoners have escaped and pull up all the anchors, then inspect the surroundings for any approaching ships. They immediately hurriedly crawled away. His face showed tension. I don't know who that freak is, but do you think you can hide on this island? The captain shouted, find them. The flying objects in the sky suddenly went berserk as if controlled by a magic circle. His voice echoed everywhere. Find the attackers and bring them to me. A red aura radiated around the captain. The objects flying across the sky seemed to be controlled by that heirloom. He laughed proudly and said, I don't know who they are, but do you really think this is a place to hide on this island? At this moment, a crew member rushed in to report, Captain, we found the missing people. Captain was startled. What? How did you find them faster than me? The pirate pointed to the neatly arranged corpses on the ship. Those corpses are still carefully cared for and covered with blankets. They are all dead and everything is neatly arranged like this. The captain couldn't believe it when he saw, wondering why he secretly brought the dead onto the enemy's ship. He's gone mad. He remembers the floating corpses on the sea. He just has to throw the dead bodies into the water. Does he want to provoke us? But this doesn't really seem like provocation. The pirates announced again, forcing him to move once more, not just this boat but others as well. The pirate pointed to a nearby boat, all of them holding the corpses starting from that corner. Suddenly, an explosion happened out of nowhere and the captain had to cover his face with his hand to shield himself from flying debris. What was that? The pirate, soaked in water and holding his gun, pointed at the explosion. All the ships, they all exploded. That just makes him angrier, you idiot. I already know I'm asking why it exploded. Suddenly a strange sound rings out, and they start to feel scared. We need to run quickly. The captain saw purple gases constantly spreading in the air. What's happening here? The pirates are supporting each other, Captain. That's the gas escaping from those strange bottles. He looked up at the window of a tall building, the black fog. Suddenly everything was covered by a dark smoke veil, and everyone became even more panic-stricken, as if they were breathing in hell, created by dark sorcery. If you breathe it in, nothing can be saved. We need to get out of here. There are still a few bombs left. The cars are rushing through the dark, ominous night sky. The captain gritted his teeth, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Birds cover this entire island. The enemy is everywhere. Now he's extremely tense. This is a fierce attack. Someone is trying to isolate and eliminate us. The straight bridge ahead is like his last hope. Hurry to that bridge. It's the only escape besides the boats. Captain nervously growled, you cowards. The enemies are using biological and chemical weapons. If we get isolated here, we're doomed before reinforcements arrive. He remembered his mighty army and knew he had to escape from here and find a safe place for the ships to go for the benefit of waiting for the admiral. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared near the bridge. It was a bridge. Hurry up, we must get out of here at all costs and reach a bigger island. The more the cars speed up, the clearer that light becomes. The death spirits stood there waiting for them, surrounded as if submerged in a sea of fire. The captain couldn't believe his eyes. This attack was terrifying. What the hell is wrong with this island? Seongwu, like an envoy of hell, the defeated soldiers from China's server. 2. He once said that China has 3 servers, right? He looks down at the line of cars below. I guess that's an entire continent based on the soldiers' memories. They could have set up a large pirate group. Seongwu remembers the story told by the 3 earlier. They are a recon team planning to reach the island via Ganghoa Island to prepare for the main army to land. The captain quickly jumps out of the vehicle, everyone ready for battle. Seongwu stares intently at them, blue sparks burning stronger inside him. I won't let you do this. Everyone will die here. The bright red system keeps flashing, warning a major landing is about to begin in this area, warning the response of death will start here. The pirates keep inhaling the black smoke. What is this fog? Damn it, my whole body hurts so much. Wait, look ahead. That army seems intent on swallowing them whole behind them too, and in front as well. Hearing his subordinate's voice, the captain's face twitched even more. They are coming from all directions. What is that giant monster, damn it? He dragged a pirate by the collar and retreated. I'd rather leave the island than fight this bunch. But the ghostly army keeps closing in on us. It's too late. We can't turn back now. The captain uses magic to control those black orbs. These fools can. I only rely on myself now. Those orbs attack the fog army as he commanded. The remaining pirates are no pushovers either. The captain's monster is fighting off the zombies and pushing them back. Seongwu remains remarkably calm. It's the bird Haizan mentioned earlier. A hand of mist reaches out, and immediately the black object is seized and destroyed along with others. Your eyes light up, and honestly, the zombie horde isn't strong enough to handle it. The ghostly army is just like an army of immortality. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. That damn bird will sacrifice itself in vain if this keeps up. The pirates were panicking. Look, the phoenix is alive again. Captain, what should we do now? The captain struggled to paddle onto the bridge. Go, I need to escape from here. I am the only one who can leave this place and contact the authorities. As he jumped up, a black fruit instantly turned into a cushion to lift him into the sky. He is full of hope. Fly up first. I must escape now. The captain tries to run as far as possible, but he doesn't notice that a bird is flying behind him. That blue bird instantly turned the black creature into a feather in the sky, causing the captain to fall to the ground and his body to seem shattered upon impact, blood pouring from him non-stop. But at this moment, the captain still seemed hopeful. Damn it, I need to get out of here. I can't move. Dawn was very happy. Death Spirit Sorcerer, everyone is safe now. We are retrieving weapons and fighting the pirates. Seongwu praised well done. Dawn rode a griffin down to the ground. It's all thanks to you, Death Spirit Mage. Thank you very much. The captain looked at this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. What all around him was blood. Is this Hanseng thing? Seongwu remains completely indifferent, unworthy of asking anything. His scythe starts to strike down. So what is the name of the admiral you're calling? Chongong. I don't know if that kind of thing appears in your memories right. When the scythe strikes down, a notification appears that you have leveled up to level 17. You can read the fragments of the deceased's memories, followed by countless faint lights appearing. In your mind, all you see now is a ring filled with memories. Seongwu hovers in the sky, witnessing the captain's past memories of a giant ship. Looking down at the people below, Seongwu gauges that their clothing gives a traditional impression. There is someone standing at the bow of the ship, looking out over the vast sea. Where should we go now? Is that Trongong? Seongwu thought he doesn't look like a madman, maybe a dragon or a crazy scholar. Two separate events come to your mind. Our second server has assigned a soul witch, and on the first server, there is a self-proclaimed emperor whose plan is to unify the world with increasing power. Trongong clenches his fist. The third server is just an illusion to him. So what should we do now? A high official says it would be truly despotic to beg for help from outsiders, but before he could finish, Trongong cut off his head. Idiot. With blood on his hands, why are we currently drifting at sea? That's because we lack strength and force. His face is filled with madness. If we can't, we'll take it by force. Trongong reveals a savage smile, like a hungry beast ready to swallow the entire continent. Seongyu's grip tightens as he witnesses this scene clench tight, just as expected. There's no way to stop an intruder eyeing someone else's territory. Trongong still looks out over the vast sea. If there's not enough, take it by force, but the problem is there's no unclaimed territory left for us to seize. Others must also fear his madness soldiers, so why not attack the nearby islands? So we can blockade that territorial waters and move into the mainland through the Korean peninsula. Trongong grabbed the other's arm tightly. I think so too. The other person was very startled. Thank you. Trongong, lead your troops to sweep all the islands near China and seize this territorial waters, while the experts on the mainland deal with the monsters. Ingong, command the small squads and establish forward posts on the Korean peninsula. Ingong immediately clasped his hands to accept the order. Trongong continued to instruct, but do not disturb the forces there and wait for my command. Ingong responded obediently to the order. Trongong looked back at the system panel, aiming to maximize the power of high-tech, combining benevolence and virtue to achieve success, hoping to gather as much gold as possible. The system appears displaying a cooperation list. One will become a level 3 high-tech king. Cooperation groups are classified based on having more than 1,000,000 pirates. When a player is killed, the gold gain doubles, and they receive 20% of the gold from the robbed player. Even Seongwu has to fear the alliance of high-tech. That's why they don't hesitate to slaughter others. In the end, think about all the missions we've taken on Rising Heroes in Chaos. He sneered mockingly. How stupid. Trongong looked back at his army. Our goal isn't to become heroes, just to seize everything by force. His memory cut off here, and Shuangyu's mind returned to the present. You look at the captain kneeling in front of you, and it's true that those who like to spout morality are not trustworthy. This isn't the usual situation with all countries, not just the Korean leaders. Yu held a card in his hand, fully controlling the captain. The system messages reappeared. You have learned the death response skill, upgraded it to master rank skill information. Death response skill, master rank, positive classification. Consumes 110 mana, summons 25 helpless zombies from the abyss. These entities have unlimited health. He frowned slightly, a bit tense. Increasing power is good, but getting used to fighting humans might cause misunderstandings because of his soul horn ability. Two of them looked at Seongwu's back, the soul artist, and wondered what we should do now. A blue spark appeared again in their palms, turning into birds flying through the sky. This place is done, now we're heading to Zimpo to prepare for the real battle. The terrifying face of the snail is magnified before everyone. The human army is ready for battle, alertly watching the snail army. Hanho seemed tense as he looked at the scene before him with a whole swarm of them. Jisoo also looked quite worried, too many, and each one stronger than a normal snail. And Seok's face also showed seriousness. The problem was these were just the escaped ones. The monsters in the army of snails are also holding stones as if they are always ready to fight. Seeing this scene, everyone becomes even more frightened. Are those damn snails using these monsters as slaves? But Hunter Master Jisoo starts charging to destroy the monsters. Rai and Jisoo coordinate perfectly to attack the giant centipedes. The sharp swords pierce their bodies before they could react. Minghua's icy gaze fixed on the countless snails, attacking them relentlessly. Minghua frantically punches the urchins, his power astonishing even the defense team Dayu, terrifying giant snails. Kang-hoon wields the broken spell to ignite the flames, fire, fury, burn away, burn even brighter. The demon snail screams in the blazing fire, then a series of notifications appear. You have earned 1200 gold by defeating a red demon snail. Kang-hoon roared with pride as he witnessed the power of the flames he had summoned. It's been a long time since I felt this joy, no one else but me could do this. But then Anseok stabbed a monster from behind Kang-hoon, so stay alert. He also used all his strength, and Anseok didn't forget to give orders to the rear troops. Fighters block the front, protect the spellcasters. His powerful punches made the bugs struggle greatly, but that was nothing compared to their army. These damn bugs, the problem isn't just their number. Watching each monster continue to surge forward, Seok was extremely tense. They showed no fear, they simply enjoyed slaughtering. He smiled triumphantly, but before Anseok could unleash his power, the illusion was gone just like mine. However, the defensive team behind was struggling against the strong, fierce worms. We must hold them back and push them back. The priests, with their muscular strength, created magical light areas and placed a magical barrier in front of the shield. Yes, the warriors behind are afraid because the priests look even more muscular than us. Suddenly, they notice something unusual. Look there, it's another army of snails, surrounded by a terrifying purple aura, a snail wizard. A giant snail's arm extends its hand, and darkness power enshrouds it. Seeing the approaching army, the defense team shouted urgent warnings, preparing shield magic. Another big explosion erupted, billowing dust and smoke everywhere. The warriors also shed blood, shouting through the thick smoke, "Hold on tight, those bastards are pouring in," and the snouting dogs rush wildly forward. Hanho was extremely flustered. The Turtle Knight, I don't think I can stop them. An XA turtle gritted his teeth. We need to hold out as long as possible. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, followed by shouts. Get out of the way, everyone move aside. They cheered loudly, the Crusader team has arrived. Immediately, they seemed to gain renewed strength to continue fighting, smashing the snail camps in a breakthrough assault. A single shell sat high above, watching everything. Mianhua quickly ordered everyone to form a formation with mages attacking as arrows shot out, targeting the shell for reconnaissance. The people who were originally down on the ground immediately regained their spirits. This is the cavalry, we know a battle like this is how it should be. And Seok is ready to fight again. Come on, stop daydreaming here. Support the cavalry, everyone shouted. Aim high, don't hold back mana or energy for us. Jung-hoon fiercely charges at the snail soldiers, not many left now. His face is full of determination. With this speed, I can complete the special mission. Jung-hoon's sword radiates a dazzling light as he strikes the enemies, and after completing this mission, I will take one more step closer to confronting the Soul Taunter. The others in the Crusader team regain their advantage over the enemies, and today I will awaken. Suddenly, someone shouted, Commander, I've reached level 10. Jung-hoon's face darkened. Finally, this day has come. A massive source of power shone directly into the center of the human army, followed by the system message: you have completed the special hero mission. Get ready, because tempo through transmutation, awakening rewards, and unique skills has partly changed your fate. Everyone is amazed by this. Light. Jisoo seems unable to open her eyes. What has just descended? The sword's light once again shoots straight into the sky like a signal, as Jung-hoon tightly grips his sword, and the team prepares to fight. The announcement also appeared. Tempo server was fully activated across the region, automatically restoring health for all allies, for 1 hour, increasing all stats of the crossbearer by 2%, every second +5, and Jung-hoon leveled up once again. Everyone looks at the light within their palms, the sword of Yongbo. The day itself is the light, the day itself is the truth. Self-esteem is rising endlessly. Memories of fierce battles from the past suddenly flooded his mind. He had forsaken his own strength to choose collective power because this collapsing world needs a leader. A small flame is the very source of life for a group of fragile people. This is the beginning of a revolution. Everyone just needs more time to adapt. Dong-hoon grips the sword tightly, his immense power seemingly enveloping every corner. I must stall. The freed soldiers will be the last to stand firm. Somewhere, a soldier's voice announced that our enemies had been defeated before. He was very angry. Those bastards causing trouble on the Chinese server had not earned 2 stars yet, but now they moved to the Korean server. Levi Funan, upon hearing this, was furious. The humanoid monsters we forgot to deal with have already gone to another country. The others quickly expressed their opinions, saying it wasn't her fault, that she only revealed their location to save us. The soldier clenched his hand in joy, reporting that it seems they have retreated in Korea. Levi Funyan was surprised those invaders. She smiled, noticing there are quite a few experts in Korea, and she wondered who managed to stop those beasts. A snail was instantly struck by Dong-hoon's sword, and its blood box activated, immediately alerting him. He received a message that he gained 3000 rings from hunting the snail attack team leader. He looked at the fallen snail attack team leader and sighed. Dong-hoon looked around the room. Everyone else had already eliminated the nearby monsters. It seemed to be over. Manhwa announced that the victory was absolute, only a few casualties, the rest had been completely wiped out. Dong-hoon looked ahead and asked how things were going. Manhwa checked the stats and said losses included 3 armies and about 100 players, which was much lower than expected. Dong-hoon looked up at the sky, saying we should reduce the number of self-styled crusaders because once the people die, they are gone. He then thought about the form of the death spirit magician. We still haven't achieved rank S like Seongwu C. Dong-hoon looked again at the fallen warriors, knowing that despite investing much into resurrecting and rallying the players, it would all be in vain if they died. And Ziyu pointed to the people behind and said everyone should rest first until we regroup. Dong-hoon was startled when he saw something. The others were also terrified. Is this yet another attack? Our enemies are so numerous. Another assault from the Mind Army. They still fight so fiercely, as if challenging humanity. Han Hong's face paled in fear. Their vanguard troops are truly powerful, but Jisoo has finished his part, and it seems this is part of the main force. And Xao's expression also darkened. Commander, the situation is very dangerous. Kang-hoon looked confused. Even with the Crusader troops holding the front line, they can't stop a force this large. Manhwa points to the tall buildings behind and says we need to leave the main road and take the side streets to disperse their forces. Only in this way can we have a chance to win. Dong-hoon remains calmer and points out the crucial spot. The monsters won't chase us if we can run between the buildings. Dong-hoon still looked straight ahead, wondering if they would head straight for Wyeongbyungbo, where many people were gathering. Upon hearing his question, Jisoo felt helpless. Of course the monsters would go where the crowd was. It's always like that. Dong-hoon's back is incredibly steady, so they can't retreat now, and the Crusader army stands firm behind him leading. The vanguard of the Brain army charges again like frantic monsters. The people behind were terrified. Damn it, these bastards are attacking fiercely. Should we run? We can't stop them. Jisoo quickly reassured them. Everyone stay calm. There will definitely be a way to hold them back. Suddenly Han-hu shouted, Jisoo is hiding over here. A corpse of the Mind with blood spattered suddenly fell into the center of the Mind army. This time, the Mind army had to endure a massive explosion. They were surprised to see giant blue birds catching the Brain enemies in the sky. What are those, the giant birds? It seems the Brains are also quite shocked to see the bodies of their comrades falling from the sky. The continuous explosions in the center of the Brain army are causing everyone to cheer and celebrate because Master Jisoo has returned. Min's psychic vehicle and Gunyu appear, forcing the Brain creatures into panic. Dong-hoon also praised shooting from the air, as if we're fighting with melee weapons while they use modern firearms. Flycam drones are circling in the sky next to the tall buildings, while a live news report shows the scene of the Death Spirit Mage fighting. Everyone look at this, a bone knight sweeping across the battlefield. The projector seems enchanted to turn off, and the narrator's voice continues to echo, "This is your partner in haunting mischief. Is he a player?" The system displays information about this item, a magic projector, a common brand, a consumable item. The effect can display images or videos captured by a magic drone or camera for an hour, and the item will be destroyed after 4 uses. They keep commenting on each other, and I'm not sure anymore. The skills and movements don't seem to be from a machine, but it wouldn't be too strong if it's a player. While others are still fighting fiercely, they remain calm to express their opinions. I once thought I preferred the dry goblins, but I guess I need to change my mind. Why do our rides look so bored? The director outside is very happy. Great, the number of viewers is increasing. In the live chat, countless comments pop up. The Holy Cross army is really strong but still can't surpass the Soul Fallers, especially that cool soldier with the dead flag. Honestly, the Paladin is pretty cool. It's just that the True Khan gets exaggerated too much. If you look at their recent activities, the True Khan is actually the strongest. So, what is the number 1 actually doing? The director happily thought to himself, I wonder how much they'll pay me for these followers. Just then, a loud noise came from outside the door, and those inside immediately drew their bows. If anyone gets close, I will shoot. Ad and the people in the gray shirts appeared lowering their weapons. We are members of the Freedom Society. The director was desperately shocked. What is the Freedom Society doing here? Ad pointed around and ordered to stop the broadcast immediately or we will use force. The director was furious, pointing in her face and shouting, "What is going on? Are you trying to suppress the media? The players have the right to know." But Ad was not one to back down, grinding her teeth with a fierce look. "You don't know that the media was used against us during the ELU Izawa terrorist period. Our strength and location are classified information, so turn it off now." Seeing your expression, the director hesitated and agreed. "All right, turn it off immediately. We will shut down the camera." A soldier suddenly calls out to her the combat wall. Ad Jutton. Ad calmly says, "I know it's too late." Ad bites his lip. "I'm sure there are still other secret channels. Everyone will find out that the show on is the one leading the victory. Even the ones who are leaving know, just as she predicted, people from other countries are also watching live on their phones." Somewhere in a military base, Rai is sitting inside a cardboard box, enjoying the flames blazing in front of him. Hanho shivered. "What monsters and crazy scientists are chasing us from the south, and the brain army is after us from the west. Now pirates are attacking too. The kid clutching his head here is hopeless, just as I thought. This peninsula is hell, or have they increased the difficulty level?" There is also some fatigue on Seongu's face. "We haven't had a break since the end of the world." Jisoo seems quite helpless. "We are only strong in the Korean server, but compared to the world, maybe not so much." You agree too. In comparison, Korea is very small. She looks at the face. "We need to focus more on hunting." Seongwu exhaled a breath. "Exactly. Throughout this process, you've always faced various difficulties, and since leaving school, our direction hasn't changed. Hunting to become stronger." Hanho stands beside like a ghost. The kid points to his face. "Luckily, I met Jisoo first, and what about me? On the Earth's crust where they live, it's like an iceberg hidden in the vast ocean. But since Korea is relatively small compared to the rest of the world, the amount of gold circulated and experience points is also lower. So I think the battle against the brains is an opportunity to gather a large amount of gold and experience points." Jisoo clenched her fists. "So let's kill as many brains as possible tomorrow." Seongwu also quietly thought to himself, "Yes, we will stop conflicts with other Maichu." He glanced at the Crusaders' army, who were also discussing, considering that the battle against the Ocelots is the real fight against outsiders, and he decided to bring this up with Young-hun-si. Different thoughts crossed Seongwu's mind, but if they are players, what would happen? Then battles never cease, and people from different regions are also gathering armies for themselves after dealing with monsters. If communication between the lords becomes easier, we will face those players opponents of international caliber. So what do we need to prepare to fight against them? When will this game finally end, you wonder, and then the system menu appears right in front of you. Outside, birds from the Death Spirit Mage soar across the sky. Everyone is gathered around the flames right now. "Hey, can you hear me?" "Huh, did you hear something?" I didn't see anything suspicious at first, but suddenly a small tree floated up from the ground, startling them all. "No, I'm not sure anymore." They wonder. A small sapling. It was just a tiny young tree at first, but then it started growing rapidly. It pierced through the camp. Jisoo and Rai hurriedly alert Seongwu. "Seongwu-shi, what's wrong?" Seeing a brain holding an axe appear behind her, he hurriedly shouted, "Gisu-si, watch out behind you." After being warned, she and Rai immediately responded and quickly took down the corpse. The sound also startled others in the camp. "What is that? Why is it so sticky?" "There is Owen here." Seeing Owen's face appear within the camp, they are extremely surprised. "How the hell did they get here?" Hanho pointed forward. "This way. They came from this direction." Seongwu is also concentrating on channeling his energy, as the mind constantly pours out from the teleportation portal in front of them. This makes Seongwu's face turn pale. Are they using a teleportation gate? Seeing the constantly rising monsters in front of him, Seongwu is terrified. "I don't care too much. I can't guess what's going on, whether it's from a monster or a player." The soldiers behind can't keep up either. "Increase muscles, hurry up, stop them. Wait a moment, I'm still repairing the equipment." They become even more confused when they see the target of the mind they're aiming at, the guild leader. A strong surge of light blocks the path of the brain, followed by a system announcement that the tempo dungeon is declared open across the area. It lasts 1 hour, automatically healing all allies at 2% per second, and all Crusader skills are boosted by +5. Dunghon released overwhelming power, each strike successfully blocking the mind's advance. An Xa-Ok suddenly stood up from the rubble, startling the mind, and I thought the mind would kill me. Just as I expected, the prosecutor took a deep breath. Then an Xe-Ok, and the people behind suddenly felt a surge of energy. I could see their muscles tighten now. "I'm fully charged." They launched another attack at the brain monsters. They are like relentless warriors, launching powerful attacks. This pig brain, using you as a stepping stone. You're not the only one wanting to take them down. They seem very proud. We've passed through the first teleportation gate. An Xe-Ok eagerly clenched his fists. It's as if he's seen victory ahead, wounded by a surprise attack, but feeling stronger than ever. The combined skills boost and healing effects have increased my level by 2 to 3. NSE looked again at the bright spot in the center, with the effect of flay spreading across the area, almost an unfair skill that can boost the entire group's stats in an instant. Dong-hoon continuously demonstrated his power with the Cross of War. Manhwa is leading another army. We've passed the second teleportation gate, check the other locations. He looked around in surprise. Other places, what? Where are the other gates now? But now other monsters have surrounded them. The remains of the destroyed teleportation gate are still on the ground. Is it over now? Have the soul tokens all been destroyed while we just broke through the third gate? Dong-hun could only sigh and look over a little late, but probably just like the first awakening, we're still so far away. Jisoo suddenly pointed in one direction. Seongwu, check this out. Seongwu was very surprised. A black smoke was emanating from the gem. Could it be the portal generator? Manhwa looked at the gemstone and guessed, wait a minute, isn't it like a magic stone? Those brains are trying to deceive us, but from my gamer's perspective that's what it looks like. Be careful, it carries dark energy. Prolonged contact will negatively affect you. When he picks up the stone, the system immediately shows a flashing red alert, and Manhwa immediately shouts out, just as I predicted, I knew I was right. At the same time, it seemed that everyone received the notification. The dark mental path was a grand display of dark magic, and if not stopped within the given time, all minds would be enhanced and enter a demon hold state with 29 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds remaining. Manhwa frowned in confusion. What is this? Hanho sighed jokingly after raising us once or twice. It doesn't resemble the system at all. A shape of a black orb suddenly appeared in his foggy mind. Then the image of the black stone being picked up followed. The dark mage also encountered a monster like this before at the university. I can feel the dark energy pouring out from the black stone. This will be a formidable opponent for me. But suddenly he received a message on his phone and wondered why Manhwa was calling him out of the blue. Looking at the phone, he couldn't help but shout out loud, is it true those bastards are heading this way? Manhwa immediately informs Dong-hoon, the guild leader, that we must evacuate right now. He is very surprised and asks again, what's going on, Manhwa? I shouted, the wyverns are heading this way. Gigantic monsters are constantly flying in the sky. Our group can only hide in a corner. And Sauk couldn't help but swear, damn it, why did they come here after going through so many places? Sir, we are now at a distance, but we need to wait a little longer. In the eyes of the monster, the large buildings look very clear, she continued. We have too many people now. They can spot us from afar and come back here. He is also very powerless. Time is running out, but we can't do anything. Just wait a little longer. Senior, you can't catch the wyvern right. Wait, you can't fly, so this is impossible. Jisoo also follows the direction of the kid's hand. If it's just one or two, it's still unlikely, but now there's even us wandering around here. And we're in the sky. Isn't dealing with them from the sky impossible? They recall the shape of that monster, the Anfa wyvern, and the wyverns under its command. They are the masters of the sky over the Korean vehicle. Seongwu looks regretful. As long as these creatures remain here, the plan must be paused. I want to catch it, but I can't find the right angle. The sun is gradually rising, illuminating everything. Ad stands up and commands, now we can start moving. Judging by their speed, they are heading north of the Han River. Seongwu's face was serious. All right. As he spoke, each vehicle started moving, and the announcement was made to all teams that we are now leaving. Hanho stared intently at his phone and said, Senior, I just checked the community page. The Gimpo Plains, where the brains appeared, have turned into a desolate wasteland, just like the IELU area. The kid continued, it used to be a lush, fertile zone with flooded plains, but now it's a tragic sight we have to see so early. Ad announced that based on reconnaissance, they are gathered at Gimpo International Airport and Seongwu is much more serious. I believe they are ready to receive us. Dong-hoon is determined. They are prepared to attack us at all costs, and a confident smile appears on the faces of others, so we must respond. Seongwu looked at their team and thought we should proceed carefully, they might be deceiving us again. Dong-hoon looked at the system panel and said, I know, but time is not on our side, and there is no choice but to fight. Their numbers are extremely large and their eyes show a different bloodline. They stopped in a deserted land with their main forces on the other side. It seems that some players are still quite worried more than expected. If there's a chance we should retreat. Seongwu saw this. Everyone couldn't help but worry about their large forces, but now there is no way to retreat. He is worried about other issues. If that huge dark magic is completed, we'll face many more dangers than just ordinary orcs. Dong-hoon suddenly suggests, why don't we start with an airstrike bombing? They focus again on the map in front of them. Their base is well placed. For that we should prepare a few surprises to get the first advantage. Seongwu's eyes flicker, then he drops his hands. An explosion suddenly appears, destroying everything. And you stand in front of everyone, but now you're quite surprised to see a magic circle surrounding the explosion, a protective shield. Seongwu suddenly felt a chill. Is this dark mage's magic? Only dust and debris are flying everywhere. Stop bombing, but they haven't come out yet. Jungwoo guesses they might be taking their time to finish their dark magic. He's a bit worried about the huge number of enemies, so we should go there and take them down. Seongwu also feels uncomfortable. I don't want to, but it's probably best if we do this. Ad is really worried about what's ahead. Is there any way to minimize the damage? Even if we win here, taking too many injuries will become a major problem. She thinks about the forces in the shadows, and from now on we have to deal with other powers too, and they are too numerous. Does this unfamiliar opponent make Seongwu worried? She calmly responds that if he says no, he's lying. After hearing this response, you smile and say that after the battle with the monsters is over, don't worry about them and just focus on building a coalition. Jungwoo looks quite surprised and asks, "What do you mean?" My voice echoes through the crowd. I mean, given the current situation, and in the future, we'll need a large group like the one Jungwoo formed. Some survivors are hesitant because of the monsters, even though they're strong. They've come together, but the issue with those groups is... A flicker of light appeared in his eyes. For now, they are loosely organized groups with different goals. Under the threat of monsters, can you bring them together and lead them? But in Jungwoo's mind, a strange thought suddenly appeared. Why are these warriors holding their fists tightly, showing determination, a big family where everyone can live in peace, amidst chaos above everything else? Although Jungwoo still hesitates, I don't know why he made such a suggestion, but he shouted loudly, as long as nothing intervenes, there will always be a way to try. The ships keep rushing across the sea, heading towards Korea. Jungwoo remembered the name of the captain who was killed earlier, and in the memories of that commander, they were not the victors but the defeated. Other armies also appeared in his mind, the row groups pushed back by the land army. The best option now is to hunt them down before they become strong enough to ignite a war. Your future army will have to face other nations, but there will come a day when we have to confront an even more powerful force. Jungwoo also thought about the cargo inspection process. The larger our army grows, the more likely the battle will drag on. That's also why I will need an organization behind us to support us, an organization with a system to strengthen our potential. The faces of loved ones appeared one by one in his mind. Unfortunately, our small town and Shu military is still not enough. We need a place with greater potential. Jungwoo also shared similar thoughts, a large community equivalent to a country. That future is still far away. He looked toward Jungwoo, but does Jungwoo's invitation imply that I should give luck a shot because of his help? That thought is incredibly daring, even arrogant. Teammates standing shoulder to shoulder with Jungwoo have become part of his strength. Having high-ranking allies and good items is not what I need to overcome this man. Maybe a powerful organization, a dream I've always had, will be the solution. Both of them share the same thought that our relationship might be a mutually beneficial partnership, but to seize what we want, I will definitely exploit you to the fullest. Jungwoo and Junghoon both laugh loudly. Jisoo breathes a sigh of relief, glad that they both agree, but Hanho's face turns pale. No, that smile reveals their scheming intentions. They looked at the enormous army of turtles and statues in front of them. Let's discuss the details after the war ends. For now, we should think of a way to deal with them. Suddenly, Jungwoo proposed an idea. There's a tactic to minimize the damage, even if it's a bit unusual. You should pull your bow and take some sniper shots. Everyone is facing the giant army of snails. Manhwa is still tense. I feel like we're standing in front of a slaughterhouse, and if Ad can't blink, we're walking straight to face countless enemies. Jisoo looked very serious. Today we are the butchers. Hanho sighs, holding 2 knives in his hands. And by the way, Jisoo, there are too many pigs. How should we kill them all? At this moment, the snails with weapons keep attacking. Everyone shouted loudly. They're rushing at us. Jungwoo quickly commanded everyone to form ranks, line up the defenses with the mages in the middle and the rear, carefully prepared for an encirclement. Someone was in such panic that they thought we were doomed, that we would really die like this, but then someone quite impressive quickly silenced them. After all, it's too late to run now. Jungwoo clenched his jaw, recalling the battles from the past, and remembered that we have won countless impossible fights since the game started. Jungwoo's voice echoes before the entire army. Today's battle is just an extension of those victories. He looks up at the system chart, and I am sure from now on there will be even more difficult and exhausting fights. Jungwoo looked back at his teammates, and even then there would be challenges that seemed impossible to overcome, with all kinds of ridiculous threats to try and take us down. He simply said something softly, but now everyone had given up. Everyone was silent, clutching their fists tightly. Right after that, they kept shouting, "No, we won't give up. We will never give up. We're aiming for the crown," and then climbing up to face the game master. Immediately, everyone's gas sprays were raised higher than ever. We've witnessed countless deaths, but still made it this far. Now I am the one who has killed them, but I guess it's fine to join in too, right? Of course we can't give up. Jungwoo's sword is shot into the sky today. Victory will be ours. The system also appears and announces that the current area has been declared a tempo zone for 1 hour. Healing effects will increase by a maximum of 2% for all allies, and all stats of the paladin will increase by an additional 5. The crazy snails rush forward, spewing continuous jets of fire as the mages unleash their spells. Suddenly everything is engulfed in a giant inferno, black smoke billowing into the sky. But it seems the snails aren't affected at all. They keep pushing forward one after another. Damn it. Their numbers probably don't decrease at all. Keep burning them. If we fall back, we're doomed snails. The forward defense team keeps blocking the monsters attempting to advance. Hold on, stay in formation. At this moment they see the leading ants and death gods appear. The mages are ready. They are once again surrounded by huge rhinos, and there are even more rhinos charging at them. Kill them before they reach us and break the defensive array. Both sides fight with all their might. Even if evenly matched, we can still hold our ground as long as we don't retreat, even when it feels like we're about to break. They shouted out as they saw the lead ants bringing their destructive tools and weapons for the siege, with the units behind starting to rush forward. The ant commander signaled the archers behind to open fire. Dong-hun uses fog to block the incoming arrows. He shouts, holds his position firmly, and tries to lure as many enemies as possible here. Dong-hun looks towards the leading ant of the rear group, guiding the ant leader as close as possible. Griffin soars across the sky over some land. Or should I say, it seems it's time for us to start acting. I'll lower our altitude now. But what Seongwu said surprised her, that's enough. He jumps straight down from Griffin's back, causing the bugs below to startle and look up. Seongwu is quite surprised they realized, but it was too late. You control your scythe, and go Og of the dry fog. Explosions keep erupting. As the system reappears, the blessing of the Thunder God hero level bracelet type absorbs all mana and unleashes enormous power. Mana is not replenished for 5 minutes after an attack. If worn by someone without mana, it can be used once within 24 hours without any cost. A purple circle suddenly enveloped the army of snails. But that still wasn't enough, as the barrier shattered the enormous power of Seongwu. A series of notifications appeared indicating you earned 1800 orbs for summoning a red magic turtle sorcerer. You received 1500 rings for producing a red turtle guard. You received 1200 rings for producing a red turtle warrior. You received 1200 points for producing a red shell warrior. Dong-hun also saw the effectiveness of Seongwu's aerial attack. The sniper mission against the boss shell was like that, using a great rifle instead of bullets. Seongwu smiled softly, feeling annoyed by being provoked. The other snails suddenly turned and charged back toward their army. Manhwa immediately understood their intention. They were coming to defend the boss, so she chased after them. The red system alarm suddenly sounded, alerting that the soul spirit had been activated throughout the area. Immediately afterward, the power of the death spirit mage exploded. Seongwu's other items received a list, a middle squad formation categorizing individual combined strength. Must own a unit with a level 2 commander, and a bonus attribute of 30 or higher. The effect increases attack stats by 6%. Increase defense stat by 6%. Boost damage dealt to a single target by 3%. The system continues to introduce level 5 cadets classified as a hybrid strength type. Owning at least 50 members of this type grants a 30% increase in defense, creating a shield equivalent to 40% of the defense. Damage received from small and medium opponents will be reduced by 40%. 3 level 5 armored knights, classified as hybrid tankers. Having more than 50 units equipped with heavy armor grants a 30% additional defense and creates a shield equivalent to 40% of the defense. Suddenly, a bottle in the army of snails emitted a bright light, and they were all amazed as a Judai force burst forth from it. Han burst into loud laughter, feeling the fiery breath of hellish immunity, and Seongwu marveled what a warm and comforting sensation. You stand before the Brain Lord with your scythe, sorry for this sudden visit. Half of Seongwu's face is lit by a blue flame, but I wish for a peaceful and meaningful dialogue between only the two of us. Your scythe slowly raised. Oh, sorry, I misspoke. The other disciples of Dong-hun immediately charged forward. I forgot I still have these others too. The blows from the disciples keep coming one after another, but the Mind Lord only roars and fights back with a dark voice. Hard to believe he's still standing after all that. The Lord's 2 hands continuously block the attacks from the disciples. Seongwu keeps analyzing, is there anything different about this boss compared to the others? He notices its head is bleeding, but luckily, it still can't withstand On and Monstrosity's combined assaults. Rai once again raised his sword to attack the Lord when suddenly a chain appeared and tightly bound him. Then 3 more chains restrained all the power of the Lord of Mines. When Monstrosity delivered the final blow, the system announced victory, and you received 9,000,000 gold coins for defeating the Brain Lord, with 3 days and 783 hours remaining to complete the mission. Rai was extremely angry at this. Yes, what should I do? Monstrosity hurriedly explained. I didn't mean to steal the monster from you back then, but it was because of the mission that forced me to do so. The remaining mind monsters continued to surround the last of their kind. As soon as their leader was gone, the mind monsters suddenly trembled and dropped their weapons, and everyone immediately recognized this sign. The remaining ones have lost all will to fight because their leader has been killed. Jisoo, let's go everyone. Immediately, everyone seemed to be infused with extra strength and launched a furious attack on the mines, causing the panic-stricken brains to scatter chaotically. Manhwa, angered, kicked one of the mines away with all her might. Get out of here now, these are my prey. He and his team ride their motorcycles non-stop forward, stealing from them. Jung-hoon grits his teeth. We've won now. With this, we will wipe out the red brains. But at this moment, Manhwa suddenly saw a notification on his phone. What's this? An emergency call. The guy couldn't believe it. Huh? What did you say? Manhwa quickly called the commander. He shouted, our intelligence drone shows a flock of wyvern heading toward our troops. Hearing this, he was very panicked. Wyvern, how far are they from us? And how long before they arrive? After Manhwa finished speaking, they all imagined the giant monsters flying in the sky, the observation team about 3 kilometers from our troops, so they would arrive soon. Jung-hoon was panicked. Are the wyverns here to attack our troops? It's hard to believe they are coming this way. He remembered their devastating power. They waited for the prey to leave the city because of obstacles, then followed us to the wasteland, and now they would appear here. Jung-hoon hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat immediately and scatter as far as possible. This caused everyone to be confused, But why? Why are they suddenly retreating? But at this moment they also received the report that the Wyvern leader boss has appeared. They cry out in despair, it's too late, now they're coming. The Wyvern appears as a message from the Grim Reaper, its body enormous and colossal. Everyone was almost unable to react to the sudden attack. Oh save me, they are full of despair. No. Jung-hoon couldn't believe this was real. Now a Wyvern too seriously, no time to rest, we have to keep fighting. You control the birds to move the dead bodies of the brain, telling you that you can't eat anything. The dead bodies of the brain are actually prey for the Wyvern. Jung-hoon shouted loudly, Jung-hoon, prepare the bow. Jung-hoon immediately responded, sniper team, prepare the bow. Inside that yellow human, only the image of the Wyvern can be seen. Eat it, everything in front of you is food, just eat. The Wyvern bites that smell. Jung-hoon shouts, push away, and suddenly there's an explosion in the Wyvern's mouth. Jung-hoon immediately sees it circling in the sky. He shouts loudly, one of them has been hit, keep firing. Jung-hoon also controls a disciple, a dragon bone, to finish it off. The Kot long received orders and lunged to bite the Wyvern's neck. When the Wyvern fell, the system displayed you earned 754030 gold coins for hunting a Wyvern. Jisoo cheerfully yells, we did it, defeat them, and the other spirits are also excited as the healer hunts down the Wyverns. Jung-hoon's face, hidden behind his status as a death mage, lights up. A monster he never thought he could tame is now his. You've mastered the beast. You look back at Mr. Minsei. You can also ride it with me. Minseo is quite surprised. Why? All right then. After that they rode the Wyverns and soared into the sky, observing the situation from above. Seongwu feels quite satisfied, finally getting to fly. Riding, this is harder than riding a griffin, but it's more stable because it's bigger. Minseo asks again, are we hunting Wyverns this time? Seongwu responded, that's right, we'll make them feel what it's like to be hunted. They immediately move to the center of the Wyverns. Suddenly, a Wyvern targets the group on the ground and rushes down, aiming to bite its prey. Seongwu immediately realizes that damn monster has been separated from the pack. He quickly commands the undead Wyvern to chase after it, because this damn creature doesn't realize it is in danger even when it's alone. Seongwu shouted Minsei, Tom, take its branch. Minsei silently resolved to finish it off as the purple chains once again bound the lost Wyvern. Seongwu silently urged himself, come on, just one more, and that's two. A Wyvern quietly soared above him. It tried to attack Seongwu with its sharp claws, but he easily dodged the strike. Damn it, there are more coming. Seongwu hurriedly shot arrow A with his bow. You thought that the bow and arrow were completely useless and couldn't even pierce a scale of it, but now the system shows a notification. You have earned 850,000 gold coins for hunting a Wyvern with 3 days and 702 hours remaining to complete the mission. A sword pierced the Wyvern's head, causing Minseo to fall, and Seongwu caught you. You've tamed the sharpness. Wyvern opens its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. This one is too tough. Even close to death, it still refuses to let go. Seongwu hurriedly ran over, but while Rai was still stunned, he was pulled away. Sister. He didn't notice the sharp teeth of the Wyvern behind him. The monster can only bite the air. He was trapped in vertebra A, and now its entire body has been cut in half. It has now received numerous other slashes. Finally, its head was cut in half, and you earned 850,000 gold coins for hunting a Wyvern. Seongwu was a bit happy, realizing he had tamed 3 so far. You follow the birds flying in the sky, and when the system announces that the Wyvern leader has appeared, the real monster shows up. Seongwu looked at the swarm of giant monsters flying in the sky, a flock of Wyverns. An idea crossed his mind, we can only take down one of them. When they split from the herd, handling one is possible, but taking on all of them at once is basically suicide. Seongwu has targeted a stray Wyvern. The others kept screaming loudly, creating deafening sounds. They seemed to understand each other's calls, circling in the sky in various sizes, while the boss Wyvern let out a roar. Min-suk looked at the crowded herd and couldn't help feeling apprehensive. No, isn't this a little too dangerous? Seongwu also agreed, that's right. He glanced at the number. It seems there are about 30 of them, impossible to handle them all. Seongwu looks at the vial in his hand and realizes that if we can't escape from them, we need to use this. The system immediately introduces the abyssal breath. The boss has ordered the others to attack the enemy. You sing out loud and use it immediately. A purple liquid instantly spills everywhere. The Wyverns seem to be at a disadvantage when exposed to the purple smoke from that bottle. Their power seems to have been paralyzed. Seongwu immediately saw a strange reaction from them. Alright, let's see how they respond. I don't think it's enough to make them all faint, but as long as they are living creatures, they will keep moving. Min Seok responded coldly, their reaction. Maybe they don't like it. Seongwu lamented, well, I think it's like they just ate something really hard. Then the Wyvern emits its familiar growl. I'm surprised, They're trying to endure it. This is all the breath we have left. Please don't come here. The jar is almost empty. At this crucial moment, the system appeared like a message of death, the breath of the abyss dropping to 1%. Wyvern's eyes lit up, then it suddenly turned around and flew away. Then all the others followed the lead boss and left. Seongwu let out a relieved sigh. It's over now, we can finally step on land. The other items also seemed to be exhausted. The warriors watching the battle couldn't help but gasp in awe. What is that combination? All the monsters I've seen so far are gathered in one place. Donghoon is also very impressed. He was not arrogant when planning to deal with the pirates alone. He could leave our team and do that if he wanted. Seongwu, the Korean server, successfully handled the level 4 high-level monster, the biggest contributor being KDA 157. When everyone saw this message, they cheered, "We did it, this is our victory." Hanho looked a bit annoyed when reading the ranking issued by the system. Even though Senior was the biggest contributor here, he still couldn't beat number 1. KDA rankings on server P1 Hankang Ziok Lei is in 19th place, 2 KDA 157 Lei is in 18th 3, Dr. 0000 Lee is in 17th 4, John Deong Paul Lee is in 16th, Nam Choi Yuan Lee is in 15th. Jisoo seems to matter more. I think it would be more shocking if he fell in rank. Everyone is looking at their changed rankings. Ranking is important, but what we should really focus on is our growth and level ups. I chose the level up mode to boost my strength by +3 inches preparation for battle against other players. The fierce battles they went through are summarized once again, and there is already too much information about my class out there. From now on, I have become their primary target alongside other summoners, so I need to improve my basic skills first. Seongwu, this is a ring, an item I received from hunting the Lord of Mines. The system panel displayed named the Black Pearl Ring, a special level item ring type. The curse effect +10 describes it as containing dark energy, which can be dangerous to some people who are not immune to dark energy. I hesitated, but put the ring on my finger, thinking I can still use it because the death curse or death aura would grant me high damage capability. Hanho behind him kept judging. What is that? You only have one for yourself. Seongwu was worried about the future. If a large-scale dark magic ritual occurred enough to empower many monsters, could I get more amazing items? Maybe I'll find something like Blood Demon Crystal just like I did back in the gym at university, but the kid behind him sighs and pats his shoulder. From now on, let's eat and live together. Seongwu looks at the fallen warriors after the fierce battle. We can't wait for the fools to finish the ritual any longer, and the best option is to stop them before they get stronger. During the night raid, now there are 492 of us alive. After the battle, they keep talking about the team members. It's less than a third of those who participated in the first battle, and more than half of our group have died. Mr. Jonggu's team has been lost. Seongwu said the survivors are becoming stronger. The others could only remain silent, unable to say anything. He continued saying that as battles become more frequent, we need to form a larger, stronger team with more powerful members. Seongwu also looked at the players, a glimmer of hope flashing in his mind. Survivors will become stronger when facing reality, though it's harsh but true. Seongwu turned to his companion. Jisoo is now level 15. Hanho is slower, but he's now level 12. He still seems worried. In terms of ranking, they are 7th and 27th. But what's disappointing is that Hanho still looks very concerned while holding Mikozo, and we are just fillers because we didn't choose a 4 or 5-star class. I only picked that card because I didn't have many options, but why am I just a substitute because of that protest? I can't just be a backup. Jisoo sighed. Are you planning to oppose the system? Seongwu held up 2 fingers. Hanho, you've had 2 chances, right? I don't think I need to say that you chose a star both times. The kid, like he got his tail stepped on, bristled up. Senior, be quiet. How can someone as lucky as you say something like that? At this moment, a group of soldiers dressed in uniform rushed in. The commander quickly reported that he found a shop at Zimpo Airport, but it was. Their words surprised everyone as a status window indicated it was inaccessible. Seongwu immediately detected the suspicious smell, and since it was inaccessible, this wasn't a good sign. It must be an unusual store selling rare items. The others followed suit. If it's a store we should try, even if we can't access it. I've saved a lot of gold for the next gacha. I'll get a fancy item with all this gold, right? Everyone's faces showed ill intentions as they reckoned the potential benefits. Replacing everyone's excitement, Seongwu could only sigh and agree. A few team leaders would be sent to check the store. In front of them was a blue-colored barrier. Inside the barrier was a locked symbol, which surely indicated something was wrong with it. Seongwu pondered, this is a sign that the store is inaccessible. Anexi was wondering what made it inaccessible. Kanghoon seemed dangerous but spoke plainly, we'll find out by going in, but it feels like only VIPs can use it. As a response to their confusion, the system only displayed the text, requiring a secret store ticket to enter. Seeing this, the others became incredibly angry, and repeatedly battered the barrier, saying I can't get in, I want to go inside, what the hell is this? Unlike their fury, Seongwu remained remarkably calm and gently touched the barrier with his special shopping ticket. The system immediately responded, do you want to use the secret shop ticket, yes or no? Seongwu then remembered that he had received a secret shop ticket after his first awakening, and that the ultimate fusion could be saved. The maximum number of friends has increased, and you will receive a secret shop voucher when ranked 9th, in the first awakening, which is only for 50 people. When he successfully crossed the barrier, Seongwu looked toward Dong-hun, realizing that only 50 people are allowed, and he guessed Dong-hun didn't receive one. Seeing you enter, those people were extremely angry. Why are you the only one allowed in? Dong-hun was even more disappointed. Am I not a VIP? Seongwu slowly walked forward, surrounded only by a dust cloud. He looked ahead at the monitor and the chair. Vu Long sits down and Seongwu follows the system's instructions, which is definitely different from a regular shop. 5 items will be displayed one by one, so Vu Long, please indicate if you want to buy. You have 10 seconds to decide, and you cannot purchase an item that you skip. Seongwu was extremely surprised with someone telling him to choose anything within 10 seconds, just like an advertisement for a flash sale, the offer ending after those 10 seconds. The first item would be revealed, and as he received the signal, a dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared. A level expert golem creation manual, a special level consumable that grants the golem forging skill when used. It describes using surrounding materials to create a giant golem, with available additional materials for 1 million gold. You have 10 seconds. Seongwu was frantic at the system's quick announcement about mechanics golem crafting machines. He desperately tapped the screen as gold. Now 105655410 seconds to buy an item. I will buy it. I will buy it. The second item will be revealed the name of a trio of universal cure-all potions, including special level consumable type, and the effect of normalizing all abnormal statuses, after using this potion costing 2 million gold. And this time, Seongwu seems much more calm. A prankster like me would mock it with many words, but I might need it later, so 1 million gold isn't it more expensive than the golem crafting machine already? Time's up. The third item will be revealed a wonderful skill enhancement. Special level consumable item increases the level of a specific skill after use costing 3 million gold. This time you also seem indifferent. It's not a bad item, but if I buy this, I might not be able to get the next 2 items if their prices increase by 1 million gold. I'll pass on this item as well. The fourth item will be revealed when time runs out. It's the Dark Emperor's Ring, a legendary level bracelet that increases the power of the portal by 3, enhances agility of portal 3, allows teleports within 100 meters in darkness and daylight, and restores 10 minutes of energy costing 4 million gold. Seongwu was very surprised. Here you suddenly feel a continuous surge of overwhelming power flowing through your body. It's here, all the items are amazing, and the ability to combine their powers is equally impressive. I will buy it to complete the Dark Emperor's Successor Quest, the Dark Emperor's Successor Item Collection, 3 out of 4. A glint appeared in Seongyu's eyes. Now it's the last one. What will come out? Why is my heart pounding this way? Finally, the fifth item is revealed after the system announces a dazzling light appears. Seongyu's face shows undeniable excitement as the merchant sells this type of tool. In front of him was a giant scroll indicating the resurrection location special level type of consumable item resurrection effect to the designated position after death costing 5 million gold. Seongwu stood in front of the light then shouted to revive. He remembered the past and silently analyzed that resurrection is one of the soul summoner's skills, so that's how he could deal with this dragon and complete the awakening mission. Seongwu gazed into the distance for a long time, knowing that although this skill requires 31 days to cooldown, it was still manageable. He realized something but also understood this skill had its limits. First, the resurrection time is short. Seongwu recalls the scene from the past. He has used it before, and now he has to wait for the cooldown. If he gets killed during the cooldown period, he quickly made his next judgment. Second, my condition will be the same as before I resurrected, so actively reviving someone after they die is a good idea. Does resurrection give me an advantage in battle? If you die to a strong boss and are instantly revived, do you think you can defeat it? Third, it's just a skill applied only to oneself. You fall into a cycle of thinking that if Hanho or Jisoo die, you won't be able to revive them either. In his subconscious, Seongwu remembers his friends, the only teammates he truly trusts and relies on. We have become stronger to survive and take risks to grow. Stronger, and resurrection will be a great guarantee for our future as we face danger. 1 second before the system displayed a message indicating that you chose to request a pause. Seongwu repeatedly pressed his hand. I want to buy it, I want to buy it, I will buy it. The system displays a message indicating the evaluation is complete, and he cheerfully says he has what he needs to buy. A teleportation array appears under Seongyu's feet, and you will automatically exit in 10 seconds. The crowd kept gathering in front of the groundbreaking ceremony of the Superdense City Players Union, and everyone was very excited to join the game. Seongwu kept pressing his phone repeatedly. How wonderful. Jisoo was just wiping his sword while smiling. It's been a long time since I took a break after returning home. Hanho pouted his lips and sighed. Always going out and just going out. People shouldn't live like that. Seongwu massaged his neck and replied softly, just make sure to rest enough when you can and also gather information at the same time. Jisoo looked at him and happily said the next battle won't be a small one. Suddenly a giant eagle swooped down from above with a rider shouting loudly, the sea serpents have appeared. Jisoo looked at it enthusiastically. Our short holiday is coming to an end. Dong-hun holds the report and says grimly, I heard the pirates have appeared in the West Sea. He looks at Seongwu's team and asks, what are your plans to defeat them? Seongwu turned away and suggested, I think the best way is to deal with them before they reach the coast. You silently thought it would be difficult to hold, but no one could handle them at sea. Hanho looked at you and smiled, saying, if they still had a conscience they wouldn't dare set foot on land. Their vanguard has already been wiped out by him senior. Aren't they afraid to advance inland? Jisoo frowned. So if the enemy already knows about you, they might try to approach in a different way. She analyzed slowly. If those pirates intend to target the Korean peninsula, they probably gather information first. Not only do they gather information through their members' broadcasts, but they also target other players to extract intel. Jisoo called your name Seongwu. How much do you know about those sea tacks? You hesitated and replied, that's all I know. In his mind, Seongwu thought that reading the memories of the dead might be worse than what those people had done. They were a gang of looters banished from Chinese territory, claiming to be the rulers of the sky, the land, and the seas. Hanho pointed and gradually shared his opinion. Isn't that based on the three sovereigns from Chinese history, which I heard a little about from the game's lore? The boy with his chin supported his head, so why do they base their groups on the three sovereigns in Chinese history? Could they be claiming to be Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei? Jisoo suggested that I think the leader had already brainwashed the low-level players' memories of the group struggling and shouting come to mind. He's a good guy, stay quiet, I won't reveal anything, kill me if you want. Then someone else questions whether they are following their master like other believers. Seongwu thought deeply, recalling that whenever they recruited new members, they would force them to drink poison wine. This could be their way of brainwashing and controlling others. Dong-hun calmly spoke, I don't know about the others, but I don't think we should just deal with the leader. If we miss even one of them, they'll keep growing stronger until it becomes harder to find and combat them. Seongwu interrupted, but first let's go to Gyeodong-do, Jisoo said. Excitedly, it's time for us to go together. They've reached the city where giant monsters reside. Hanho pleads, I still prefer piloting a rescue helicopter, or Ron loudly confirms my Don is a skilled driver. Jisoo is riding on a large creature's back and laughing, so just relax, the kid sighs Jisoo, because you're an athlete. Dong-hun looked at Seongwu with hope and said, Seongwu, please stop the pirates. You look at them, your voice full of pride, of course I will stop them. But I don't know how the Evolution Society has been lately. They may have modified some things, so you need to prepare carefully. Dong-hun's eyes are firm. The Evolution Society owes me a debt, and I will mobilize as many resources as possible to fight against them. On a distant island, Ron asked, are you sure you saw a pirate ship? He hurriedly explained, I saw it with my own eyes, it must be a pirate ship. She didn't believe and asked again, Dad, are you really sure? We've come this far after all. He replied angrily and loudly, my uncle, the former leader, was killed by those monsters. Do you think I wouldn't recognize their ship? Everyone around looked at him. The new leader of Gyeodong-do, Lim Hoon-jan. Didn't he say he wouldn't go anywhere and would stay vigilant at the coast because he has a grudge against the pirates, Hae-jons? Father tried to explain, I saw one 12 hours ago. It appeared on this sea, then circled around the island and headed toward Ganghoa Beach. He looked at the group of young men and affirmed that the pirates would not give up their ambitions for the Korean peninsula. I am sure of that. Jisoo looked out to the sea. I'm not sure if they've docked somewhere else. Maybe the rest are heading south of the Korean peninsula. Hanho immediately asked, isn't this situation not ideal, except for the capital Zeun area? The monster chaos mission is not yet complete. The people have been evacuated, and once only monsters remain there, they will start dealing with them. Seongwu frowned. No, they aren't here for that. The idea of taking over another server isn't something he can do with confidence alone. He immediately remembered the pirate leader's name, wanting to quickly increase his power so he could reach the major cities of Korea, which is the core of the Korean server. Seongwu looked at Haizan and his father. Does everyone plan to stay on this island even though the pirates will return? Haizan's father resolutely shouted, of course I was defeated once. There won't be a second time. I will pay them back double. Hearing that, Yu cheerfully said, so now let's leave Gyeodong and Yingboncheong, while Seongwu silently thought, the second suitable place to land is Ganghoa Beach. Seongwu pondered, since the vanguard was wiped out, they might bring more warships, or their entire navy, so I have to prepare for whatever they might land with. Jisoo looked at you excitedly. So do you know where the store or the blacksmith is? We need to get ready for this fight, Hanho said, with a pout. It's all about more gold. Haizan's father immediately spoke out. There is a store in the center of Ganghoa City. A person ran up from behind, shouting loudly, Big brother. He hurriedly reported the situation. The enemy ships are approaching, and they are ready to fire. Everyone around is stunned. Really, he looked at him with confusion. It's so fast. What should we do now? We're still preparing. Seongwu quietly observes the situation. Could it be their navy force instead of reconnaissance? They seem to be in a hurry. He seems to have realized the problem, or maybe they don't know we're here or don't care about us, so let's prepare to welcome them. The prince ascends high on a distant island as a large ship approaches. Subordinates of the god of death shouted loud. That's right, you've waited too long. He introduced himself. Hello everyone, we are the army, led by the god of death under the command of the leader. Once again we are in the middle of the sea, but don't worry, we will destroy any terrible monsters that emerge from the deep. The subordinate of the divine official looked toward the port and thought, so our destination is that place. We are crossing this hellish sea to land there and seize the Korean peninsula. As expected, there was a strong reaction from the cowards and the runaways, many comments in the segment, Lord of the Realm. That's their business, they cause trouble, and then run away. It's ridiculous. The inner strength should be stronger. Cowardly fools get beaten and crawl away the first step of inner strength. It's truly shameful. If I finish training, I will deal with them from the moment we set sail. Revenge is my business, my enemy just wait. I will level up and chase after you. My subordinate secretly thought I anticipated these reactions because we were forced off the Chinese server due to our misdeeds. But if we conquer the Korean peninsula and return to the mainland, you will see who the ultimate winner is. He took the microphone and loudly sang, "The leader will seize the Korean peninsula." However, there is a terrifying character called the Ghost Teaser in Korea, who recently wiped out our vanguard team, but there will be no second time. The sorcerers on the ship shouted loudly, "Your armies now see that they will establish and approach the Korean peninsula, enduring forever, and our victorious leader will reign forever." The pirate captain looked ahead and thought to himself, the frontline soldiers have been wiped out by the haunting trickster of Korea. The subordinate of the secmaster laughed, "But they are the vanguard. We are not the type of people who would be easily defeated just because a small team has been destroyed." He held the phone in his hand and mentioned Lady Levi. "Do you see that filthy divine being? Don't be overconfident just because you dominate server 2. The subordinate of the necromancer Malahed smiles. "We will return to Manchuria after taking over Korea. So if you are so pleased, come find us after we take over server 1. We will face you in Manchuria." The subordinate of the celestial official silently pondered his plan, but what was it? He looked at the scene before him in surprise. What exactly was happening? Everyone in the black flames shouted wildly, "Retreat!" The ship was sinking. "Jump into the sea." The subordinate of the priest quietly looks up. "We are being bombed from the sky. Are they controlling those monstrous bird creatures from the human overlords?" In front of him is the image of a mighty bird monster and that giant beast. The aide of the celestial lord gradually realized that he was being teased as a stream of blue bullets was fired. The old man holding the large cannon shot the previous volley at Tutu Yen, a cold ice mage from the Grand North Archery Guild. The agile beings on the sea cheer loudly, "Our Earth's leaders, just as we hoped, we can defeat the enemy." The green energy transforms into birds and turns back. What's happening? The enemy is coming back. Tutu Yen shouted loudly, summoning the magic army to form a shield and retreat quickly. The system swiftly activated, linking the large barrier inside the area. From above, the island at the distant shore is engulfed in a sea of fire. The subordinates of the Temple of Heaven on the ship breathe a sigh of relief. They are retreating just as they should. "We are saved." Tutu Yen looked at them, then said quietly, "It seems we've suffered many casualties in a short time." His subordinate immediately turned around in shock. The Earth Commander. Tutu Yen stands on the ship's bow and calmly asks, "Is that a soulless one?" He used corpses to detonate and controlled the bird monsters that once belonged to the human leader. "We have made some deductions based on the information from the Korean men we captured." He frowned. "That's dangerous, but putting his subordinates first seems like a good idea. Such things must be confirmed in person." Tutu Yen's subordinates looked worried, but more than 8,000 ships and 100 people had already died. "The casualty rate is too high." He hesitated. "Wait." Tutu Yen shot him a look. "Such things can always be replaced." Everyone on the ship froze in fear. He said coldly, "But the trouble is that we broadcasted everything here instead of editing the footage. We need to spread our glorious reputation everywhere so that the Heavenly Realm leader can return to the land." Tutu Yen looked at his phone and gritted his teeth. That woman Levi had left a subtle comment about him back then. "We are the ones who humiliated him." Tutu Yen's subordinate spoke up, "So we should just let them know we've returned and show them that we were just unlucky with this assault." Tutu Yen replied confidently, "Yes, wait, we will restart the broadcast channel after beheading the soul caller." He called out the name of the one below loudly. The member looked at Tutu Yen with great respect. "Yes, sir, Earth Commander." He scratches his beard and says contentedly, "So you're planning a small game. You will infiltrate Ganghwa Island and try to capture and kill the soul caller. Tutu Yen, like a human, can you sneak onto the island?" The guild nodded. "That's easy for us, the crew members." He confidently stated that even if he observes us from the sky, he wouldn't be able to see everything happening below in the sea. Everyone is gathering on small boats. Seeing Seongwu return, they cheer loudly with satisfaction. "That's great, amazing, so cool." You step onto the ground and quietly realize this isn't the time for a small victory celebration. This pirate group is more formidable than we expected with the Earth leader alone, the vanguard team already over 1,000 strong. Seongwu frowns, thinking he must have at least 3,000 people. "We have about 800 from our gathered forces, ready to fight the Brain Army." Suppose your hypothesis is right. If they're not the main team, then how powerful is that pirate group? I can't believe so many people died when the game started in China, but at the same time, many players survived. Father and I, seeing Seongwu, shouted loudly that we had finished preparing to transport people to Ganghwa Island, while you deal with those bastards. Min-guk, the person behind him, quickly responded, "Yes, boss. Everyone has boarded the prepared boats. Let's go. We will head to Ganghwa Island to stop those bastards. Their ships have already docked." That's because most of them died in the pirates' first attack. It's not that we really need more soldiers, but in times like these, I wish we had more. Hi, John's father looked at you in surprise and asked you want me to mobilize as many people as possible to monitor them, Seongwu said seriously, because the enemy might attack us, just like I attacked them secretly, thinking to himself, can fight alone but I need some people to keep watch. He was confused. Gonghwa Island is larger than you thought. The person behind him leaned close to his ear and said, Big brother, we can use everyone except the young and the old. Seongwu explained we may not be able to stop them but we need to know as soon as the fleet approaches the island. Hi, John's father immediately assigned someone to monitor the sea situation. I understand and will do it now. Seongyu's group is currently facing some issues with the kids. The children are too young. It's not the right time. The kids are all noisy. I can fight too. I've already shaken my father. I've even killed demons. 2. John, standing behind, explained that they are relatives of those killed by pirates. Those children have witnessed their loved ones being murdered right in front of them, so now they are noisy wanting to fight. Gu Su-kwoi, when I see them, I understand how they feel, but if even those children have to go to battle, it means we have truly lost. Seongwu suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I forgot, but do you know where the carpenter's workshop is? John nodded. Yes, I will go look for it. Then stand firm in the water and say, all right, take me there. I have plenty of materials and we need time to prepare. A group of people quickly moved from the sea to the shore, and they removed their gas masks. Hoi turns to look at them. Are everyone here? We will go into the forest after putting on disguise cloaks. The group quickly moves forward, heading from the forest to the open area. Hoi stomped her foot and ordered, stop, this is the place we will set it up here. The whole group looked at her. Strangely, Captain. Are we really going to use that thing? Is it a bit of a waste? Hoi explained that other islands on the mainland used items 2 levels higher than this one, and although their enemies were more numerous, they were defeated after losing this game. The system displayed information indicating that the general mini-game generator, a special rank event type and effect, this flag creates a certain radius area to run the adventure minigame. Detailed information indicates that the area will be designated as a minigame zone while the game is running, resulting in a total of 3 occupied territories. Different crops will be awarded each time a territory is captured. Once you control all territories, you will earn the title of Lord and receive a large amount of crops. Tiger glanced at the group and said, honestly, I don't think we need to use this, since it can be beneficial when we are fighting a larger group, but it seems the commander is trying to make sure we don't repeat the same mistake. He firmly planted the flag into the ground, and now the game will begin. The system immediately displayed a notification scanning the area Korean server, Iceland Island. A risky minigame has been activated in this area with random regions designated as territories ABC. A large amount of corn will be provided to those who control all the territories, and the event will be destroyed in 15 minutes. Heydon hurriedly exclaimed, what's that, a minigame? A voice came from the communication device. Panicked. Pirates have appeared to the south, she shouted. Dad. He tried to contact his daughter. That is a cargo ship has appeared again. They are quickly approaching the southern shore. Seongwu thought to himself, are they approaching right after the minigame started? Is it the system, or did the pirates do something? He kept hearing sounds from the radio. A few pirate ships appeared, preparing to land in the west. He looked at Don, then spoke. It seems they don't give us any time to prepare, Seongwu thought to himself, and at this moment it's clear this is the pirates' plan. 1 territory near you. Territory C has been designated, so don't worry, what should we do now? Jisoo, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm, a game within a game. Seongwu looked around and said, I don't know what's happening, but it seems that only locking here gives control over all 3 territories. So those bastards will try to seize that amount, and your heart is filled with unease. This is so bad, way worse than I expected. Seongwu patted his head and said, wait a minute, I don't really like games. So Hanho chuckled mysteriously. What are you worried about, the kid confidently said. You just need to face the enemies with me. Lee Hanho is a game master. Seongwu looked at Hanho and thought to himself, Lee Hanho's painful soul image had chosen a 1-star thief class card and a 1-star priest class card in the apocalyptic game. Now he looks at them. He had chosen cards with images of girls on them, and everyone believed he was a terrible character because of a wrong choice at the start of the game. Seongwu looked at him suspiciously. But didn't you tell me you were a game expert? Hanho immediately retorted, shut up, how dare you, who has never spent a night at an internet cafe because they had no friends. Judge me, Jisoo replied, implying, I have no friends, I'm just busy with life. Hanho, that's what I mean. The kid sighed in despair. I've probably had a tough start because I've never played gacha-style games that rely on luck. But with games like this, it's different. Seongwu looked at the kid seriously. Hanho, he's been to internet cafes more times than he's been to classes at university. He asked, so explain how to win this game. The 2 ride flying monsters through the sky with Hanho pointing to Flag B in front of them where a banner is flying. Seongwu silently notes that Flag B is at the center of the 3 territories controlled on Ganghwa Island. He carefully analyzes, we are more flexible than the pirates because of our wyverns, so let's start by capturing the nearest base. I didn't see anything. The system notification says you have started capturing the territory and cannot stop in the middle. The conquest is in progress. There are 100 seconds left. You can't attack right now, and the defensive units are similarly restricted as purple chains shoot out from Seongwu's body. He recalls Hanho's words that if nothing happens, he will need to seize the flag by solving a puzzle, or waiting for time to run out. Seongwu silently laughed. It seems he's right, but trapping someone who is trying to capture the flag is almost a trap. Jisoo muttered, so it's highly likely that what he said will actually happen. Seongwu nodded, I guess so. You sense something, Seongwu, something is coming. Jisoo silently thought that the pirates have a huge force and will target all the bases immediately. The pirates were secretly happy. That's the base, just as expected. The instant teleportation item is very convenient. It seems someone else is also here. The system notifies that the capture is in progress with 71 seconds left. Jisoo confidently looks at the mages and says just 2 of them 71 seconds is enough, let's kill them. Seongwu thinks that Jisoo only needs to handle the enemies if they arrive. She finishes her setup and the machine is ready, just 1 minute is enough. Jisoo repeatedly slashed at the mages, damn it. The system constantly reported, you have earned 1,000,000 gold for killing a player. You have earned 1,000,000 gold for killing a player. The group of mages approaching her are reckless bastards, just forget everything and go kill her. Jisoo smoothly uses her sword move to wipe them out. The group of wizards started to panic, is she a monster? Just go deal with the bastard who's leading the attack up front. Jisoo quickly broke through the encirclement and ran away. They shouted loudly, hold her back. They only keep their weapons pointed at Seongwu until we kill that bastard. The system displays a notification trace footprints. Use your enhanced senses to track the opponent's movements and locate their position immediately. It can be activated as long as you know the opponent's movements, and NA will increase her strength accordingly. Jisoo fearlessly ran towards them. She slashed at the mages, causing blood to flow freely, shocking them. How could she appear so suddenly? One of the mages shouted loudly, rallying them to attack us immediately. They all aimed at Jisoo. Thousands of mages gathered. The fortress wall army was ready for this battle. He said sternly, fine, we will head towards territory A, which is closest to us. Tu Yen looked at the thousands of soldiers in front of him and thought, silently watch how these soldiers move according to my orders. The foundation of strategy and military tactics is always maintaining a strong and larger army than the opponent. His eyes gleamed, his face darkened. I can only become a sharpshooter with a great bow in this apocalyptic situation, but dominating this territory in the game is what I'm most self-conscious about. Tu Yen remembers their past, dreaming of becoming a professional Go player when they were young. I want to become someone who can move and dominate this board game using pieces. But the path to becoming a professional player is long and too difficult, thinking about it. I am still just an amateur at 50 years old. He quietly reflected on his own life, so the end of the world is a new opportunity for me. The person who gave up on this life. I have already lived through it. What should I do now? Have I already ruined this whole life? He silently wondered, because Heavenly General was an astonishing person. He didn't have time to focus on these trivial matters, so I am the one leading the main troops in his stead. Tu Yen scratches his beard. How shameful players from this small nation have to face me, after fighting hard to survive until now. The system then displays a message. B rating has been taken by the enemy. Buffs have been granted to the enemy. You cannot reclaim the territory for 5 minutes. What they've taken over. He replied quick too, all right, I thought we would at least gain a territory. Tuzuin shared his thoughts, but this was far from the fact that the Koreans didn't have many soldiers either. He saw this and roared angrily, have they taken 2 of our locations? What is going on? His subordinate quickly explained, sorry sir, I don't know what's happening either. Tu Yen wondered if those bastards already knew the rules of the game. No way, that item is something we received from a special mission. Tu Yen orders now to split the team and target another territory while we hold the nearest base A. Then we'll head to Site C afterward. His subordinates quickly act. He spots something and signals, wait a moment, everyone stop. His subordinates looked at the nearby corpses and exclaimed, what are these monster corpses intended for? He frowned and kept thinking, these corpses can explode. That's a trap from the trickster's skill. Tu Yen decided not to risk unnecessary danger and ordered to circle around the corpses. His subordinate spoke up, saying, Commander, the corpses are here too and over there as well. Tu Yen was furious, clenched his fists and shouted, do these damn bastards really think they can win this way? The series of explosions continues. Yen looks at the scene before him and orders let the mages set fire to those corpses. Shungulan tieng chung tanan lam so de dung noi la hosatoide, himai sai xak du bifahuyachu. Han ho dengi toi kung dudoan duak du ne, se sai ra roy en hung kai exak, du dung de du them nu mot kai thap quan sat ve. Even without drones, we can track the enemy's position and speed through the sound of the explosion. Clearly this is a trap, but they have no choice but to destroy the corpses, since they remember the deadly blast, even if it wastes their mana. The kid continued, if things don't progress with these monster corpses piled up, the only option is to abandon the base and run away, which is fine with the kid's withdrawal. Jian wondered, but we can't win if we give up the base, right? Han Ho sighed, truly having no idea at all. The kid exclaimed, this kind of game isn't about winning, but about provoking your opponent. Han Ho pointed towards the explosion. After all, they have more troops than us. Even if we lose 1 or 2 bases, all we need to do is maintain the balance and we won't suffer any losses. The kid's eyes were confident. The rest will have to rely on the elders with better stamina while I am just smarter. Tulen Tutuyen's subordinates are pointing towards the swamp and large lake, saying, "Everyone is here, it's over there, I've seen base A." Everyone looks at Han Ho in surprise, saying, "Who is that? Oh, that's Lei Ling Yingdao, the teammate of the summoner." The grown-up kid mocking them, "Ha ha ha, those stupid pirates. They may have done well to get here." Han Ho looked down from the cliff at them. "You guys came all this way because you were afraid of the explosion. Even the seniors are not here. Does anyone know how to use their brains?" Su Tuyen shouted angrily. "What?" The kid excitedly looked at the foolish crowd below. "Even if there's a bit of risk, provoking them would be more beneficial for us. As expected, breaking the opponent's spirit is the best strategy." "That's great." Tu Tuyen loudly shouted, "You little midget, do you really dare to compare your smarts with mine?" Han Ho shouted angrily. "What, you little midget?" The kid immediately retorted. "But you can't do anything to this midget, right? You're just afraid of that pile of corpses. Aren't you angry because you're just a pawn in this?" He shouted back, surrendering Nong, "How dare you attack me?" Turns out not all East Asian countries are polite. Just as he finished speaking, Tu Huayan fired the cannon at the kid, attacking. "Kill that damn troublemaker." Han Ho quickly ran away. "Run now. You've captured point A from the enemy." Tu Tuyen, tightly holding the flag. "We didn't catch that damn Lun, but at least we finally took part of the territory." He tries to contact the club over the radio. "What's the situation at base C? You're too slow now." The guild officer held the radio with a cold expression. "Our subordinates have arrived at base C, but the unhinged one is also here. They will contact you after dealing with this enemy. Eliminating the Dragon King, subduing the mutated dragons, and clearing the zombie wave." The guild confidently looks at Seongwu, a hero of a small nation, seemingly not expecting us to arrive so early. Just watch him unable to move because he's busy capturing the flag. Seongwu calmly plants the flag amidst hundreds of monsters. "Stay calm and listen. All of them are summoned monsters of Chua Ho Su." The leader of the group happily said, "It's difficult to fight him head-on. Let me lead the way." He immediately rebutted, "I can retake the base quickly, so I will secretly approach him." Seongwu chuckled quietly, obviously a coward. "You can't move while holding the base, but you also can't get a prize without holding the flag." The group chuckled smugly, saying we arrived just in time, and the system immediately displayed a message that base C was vulnerable to flag theft for takeover. He was instantly confused. Why does the system say it hasn't been taken yet? The group also realized the problem. This is a trap. Retreat quickly. The bear monsters keep smashing everything. Seongwu looked at the monsters before him and calmly thought to himself, "I don't like seeing Han Ho always being so proud of himself, but using a fake flag is actually a pretty clever idea." As he thought about Han Ho's words, whether it's using a fake flag or hiding it on the ground to take over the base, the important thing is to deceive the enemy as much as possible. Seongwu pursed his lips. That kid doesn't want to fight at all. Looking at the people in front of him, he spoke, "You're surrounded now, so it's easier for us to take the high ground." Hoi turned around and looked back. "What do you mean being surrounded like that?" Seongwu replied, "Just let you escape and make a big fuss." One of his eyes flashes with brightness, so it's better to sacrifice him. As soon as he finishes speaking, the guild immediately uses the summoning spell. There's nothing else we can do, just summon water monsters. The summoned water monsters quickly appeared, swimming through the water and continuously advancing. The clearing in the forest was now flooded. He takes off his oxygen mask and sighs, "That damn Tro Han Su. I suspect he's hoping for a quick water-type death in the mountain." That bastard shouts loudly, "All the monsters we summon will die quickly. And the elite soldiers of the true Han Su are probably either destroyed or swept away, and if I'm lucky, we might have even killed him." A voice from behind speaks, "He's probably dead because he doesn't have the combined power like we do from the water sailors." The system displays information. Level 2, Sailor Hybrid Defense Type, requirements more than 20 swimsuits, as armor effect enhanced underwater movement speed by 10%, not stacking with other boosts. The high tower watches vigilantly around, searching for him, looking for his figure to see if he's dead or alive. From above, a familiar voice echoed down, "There's no need, I'm here." The group immediately panicked. How is that possible? He couldn't have escaped. The Shan Yu Tham secretly laughed like teleportation. "I can easily fly up using the effects of my item." "You shout loudly, as long as you have good items, that'll do." The system introduces name, the Dark King's Bracelet. Legend level type bracelet effect is increased muscle strength plus 3 physical strength plus 3 able to move within a 100 meters radius cooldown is 10 minutes. The guild couldn't believe their eyes and shouted out loud, "The only ones who could survive are those who can keep their lives, but your summoned spirits are all gone. You're just a timid soul, summoner without a monster puppet by your side." A strong light burst from below, and the guild shouted loudly, "This place now belongs to us, because the area has entered Anshizdranthe, making it difficult for you to move, but we have the advantage, since we can still freely move in this state." System notification creating bone soldiers. Seongwu hang high, eagerly holding weapons in hand. "No, I am the one at an advantage. Here being in the sky is better than being on the water-covered ground below." The water monsters were attacked before they could respond. The system message appears, informing you that you have turned corpses into undead under your control. The group is stunned to realize the water monsters are transforming into skeleton soldiers. Seongwu is deep in thought, still unsure how they tame monsters, but never mind, even without water they're fine now that they've become undead. Of course, it's stronger than before. This is the strength of the soul essence master. I just need to kill it, turn it into my undead soldier, and that's it. At that moment I shouted loudly, "You damn devil, you're a dirty player." A drone appeared behind Seongwu. It was Kwan's drone. Hoi looked at it and communicated with someone, then losing his composure he shouted, "General G. Gong, can you hear us? We're in danger, please send reinforcements." Death Talisman on the other end calmly replied, "Hui, your team has proven their worth like master monster tamers. Although we have left the Lukdian, I apologize." He calmly added, "We will need to form a new team, but I will never forget your sacrifice for helping us analyze the strength of the Xiao Ho Su." Hoi panicked, "Lord Ji Gong, are you saying?" Tuyen quietly thought to himself, "With this, I can get accurate information about the Lord of Chaos. The sacrifice of millions might be unfortunate, but for a good strategy, information must be the top priority. I can use pawns to follow me, but I can't lead them to base C where the Chao Hun spiritualist is." He observes everything around and makes a decision. We will hold base A as long as possible before launching an attack on base C through base B, and half of our troops are ready to fight at base B. Tu Tuyen furiously, veins bulging on his face because the Xiao On Su who seized base C wouldn't need to worry about the conflict near base B. Taking this opportunity, I will wipe out the Woodruff forces, the ones who fled to base B, along with all the players from the Korean peninsula. The radio crackled, "General Jigong, this is the assault team at base B." Yes, have you captured base B?" Su Tuyen's subordinates looked terrified. "There's a monster here." Hanho's group kept attacking, making them terrified even though there were only 2 of them, but they eliminated almost all of our troops, sir. Tu Suyan angrily slammed the computer. No, his whole body trembling. How could this happen? My strategy was perfect. Tekka's subordinate immediately asked Sir General Jigong, "What do we do now?" He coughed, "Sir, I need some time. Call everyone back to change the strategy." Blood stains his sword, and Ji-hoon in combat form calmly says, "We will kill all the pirates who are coming here." Haijian looked at them with admiration. "Impressive, the 2 of you defeated them without a scratch." She turned to Hanho finally. "Mr. Tak Ji had shown his strength." The kid smugly replied, "Ha ha ha, someone like me has to prove their worth." Hanho thought to himself with a smile, "My confidence is truly captivating." Hanho suddenly shouted, "Actually, I did well with only that one shield skill from before." Haijian was astonished. "Isn't it unrelated? How can a person's personality be like that?" Jisoo asked seriously, "What do we do?" "Next, Hanho. I'll handle the enemies the same way as before." The boy turned to look and softly replied, "No, the old tricks won't work anymore. In the game, it's better if I take a break and come up with a new plan. If the game doesn't go as people want, they'll blame others and self-destruct." Hanho calmly explains that however I am playing an unfair game. There could be items or something that changes everything, and there are many variables to consider in advance. The kid claps his hands loudly, so I have to finish this before they can think. Hanho turns around and asks through the radio, "Can you hear me, Senior?" Seongwu replied, "Yes, loud and clear. Senior will wipe them out with overwhelming power." Through the control device, the subordinate of the Death Altar exclaimed, "General Jigong, that Spirit Master is here." He lost his composure and shouted hoarsely, "What's going on? How can this be? We have the numerical advantage but are still fighting back. Are they much stronger than us?" The subordinates below also reported that it's not just the spirit. Swordsman players from the Korean peninsula have also arrived here. Tu Tuyen frowned. "I don't understand their strategy. If they abandon base B to defend base C, that means they only need base C." He thought to himself, "It doesn't matter how strong you are, you're confident you can fight against B from base U." His decision was confusing. How could he be ranked second? Tu Tuyen commands his subordinates, thinking to himself that Korea's server is too weak, probably only got lucky so far. With the drone I can survey the entire forest, this should be an easy win. Sound coming from the computer screen. "Oh, it's a trap. It's a core soldier mage attack quickly." Tu Tuyen worried. Not all the core soldiers have vanished. Quite a few more than I thought. Giant core soldier. I guess I don't know much about Soul Realm Masters anymore. But it's no longer important. In his heart, Tu Tuyen was filled with chaos. His undead soldiers couldn't move freely when too far from him. Given this situation, he must have already left base C. We don't know how many more locations have been teleported away. The subordinates quickly carry out their tasks. We will head to base C, find the flag, capture it, and prepare for defense in case of an attack. Suddenly, the sky darkened, causing them to panic. Why is it night when it's still daytime? A giant robot suddenly appeared in front of them, a star machine. I really can't believe it. This is a game hack. The robot looked at them with sharp eyes that made them scared. Legendary hero. The henchman easily spoke out. "No way. I can't believe we're now facing a legendary hero. Are we going to become villains?" Someone in the group suddenly realized something. "Wait, stay calm and look carefully. Those machines aren't made of gold." They examined carefully and concluded that it looked like gold on the outside but was actually clay. It was a clay golem. They shouted loudly and charged at the robot, realizing it wasn't the legendary hero but a fake. It only looked the part. "Take it down." The golem can be controlled from a very long distance. The team quickly regains their composure. This golem is made from clay and mud, so it's very fragile. Is this the end? It's already healing itself. They are amazed. Save me. Their regenerative ability is truly impressive. They looked at the scene in front of them with great astonishment. The hero had already captured the hostage. The robot suddenly spoke. You all have misunderstood. With the advanced technology of this machine, why would it need to take lowly humans as hostages? I have been tasked with protecting Lord B. From now on, these inferior creatures will be wiped out. The team panicked and started shouting, this thing has always been in air, don't run away, stand your ground and fight. The robot immediately released a huge amount of energy. Its regeneration ability isn't unlimited, the main issue is that it requires a lot of mana to sustain. But thousands of monsters are approaching. Seongwu appears ready to fight. How long until the battlefield's energy runs out? The system displays an information panel. The Chose Crystal, a legendary tier sphere that maximizes energy, increases recovery by 250%, and absorbs 3% of energy and vitality during attacks. Tuyen's subordinate watched everything on the screen and said, so that's all we're doing. Tuyen trembled as he thought to himself, has the soul chanter always been this cold? Surely he wasn't as strong before. The information we've gathered about his past doesn't match his current state at all. He suspects that if the abilities of the Korean players are eliminated based on the sources, it means he has really become much stronger in a short period of time. What's going on here? I told the master that we couldn't win, but now everything is too chaotic. The subordinate shouts loudly, the hero is falling. Wizard freeze Tran Han. The sorcerer cast a freezing spell on the monster in front. Sister Tan looked excited, and then spoke. Boss, our moment has arrived. They charge to confront the wizards, scaring them. It's the Swordmaster High-Cot summon him. Ah, that little thing is too fierce. Tuyen looked at the people in front of him through the screen and shouted, attack the ghostly foe. All of this will vanish if we destroy the enemies over there. The knight's backup is gathering. The system displays information the knight Lavu's companion is currently coordinating for a defensive formation. The situation is that more than 30 equipped helmets act as a protective barrier. Effect. All attribute bonuses and buff effects are activated when members are equipped and close to each other, with the effect strengthening as they get nearer. The gathering of Knight's backup does not apply when equipping different armor sets, only when using melee weapons. The mage group then realized this was why we had to wear traditional costumes instead of armor. When we gain more stats from this combined strength, we can defeat the Soul Core. The mage group has found Seongyu's trail. Over there he is isolated from the undead and Soul Core masters. Do you think you are safe? They only kept moving forward and rushed ahead. He was just a weakling once separated from the Soul Shard. We have the advantage in both numbers and combat ability, now let's send him back to the Soul Orb once and for all. Seongwu immediately swung his scythe blood raining down on the mages as they scrambled back in fear. The thin voice whispered, a weakling if you compare me to those undead. Seongwu looked at them and smiled excitedly, but don't compare me to you guys, especially since I am a lich. The domain of the death god when you harness the power of the lich. The number of summoned creatures increased to 50, and all the enhancements just granted the reanimated beings near it, endless regeneration and rebirth. Seongwu swung the scythe repeatedly, though honestly I'm not very good with it, but compared to Crooker's weapon it's not worth mentioning. There's no need to worry about the effectiveness of the weapon when the sheer power and conviction are so great. Tuyen looked at the screen and shivered. He was so furious. Oh, this is live broadcast. His subordinates immediately responded, yes, that's right. I started recording everything from when we were ready, but before I could finish, he interrupted. What the hell is he doing? Does he want us to be slaughtered? Tuyen shouted loudly, switch to that channel now. Yes, the B headquarters, show us B headquarters. He thought to himself that headquarters C had fallen to the onslaught of the golem horde, so he was told that advancing now would be difficult. But our fleet's strongest warrior, Black Wolf, is in the unit retaking headquarters B. Maybe Black Wolf wasn't particularly outstanding when he was a pirate or a sea monster tamer, but he is still something different in this battle. The camera points toward the forest where Jisoo is standing. Hey viewers, this is a shot from headquarters B. Oh, that's a woman. Tuyen's subordinate shouted excitedly into the mic. It seems she's the only guard at headquarters B, and the Korean team seems to have completely abandoned everything to focus solely on the attack, and he begins to introduce. Black Wolf is so powerful, he's called the Swordmaster. I feel sorry for that woman. Tuyen's subordinate whispered to himself, here he comes, he's here. I should only broadcast our revolutionary organization's overwhelming victories. The 10 million viewers in the vehicle with China are watching. I need to capture the most valuable moment. I will move closer to get a better shot, huh? Jisoo appears in a fierce fighting stance. The live feed kept broadcasting her voice, saying Soiden, as Tuyen's subordinate stared in horror at the scene before him, thinking he had been defeated. Jisoo's eyes flickered sharply as she swung her sword to cut the remote control in half. Tuyen's subordinate quickly announced that the drone was destroyed, and he immediately ordered Black Wolf to stop broadcasting, explaining that if they saw this, their fighting spirit would be completely broken. The sorcerers here keep blocking attacks from the monsters. They shout that the ambush from the headquarters will arrive soon, and we need enough time to seize headquarters C soon. One of the sorcerers monitoring the situation exclaims, is Lord Black Wolf alive? And another member in the group is full of doubt. You have a phone on the battlefield. What do you mean he's the strongest warrior in our army? No way is there someone stronger than Black Wolf. Tsuyuan's subordinate exclaimed as soldiers looked worried. They are panicking. We have already fallen behind. Tu Tuyen immediately set out upon hearing this, shouting loudly, "No, Spirit Master." He kept firing the cannon continuously at the monster's summoner. "Where are you? Come out here." He confidently shouts loudly, "ID Gong will duel you one-on-one, show yourself." From afar, Seongwu looked at Tu Tuyen coldly and exclaimed, "I found you not a soul master yet." As he finished, he shot a powerful beam of energy from his cannon Die Seed of Evil. Seongwu uses his magic power to block the beam of light. Tu Tuyen is stunned. He stops the ice cannon. The energy from the cannon affects him and he silently thinks it's not completely. It still has an effect on me. My body has been held back. Even after I stopped it, the cold air can still freeze my body. Tu Yuan remains determined. "How long do you think you can last? I will turn you into an ice statue." Hanho suddenly spoke from behind the tree, saying, "Why are you doing this to an old man like this? You should let them know who you are." Tu Tuyen was surprised. "You." The little brat jeered the dwarf demon. "It's all because of you. Because of you. My strategy has failed." Tu Tuyen continuously shoots fireworks towards Hanho. "The big kid, ha ha ha, your moves are too easy to dodge." Seongwu slowly disappears, leaving him incredibly surprised. He suddenly appeared behind Tu Tuyen. "You should not turn your back on your enemies." Seong. You immediately drew his sickle and struck horizontally at him. "He is in pain, you little devil," you sternly said. "It looks painful, but you should smile brightly." Seongwu looked at Tu Tuyen and said, "In the end you've been turned back." He was stunned, turned around, but I've already stopped broadcasting. Tsu Yuan's subordinate is holding a radio. "I have no choice, it's all because of Lord Lun Gong." Seong Yu is holding the sickle in his hand. "You have failed, Tsu Yuan." At this moment Aharata listened through the radio to everything. "No, damn it, the left wing still has forces." His eyes were sly. "We should learn about their skills, habits, and the Chao Ho Du team. Learn enough to compensate for what was lost today." "No, actually, I have gained a lot from it." Aharata smiled. "If you lend me your words, I could move your chess pieces as I wish." The scream startled him. Seongwu spoke up, apologizing for the interruption, "But I need to finish this game." They held their swords high, ignoring the Skodern, and focusing on the tanks, destroying the frontline players. One of the mages kicked a player away with a dismissive voice. "Oh well, so young, you've done very well already." He held a sword pointed at the boy's face, and in this game even the weakest players receive huge rewards. The boy started crying, saying, "The enemy is my father's enemy." The system notification appeared again, indicating that the Korean team scored a point, and the effects were activated. Attack power increased by 20 physical strength, by 5 speed, by 20% agility, by 5 all skills leveled up, by 3 and healing speed per second by 3%. He looked at the notification with panic. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly the kid's hand from earlier clenched onto his hand, and he said, "Who's weak now?" The kid's eyes lit up as he challenged back, and then he nervously asked, "Hey, can we fight fire with fire?" The boy gently crushes the wizard's head. They are terrified and whisper that they've taken the base we've lost. Seongwu reaches out to grab the flag. "Is this the effect of winning the minigame?" Seongwu smiled and said, 8 hours is more than enough to handle everything." In an open clearing in the forest, bodies lay scattered, and the father of the two, Dan Choi, was among the dead. The announcer was trembling with fear. "It's all over." He looked into the camera and presented the briefing. "Everyone looks really impressive." You excitedly said, "These effects are quite remarkable, truly remarkable." In an empty clearing in the forest, bodies lie scattered, and the father of the two, Dan Choi, faces the sorcerer gang again. The host looks terrified. "It's all over." He looked into the lens and made a presentation, except for the players who had run away. "We surrender. We declare defeat." Seongwu thought to himself, "Are the viewers hoping the number of pirates will decrease?" Live chatting that Korean guy is like the emperor of the season server. "I think so too. I've only heard rumors and seen pictures, but to me they look quite similar, though he still ranks below the emperor in the battle at Namdu. I hear the emperor controlled 400 creatures, so he's definitely below the emperor. But watch today's battle. No one will agree that they are on the same level." Seongwu looked at his phone and wondered, who is the emperor? The host hesitated and said, "There, that's him. The winner of Server 1, the bird flying over Shanxi in Beijing, calls himself the emperor." You look at him and ask why they say we are similar, and the host explains, "I think it's because the emperor has abilities similar to the ancient soul summoning." Seongwu silently thought that 5-star jobs are usually specialized in creating armies, with the Lord of the Faceline capable of forming an army by infecting players. The leader of the Crusaders trains them, but I still don't know his class, or the general's workers' ability to build armies depends on their mind control skills. But to build an army not from players but from monsters or corpses, am I? Like the Emperor. Seongwu looked at the host. "What is his profession?" He scratched his head. "I don't know either." Hanho suddenly spoke up. "Items, at last we have them. The Imperial Fortress Guard has said we can take the items we need." The system displayed information. Name level 3. Dwarf, high-grade pistol category, with an effect that allows embedding mana into bullets, costing 10 mana. The boy happily looked at the 2 guns in front of him. "There are 2, alright, I'll give you 1 on." Hanho looked at Seongwu. "The rest." "Alright, here you go." The kid interacted with Jisoo quietly. "I like that sword if it weren't for being a sword." Seongwu picks up the gun, then sighs softly. "I will review it later." Hanho moves to the place of the players' corpses. "The remaining items are yours. They are not too good." But there are many. You looked at the kid and said it's pretty obvious that hunters exploit everything from their prey. As soon as you finished speaking, Seongwu used his power on another player, and I do the same. You turned a dead person into a living threat, and you can read the shattered memories of the deceased. He quickly used his ability to read memories, and saw in front of him an image of a large ship. Seongwu saw Tutuyen talking to someone perhaps in a room on the ship, saying an angel statue had been found in the south. At this moment, the tiger spoke up. The angel statue. This is the first time since the demon statue was found on server 1. Day, Chung Tae-kong's subordinate shouted, "Oh my god, oh my lord, is that a hint that the divine ray statues are about to appear? And what about the effects? What kind of effect does the statue produce?" Seongwu suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. The system said angels and demons would be updated in the future. Tu Tuyen frowned. Only the commander could touch the statue, and as the person said, it assigned him a task, but he hadn't shared the details with me yet. The subordinate quickly exclaimed, "What, you are the Earth Commander General? He really didn't tell us about this." General Seongwu thought to himself, very curious. Exactly, I want to know that too. Tu Tuyen looks serious at them and says he will explain in detail after we see Zun, so let's focus on our mission for now. He pulls out a blueprint and shouts loudly, "Alright, back to work now." After capturing Ganghoathong Island via the minigame, Yui's team will infiltrate Zun and use this legendary spider scroll. Everyone was amazed to see Tu Tuyen and his subordinate gritted their teeth, asking if the Earth Marshal was some sort of gate to the underworld. Tu Tuyen's face turned stern. Yes, once used, the gate to the underworld will open for 24 hours, and all kinds of monsters will come out. The monsters will arrive in 24 hours, but that's enough time to devastate the entire area. If we're lucky, we can infiltrate Zun easily. His subordinate asked if it was a bit of a waste to use it in a minigame, and he replied that it was worth the investment. Tu Tuyen grinned mischievously. If we take control of Korea, the rewards will be immeasurable, and I'm sure the commander thinks the same. Seongwu quickly broke free from the memory spell. He wondered if that was the end of the memory. All the fragments of memories I've seen so far have helped solve many problems, but this time I don't know either. Hai Dan rides on a giant wave to report, "Sir, King Soulmage, we have finished reconnaissance." She lands and hurriedly runs toward you. Pirates are currently heading back to China, and many soldiers are stuck on the cargo ships. Seongwu immediately thought that since there were still a few hours until the minigame ended, the pirates' ships wouldn't be able to leave the coast. Tu Dan carefully reported additional details, and there were always mages guarding the ships, perhaps believing that all they needed to do was hold out for a few more hours. Seongwu starts analyzing again a giant shield, and since the ship is on the water, it will be very difficult for the assassins to sneak in. He looks out into the distance on the surface of the water. Seongwu chuckled, realizing he just remembered that useful card. The giant ships glided swiftly across the sea. The sailors on the ship are now suspicious of everything around them. It's too quiet. Stay alert, the enemy will attack once the minigame ends. They shout with determination, "We can escape as long as we hold on. We're about to leave this hell called the Korean Peninsula." The crew of sailors notice something in the sky. "Oh, it's them, they're coming, it's the enemy." Seongyu's team reached above the giant ship. Everyone on the boat is now in chaos. Activate your shields and grab this mana potion. The commander glared at Seongyu's group and shouted even the Flame Demon and the Wave Army, which he was proud of, couldn't do anything on the sea surface. Haijian speaks up. As expected, they are trying to resist breaking. Their shield will cost a lot of mana. Seongwu calmly watches the people below. Breaching from the surface of the water is impossible, so let's find where they are placing their shields underwater. The mages on the ship saw something rushing upward from beneath the water. Mermaid sea monsters surged out of the ocean, shocking the group. No, they are the wave surge soldiers of Chao Ho Du. They are being overwhelmed by Seongyu's army. Don't panic, they are only medium-sized wave monsters. The mage team continues to boast we are strong enough to face them. Seongwu excitedly interrupted the wizard. Deep ocean is a treasure trove buried, because I didn't even know such a thing existed. As soon as he finished, a giant monster emerged from the water, a sea serpent. Seongwu looked at the giant creature before him, and thought to himself, a giant saltwater serpent, a marine monster at least 10 meters long. It takes about an hour to subdue such a creature, and since it's only a juvenile, I must fight while continuously expanding my forces to be able to kill it. The crew on the ship are panicked, the makeshift shield flickering. We need to get the potion bottles quickly, so we can go support the mages. They look at Seongwu. He's just looking down on us. He probably doesn't have anything but small-minded potion bottles. Jisoo suddenly jumped out of the water, shocking the sailors who quickly knelt down in fear. She furrowed her brows angrily, and lunged forward, and they yelled in terror. She's as fast as a ghost, we're doomed, run everyone. Haidan looked down and said it seemed like everything was over, to which Seongwu replied, let's go down. Seongyu's team had already taken over the ship not long after. He looked at the Chenghua in his hands and felt satisfied. We really ransacked all the things from the enemy base, didn't we? 2. Don spoke because they were planning to build a base here, so there was too much. Hey-ho cheerfully shows what he found, holding something in his hand. Look at this, the device info above a giant black charger. Rare grade. Another type, it can be used to generate power or charge batteries with 68% remaining. Energy. There are even more over there. Seongwu guessed it seems like they prefer to drain all the energy. This also comes from there, but the other treasures must be somewhere around here. Try searching the captain's section. Seongu's group gathers around a safe and he uses force to open it. He picks up a rolled-up paper and says, I found it. This is the item I saw in the fragment of memory, the demon's scene, a rare item, a magic scroll. The effect when used will open a portal to a demon that exists for 24 hours, specifically connecting to and from the demon's star sanctuary. Exploring its star sanctuary can yield extremely rare items, but this action should only be undertaken with the utmost caution. Never forget that the path for one who enters together is also the way for something else to escape. The required level is 35. Seongwu sighed. No wonder this is used in their tactics. He smiled to himself and thought, of course, it would be much more beneficial to use this item for its original purpose. This star thing reminds me of some unpleasant memories. Hanho secretly looked at Seongwu, thinking that this guy was definitely planning something dangerous again. If his level is that high, the rewards from it must also be quite significant. You put the scroll into your shirt pocket. Since you can't use it right now, you'll just keep it for the moment. Jisoo suddenly notices something. What's this? The system displays information about the item. Its name is Covenant Talisman. It has a special rank and it's classified as a bank. The effect of this item allows for automatic collateralization of part of the gold earned by contracted players, specifically by placing your hand on the seal to sign the contract. The owner can set a rate, and the amount of gold earned will be automatically collateralized into the seal according to the specified rate. The rate of return is 80%, with 56 contracts, and 134555048 gold in the binding. Seongwu holds the item in his hand, feeling pleased. This is an indispensable item for managing a group. You look at everyone with confidence. We can rent or sell this to our allies. It'll be quite expensive. The adventure minigame has ended with the enemy's victory. The rewards are listed below. Hanho happily exclaims, finally it's over. Jisoo says the reward is pretty good too. The system notification says you've received 1500000 gold for the minigame reward. You have reached level 19. I felt it when fighting the pirates, but it seems my stats are increasing at a pretty good rate. Random skill for this level up. I'll choose a skill deck. The system displayed a notification that you have learned the basic poisonous cloud skill called Poison Cloud. A basic level skill of the poison master type consumes 30 mana, creating a cloud containing deadly poison that rains poison. Drops over a designated area for 10 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Surprised I got a skill from the Dark Mage. He happily looked around, and although it's an AoE skill, it's not bad because it doesn't affect my healing. It seems like we've already exploited this trip. Calling these guys a treasure trove would be more accurate than calling them pirates. The next morning, everyone was moving supplies while Hanho, holding his phone in the training room, said, I will start right now. Everyone clapped and laughed. The boy sighed. Your reactions are terrible. Do you really not want me to read them that much? Hanho thought the first piece of news. It seems that the City Alliance is attracting public attention. After hearing about the formation of the Alliance, many survivor groups around the urban area have gathered at the Wyongdeongbo zone. Because the Liberation Society is deliberately spreading rumors, the Alliance is expected to grow even stronger in the future. Seongwu thought to himself, the surviving players who have come this far like us still have the ability to defend themselves. So how will the Union utilize this human resource? Hanho continued, and the second piece of news is Kyungshi's secret reply letter, revealing that the average level of the people in Sugun has risen to 8. The young boy furrowed his brow. Even Kyungshi is boasting about reaching level 11. I'm sitting here risking my life working, and I'm only at level 14, but reaching this level in such a short time is pretty fast. Seongwu and Jisoo both frowned. Working and risking your life, what kind of thing is that? Hanho pouted with a bit of frustration, and said, whose brains do you think helped us win this battle? It's not just useful during combat, you know. The confident boy raised his voice, saying you are the perfect role model for 1- and 2-star players, and this time I learned a new skill. You are idolized by those losers. Hanho then quickly changed his tone. Enough of that, let's focus on important matters, and now for the next update. Our hero has finally reached level 19. The kid spoke with pride, meaning you're tied with Han Kang-sok for the top spot on the leaderboard. Hanho quickly changed tone. Well, that's right, but unfortunately, Han Kang-sok just reached level 20 an hour ago. Jisoo immediately felt annoyed and said, please stay calm, he's our teammate, and Hanho keeps boasting and showing off senior. It seems you need to try even harder to maintain the top spot, but only for one day. How do you think I feel when I've been doing my best to support you? Jisoo turned to ask, but I also wonder, how can Seongwu handle multiple monsters at once with his resurrection abilities, meaning there will be many witnesses? But how can he be at the top of the ranking while staying completely anonymous? And how did he level up so quickly during this siege? Seongwu lowered his head, and in the end, his first-place position was simply because he hunted more than us. Although it sounds unfortunate if he only focused on areas with many monsters and there was only one trenchworm. Wait a moment, Jisoo, I've never seen that on your hip before. Goom Jinul hero